when the conflict between two advanced civilizations spills over to Earth, and our planet becomes a mere cannon fodder camp for the nefarious forces that create hordes of grotesque zombies. Humanity within this camp faces the brink of survival. It is amidst this chaos that Qin Guang, a fortunate orphan, finds himself unexpectedly connecting with another civilization. Chapter 1. The Mysterious Iron Sphere. Welcome to the evening news from Linhai City. According to the latest statistics, as of 4 p.m. today, the number of individuals infected with the GT9 virus nationwide has surpassed 30,000, with fatalities reaching 21. In our city alone, 37 new cases of GT9 virus infections have been reported today. Since the outbreak of the virus 1 month ago, our city's cumulative total of infections has risen to 531, with no reported deaths thus far. The National Protection Center once again urges that this unprecedented global epidemic requires everyone to take protective measures. The virus spreads through the blood and saliva of various organisms, primarily transmitted by mosquitoes, cockroaches, and rodents. The public is advised to cooperate with health authorities in exterminating mosquitoes and cockroaches. Today, the World Health Organization announced a significant breakthrough regarding the GT9 virus, marking progress towards the development of a vaccine. With a resounding clap, Qin Guang struck the old radio, turning it off before tossing it aside. Every day they announce breakthroughs, yet a month into this outbreak, and still no vaccine? Have these bureaucrats collectively lost their minds? As he muttered in frustration, he removed his grease-stained mechanic's uniform and discarded it into the bathroom. What a world we live in. The summer job I struggled to secure has vanished. At least the boss has some conscience and settled my wages today. Qin Guang pulled out 9 crisp 100 yuan bills from his pocket, counting them meticulously, his face betraying a shadow of worry. Though I've managed to save enough for tuition, my living expenses remain uncertain. Having been an orphan since childhood, he left the orphanage after completing 9 years of compulsory education, relying on various jobs to cover his living and educational costs. Through sheer determination, he successfully gained admission to university and would soon transition into his 3rd year. If he could endure just 1 more year, he would begin an internship in his final year, allowing him to escape this financial struggle. With hard work and commendable grades, he envisioned earning a monthly salary of 4,000 to 5,000 yuan after graduation, liberating himself from the shackles of poverty. However, the outbreak of the GT9 virus had already cost him his 3rd summer job. Today, the boss' young daughter fell victim to a mosquito carrying the GT9 virus. The family rushed her to the People's Hospital, informing him that the repair shop would remain closed for the time being, compelling him to seek alternative employment. Moreover, this was not an isolated incident from what Qin Guang gathered. The GT9 virus had inflicted a severe blow to the economy, with countless businesses shuttered for various reasons. In such circumstances, the pursuit of a well-paying summer job proved to be no easy feat for him. Never mind for now, it seems there is an old auto repair shop in the northern part of the city. I shall check tomorrow to see if they are still hiring laborers. If that fails, I can always take on an extra part-time job during school. My living expenses will still be manageable. Qin Guang rubbed his face with his hand, contemplating the desire to shed his clothing and step into the shower for a thorough wash. However, as he began to remove his upper garment, his hand froze midway. In the sweltering heat of summer, he had previously relished the freedom of shedding his shirt to save on electricity by minimizing the use of the fan, lounging shirtless in his rented room. Yet now, with the prevalence of the GT9 virus, the thought of exposing his skin to potentially infected mosquitoes deterred him. He lowered his shirt and retrieved mosquito coils from the drawer, igniting 3 of them, placing 1 each in the bedroom, kitchen, and shower room. During this process, he meticulously scrutinized his surroundings, ensuring no mosquitoes were present. Although he had secured the doors and windows firmly before leaving, these pests could infiltrate through the slightest of gaps. Such was the case with the daughter of the auto shop owner, who, despite their home being fitted with mosquito nets, still fell victim to bites in her own room. After spending 10 minutes confirming that no mosquitoes were within sight, Qin Guang finally made his way to the shower for a much-needed cleanse. What trial this is! Wearing long sleeves and pants in this scorching heat, he lamented. After his shower, he settled onto the living room's sofa, adjusting the fan to its highest setting, which brought him considerable relief. After basking in the cool breeze for a while, he proceeded to the kitchen to wash vegetables and rinse rice for dinner. After cleaning the greens, he hesitated briefly before opening the refrigerator and retrieving 2 eggs. The body is the foundation of revolution. One must replenish it appropriately, he mused, skillfully cracking the eggshells and pouring the contents into a dish. He then added some water and seasoning, placing the mixture into the rice cooker for steaming, thereby enhancing tonight's menu with a small dish of steamed eggs. At that moment, his ears perked up, keenly detecting a faint squeaking sound likely produced by some sharp objects scraping against a plastic pipe. This instant heightened Qin Guang's vigilance. Many individuals infected with the GT9 virus had inadvertently fallen prey to mosquito bites. One could never afford to be complacent. Immediately, he halted his actions, surveying the kitchen with caution while straining to listen intently. Soon, he pinpointed the source of the sound. It emanated from the kitchen's drainage outlet. Such outlets were commonplace in kitchens and bathrooms, where water accumulation was likely to occur. Under ordinary circumstances, a drainage outlet is typically adorned with a plastic or stainless steel cover, which not only enhances the aesthetic appeal, but also prevents a larger object from rolling in and obstructing the entire drainage system. In this kitchen, there exists a white plastic cover. However, at this moment, several razor-sharp claws, each measuring nearly an inch in length, protrude from the gaps beneath it, moving rapidly up and down as if wielding a chainsaw, swiftly severing the entire cover. Suddenly, a black head emerges from the drainage pipe. It is the head of a rat, yet its size is several times larger than that of an ordinary rat, and its elongated fangs protrude ominously from its mouth, exposed to the air. Moreover, what captures Qin Guang's attention most is the creature's crimson eyes. Despite being a rat, it exudes the aura of a ferocious beast poised to prey. This rat displays extraordinary agility, and in the blink of an eye, it has crawled out from the sewer pipe, revealing a size that is not significantly smaller than that of an average domestic cat. The rat, with its blood-red eyes, defiantly locks gazes with Qin Guang, emitting sharp, piercing squeaks that seem to serve as both a warning and a threat. Faced with this creature, Qin Guang cannot help but swallow hard. Typically, rats harbor a profound fear of humans and cannot grow to such proportions. The only plausible explanation is that this rat has been infected with the GT9 virus. Infected beings exhibit extreme ferocity and bloodlust, with a significant likelihood of mutation. Indeed, this rat before him is the largest mutated specimen Qin Guang has encountered in recent times. Confronting such a creature, already tainted by a virus and transformed, is not something Qin Guang wishes to endure, for he cannot be entirely confident that he would not be bitten before dispatching it. A bite could lead to infection. Thus, as the rat emerges, Qin Guang's right hand firmly grips a kitchen knife, while his left quietly reaches behind to grasp a broom, his muscles tensed and ready to flee at a moment's notice. Squeak! Within less than 3 seconds of eyeing each other, the mutated rat launches the first attack, sprinting toward Qin Guang. "Get lost!" he exclaims, swinging the broom vigorously at the approaching rat. However, just as he is about to strike the mutated rat, it deftly sidesteps, evading the blow, and swiftly climbs up the broomstick toward Qin Guang's arm. The rat's astonishing agility startles him. Fortunately, he understands that this mutated rat defies conventional reasoning, and he has mentally prepared himself. In an instant, he discards the broom and retreats quickly, seizing a solid wooden cutting board from the countertop to hurl at the mutated rat. Just as the mouse descended from the broom, it scarcely found its footing before spotting the cutting board hurtling towards it, compelling it to continue evading. Seizing this fleeting moment, Qin Guang dashed out of the kitchen, deftly shutting the wooden door behind him. Yet, he did not allow himself a moment's respite gripping a kitchen knife. He swiftly retreated to his bedroom and seized a metal sphere resting on his desk. Only upon holding this metallic orb did Qin Guang truly exhale in relief. This metal sphere was a recent acquisition, obtained just 2 days prior. On that day, he had been tasked by his employer to repair a broken-down truck in the countryside. Upon his return in the evening, he witnessed a meteor streaking across the sky. He made a silent wish, hoping to save enough for his university tuition over the summer, and was astonished as the meteor descended nearby. Having heard tales of affluent collectors who coveted such celestial stones, he ventured into the nearby thicket without a second thought to seek out the fallen meteor. Despite the peril of being bitten by mutated mosquitoes, he searched for a full hour before discovering the metal sphere nestled within a freshly created crater. With a knife in one hand and the metal sphere in the other, Qin Guang stepped out of his bedroom, only to be met with a creaking sound. It was the sound of claws scraping against wood. As he gazed at the kitchen door, the old wooden barrier appeared to be on the verge of collapse through the cracks. He could glimpse the formidable mouse behind it. This sight sent shivers down Qin Guang's spine, vividly conjuring the image of what would transpire should this monstrous rodent lay a claw upon him, surely tearing away a substantial piece of flesh. "Stay calm," I must remain composed. Qin Guang inhaled deeply, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the wooden door of the kitchen. Creak, creak, bang. As the mutated mouse continued its relentless assault, a wooden plank finally succumbed to the strain and crashed to the ground. In the next instant, the mouse, its eyes already aflame with rage, charged directly toward Qin Guang. Qin Guang had awaited this moment for far too long. He bellowed and hurled the metal sphere with all his might at the oncoming rodent. However, the creature's agility was unparalleled. With a mere shift of direction, it effortlessly evaded the projectile. Observing the missed attack, Qin Guang's expression remained unperturbed, even curling into a mocking smirk. The metal sphere struck the ground with a resounding thud, and in an instant, its surface radiated a cerulean glow, unleashing a flurry of blue arcs that swiftly enveloped the entire room. Crackling, Qin Guang's hair stood on end, his body involuntarily convulsing, nearly causing him to drop the knife he held. Yet the mutated mouse, being closer to the sphere, fared far worse. Its once lustrous black fur was singed and charred, and the crimson of its eyes began to pale as it writhed on the ground in violent spasms. The human body is inherently capable of withstanding a greater electrical current than that of a mere mouse. Therefore, Qin Guang found no surprise in the peculiar effects observed, especially with the mutated rodent being in such close proximity to the metallic sphere. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant. As the numbness in his body began to subside, he promptly seized a kitchen knife and delivered several decisive blows to the aberrant mouse. He continued his assault until the creature's head was nearly severed from its body, at which point he paused, panting heavily. It seems I've stumbled upon quite a treasure. When time permits, I must thoroughly investigate this object. If it possesses additional functionalities, it could be quite lucrative. However, if its sole purpose is to discharge electricity, then once this viral outbreak has passed, I shall have no choice but to part with it for my tuition and living expenses. After a brief respite, Qin Guang picked up the metallic sphere from the ground, reflecting on his circumstances. Initially, he had brought the metal sphere home merely to see if he could find a wealthy buyer online willing to pay a premium for it. Yet, by sheer chance, when the sphere fell and struck the ground, he discovered its ability to emit electricity. The arcs released were extensive, easily enveloping the entire room. Yet surprisingly, the electrical current generated was not as damaging as he had anticipated. While it inflicted some harm upon him, it effectively electrocuted the mutated mosquitoes and cockroaches that plague his surroundings. This marked the third occasion Qin Guang utilized the metallic sphere in a practical scenario, with equally commendable results. Thus, he resolved that until the GT9 virus crisis had subsided, he could not entertain the notion of selling this remarkable object. Chapitre 2, A grave situation. After dusting off the metallic sphere, Qin Guang grasped it in one hand and held the kitchen knife in the other as he returned to the kitchen. Cautiously surveying his surroundings, he confirmed that no additional rodents had emerged from the drainage pipes. He then procured a metallic box, positioning it atop the drain and weighing it down with heavy objects to prevent any further mutated mice from ascending. Once these precautions were taken, he felt a sense of safety. Next came the grim task of disposing of the carcass. Donning plastic gloves, Qin Guang carefully placed the remains of the mutated mouse into a sealed plastic bag. These bags were remarkably durable and airtight, ensuring that any blood would remain contained, thereby preventing contamination of other individuals or creatures. Such high-quality plastic bags were not something Qin Guang would typically purchase. Fortunately, they were provided by the health authorities for the disposal of animal remains. Despite his daily grievances regarding the delay in vaccine development, he could not deny the government's commendable measures in epidemic prevention. Once the mutated mouse was secured, he retrieved a specialized disinfectant and thoroughly mopped the floor. Although the GT9 virus would naturally perish an hour after leaving its host, it was prudent to eliminate any potential remnants in advance. With all tasks completed, Qin Guang lifted the plastic bag and exited his residence. The place he resides in is a street in the old town, rumored to be slated for redevelopment. The houses along this street are predominantly 1 or 2 stories high, with the occasional 3-story building, and even brick houses can be found. The apartment he rents is a 2-story red brick dwelling, occupying a mere 60 square meters. Although the exterior lacks any semblance of decoration, the interior layout is relatively pleasing, complemented by a small courtyard in front, giving it a quaint charm. Most importantly, it is quite affordable. In the past, such an aging street would have been characterized by filth and disorder. However, since the outbreak of the virus, authorities have taken stringent measures to rectify areas prone to the breeding of mosquitoes. Consequently, Although the street still appears dilapidated, it is undeniably clean. Moreover, along this street, a black garbage bin can be found approximately every 100 meters, each adorned with a hazardous sign. These bins are specifically designated for the disposal of mutated mosquitoes, with personnel assigned to collect and handle these aberrant creatures daily. Approaching the nearest garbage bin to his residence, Qin Guang lifted the lid and disposed of his plastic bag. In that moment, he noticed the bin was nearly half filled with plastic bags. The quantity seems to be increasing day by day, he thought, furrowing his brow. This indicated a growing number of bothersome, mutated mosquitoes, which inexplicably instilled a sense of unease within him. Xiao Qin, have mutated mosquitoes entered your home again? A voice interrupted Qin Guang's contemplation. Turning towards the sound, he saw several middle-aged individuals in security uniforms emerging from the adjacent house. Brother Zhao, Qin Guang greeted, then explained, it's not mosquitoes, rather, a mutated rat climbed in my home directly from the drainage pipe. He succinctly recounted the entire incident, deliberately glossing over the part involving the metallic ball due to its sensitive nature. These mutated rats have learned to cut through plastic covers to escape? Zhao Yongliang's brow furrowed deeply. If this were an isolated incident, it would be manageable. However, if the majority of these undead rats possess such cunning, the danger for residents remaining in their homes would escalate significantly. After all, mutated rats are not comparable to mutated mosquitoes or cockroaches. They possess a certain degree of combat capability. I will report this matter directly to the higher authorities. You weren't injured during the encounter with a mutated rat, were you? Zhao Yongliang inquired, scrutinizing Qin Guang from head to toe. Fortunately, I noticed it in time as it emerged and managed to dispatch it with a broom, Qin Guang replied. Zhao Yongliang showed no skepticism towards Qin Guang's words after inspecting his hands and feet for any scratches. He said, good, let's check your temperature. Individuals infected with the GT9 virus exhibit a pronounced symptom of persistent high fever. Thus, daily temperature checks have become a necessary routine for them. After measuring the body temperature and confirming that everything was normal, Zhao Yongliang gestured to his colleague, handing 2 boxes of mosquito coils to Qin Guang. The beautiful Dong hasn't finished work yet, has she? These are the specially allocated mosquito coils for you today. Please pass them on to her. Additionally, kindly inform her that we will return for a follow-up inspection at 9 o'clock tonight, and it would be preferable for her to remain at home to facilitate our work, Zhao Yongliang stated as he handed the mosquito coils to Qin Guang. Understood. I will certainly relay the message, Qin Guang replied, accepting the coils with a nod. By the way, the municipal government has issued a directive mandating that every household must be equipped with mosquito nets on their windows to further control the transmission of the virus. Please provide the dimensions of your windows so I can register them. I anticipate that the nets will be distributed within this week. Of course, this service is complimentary. Zhao Yongliang then produced another registration book. The dimensions of the windows are 75 by 65 centimeters. There are a total of 8 windows across 2 levels, all of the same size, Qin Guang answered after a moment of contemplation. Zhao Yongliang swiftly recorded the data without further pleasantries and promptly headed toward the next house. Watching him depart, Qin Guang examined the mosquito coils in his hands, feeling a significant reduction in his previous anxiety. I hope the viral crisis passes swiftly. Since the outbreak, the government's various policies have been evident to all, and under such cost-intensive preventive measures, the spread of the virus had indeed been effectively curtailed. This reflection brought to mind the SARS outbreak of 2003, which had generated a similar atmosphere of fear. With the government's effective control measures, the situation had been navigated safely, and he believed that this time, with the GT9 virus, the outcome would be no different. Returning to his home with the mosquito coils, he carefully cleaned the bloodstains left by the mutated rats on the floor before resuming his dinner preparations. After a half-hour of diligent effort, dinner was finally ready. In the living room, Qin Guang enjoyed his meal while scrolling through news on his phone. He frequently checked various forums for any new developments or reports regarding the GT9 virus. However, he found himself disappointed. Both official media and informal online sources had little to offer in terms of good news. In fact, troubling reports emerged about Africa, where inadequate preventive measures had led to new infections exceeding 3 digits almost daily. At this rate, if a vaccine isn't developed within the next half-month, some countries may descend into chaos, Qin Guang thought, his brow furrowed at the alarming headlines. This was far from a positive scenario. Should chaos ensue, it would undoubtedly result in a surge of refugees. If refugees from neighboring countries flooded into Huagua, it would pose a significant challenge to public security. As Qin Guang pondered these thoughts, he was abruptly brought back to reality by the approaching sound of an engine. Looking up, he saw a Cherry QQ driving into the courtyard through the window, a youthful and striking figure, clad in professional attire and seemingly around 22 years of age, gracefully descended from her vehicle. Her features were exquisitely delicate, her skin as fair as freshly fallen snow, and her outfit accentuated her alluring curves perfectly. The long legs, elegantly enveloped by a fitted skirt, rendered her utterly captivating. She was none other than Dong Li, the acknowledged beauty of the street, a dream girl for many unattached gentlemen. Upon witnessing her emergence from the car, Qin Guang hastily finished the last 2 bites of rice in his bowl, then picked up a box of mosquito repellent from the table before stepping outside. "Sister Li, you're back." He greeted her as he exited, only to notice the hint of sorrow etched on Dong Li's charming visage. Such melancholy was, in fact, quite commonplace for the tenants residing on this street. After all, if life were truly favorable, one would not find themselves living in such an old and remote area. Qin Guang understood well that, despite Dong Li's position as an urban white-collar worker, her life was likely not much easier than his own. She bore the weight of caring for a mother afflicted with a severe illness and a younger sister currently attending high school. Rumor had it that her father had passed away in an accident during her childhood. To cover her mother's medical expenses, Dong Li devoted nearly 80% of her monthly salary to her family. Even her seemingly well-kept Cherry QQ was merely a temporary company car bestowed upon her after her promotion to sales manager. "You returned quite early today. No overtime?" Dong Li inquired with a smile as she adjusted her hair. "Well, you could say that. I even lost my job and will need to search for a new one tomorrow," Qin Guang replied with a shrug, a hint of resignation in his voice. "Is it because of the GT9 virus?" Dong Li hesitated before asking. "Indeed, the boss's youngest daughter was bitten by a mutant mosquito." Qin Guang sighed, a sound that expressed concern not only for the boss's daughter, but also for his own lost employment. "Alas," Dong Li lamented, her worry deepening, "I am not faring much better. Since the outbreak of the GT9 virus, sales have been plummeting, especially this month, which has seen a nearly 90% decline compared to the same period last year." Despite her role as sales manager, her base salary was not particularly high. Her primary income stemmed from commissions, and the drastic drop in sales directly impacted her earnings. This was an arduous predicament for a woman tasked with covering her mother's exorbitant medical bills while also supporting her sister's education. Qin Guang wished to offer her comfort, but found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, he handed her the mosquito repellent he had been holding. "This is the mosquito repellent distributed today. Please take care, and I believe this viral crisis will eventually pass, leading to better days ahead. However, it is crucial to avoid contracting this virus otherwise. The medical expenses could reach astronomical figures," he said earnestly. He was concerned that Dong Li's despondency might impair her vigilance. "Thank you," Dong Li replied, extending her delicate hand to accept the mosquito repellent. Her spirits lifted as a faint smile graced her face. "I will head upstairs now." The architectural style of the old building where Qin Guang resided stood in stark contrast to the modern decor surrounding it. For instance, the shower room and restroom were originally situated in the courtyard, external to the house. The staircase leading to the second floor was not enclosed within the house, but rather extended directly along the outer wall. Of course, in order to facilitate rental opportunities, modifications were made to the property, including the construction of a new restroom within the house. However, the external staircase remained intact. This arrangement allows for the convenience of residents on both the first and second floors, ensuring that they do not intrude upon each other's privacy by using the internal staircase. Observing Dong Li's graceful figure ascending the staircase, Qin Guang returned indoors. He intended to tidy up the dishes and prepare for the upcoming semester studies when, suddenly, a piercing scream from Dong Li echoed from upstairs. Chapter 3 System Restart. If it were in the past, Qin Guang would not have paid much attention to such screams, as many women tend to scream for a long time upon seeing cockroaches or rats. However, the situation is different now, with the spread of the 9 virus. A bite from a cockroach or rat could lead to infection and death. Thinking of this, Qin Guang did not hesitate and immediately decided to help. Of course, to be on the safe side and to avoid encountering mutated creatures like the powerful mutant rats, Qin Guang first picked up a metal ball, then went to the kitchen to grab a kitchen knife, and hurriedly rushed upstairs. However, as he was climbing the stairs, he saw Dong Li open the door and rush out. "Sister Li, are you okay?" Qin Guang quickly approached. keeping a vigilant eye on the situation inside the room as he asked. "There's a very large mutated cockroach inside," Dong Li stammered. Qin Guang nodded, tightening his grip on the metal ball, and slowly moved toward the door. At that moment, he indeed saw a very large mutated cockroach in the corner of the living room. This cockroach was almost the size of an unmutated rat, especially its wings, which had become much larger after mutation, measuring around 20 centimeters when spread out. "Go get me a broom from my room," Qin Guang said in a low voice. It was clear that using the kitchen knife against such a clearly flying mutated cockroach was not suitable. As for the metal ball, Qin Guang was reluctant to reveal its strange properties unless it was absolutely necessary. Okay, although Dong Li was still nervous, she seemed to gain confidence after Qin Guang arrived and immediately went to get it, perhaps not feeling threatened. The mutated cockroach was just nibbling on a piece of bread it had dragged in from somewhere and did not attack Qin Guang first. In this situation, Qin Guang successfully waited for his broom, and he also noticed that Dong Li had brought over an insect spray during this process. Seeing this, Qin Guang couldn't help but admire her quick thinking. "Sisterly, I'll attack first. If it comes flying at us, just spray it with the insect spray," Qin Guang said before stepping toward the mutated cockroach. With Qin Guang leading the way, Dong Li was no longer as tense as before. After nodding, she cautiously followed behind him. As the two approached, the mutated cockroach that was eating the bread immediately became alert, opening its wings and showing its fangs, seemingly issuing a silent warning. When they were about 5 meters away from it, the mutated cockroach flapped its wings and soared into the air, directly lunging at Qin Guang. Having faced a mutant rat before, Qin Guang remained calm and swung the broom horizontally toward the mutated cockroach. However, the flying cockroach was quite agile and easily dodged the swing by making a quick turn in the air, continuing its dive toward Qin Guang. "Spray it," Qin Guang shouted back to Dong Li, and his broom made a quick turn to continue swinging at the mutated cockroach. Of course, to prevent Dong Li from faltering in a critical moment, Qin Guang's grip on the metal ball was ready to activate, ready to be thrown to the ground to summon lightning. Fortunately, Dong Li did not disappoint Qin Guang. At that crucial moment, she sprayed the insect spray toward the airborne mutated cockroach. A cloud of white mist covered a large area in the air, enveloping the flying mutated cockroach. Instantly, its flying speed dropped sharply, and it showed signs of wobbling and about to fall to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Guang brought the broom down hard, smashing it directly to the ground. After hitting it, Qin Guang did not stop and continued to strike until slime began to ooze out of the mutated cockroach's body. "Phew, finally killed it. Are you okay?" Seeing the motionless mutated cockroach, Qin Guang let out a sigh of relief and turned to Dong Li. At this moment, Dong Li, who had slumped to the ground without any regard for her appearance, said, "Thank goodness you came, or I would have been in danger." After a moment of recovery, she gratefully said to Qin Guang, "You're okay. I'm glad." Qin Guang smiled and said, "Where's your special plastic bag? Let me help you clean it up." "No need. I can clean it myself." At this point, Dong Li had also regained her composure. She quickly got up, took out a plastic bag with a sealing ring and disposable gloves, and began to clean up. Seeing this, Qin Guang did not insist further and instead walked around the room to figure out how this mutated cockroach had gotten in. After all, since the outbreak of the virus, everyone's vigilance had increased significantly, and any gaps in windows were blocked with items. A cockroach this large could not just come in casually. As Qin Guang turned around the house, Dong Li had finished cleaning up the mutated cockroach's body. "Did you find anything?" After tossing the cockroach's body into a special trash bin on the street, Dong Li eagerly asked upon returning. This was the question Dong Li was most concerned about. If she couldn't find the source, she wouldn't dare to sleep. "Yeah, I found that the drainage pipe of the air conditioner in your bedroom was bitten through. This cockroach must have crawled in through there. I'll go downstairs and get something to block the hole." As for the air conditioner's drainage pipe, it can only be temporarily kept indoors. The water that flows out can be collected in a bucket, Qin Guang explained as he led Dong Li into her bedroom, pointing at the drainage pipe. "Thank you so much." Dong Li quickly expressed her gratitude, realizing that if she couldn't find the problem, she wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. "Also, the sealing strip of your refrigerator door has been chewed through, and quite a bit of food inside has been eaten," Qin Guang pointed out another issue. Dong Li hurried to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and saw that many ingredients were scattered, and more importantly, all the food had been gnawed at, some more than others. "That damn cockroach. Now I have to go buy food again," she said through gritted teeth. Although research has shown that the 9 virus dies within 10 minutes at a temperature of 100 degrees Celsius, theoretically, food boiled for more than 10 minutes would not be infected. However, for ordinary people, given the choice, who would want to eat food that had been gnawed at by cockroaches, especially a mutated one, if not handled properly, it could lead to infection with the 9 virus. At this point, Qin Guang, who was standing nearby, heard her and, after some thought, voiced his concerns. Sisterly, most shops are closed at night, and it's quite risky to go out now. I still have some ingredients at my place. If you don't mind, you can come over for a meal. After all, night is when mosquitoes are most active, and the likelihood of being bitten by them would definitely increase. Thank you very much. After a moment of contemplation, Dongli finally nodded. She understood what Qin Guang was saying. After the two tidied up the room a bit, Dongli followed Qin Guang to his place on the first floor. To be honest, even though they were tenants in the same building and had lived there for nearly 2 years, it was their first time visiting each other's apartments. I didn't expect you to live alone, and your room is quite tidy, Dongli remarked as she surveyed the room after entering. Feeling a bit shy from being complimented by a beautiful woman, Qin Guang rubbed his nose and quickly replied, "It's okay. I think your room is even more organized." Sisterly, are you eating rice or noodles? There aren't many ingredients in my fridge, so I'm afraid you might have to make do tonight, Qin Guang said somewhat awkwardly after the two entered the kitchen. To save money, his second-hand refrigerator didn't have much meat, usually just a few eggs and some vegetables. With nothing else. Just boil some noodles, I'm on a diet anyway. Of course, Dongli was well aware of Qin Guang's living conditions, and because of that, her gaze towards him softened a bit. After saying that, Dongli started cooking the noodles herself, while Qin Guang helped out beside her. Both of them were quite skilled in the kitchen, and soon they had cooked a bowl of noodles. During this process, Qin Guang wanted to add 2 eggs for Dongli, but she firmly refused, insisting on her diet and only adding some vegetables. Thank you for today. As she ate the noodles, Dongli said, "To thank you, come to my house tomorrow, and I'll treat you to a big meal." With a beautiful woman inviting him to dinner, Qin Guang obviously wouldn't refuse and nodded with a smile to agree. While Dongli was eating, the two also chatted about the current virus infection trends, transitioning from the virus to their own lives. During this month of viral spread, the pressure of life on everyone had been immense, and their mutual sharing alleviated the worries in their hearts quite well. Unknowingly, their relationship grew a little closer. After finishing the noodles, Qin Guang took his tools and helped Dongli seal the holes in the air conditioner, while also carefully checking the entire room. There shouldn't be any problems now. I'll find a way to buy a new seal for your refrigerator tomorrow and help you install it. After measuring the specifications of the refrigerator door with a tape measure, Qin Guang said, "I won't say too many thanks. Just look forward to tomorrow's feast." Dongli laughed. After they said goodnight to each other, Qin Guang returned to his room, since he had to get up early the next day to look for a new summer job. He read until about 10 o'clock, then went to bed early. About half an hour after Qin Guang fell asleep, the surface of the metal ball by his bed suddenly glowed with a faint blue light, and a line of text passed over the surface of the sphere. If a member of a high-level alien civilization were here, they would instantly recognize this as a universal language of the cosmos. The text read, "Self-check complete, system reboot." Chapter 4. First contact as the universal language of the cosmos flashed across the surface of the sphere with the system reboot. The entire sphere suddenly emitted a faint blue glow and began to float slowly, defying gravity. Qin Guang, who had already fallen into a deep sleep, didn't notice this strange scene at all. After the metal ball rose, the faint blue light on its surface formed a fan shape, scanning in all directions like a radar. Every object that was swept by this faint blue light would glow faintly, including Qin Guang's body. This glow seemed almost alive, slowly penetrating into the body as it flickered. This phenomenon lasted for more than a minute, after which the surface of the metal ball displayed another line of universal text. Scan complete, target planet confirmed, intelligent life detected, beginning execution of plan. Plan 1. Acquire knowledge of the target planet. The metal ball moved again, this time floating directly to the old desktop computer in Qin Guang's house. And from the top of the ball, a small hole opened from which thin metallic filaments emerged. These filaments quickly gathered into a cluster and, like fingers, skillfully pressed the computer's power button, with some of them entering through the computer's interface. The computer had just started up when the screen that was supposed to light up quickly dimmed, and even the fan speed of the host decreased rapidly, minimizing the noise. If Qin Guang had woken up and adjusted the computer screen to brighten it, he would have been shocked to find that his nearly obsolete old computer had booted up and opened a web page, quickly copying all the content from it in less than 10 seconds. Initially, the copied content was randomly selected. However, it quickly became purposeful, covering everything from the origin of humanity to cutting-edge technology. At this moment, a new line of text appeared on the surface of the metal ball. But this time it was not in the universal language of the cosmos, but in simplified Chinese. Plan 2. Supplement energy. Once the text emerged from the metal ball, it released some of the metallic filaments, which extended into the socket, and then electrical sparks spread along these filaments. If Qin Guang had checked the electric meter at that moment, he would have been pained to see that the old electric meter was spinning wildly. The speed was definitely more terrifying than all the appliances in the house being turned on at once. And even the old wires were heating up due to the excessive current passing through. Normally, such a large current would have tripped the circuit breaker long ago. But nothing happened. Thus, completely unaware, Qin Guang slept soundly until the next morning. When the alarm clock rang at 7, he groggily woke up. Turning over to get out of bed, he turned off the alarm on his phone, and as usual, with his sleepy eyes, he walked towards the bathroom to wash his face and brush his teeth. However, as he casually scanned the bedroom, he suddenly felt that something was amiss. He glanced back, and in the next moment, his sleepy eyes widened in shock, and a look of undeniable fear appeared on his face. Because he saw the metal ball he had picked up was now quietly floating in the air. This bizarre scene sent chills down Qin Guang's spine, causing him to tremble involuntarily, a natural fear of the unknown. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to calm down. Having been an orphan since childhood, his nerves were already tougher than those of his peers, and the various events since the outbreak of the virus had made his heart quite strong. As he thought, Qin Guang quickly realized some issues. This metal ball should not pose much of a threat to him. Or rather, it shouldn't harm him for the time being. Otherwise, if he had been asleep, he probably wouldn't have woken up, and even if he did wake up, he would have likely already been attacked. With this thought, he felt more at ease and then mustered the courage to reach out toward the metal ball, testing it. "Hey, kid, you're quite bold." Just as Qin Guang's hand was about to touch the metal ball, a mechanical synthesized voice sounded. At first, the voice was monotonous and empty, but gradually it took on a more human-like tone. "You can speak?" Qin Guang's hand recoiled as if it had been electrocuted, and he stepped back nervously. He asked with tension and caution. The worst outcome he had anticipated had occurred. This thing might indeed be an alien civilization's product, and its intentions were unclear. "I originally wouldn't speak your language, but fortunately, your species, humans, have developed a communicative network. So I have a general understanding of your language and various knowledge." The metal ball emitted another sound. However, this time, its pronunciation had become more normal, and if one closed their eyes, they might even think it was a young person speaking. Seeing that the other party could communicate and was taking the initiative to do so, Qin Guang's heart immediately settled down a lot. Moreover, he could gather some information from the recent words of the metal sphere. Regardless of its physical structure, its direction of development should be similar to that of humans, focused on technology, albeit at a much higher level. The other party had already gained a rough understanding of humanity through the internet, which meant that some things could not be said carelessly. After a brief pause, Qin Guang carefully considered his words and asked the most crucial question. "May I ask, what is the purpose of you or your civilization coming to our planet?" "Of course, it's to save Earth," the metal sphere replied with a hint of teasing. This time, the metal sphere's pronunciation was not only normal, but even carried emotional undertones. Furthermore, as it spoke, a blue smiley face appeared on its surface. This made Qin Guang feel a bit dazed, as if the metal sphere was not the technological product he had imagined, but rather a living being. The teasing tone, reminiscent of an old friend, also eased Qin Guang's wariness, so he was less formal. "Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Saving Earth, really? I'm speaking the truth. Why don't you believe me?" The metal sphere replied, its surface displaying a helpless shrug. This time, Qin Guang clearly saw the expression, and he felt an inexplicable familiarity with the blue emoji. "Isn't that the kind of expression I use in my daily chats?" Chapter 5:2 Cosmic Civilizations. Upon recognizing that the expression on the sphere's surface was indeed an emoji, Qin Guang gained a deeper understanding of the metal sphere's learning ability. If it could use expressions common in his online chats, it was likely that it had a good grasp of various things on the internet. Qin Guang took a deep breath, his mind racing as he contemplated the current situation. For now, the other party had not shown any malice, so what it had just said was likely true, not just a jest. So, The question arose. You mentioned saving Earth. Does that mean the 9 virus outbreak is something we humans cannot handle? Qin Guang asked with a serious expression. If there really was a crisis on Earth, this was the only thing he could think of. Yes, you guessed right. This virus is a product developed by the Tadar civilization. About a month ago, it was delivered to the solar system through starry transmission technology and launched towards your planet. The metal sphere's tone became serious. Upon hearing this, countless thoughts flashed through Qin Guang's mind. The information was overwhelming. Why would this Tadar civilization do such a thing? And why is your civilization here to save us? Is it some kind of cosmic agreement? How do you plan to save Earth? Since you came to save Earth, why did you fall from the sky and get picked up by me instead of collaborating directly with the government? Qin Guang bombarded the sphere with a series of questions, almost like a machine gun. In reality, his mind was a chaotic mess. It was hard for any normal person to remain calm after learning that Earth was targeted by a higher-level cosmic civilization. Moreover, the 9 virus had already demonstrated terrifying infectious capabilities since its outbreak a month ago. Wait. The metal sphere quickly interjected. You have too many questions. Let me sort them out. The situation starts with the Tadar civilization. The metal sphere began to explain slowly. The Tadar civilization is a very brutal and highly aggressive race. They glorify war and believe that only through the baptism of war can the shortcomings of a civilization be revealed, allowing for constant evolution. Oh, by the way, the Tadar civilization is different from us. They have focused all their technological advancements on biological research. They are very skilled at creating various monsters with extraordinary abilities. They constantly study, develop, and enhance their bodies, with the ultimate goal of being able to traverse the universe using just their physical forms. The top Tadar warriors have already achieved this. How is that even possible? Qin Guang exclaimed in disbelief. Yes, our civilization also finds it incredible, but it's a fact. Once Tadar's strong individuals could traverse the universe with their physical bodies, they made significant progress in cultivating void creatures, creating a type of void mother worm capable of generating miniature wormholes, and thus they ascended to a level 3 cosmic civilization. Let me explain to you. A level 1 cosmic civilization is like you humans, who dominate your own planet and develop your own civilization. A level 2 cosmic civilization requires the ability for space exploration. Well, you are already on your way to becoming a level 2 cosmic civilization. When you humans can build faster-than-light spaceships that can freely enter and exit the solar system, you will officially enter level 2 cosmic civilization. As for level 3 cosmic civilization, it requires the ability to traverse the stars, allowing direct travel from one galaxy to another. Both the Tadar civilization and our Atlantis civilization are level 3 civilizations. And since our 2 civilizations are neighbors and have had several resource conflicts, war broke out. The metal sphere finally laid out the background of the events. Upon hearing the mention of Atlantis, Qin Guang's expression momentarily froze as he recalled the once-renowned prehistoric civilization ruins on Earth. However, he did not dwell on this and pressed on with the key point. What does the war between your 2 civilizations have to do with Earth? The war broke out 300 years ago. Although our Atlantis civilization has the upper hand due to many cosmic warships, the individual combat strength of those who can traverse the universe in the Tadar civilization is simply too strong. They often successfully ambush our planetary fortresses with their unparalleled mobility. As a result, since neither side could do anything to the other, the war turned into a protracted stalemate. 300 years of war is not something even a level 3 cosmic civilization like ours can easily endure. We are a technological civilization, so it's a bit better. As long as we have sufficient mineral resources and energy, we can continuously produce warships. But for the Tadar civilization, cultivating war monsters is not that easy. After all, the more powerful the creature, the longer it takes to cultivate. Ultimately, to solve this problem, the Tadar civilization turned its attention to other life planets. They would deploy a special virus, which you refer to as the 9 virus, to gradually alter the biological species on other planets. When the life forms on the target planet become qualified war monsters, they will be taken away by the Tadar civilization and sent to the battlefield. The metal sphere finished speaking and hovered quietly, seemingly waiting for Qin Guang to digest this information. After listening, Qin Guang remained silent for nearly 5 minutes before hoarsely asking, "So, the Tadar civilization sees our Earth as a fodder manufacturing camp?" Yes. The metal sphere's simple answer left Qin Guang both outraged and powerless. In the end, he could only punch the wall, venting his emotions. "Sorry, I lost my composure. I don't know how your Atlantis civilization plans to help us. Qin Guang took a deep breath to regain his calm before asking. Now that things were clear, the Tadar civilization had set its sights on Earth, so the Atlantis civilization, being a sworn enemy, could not sit idly by for whatever reason. This was why the metal sphere had come to Earth. And since it had come, it surely had a plan. Chapter 6 Methods and Pieces. Although I am here to save your planet, you should also know that we have been fighting against the Tadal civilization for so long that we understand each other. How could they not understand us? The metallic iron ball said seriously. Upon hearing this, Qin Guang suddenly had a bad premonition. What do you mean? There are ways to save your planet. But it's not as easy as you think. I can provide methods, but more importantly, you need to save yourselves. After all, you are quite aware of how many species exist on a planet and how many organisms are currently infected with this virus. So, don't say that I'm the only one who came here. Even if a fully assembled fleet were sent over, dealing with this matter wouldn't be easy. The metallic iron ball continued, as if giving Qin Guang a warning. Just say what you need to say. Is it typical for your Atlantis civilization to speak in such roundabout ways? Qin Guang said, taking a deep breath. If I'm not mistaken, you want me to provide a vaccine for the 9 virus, right? The metallic iron ball said. Qin Guang immediately nodded, and his bad premonition grew even stronger. Sure enough, a shrugging expression appeared on the surface of the metallic iron ball. Then I can only regretfully tell you that this method won't work. Why? Is it that with your technology, you can't crack this virus and develop a vaccine? Qin Guang looked incredulous. If the Atlantis civilization can't even solve these viruses, how could they have sustained a war with the Tadal civilization for so long? If the other side had released viruses on a large scale, wouldn't they have one already? Suddenly, Qin Guang thought of something, looked up and down at the metallic iron ball, and asked in surprise, is it possible that your Atlantis civilization has already become mechanical life? If that's the case, then there really is no need to worry about any viruses. No, the Atlanteans actually look quite similar to you Earthlings. Also, allow me to introduce myself. I am the latest developed 520 type artificial intelligence. Although I am just a basic artificial intelligence, my source code has adopted the latest generation of construction models, possessing stronger learning and upgrading potential. As he spoke, the metallic iron ball displayed a proud expression. Ahem, I got off topic. Although the biological technology of the Tadal civilization is superior to ours, it is not impossible for our civilization to decode the 9 virus. As long as I collect the data and then communicate it to the nearest planetary fortress via quantum communication, we can develop a vaccine within 24 hours. However, there is a major problem. The 9 virus is not as constant as you might imagine. In fact, it is a virus that can continuously evolve autonomously. And it evolves every 1 to 2 weeks based on the Earth's environment. Each time it evolves, the previously studied vaccine becomes ineffective, the metallic iron ball explained seriously. Upon hearing this, Qin Guang's face turned slightly pale. He understood what this meant. Even if the Atlantis civilization was willing to continuously research vaccines for them, with so many people globally, their vaccine production speed couldn't keep up with the virus's evolution speed. However, Qin Guang quickly calmed down and looked at the metallic iron ball, asking earnestly, all right, although the vaccine path is not feasible, I believe that since you have come, you must have a way to solve the problem. Can you tell me what that method is now? Actually, the matter is not as complicated as you imagine. The metallic iron ball floated to the computer and extended a black thread to control it again, displaying various mutated organisms that had appeared during this time. The harms caused by the 9 virus are actually only defined by you humans. In reality, the original intention of the Tadal civilization in researching this thing was to allow living beings to continuously metamorphose, thereby enhancing their life level. Of course, the only problem is that the Tadal civilization can indirectly use this virus to control the evolving organisms. But if we disregard the risk of being controlled, from the perspective of evolution, the 9 virus is actually a groundbreaking product in the biological field. However, the metamorphosis is too severe for the vast majority of organisms to bear, leading to genetic collapse, resulting in them becoming like monsters and losing their sanity. The metallic iron ball enlarged an image of a mutated mouse and said with some emotion. Looking at the screen on the computer, Qin Guang had to admit that if it were natural evolution, it would take countless years for mice to evolve to such an extent. However, with the help of the 9 virus, it was completed in just a month. Therefore, to fight against this catastrophe, you humans need to learn to utilize this virus. The current 9 virus is still in its growth stage. Of course, after a month of evolution, It is about to enter its maturity stage. Once the virus reaches maturity, these infected animals will undergo further changes. The most obvious change will be the growth of a strange crystal on their pituitary gland. Our civilization calls it the source crystal. This source crystal is the perfect product of the combination of the 9 virus and life energy. As long as you humans consume this source crystal, you will not only enjoy the benefits brought by the 9 viruses' evolution of the body, but also have a supplement of life energy, allowing your bodies to withstand this drastic change and enabling you to become the superheroes seen in movies. The metallic iron ball switched to a persuasive tone as he spoke. Is it really that simple to solve the problem? Qin Guang felt a bit dazed. Humans use the source crystal to become superheroes to solve this disaster? Ahem. Of course. It's not as simple as you think. Since the 9 virus will continue to evolve, the monsters infected with this virus will also continue to evolve and grow stronger. In such a situation, if you humans do not want to fall behind, you also need to continuously evolve and grow stronger using the source crystal. However, every evolution is a leap in life level. If the genes in your bodies cannot bear it, they will collapse, leading to death or turning into zombies. However, based on our civilization's experience, with a massive base of billions, there will always be organisms that can reach the top and become true strong beings capable of traversing the stars. By then, not only can you solve the problems on the planet, but you will also have the ability to launch attacks against the Tatal civilization to avenge your deceased compatriots. The metallic iron ball said passionately, I have one more question. Since the source crystal is a combination of the 9 virus and life energy, does that mean the source crystal still contains the 9 virus? If we utilize the source crystal to evolve, will we be controlled by the Tatal civilization because of this? Qin Guang asked. No, we have been fighting the Tatal civilization for so long that we have also been continuously learning their biological technology. Once you become strong, we will have ways to solve this problem. Moreover, during your growth process, we will keep providing help to reduce the probability of genetic collapse and assist potential humans in becoming strong. The metallic iron ball immediately answered. However, after hearing this answer, Qin Guang fell into a long silence. What is wrong with you? The metallic iron ball asked, somewhat puzzled. Analyzing human behavior patterns based on online data, it expected that a normal human should feel delighted and excited after hearing this news. In fact, the 9 virus released by the Tatal civilization is not something you cannot solve. Rather, you have chosen to use it against us, nurturing the strong of our planet. As long as we grow strong, we will naturally harbor animosity towards the Tatal civilization, becoming the pieces that your Atlantis civilization uses to deal with the Tatal civilization. Am I right? 520 type artificial intelligence. Qin Guang said, his voice slightly hoarse. Chapter 7 Signing the Covenant. When Qin Guang voiced his suspicion about being a piece, the atmosphere in the room suddenly fell into an eerie silence. A floating metallic iron ball's surface shimmered with a faint blue light, indicating its restlessness. After a full 5 minutes, the metallic ball slowly spoke. You are smarter than I imagined. I cannot deny that the high-ranking officials of the Atlantis civilization indeed have intentions in this regard, but it's not as dire as you say. First, the biological technology of the Tatar civilization is indeed superior to ours. The primitive viruses they release are altered to varying degrees based on the specific conditions of the target planet, making it impossible for us to establish a primitive database for detailed analysis. Secondly, every time the Tatar civilization releases a virus, they deploy it to at least hundreds of life planets simultaneously, making comprehensive rescue extremely difficult. Moreover, with our side having significant movements, the Tatar civilization cannot possibly turn a blind eye. That is why this model is adopted, the metallic ball said solemnly. Sigh. Being backward means being beaten. I understand that. Qin Guang sighed lightly, accepting this explanation. He had no choice but to accept it. It was a straightforward plot. As long as you understand. The metallic ball's voice became cheerful. Then let's sign the pact now. After signing the pact, we will be companions, and I will help you survive the upcoming calamity. As it spoke, it projected a blue light screen filled with dense text. Qin Guang skimmed through the pact, which roughly stated that the 520 type artificial intelligence would do its best to help him survive this disaster and assist him in growing. If he could truly grow and become strong, he would later need to join the Atlantis civilization's camp to jointly resist the Tatar civilization. Qin Guang had no issues with the pact itself, but he still had a question in his mind. Why did you seek me to sign such a pact instead of going directly to the high-ranking officials of the country? Wouldn't that make your task easier? Qin Guang asked directly. You should know that human hearts are the hardest to gauge. I fear that if I approached them, cooperation would fail, and I would instead be dismantled for research. When I entered Earth, I was discovered by the Tadar civilization's guards in synchronous orbit. I fought him to a standstill, and my main body was completely destroyed, leaving only this calculation core, which now has no combat capability at all, the metallic ball expressed with a helpless shrug. Of course, there was one thing it did not mention. Last night, while scanning the surrounding environment, it had already read Qin Guang's memories and understood what kind of person he was, which is why it signed this pact. I see. Upon hearing this answer, Qin Guang felt that the artificial intelligence before him had come to life. At least it was afraid of death, rather than being a cold machine. The signing process was simple. After writing the word agree, Qin Guang placed his palm on the light screen before him. Instantly, his genetic code appeared at the signature location. All right, from this moment on, we are companions. The metallic ball's surface displayed a smiling face. Qin Guang also smiled. For a time, the shadow of the 9 virus had loomed over every human heart, and he was no exception. Before the virus, everyone was vulnerable. Now he finally had some confidence and immediately asked, "Little ball, since we have signed the pact and you understand our Earth, what should we do next to save it? You are the little ball, your whole family is balls. I am an artificial intelligence, and I come from the 3rd-level civilization of Atlantis. According to your Earth-S terminology, it would not be an exaggeration to call me Lord Envoy." The surface of the little ball suddenly displayed an angry expression. Cough. Titles are just code names. We can discuss that later. Let's get down to business, Qin Guang said with a serious face. In fact, he had already begun to curse inwardly. What a joke. How could he possibly address a palm-sized metal object as Lord Envoy? Moreover, the other party now had only a calculation core left, with no combat power. This was an excellent opportunity to establish the hierarchy between the two parties. Seeing Qin Guang's serious expression, the little ball indeed shifted its attention. The surface of the sphere took on a serious expression, and it spoke earnestly. Once the 9 virus reaches maturity, its terrifying nature will far exceed your imagination. Therefore, the first thing you need to do now is to ensure your own safety. Qin Guang's expression changed upon hearing this, and he immediately pressed for more details. How terrifying exactly? You've seen those mutated cockroaches and mutated rats. They have basically completed their transformation due to their small size. You can imagine what would happen if such changes occurred in humans or other large animals. Once the 9 virus reaches maturity, it signifies the beginning of such transformations. Based on my scan of the mutated mosquitoes around your house last night, I found that the 9 virus is very close to maturity, which will happen in the next 3 to 4 days. Hearing this, Qin Guang's face changed repeatedly. He had personally experienced how much stronger mutated rats were compared to ordinary ones, and if such changes were to happen to a human, he truly dared not think further. Moreover, with only 3 to 4 days left, it was incredibly urgent, and he had made no preparations at all. The little ball showed no sign of understanding Qin Guang's feelings. It once again released blue light from its surface, projecting it into the air to form a light screen. Those infected by the 9 virus, whether humans or animals, we collectively refer to as zombies. Last night, I scanned your body, and with your current physical condition, any human zombie could easily tear you apart. That's why I said your most important task now is to ensure your own safety. As it spoke, a list appeared on the light screen. We of the Atlantis civilization have long anticipated this situation, so every signer enjoys a federal subsidy of 1,000 points. This is the exchange list. In the near-apocalyptic environment, whether you can survive depends first on how effectively you can utilize these 1,000 points. Qin Guang's gaze was instantly drawn to the items on this list. Gauss rifles, laser assault rifles, plasma ray guns. Looking at the various sci-fi weapons in the first row of the list, he began to feel excited. In the second row, there were various models of powered exoskeleton armor. Although Qin Guang couldn't understand the parameters listed, from the demonstration images, he could see humanoid beings wearing powered exoskeleton armor easily destroying skyscrapers, and with a single shot. They could create a massive pit with a diameter of over 10 meters on the ground. By the time he reached the third row, the list displayed miniature spacecraft capable of freely traversing space, with a not-so-large main cannon that could easily pulverize meteors hundreds of meters in diameter. As for the last row, it featured various mechs ranging from 10 to over 100 meters. In the introduction videos of these mechs, he saw scenes of space battles, and each mech possessed world-destroying power. All of this left Qin Guang somewhat dazzled. He instinctively swallowed hard and looked at the little ball, asking with an expression full of expectation, "Can I exchange for all of these?" In response to Qin Guang's question, the little ball displayed a mischievous smile and answered in a teasing tone, "Of course not. I just wanted to show you these to give you an understanding of our Atlantis civilization's technological power. What you can exchange for are only these." The light screen flickered, and soon only a handful of items remained. These dozen or so items were half various types of equipment, while the rest were liquids contained in test tubes, likely medications. Among these items, the only one that seems a bit special is perhaps the vehicle at the bottom, which looks somewhat like a cargo truck. Chapter 8 Base Battle Vehicle. Qin Guang felt that his mood was like a roller coaster, having been on cloud 9 just moments ago, only to plummet to the depths. Looking at the items refreshed on the screen, and then at the smug grin appearing on the surface of the small sphere, he really wanted to slap it away. Regardless, these are all alien technologies, so they shouldn't be too bad. Qin Guang tried to convince himself in his heart as he carefully examined the items before him. He first looked at the potions, but the hopeful expression in his eyes quickly turned to disappointment. Most of these potions were for healing, some for stopping bleeding, some for bone restoration, and others for detoxification. There were even a few that had enhancing effects on the body, but they weren't direct enhancements. They were more auxiliary types. For example, a potion that increases muscle activity can help train muscles. Another example is a potion that speeds up metabolism, aiding in the recovery of physical strength. In short, there was none of the superhuman enhancing potions he had imagined. With a slightly disappointed gaze, he shifted his attention to the items that resembled tools. When he realized the descriptions of these items, he sadly discovered that they were not tools in the sense he had hoped, but rather various types of repair tools. Among these tools, the only humanoid creation that gave him a sense of technological beauty was just a maintenance robot, which had no combat capabilities. If there was anything Qin Guang wanted to exchange, it was only the cargo truck at the bottom of the list, labeled as a base battle vehicle. The reason Qin Guang wanted to exchange for it was not because of its name as a base battle vehicle or the introduction stating it was the greatest guarantee for survival in the apocalypse. It was because it was a vehicle, even if it was just a cargo truck. Exchanging for it would at least represent that he had become part of the car-owning class. This could save him several years of hard work. Of course, even though he already had the idea in his mind, just as the small sphere said, whether he could survive in that near-apocalyptic environment in the future was crucial for this exchange. So he directly focused his gaze on the small sphere floating in front of him and said, "Let's stop beating around the bush. Just give me the optimal solution." Without giving the small sphere any chance to be glib, Qin Guang continued, "Since your Atlantis civilization has conducted so many rescue operations, you must have ample experience on how a newcomer like me can survive at the start. Well, you're really boring." The small sphere displayed a helpless shrugging expression, and then the contents of the list began to change until only the base battle vehicle that Qin Guang had his eyes on and the humanoid maintenance robot remained. The design blueprint for the base battle vehicle was 900 points, and the design blueprint for the maintenance robot was 100 points. So exchanging for these two would just total 1,000 points. Since you've been an automotive repair apprentice, basic car assembly shouldn't be a problem. So the maintenance robot design blueprint can be saved, allowing you to use those points to exchange for potions that can enhance your abilities more quickly, the small sphere said, its surface displaying a clever expression. However, Qin Guang's attention was completely not on what it was saying. Instead, he dug at his ears and uncertainly asked, "What did you just say? Base battle vehicle design blueprint? Design blueprint? 900 points, and you only give me one design blueprint?" The last sentence was almost a roar from Qin Guang. You need to know that knowledge is valuable. This design blueprint for the base battle vehicle, although a stripped-down version, a weakened version, still comes from our Atlantis civilization. Whether it's the design concept, the manufacturing process, or the thermodynamics and dynamics contained within this knowledge, it absolutely exceeds your current technological level. Even if sold to any national leader, it could easily fetch hundreds of millions. Now, selling it to you for 900 points is definitely a bargain price, the small sphere immediately retorted. You say that S for national leaders. You don't see what kind of person I am, just a poor student whose bike is secondhand. You give me a design blueprint. What use is it to me except as toilet paper? Am I supposed to take this design blueprint to a car factory and pay to have it custom made? Even if I sold my kidney or blood, I probably couldn't afford a car chassis. Qin Guang continued to roar. This was both a strong expression of his dissatisfaction and a way to lay the groundwork for future bargaining. He didn't believe that 900 points could really only exchange for one design blueprint. The metal sphere before him was artificial intelligence, not artificial stupidity. It should be very clear that giving him a design blueprint would leave him unable to do anything. Sure enough, after Qin Guang's outburst, the small sphere displayed a wry smile and calmly stated that 900 points could indeed only be exchanged for one design blueprint. This was a rule set by the Atlantis civilization, and I cannot change it. However, I do offer after-sales service. The normal process requires you to purchase that simple maintenance robot design blueprint, and then under my guidance, you can assemble the maintenance robot. This is something any normal person can accomplish. Then I will control the maintenance robot to build the base battle vehicle for you. Of course, during this process, you will need to provide materials. Considering the differences in each planetary civilization and manufacturing processes, I brought a Type 52 industrial-grade molecular assembler with me. With this molecular assembler, even if you provide basic raw materials like iron ore, I can produce the parts needed for the base battle vehicle. Hearing the small sphere's explanation, Qin Guang finally understood. And everything made sense. Moreover, if he only needed to provide raw materials, he might still have some way to manage. All right, then I'll listen to you in exchange for the base battle vehicle design blueprint first. Qin Guang nodded and said, Ding. 900 points deducted successfully. Initiating quantum communication. Connecting to the planetary fortress, requesting to purchase design blueprint number 89553. At this moment, the small sphere did not imitate a human tone, but instead spoke in an electronic synthesized voice. As the voice sounded, a strong blue light appeared on the entire surface of the sphere, blinding Qin Guang and giving him a strong sense of palpitations. Fortunately, this brilliance lasted for less than 3 seconds. All right, purchase successful. Here is the design blueprint for the base vehicle. Additionally, here is the materials list. You should find a way to purchase them quickly. The small sphere's voice suddenly became cheerful. Qin Guang did not look at the design blueprint first, but instead asked with some confusion, Did you just directly contact the Atlantis civilization? Don't you have the design blueprint for the base battle vehicle in your knowledge base? I told you before, knowledge is wealth. Especially for me as an artificial intelligence. Aside from public consultations like news, any knowledge requires payment. It's not like you can just freely search for things online. Of course, now that I'm purchasing the design blueprint for you, I also conveniently copied a copy. You don't mind, do you? The small sphere displayed a smiling expression. After hearing the small sphere's words, Qin Guang didn't know why, but even though he felt taken advantage of, he was not angry. Instead, he felt a bit sorry for the other party. Of course, this feeling did not last long, because when he focused his gaze on the list, he couldn't help but frown. Chapter 9. Blue Dream Rain. The list of materials was not extensive, only a little over 20 types, and none of them were particularly expensive. However, the problem was that the quantities required were simply too large. 3 tons of iron alone were needed, while other metals like copper, aluminum, zinc, and mercury required anywhere from a few pounds to hundreds of pounds. In addition, a certain amount of glass, plastic, rubber, carbon fiber, and similar materials were also needed. Originally, Qin Guang planned to go to a recycling station to purchase these items, as the little ball mentioned that even basic raw materials would suffice. So scrap iron would certainly work. But the issue was that the quantities required were so massive that he couldn't afford them at all. Just considering iron, he needed 3 tons, which is 6,000 pounds. In Linhai City, the current price for purchasing scrap iron is almost 1 yuan per pound. If he wanted to buy 6,000 pounds of iron, this expenditure would amount to 6,000 yuan. As for the other materials, although the quantities weren't too large, Qin Guang estimated that if he wanted to buy everything, he'd need at least 10,000 yuan. However, his total savings were less than 5,000 yuan. Even the money for 6,000 pounds of scrap iron was insufficient. Little ball, do I have to buy all the materials on the list? If it's not enough, can I build a weakened version of the base vehicle? Qin Guang hesitated for a moment and awkwardly asked, I told you not to call me Little Ball. You can call me Your Excellency. The little ball roared before answering, It can be done. But you must understand that the design I've given you has already been weakened once. If it's weakened again, the defensive power will continue to decline, and the risks you will face after the apocalypse will greatly increase. At this point, it paused and tempted him. According to the behavioral norms I've summarized from the internet, in this situation, you should choose to borrow money to solve this problem. Besides, the apocalypse is coming soon. You won't even have to pay back the borrowed money. Isn't that great? Hearing this, Qin Guang instinctively furrowed his brows. As an orphan, he had always been particularly sensitive to the eyes of others, whether it was due to pride or not wanting to see pity in others' gazes. He had never asked anyone for help since he left the orphanage. He completed everything independently, even if it meant putting in several times the effort. First, mark the essential materials. I'll go buy a batch of materials, Qin Guang said, looking at the room he had lived in for 3 years, feeling somewhat reluctant to continue. I can sell the appliances and furniture at home to get some money. What if selling these old antiques still isn't enough? The little ball immediately added. Qin Guang's face darkened instantly. After holding back for a while, he finally uttered 2 words, borrow money. Pride is important, but no matter how important it is, it can't compare to life. He knew how to prioritize. After confirming a feasible plan, Qin Guang immediately took action, quickly washed his face and brushed his teeth, then made a bowl of clear noodle soup for breakfast. He took his bank card and all the cash hidden in the drawer and pushed the door out. Good morning, Qin Guang. Remember to come over for dinner tonight. I'll prepare a sumptuous feast for you. At this moment, Dong Li happened to come down from the 2nd floor and greeted Qin Guang. At that moment, Dong Li's long legs, shining under the sunlight, appeared even more alluring. Qin Guang cleared his throat to mask his momentary distraction and smiled. Then I'll be blessed tonight. I'm even considering whether to eat less at noon to save room for tonight's feast. Hee. Learning to be slick at a young age, Dong Li laughed, giving Qin Guang a playful glare before becoming serious. Are you going out to look for a job today? Qin Guang hesitated slightly, but nodded, as he hadn't yet figured out what excuse to give Dong Li for what he needed to do. You should know the current situation. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. If it really doesn't work out, I have some savings here, Dong Li said earnestly. Qin Guang felt warmth in his heart and replied, Don't worry, Sister Li. I've saved enough for tuition. Now I just need to earn living expenses. Even if I can't earn enough, I can work part-time while studying after school, not to mention there's also financial aid. Then I can rest easy. See you tonight. Dong Li waved at Qin Guang and got into her cherry, driving out of the small courtyard. Watching Dong Li leave, Qin Guang pushed his second-hand bicycle out of the storage room and rode toward the largest recycling station in Linhai City. Although Qin Guang's bicycle was second-hand, after multiple modifications at the repair shop, it rode just as well as those mountain bikes or fixies, of course, excluding appearance. Riding through the old neighborhood, he quickly reached Riverside Avenue. Typically, during rush hour, this heavily trafficked main road would make it difficult to ride fast, even on a bicycle, let alone a car. However, now, there were only a few vehicles on the main road, and the breakfast stalls that usually appeared at street corners had vanished without a trace. It's getting more and more desolate by the day, Qin Guang thought as he passed 2 intersections and glanced at a closed fried dough stick and soybean milk shop. Letting out a soft sigh. This was a place he often came to for breakfast. The prices were cheap, and the food was good. Yesterday, it was the only breakfast shop open in the area, but he didn't expect it to be closed today. Shifting his gaze forward, it wasn't long before he saw a car parked by the roadside. Beside the car stood a young girl in a black fitted long dress, which accentuated her curves, and her high heels added to her noble aura. At that moment, she was holding her phone in one hand, anxiously making a call, while the other hand pulled out a spray bottle from her handbag, continuously spraying around her. From Qin Guang's estimate, it seemed to be some kind of insect repellent. Clearly, the other party was encountering some trouble. Otherwise, she wouldn't have stopped in such a densely wooded area. However, Qin Guang had no intention of going over to help. He already had enough troubles of his own. Just then, the girl turned in his direction, and suddenly, a stunningly beautiful face came into his view. Seeing this beauty, Qin Guang hesitated for a moment. This was not because he was attracted by her looks, but because this girl, who had suitors that could circle the playground, was his university classmate, Lan Mingyu. Lan Mingyu was truly a rich and beautiful girl. Not only was her face stunning and her figure impressive, but she was also not just a pretty face. Her grades were among the top in the entire department. Besides that, it was said she had won national-level awards in piano and dance. Not to mention her own good conditions, her family background was enviable. It was said her father was a government official and her mother ran a private enterprise. It was not an exaggeration to call someone like Lan Mingyu a heavenly favored daughter. Qin Guang often wondered why there was such a vast gap between people from birth. This could be seen from the fact that she could drive a car before graduating from university, while he could only ride a second-hand bicycle. To be honest, some feelings of inferiority made Qin Guang really reluctant to approach her. But when he saw that there was no one in the car and that Lan Mingyu looked anxious and uneasy, he finally couldn't bear it and turned his bike toward her. Lan Mingyu, do you need any help? He pulled the bike to the side and was the first to greet her. Having just finished her call, Lan Mingyu was startled to hear a man's voice beside her. However, when she turned her head and saw Qin Guang, her expression immediately changed to one of surprise. Qin Guang, Lan Mingyu greeted with a crisp voice. And seeing a familiar face at this moment made anyone feel happy. How did you park the car here? Qin Guang looked around the environment. Especially at the bushes on the tree-lined road, there were quite a few mosquitoes in places like this. I didn't want it either. My aunt just called, and I pulled over to take the call, but now the car won't start. I've already called a towing company, but they said they're short-staffed and it will take at least 45 minutes for them to arrive, Lan Mingyu said with a hint of frustration mixed with some nervousness. While speaking, she sprayed her insect repellent a couple of times towards the bushes, clearly showing that she was quite cautious. Can't start, huh? Qin Guang looked at the Volkswagen in front of him and said, I usually work temporary jobs at a car repair shop during the summer, so if you trust me, maybe I can take a look. Do you know how to fix cars? Lan Mingyu asked in surprise, looking at Qin Guang. Yeah, Qin Guang didn't hold back, saying seriously. From my freshman year until now, I have 8 months of experience in auto repair. My skills may not match those of the experienced mechanics, but I'm not much worse than an average repairman. If it were another car, I might not be too confident, but I've repaired quite a few Volkswagens, especially the Passat. However, halfway through his sentence, Qin Guang seemed to hit a snag. He stepped forward to take a serious look at the front of the car and immediately thought to himself, I'm sorry, this is my first time seeing a Phaeton, and I didn't recognize it right away. I can't repair luxury cars like this. The Volkswagen brand is generally affordable for the average person. But there's one series that stands out, the Phaeton. Although the Phaeton looks very similar to the Passat, its positioning directly targets the Mercedes-Benz S-Class and BMW 7 Series. It's hard to compare other luxury cars with it, and it's on a completely different level from the vehicles Qin Guang had repaired before. Qin Guang couldn't help but marvel at how the goddess was indeed a goddess. Even though her family was wealthy, she drove such a low-key luxury car. Completely different from the young ladies he saw flaunting their wealth and news on his phone. Of course, while he marveled, Qin Guang sadly realized that the gap between him and her was widening. The principles of the car should be similar, right? Even if I really can't fix it, I won't blame you. Please, I really don't want to stay in a place like this for long, Lan Mingyu said, putting her hands together in front of her chest in a pleading gesture. Coupled with her ethereal yet slightly coquettish tone, Qin Guang couldn't help but feel a rush of blood to his head. All right, I'll give it a try, Qin Guang said, taking a deep breath. Under normal circumstances, he would never agree to such a request. During his time as an apprentice at the repair shop, the most impressive saying he heard was, if you break it, can you afford to pay for it? Because of this, he wouldn't touch a fault he wasn't sure he could fix. But regardless, he was in his youth and, like most young people, wanted to showcase his talents in front of his goddess, which is why he made an exception this time. He walked back to his bicycle, took the toolbox out of the basket, and fortunately, Qin Guang was used to bringing his own tools to work, so he had them today. Or else he would have been at a loss. He opened the hood, and as soon as he saw the scene inside, his pupils constricted, and he quickly closed the hood again. What's wrong? Lan Mingyu, watching from the side, was startled and quickly asked, Give me your insect repellent, Qin Guang said, while rummaging through the toolbox to put on gloves. Although Lan Mingyu was a bit confused, she didn't ask further and handed over the insect repellent. Stand behind me, Qin Guang said, opening the hood slightly again with one hand while holding the insect repellent in the other, spraying it into the opening. Whoosh! A palm-sized black shadow shot out from the gap in the hood, darting straight down the road to the other side. Was that a mutated cockroach? Lan Mingyu finally reacted, her face pale as she asked. Out of fear, she unconsciously moved a little closer to Qin Guang, and they were almost touching. Although their bodies didn't really make contact, Qin Guang could clearly smell the faint fragrance coming from Lan Mingyu, making him feel a flutter in his heart amidst the original tension. Yes, it's fine now, Qin Guang said, fully opening the hood. He could see the situation inside clearly. Many wires had bite marks, some just had their insulation scratched off, while others were completely severed. He had only seen mice chewing through wires before. This was the first time he had seen cockroaches biting electrical wires. It was hard to imagine how miserable humanity would be in a post-apocalyptic world. Muttering to himself, Qin Guang took out wire strippers and electrical tape from the toolbox and began to splice the broken wires. This kind of wire breakage is the easiest to repair, and he quickly and skillfully spliced them back together, even carefully wrapping the wires that had their insulation bitten through with several layers of electrical tape. In just 5 minutes. Everything was done. All right, try starting it. It should be fine now. After tidying up the somewhat messy wires into the wire channel, Qin Guang said. Upon hearing this, Lan Mingyu, who had been watching from the sidelines, immediately got into the car to try it out. Sure enough, the car started smoothly. A smile blossomed on Lan Mingyu's delicate face, making Qin Guang's heart flutter again. It's worth noting that usually, even when Lan Mingyu smiled at school, it was a polite smile. This kind of genuine smile was definitely rare. Thank you so much. Have you had breakfast? How about I treat you? Lan Mingyu said shyly as she got out of the car. This was her first time inviting a boy to eat something. Oh, no need. I had breakfast at home. Qin Guang immediately replied. However, as soon as he said it, even though he wasn't very emotionally intelligent, he realized he shouldn't have said that. Sure enough, he caught a glimpse of Lan Mingyu's face turning slightly shy and a bit angry. She never expected that her first invitation to a boy for breakfast would be so decisively rejected. The atmosphere immediately became a bit awkward. Ahem. I need to go look for a job. Qin Guang finally broke the awkwardness first. However, he felt that leaving directly seemed a bit inappropriate, so he added, lately, there are more and more mutated creatures, so if there's nothing important, it's best not to wander around. Also, even if you go out, you should wear long clothes and pants. Wearing a skirt like that makes it easy to get bitten. After saying this, Qin Guang intended to leave directly. But after taking a couple of steps, Lan Mingyu jogged up and blocked his way, asking, wait, you said you were going to find a job? Yes. The owner's little daughter at the auto repair shop I worked at was bitten by a mutated mosquito, so they closed the shop, and I'm unemployed now. Qin Guang could only pull out that excuse again. Lan Mingyu bit her red lip and said, if you don't mind, I can arrange for you to work directly at a company that produces auto parts. Qin Guang opened his mouth, instinctively wanting to refuse. However, before he could speak, Lan Mingyu continued, you should let me finish. There, you can learn about automotive design and production-related knowledge. If you choose this path in the future, it will also help you accumulate more experience. And I really don't want you to waste so much time doing part-time jobs while you're in school. Your abilities are no worse than anyone else's. No. In my opinion, your abilities are the strongest in our class. While you're doing part-time jobs to support yourself, you can still maintain your grades in the top 5 in the class. If you spent all the time you spend on part-time jobs on studying, I believe your grades could even surpass mine. Since you have such talent, university shouldn't be your endpoint. You should consider pursuing a master's degree or even a PhD. Of course, in the 4 years of university, I've never seen you ask anyone for help. In our second year during PE class, you fainted due to low blood sugar. And we classmates raised money to buy you supplements, but you smiled and refused. That night, I saw you handing out flyers on the street. From that moment on, I knew what kind of person you were. Qin Guang couldn't help but open his mouth. He never expected that Lan Mingyu would pay attention to a loser like him. Lan Mingyu seemed to realize she had said too much. Her pretty face flushed slightly, but she still looked directly at Qin Guang and said, to be honest, I really admire your spirit. But admiration does not mean agreement. You must know that a BMW driving on a muddy road can never outrun a Toyota on the highway. So the platform is very important. In my eyes, you are that BMW, and I don't want you to run on a muddy road. So, don't refuse this job. If you really feel indebted to me, you can pay me back tenfold when you start working later. Born into such a family, Lan Mingyu was destined to have mostly encountered the best peers in high society since childhood. But she was very aware that the so-called best was built with many resources. For example, her interests and hobbies in learning and the money spent on hiring top tutors could buy several houses. So, when Qin Guang, an orphan who relied entirely on himself, appeared in her sight, he immediately attracted her attention. At this moment, Qin Guang was truly dumbfounded. He couldn't believe Lan Mingyu would say such things to him, something he had never even dared to imagine before. Her words made him feel that the goddess was not so high and mighty. She was also flesh and blood. He touched his nose. Really didn't expect you to be so eloquent. Thank you for the reminder. The platform is indeed very important. However, I hate male chauvinism the most. Before Qin Guang could finish his sentence, he was immediately interrupted by Lan Mingyu, who was somewhat annoyed. Qin Guang felt a bit dazed. But he quickly reacted and said, it's not what you think. I meant to say instead of helping me find a job, it would be better to give me more direct help, like lending me some money. Qin Guang saw the list given by Xiaoqiu this morning and knew that based on his own ability, he probably wouldn't be able to gather enough money even if he sold everything he had. Originally, he was planning to find a way to borrow some money from Dong Li if things didn't work out, but after hearing Lan Mingyu's words, he suddenly realized that she was the best person to borrow money from. Borrow money? Lan Mingyu felt it was somewhat unbelievable. She had to go through such a long, roundabout way, saying so many reasons, just to consider Qin Guang's feelings. Ahem. Qin Guang cleared his throat. I know. That was a bit abrupt. If you find it difficult, of course, borrowing money is no problem. Lan Mingyu immediately took out a bank card from her bag, which had 300,000 yuan in it. If that's not enough, that's enough. I just need to borrow 10,000 yuan, Qin Guang said. Suddenly feeling his phone in his pocket vibrating wildly, an exaggerated vibration frequency that made him feel like his second-hand phone might explode. However, when he took out his phone, he saw a line of text on the screen. Are you stupid? 10,000 is nowhere near enough. Since you have a rich woman supporting you, it should at least start from 100,000. God Almighty. Seeing this line of text, the veins on Qin Guang's forehead twitched, and he felt it necessary to have a good chat with Xiao Qiu. Just when he wanted to ignore the message and put his phone away, it vibrated again, and the text on the screen changed instantly. It's fine if you don't borrow 100,000, but at least 20,000. It's better to buy more materials to be prepared. If the base vehicle needs repairs or something, you can use it. He could ignore the previous message, but the information revealed in this one made him pay attention. Chapter 11. Buying materials ahem. I've thought about it. If possible, can you lend me 20,000? This way, my funds will be a bit more sufficient. Qin Guang said somewhat awkwardly. After all, this was the first time he borrowed money from someone. As for 100,000, he wouldn't consider it. After the apocalypse, cars on the road would probably just be metal scrap. He just needed enough for now. Okay, no problem. 20,000 doesn't even need a bank card. Lan Mingyu directly transferred the money to Qin Guang via WeChat. Looking at the arrival message on WeChat, Qin Guang's expression was quite complex. This was the first time he had received such a large sum of money in his life. Aren't you curious about what I'm borrowing this money for? Qin Guang asked softly. If you want to say it, I believe you will tell me sooner or later. Lan Mingyu smiled and waved at Qin Guang, then sat in the driver's seat. Having delayed for quite some time, she was about to leave. You will soon know what I'm using this money for, Qin Guang said impulsively, and before Lan Mingyu could respond, he waved goodbye and rode away on his bicycle. Back on the road, Qin Guang felt much lighter on his feet, quickly cycling through the streets and alleys, taking shortcuts toward the recycling station. After spending more than half an hour, he finally arrived at the recycling station located in the suburbs of the city. This was the largest recycling station in Linhai City, covering an area of about 2 acres. Under one iron shed after another, there were all kinds of discarded electrical appliances, cardboard, glass bottles, plastic pipes, and various metals. Qin Guang parked his bicycle next to the gate and walked over. There was no one at the guard booth next to the station gate, and the gate was even left ajar. Qin Guang thought it was not strange. After all, this wasn't a company or anything. So he pushed the door open and walked in. Is anyone there? Boss, come out. Qin Guang shouted loudly. Soon, the door of the central building of the recycling station was pushed open, and a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a shirt, walked out. I am Su Jin, the owner here. What can I do for you? Su Jin looked Qin Guang up and down, frowning as he asked. After all, Qin Guang, being so young, didn't he look like a customer at all? Hello, Boss Su. I'm here to talk business with you. I'd like to know how much you pay for a pound of scrap iron, Qin Guang said with a smile. Su Jin paused for a moment at Qin Guang's youthful face, a strange smile appearing on his lips. Young man, you know that the economy is in recession lately. So business is hard to do. The scrap iron purchase price here has dropped to 70 cents per pound, and this is today's price. If it goes on for another couple of days, it might drop to 60 cents per pound. If you have scrap iron to sell, you should do it quickly. After all, in a recession, the steel mills have greatly reduced their demand for scrap iron, and they might not even buy it in a while. Is that so? Qin Guang's face showed a hint of nervousness. Then how much are you paying for copper, aluminum, glass, and plastic per pound? Seeing the nervous and anxious expression on Qin Guang's face, Su Jin's smile grew even wider, and he immediately quoted prices for those items. What he didn't notice was that every time he quoted a price, Qin Guang would excitedly clench his fist. After he finished speaking, Qin Guang immediately said, Boss Su, since the economy is in recession and these metals are not easy to sell, why not sell them to me? Since you bought the scrap iron for 70 cents, I want to let you take a loss. You can sell it to me for 80 cents. As for those copper, aluminum, glass, and plastic, Listening to Qin Guang quote one price after another, Su Jin's smile on his face grew increasingly stiff. He was intentionally lowering the purchase price because he saw the other party was young. But now, Qin Guang changed his tone, shifting from selling to buying. What he just said essentially exposed the bottom line he had in mind. He didn't expect that although he usually dealt with those seasoned veterans with ease, today he actually fell into the hands of a young man. Cough. Young man, I have to admit, you really have a way in business. But one thing you need to understand is that a transaction is a two-way affair. I cannot sell iron at 80 cents per pound because I simply can't make a profit. Su Jin shook his head, although it was a bit embarrassing. When it came to money matters, he wouldn't stubbornly cling to face and suffer. Boss Su, don't say it so absolutely. No profit doesn't mean there's no money to be made. The profit from a deal depends not only on the price, but also on the quantity. So take a look at this list I have. Qin Guang said as he took out a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it over. The list he received from Xiao Qiu included the materials he had copied down that were in larger quantities. Su Jin took the paper and casually glanced at it, and his face immediately showed surprise. The contents on this list, even at the price I just mentioned, would cost at least around 9,000 yuan. Are you sure you want to buy so many materials? This is just part of it. Later I will also choose some old appliances. I hope Boss Su can sell them to me at a lower price, Qin Guang said with a smile. Haha, no problem. Su Jin patted Qin Guang on the shoulder and laughed. An order worth over 10,000 yuan was definitely not a small amount for a scrapyard like theirs. Moreover, he calculated in his mind that even if Qin Guang bargained him down, he would still make at least 800 yuan in profit from this deal. Besides, there were more scrapyards in Linhai City, so his attitude did a complete 180-degree turn. Seeing that the negotiation was going smoothly, a smile unconsciously appeared on Qin Guang's face. This could save him at least 500 yuan compared to his previous estimate. Next, Qin Guang put on headphones and began to pick and choose among the scrap appliances at the yard, selecting one abandoned appliance after another. The reason he wore headphones was that it allowed him to communicate with Xiao Qiu without drawing attention. After spending over an hour, he finally finished the selection. Throughout the process, Su Jin, the boss, followed him with a smile on his face. The discarded appliances Qin Guang chose piled up to about 2 people high, and the total value amounted to a staggering 15,000 yuan. If it weren't for Xiao Qiu's insistence that the extra materials could be used to enhance the base vehicle, someone as thrifty as Qin Guang wouldn't have been willing to spend so much money. Of course, with so many materials, he couldn't transport them all by himself. Fortunately, the scrapyard had trucks for hauling goods. After some haggling, Qin Guang paid an extra 300 yuan for the shipping fee, and Su Jin called on his 2 employees to help with the moving. In the end, under Qin Guang's guidance, they returned to his residence. And after another half an hour of effort, they finally placed the entire truckload of scrap in the small courtyard in front of the house. At this point, it was almost noon. After sending Su Jin and the others away, Qin Guang looked at the small yard of over 10 square meters filled with various metals and appliances, and his eyes gradually became fervent. With these materials, he was one big step closer to joining the ranks of car owners. Chapter 12. Car Manufacturing Tools Xiao Qiu. All the materials have been bought back according to your requirements. How to manufacture the base vehicle now depends on you, Qin Guang said excitedly as he took Xiao Qiu out from the pocket of his work clothes. This time, Xiao Qiu may have been distracted or resigned, as it didn't persist on how Qin Guang addressed it. Instead, it emitted a blue light that scanned the materials on the ground. Well, the materials are sufficient. But the first step is to build a car shed, Xiao Qiu said. Build a car shed? Qin Guang was a bit confused. Isn't that obvious? Want to use these scraps to build a base vehicle? You need some black technology, right? But look at this low wall and this rusty iron gate. Whatever we do in this courtyard can be seen clearly from outside. Xiao Qiu immediately seized the opportunity to reprimand. Qin Guang took a look at the low wall. Only 5 meters high, and the rusty iron gate, and he no longer argued, simply nodding and saying, "All right, you say how to do it, and I'll do it. That's more like it. Come, let me show you something good," Xiao Qiu said as it floated towards Qin Guang's house. Qin Guang hurriedly opened the door and even made a gesture inviting it in, inwardly thinking, "Patience now will lead to greater plans later. Let's first manufacture the base vehicle, and then I'll educate you on how to be a proper ball." Once inside the house, Xiao Qiu displayed a contemptuous expression and said, "Let me show you what black technology is." In the next moment, Qin Guang felt a flash of silver light before a machine about 2 square meters in size appeared out of thin air beneath Xiao Qiu. Although he was somewhat mentally prepared, seeing a machine materialize in the hall was still shocking. This is the molecular assembler you mentioned before, right? To avoid being looked down upon by Xiao Qiu, he quickly suppressed his shock and put on an expression of calmness. Xiao Qiu's eyes, outlined in blue light, stared at Qin Guang for a while. Not seeing the expression it wanted, its voice seemed to lose interest a bit. Yes. This is the latest model, the 52-type industrial-grade molecular assembler from Xingyao Company. Its principle is somewhat similar to your Earth's 3D printer, but it directly works at the molecular level. With this thing, as long as there is sufficient energy and raw materials, it can basically produce all technological products of a level 1 civilization. Simply put, as long as you have points to purchase blueprints. You can even use this molecular assembler to create a lunar spacecraft. That's amazing. Hearing that this machine, which took up less than 2 square meters, could manufacture a lunar spacecraft, Qin Guang finally voiced his thoughts. Hee, impressive, right? Seeing Qin Guang impressed, Xiao Qiu's voice rose by an octave. It emitted a beam of blue laser pointing at the upper half of the gourd, saying, "This part here is for material decomposition, and this is the feed inlet. Just put things in here." The lower part is responsible for molecular assembly, which basically means reconstituting materials into fixed shapes. This is the product outlet. Of course, when it's not working, it's closed, so you can't see it for now. At this moment, Xiao Qiu was like a child showing off its toys, continuously educating Qin Guang about the molecular assembler while also guiding him on how to operate it. With this molecular assembler, it could indeed easily transform those scraps into useful parts. But what about assembling the base vehicle? Qin Guang had seen the blueprints for the base vehicle, and even though his skills were decent, he had not reached the level where he could understand assembly just by looking at the blueprints. As for that issue, Xiao Qiu deliberately elongated its tone before saying, "Of course, we will use other black technology to solve it." As soon as Xiao Qiu's words fell, Qin Guang saw another flash of silver light, and then a huge tool, close to half a square meter, appeared on the ground. Once the toolbox landed, its components unfolded, and in just 2 to 3 seconds, it transformed from a toolbox into a tool rack. A variety of metal tools that Qin Guang couldn't understand were neatly arranged on it. However, at that moment, he didn't pay much attention to those tools, but shifted his gaze to the floating Xiao Qiu. This molecular assembler and toolbox. How did you conjure them out of thin air? Is it spatial storage technology or spatial transfer technology? Qin Guang inquired. If it's the former, then it's fine. But if this is space teleportation technology, doesn't that mean the small ball has the ability to teleport their civilization's battle robots at any time? In that case, Qin Guang had to seriously consider delaying the education of the small ball indefinitely. TSK. I have to admit, you humans have an astonishing imagination. Even though you still can't leave the solar system, you've already set your sights on technologies like space folding and space jumping. No wonder it only took a little over 200 years to move from the steam age to the current information age, the small ball remarked. Speak human language. Qin Guang said irritably. What I mean is, I didn't expect you to guess it correctly. There is a folded space of about 3 cubic meters in my core area, which is what you call space storage technology, the small ball replied. Hearing this answer, Qin Guang breathed a sigh of relief and his eyes lit up. He could already imagine the benefits this 3 cubic meters of folded space could bring him in the apocalyptic survival environment. However, the small ball seemed to see through his thoughts and quickly said, "Don't even think about my stuff. If you want to survive well in the apocalypse, hurry up and manufacture the base vehicle. All right, how do we do it?" Qin Guang said straightforwardly, since the small ball couldn't escape. Its stuff would sooner or later be his, but he really needed to hurry with the base vehicle. It's simple, just put on these simulated glasses first. The small ball emitted a blue light from its surface and pointed to the tool rack, which had glasses somewhat similar to sunglasses. Qin Guang nodded, but before he could go over to grab them, the wheels installed under the tool rack started moving, automatically rolling in front of Qin Guang. Then the slot for the simulated glasses was lifted, and the metal support at the bottom extended continuously until the simulated glasses were delivered to a place right in front of Qin Guang's right hand, the most convenient for him to grab before stopping. In Qin Guang's previous understanding, the quality of a toolbox was only determined by how good its materials were. However, this toolbox not only transformed but also had the function of an assistant, delivering whatever tools were needed directly to his side. With a myriad of thoughts racing in his mind, he ultimately condensed it into one statement. No wonder it's high-tech. After taking the simulated glasses and putting them on, Qin Guang quickly noticed that this item was very similar to sunglasses. In fact, there didn't seem to be much difference once he wore it. He only felt that the light in the living room had dimmed a bit. He looked towards the small ball with a questioning gaze. The small ball seemed to possess a powerful ability to analyze facial expressions and, with just one glance, understood immediately. Just look at the courtyard. A new book has been signed, seeking recommendation votes. Popularity is based on collections and recommendation votes, so please cast a vote. Chapter 13. Start building. Upon hearing the small ball mention looking at the courtyard, Qin Guang didn't ask further and directly moved 2 steps sideways to look into the courtyard through the doorway. At this moment, the scene in the courtyard had completely changed. A carport resembling a military tent appeared before Qin Guang's eyes. Of course, this carport was not real. It was like watching a projection. When Qin Guang focused his attention to see the details, his gaze passed through the carport's curtain and saw the base vehicle inside. This base vehicle was also projected. This simulated glasses can directly import data. I have already imported the design blueprint of the base vehicle. So every part of the base vehicle will be projected in real time onto your retina, the small ball's voice echoed. Qin Guang then saw the base vehicle disappear, and one part after another floated into view. These parts quickly assembled together to form the chassis, body, engine, and various electronic devices. Then these large components were assembled one by one, ultimately taking the shape of a base vehicle. Over 30,000 parts were assembled in just 30 seconds, leaving Qin Guang feeling dizzy. As an automotive repair apprentice, he immediately realized how terrifying this simulated glasses were. It was no exaggeration to say that as long as one wore them, even a layperson could surpass the most skilled mechanics with the help of this 3D projection. However, Qin Guang quickly realized another problem. Small ball, with so many parts left, there are only about 3 days until the apocalypse breaks out. I won't be able to assemble it in time. After being an apprentice for so long, he was well aware of his limits in manual skills. Even with the help of these simulated glasses, assembling the base vehicle was impossible. He even doubted that he could assemble an engine in just a few days. How could this divine messenger not have thought of this? The small ball displayed a disdainful expression. The molecular assembly machine ultimately produces modular components, and it's very simple to assemble them. If you're quick, you can get the base vehicle done in 2 days. Qin Guang directly ignored the small ball's disdain and eagerly replayed the assembly process of the base vehicle a few times according to the operation prompts on the upper right of the simulated glasses, before reluctantly stopping. All right, what's the next step? Can we make the base vehicle now? Qin Guang asked impatiently. We can. First, bring in 100 pounds of iron. The small ball instructed. Qin Guang immediately took action, running back and forth to bring in over 100 pounds of scrap iron. Just put these in through the feed opening. The small ball said again, having already connected to the molecular assembly machine via radio and was operating it. Following the instructions, Qin Guang placed the scraps of iron into the feed opening. Under his watch, these scraps silently transformed into iron powder and then flowed into the machine. Seeing this, Qin Guang almost broke out in a cold sweat. This thing won't decompose my hand too, right? He had just put his hand in there, although not too deep. But he didn't know where it would start decomposing at the feed opening. Don't worry, as long as your hand is still in there, the machine won't operate. Even during the process of decomposing material, if you put your hand in, it can stop immediately, the small ball said with a teasing tone. Qin Guang ignored it and continued to focus on placing the scraps of iron inside. He soon discovered that the machine used some kind of energy to decompose these scraps. The feed opening was a circular opening with a diameter of about 50 centimeters. And among the pile of scrap iron he brought, there was a piece of scrap iron larger than the feed opening, which couldn't be stuffed in. According to the small ball's request, he stacked it right on top of the feed opening, and soon the entire iron plate, along with the scraps placed on top, silently decomposed into iron powder and slid down. This kind of external energy, if made into some sort of energy weapon, just thinking about it made Qin Guang feel a chill. However, his attention was soon drawn to the exit below the assembly machine, where identical steel pipes were being produced like an assembly line. Even under some kind of pulling force, these steel pipes, once produced, didn't require him to move them, but were neatly stacked to the side. Qin Guang picked up 2 steel pipes and struck them against each other with force, then held them up to examine the striking point closely, finding that the area remained smooth as a mirror. This quality was definitely better than the high-quality steel he had seen before. Soon, a pile of steel pipes had accumulated at Qin Guang's feet, and what came out next were locks, screws, brackets, and other items. Then, under the small ball's instructions, Qin Guang went to carry in a pile of fabric and plastic to place in the molecular assembly machine. Not long after, a large roll of army green canvas was produced. With the materials ready, it was time to build the carport. Originally, Qin Guang thought this would be hard labor. But with the help of the small ball and these high-tech tools, it turned out to be much easier than he had imagined. First, there was that tool rack, toolbox, where almost every part could move and stretch. This thing could not only deliver the designated tools to Qin Guang, but could also carry a person standing or sitting on it to a specified location. Simply put, it was an automatically moving ladder, which meant Qin Guang didn't have to climb up and down while assembling the carport frame. In addition, Qin Guang wore a magnetic glove that emitted a red light from its center. When the light fell on an object, he just had to make a claw-like gesture, and the glove would release directional magnetism, directly attracting steel pipes, screws, or anything else placed on the ground into his hand. Furthermore, the small ball could wirelessly control the electromagnetic glove, helping Qin Guang locate the objects he needed to grab. Thus, while building the top of the carport, Qin Guang stood on the tool rack and just needed to reach back casually, and the materials on the ground would automatically fall into his hands. Besides this magnetic glove, not many tools were needed. Just an electric screwdriver would suffice. Although electric screwdrivers exist on Earth, the one in Qin Guang's hand, resembling a work of art, was incomparable to those small drill-like devices. The electric screwdriver's shape was somewhat similar to a regular screwdriver, but it was entirely made of metal, with the handle and thin wedge-shaped head seamlessly integrated. When grasped, the handle could automatically adjust its shape according to the palm, perfectly ergonomic, and although it appeared metallic, it felt as comfortable as leather when held. Additionally, the handle could vibrate slightly and release a weak current, promoting blood circulation in the palm and relaxing the hand muscles. Holding such an electric screwdriver made Qin Guang feel that working with it was a pleasure. When he needed materials, he could grab them directly with the magnetic glove. When he needed tools, the tool rack would automatically deliver them. With tools this easy to use, it was hard not to work efficiently. In just 20 minutes, the iron frame of the carport was completed, and after laying the army green canvas on top, the carport, occupying most of the small courtyard, was finished. Chapter 14. The Way Back? After the carport was completed, at Qin Guang's strong request, they immediately began manufacturing the base combat vehicle. According to the design blueprint, the base combat vehicle was first constructed from the bottom up, so the first part to be made was the chassis. However, the base combat vehicle resembled a box truck, being 2 meters wide and 5 meters long, with the cab and cargo area connected. Such a large chassis could not be produced directly by the molecular assembler. So at this point, Qin Guang needed to use new tools. A roll of soft metal, somewhat resembling a blanket, was taken down from the tool rack and laid out on the ground. Then the small ball activated it, and an invisible force field instantly spread throughout the carport. This was a confinement force field. Once the components of the chassis were produced, they could be suspended in midair using this field, somewhat like making objects float in space. But this force field could hold these objects in place, making work easier. Qin Guang only needed to follow the prompts from the simulation glasses to position these components close together with the help of the force field, and then secure them. With this confinement force field tool, many things that originally required fixtures and jacks could be completely eliminated. Even with hundreds of pounds of material, Qin Guang could easily move them under this confinement force field. Once the components were secured in midair, the next step was welding. Among the tools provided by the small ball, the welding machine resembled a metal pin, at least in shape. It was also directly called a welding pin. When the switch was turned on, a blue light about an inch long would shoot out from the tip of the pin. By gently sliding this blue light over the gap between two adjacent components, the metal there would melt together. Yes, it melted, just like heated wax. According to the small ball, this welding was also at the molecular level, so the welded chassis was not much different from a chassis made as a single piece. Thus, with the help of the confinement force field and the welding pin, the massive chassis was completed in less than 2 hours, including the time Qin Guang spent moving scrap metal and having the molecular assembler produce parts. He let the small ball control the confinement force field to slowly lower the chassis to the ground, and as Qin Guang touched the heavy metallic feel of the chassis, he felt an inexplicable sense of solidity. Gurgle, gurgle. The sound of his stomach finally brought him back to reality. He took out his phone to check the time and realized it was already 1 p.m. without him noticing. First, he needed to eat something before continuing in the afternoon. Qin Guang flipped up and jumped. He entered the kitchen, washed the pot, boiled water, and first cooked some vegetables. Once they were almost done, he added 2 pieces of pork ribs. Then he took out the last can of luncheon meat from the fridge, sliced it, and fried it until it was crispy and fragrant, adding 2 fried eggs for a dish that was visually appealing and delicious. To be honest, Qin Guang hadn't eaten like this in a long time. He could once stretch a can of luncheon meat over 3 days, but now, with the impending apocalypse, who cared about that? Holding a large bowl of noodles, he went to the dining table and, as usual, took out his phone to scroll through the news. However, now, looking at these reports about mutated creatures, his mindset was completely different from before. In the past, whenever he saw news of someone being bitten by mutated insects, he would be terrified, fearing he might be next. But now, with the small ball around and the base combat vehicle that could be produced in just a couple of days, he had no such worries. He even felt as if he and the people in the news were living in 2 completely different worlds. Hey, small ball, with your abilities. It should be a piece of cake for you to hack into our network, right? Qin Guang suddenly said. What for? The small ball became alert immediately. Nothing. I just thought I should inform the government about the zombie situation in advance. That way, I can consider it my duty, Qin Guang replied. He had also considered using the small ball's capabilities to publish information about the zombies online, perhaps with a pinned post that couldn't be deleted, which would likely attract public attention. However, in the end, Qin Guang rejected this idea because doing so could potentially cause chaos in society even before the apocalypse actually broke out. It would be better to simply inform the government, as that might yield better results. Oh, you're worried about the country and the people now? The small ball showed a playful expression, but before Qin Guang could respond, its expression turned to disdain. You, a mere commoner, could sense that the virus outbreak was peculiar even before I showed up. Do you think the government wouldn't notice? Let me tell you, according to the information I found online, your country started preparing for this crisis and leaving a spark for human civilization half a month ago. Really? Qin Guang's face was filled with shock. He knew that this virus initially only infected individuals, with only sporadic cases, much like avian flu. It was only half a month ago that this virus began to spread globally. A global outbreak of a virus is terrifying, and under such circumstances, it is not surprising that a country would invest significant human and material resources into epidemic prevention. However, when the virus first broke out, the country immediately escalated the situation to the severity of needing to preserve the seeds of humanity, which seems quite decisive. Nevertheless, he also realized instantly that during the month since the outbreak of the virus, the country had not made no progress in vaccine research. Rather, it was the discovery of the virus's horror that prompted such a resolute decision. How did you find out? Did you hack into the national security system? What exactly do you mean by a backup plan? Coming to his senses, Qin Guang immediately fired off a series of questions. Have you watched too many movies? Even the finance department of a small company has computers that are not connected to the internet. Let alone important national departments. Computers that store critical data are definitely offline. Of course, if you can retrieve my main body, that would be different. I could hack in even if they're offline. After all that, I just want to tell you that I, like you, only look at publicly available information online. However, this better highlights the gap between you and me. The intelligent computing speed of my divine self is not something your mortal brain can compare to. Little Ball immediately looked smug. Qin Guang took a deep breath, repeatedly telling himself to remain calm, at least to first produce the base combat vehicle. Then he forced a smile and asked, how did you discover that the country had started preserving the seeds of human civilization half a month ago? He emphasized the phrase preserving the seeds of human civilization. And if Little Ball could not provide a convincing answer, he felt he needed to vent the frustration he had bottled up for so long. After awakening, Little Ball had not seen it release electricity. It should be thoroughly tested to see if this function still works. Regarding whether the finance department is connected to the internet, I see there is controversy in the review section. I'm not sure if this is a common phenomenon, but I have worked at 3 companies, 2 of which had finance departments using the company intranet, for plot reasons and fearing to cross lines. It was set up this way. Science fiction, please don't take it too seriously. Chapter 15, Survivor Base. Alright, since you sincerely asked for guidance, I'll reluctantly give you some pointers. Little Ball directly took control of Qin Guang's phone, and soon several images appeared on the screen. Qin Guang was not unfamiliar with these images, as they were screenshots of online ticket sales information. The screenshots included long-distance bus tickets, train and high-speed rail tickets, and even airplane ticket information. All screenshots were symmetrically divided into left and right sides, with the left showing screenshots from last month and the right showing this month. Qin Guang enlarged the images of 2 train ticket records and quietly opened the 12,306 ticket booking app to check the records. Indeed, these 2 images were screenshots taken from the 12306 railway ticketing software, and presumably, the other images were similar. After enlarging the images again and carefully examining the information, Qin Guang suppressed the urge to scratch his head, pretended to be indifferent, and said, "Be more specific." Hee. Little Ball let out a strange laugh, although it said nothing. The smug expression on the surface of the sphere made the veins on Qin Guang's palm throb violently, perhaps sensing that Qin Guang was on the verge of anger. Little Ball finally toned it down a bit and said, "Look at this month's train schedules. They are actually less than half of last month's. Isn't that normal considering the virus outbreak?" Qin Guang frowned. At this point, not to mention taking a high-speed train to a distant place. Even stepping out of the house should be avoided as much as possible if possible. So if I tell you that the actual number of train schedules has not decreased, but is actually 3 times what it was before, would you still think it's normal? Little Ball said slowly. 3 times? How do you know that? Qin Guang asked. The answer came in the form of several images, which were screenshots from WeChat moments that were not from Qin Guang's friends, and he had no idea where Little Ball got them. Of course, none of that mattered. What mattered was the content of the images. Wow. During the time period from 9 to 9:30, I saw 6 trains pass by. Why were there no trains available for that time when I was buying tickets? The screenshots on the screen all contained similar statements. So it seems the country is indeed mobilizing transport capacity to make certain preparations. But how can you be sure that these preparations are to preserve the seeds of human civilization? Qin Guang asked earnestly. His inner irritation was suppressed at this moment. This was his character. He did not shy away from asking questions and was eager to learn, at least when it came to studying. Quite simple, look at this. Little Ball said, and the photos on the phone transformed into segments of video. From the videos, one could see boxes of supplies being loaded onto trains or trucks. And these videos invariably showed either armed police or soldiers on guard along the way. Some of these supplies were completely packaged, while others were just casually wrapped. So Qin Guang could see that those casually packaged supplies were generally everyday necessities, like shampoo, shower gel, rice cookers, bowls, and chopsticks. In addition to daily necessities, there were also food items such as rice, noodles, wheat, and salt. Seeing such a large-scale transport of daily necessities, coupled with more packaged supplies, Qin Guang had a rough guess about Little Ball's claim of preserving the seeds of human civilization. However, his focus quickly shifted to another question. Where did these videos come from? Surveillance videos. The security system management is not very strict. As long as there is one computer connected to the network in the entire intranet, that intranet is public to me. Therefore, nationwide, I have discovered quite a few loopholes to exploit. This is the surveillance video from a long-distance bus station. This is the video from a large supermarket's underground parking lot. This is stop. Qin Guang immediately interrupted Little Ball's incessant chatter. So how can you still say this is publicly available information? If I could access this data, wouldn't I be able to guess it? All information on the internet is public. Who told you that you lack the ability to hack in? Little Ball immediately defended itself. At first, its voice was firm, but seeing Qin Guang raise his hands several times, it gradually weakened. I won't argue with you about that. You must have more data, right? Share your guess, Qin Guang said in a low voice. This situation also made him realize that although this ball was quite mischievous, its role on the internet was irreplaceable. Even if it was using a separate intranet, as long as there was a little negligence in personnel management, Little Ball could easily exploit the loophole. As for the small shops, the surveillance cameras installed just to prevent theft could almost all become Little Ball's eyes. This is my discovery, Little Ball said, and Qin Guang saw a national map suddenly appear on the phone screen, with numerous red dots appearing on it. These red dots marked the locations where supplies were gathering. According to my calculations, there is a 95.68% probability that these places are where survivor bases will be established. Now, basically every city in the country has a survivor base. I must say, your country has truly made ample preparations. Little Ball couldn't help but exclaim. Qin Guang stared at the map on his phone, speechless for a long time. After a while, he finally asked, Little Ball, you said the country has prepared so thoroughly. Is there any possibility of directly suppressing this crisis, preventing the apocalypse from coming? Not possible. Little Ball immediately denied it. Why not? Qin Guang's voice became somewhat agitated. The mutated rat I killed is the zombie rat you mentioned, right? That's right, it is terrifying. If this kind of change happened to a human, it would be even more horrifying. But no matter how scary it is, it can still be dealt with by a single shot. Moreover, besides firearms, we also have planes and tanks. Although he once had dreams of being a hero, and this opportunity was directly placed before him with the appearance of the small ball. Being a hero requires taking risks and facing danger. However, Qin Guang was very certain that he was definitely not the kind of person who was fearless in the face of death. On the contrary, having lost his parents, he had worked hard to live every day since he could remember. He cherished his life very much and could be said to be afraid of death. Your planes and tanks can indeed handle the zombies in the early apocalypse, but how can they deal with zombie mosquitoes, zombie cockroaches, zombie rats, or other small zombie insects? Even if you humans don't turn into zombies, other creatures will. Given your level of civilization, this is an irreversible process. The small ball seemed to sense that Qin Guang's mood was off and patiently explained. Qin Guang suddenly fell silent, quietly eating his noodles. The small ball also stayed quietly by the side and did not continue talking. 10 minutes later, after finishing a large bowl of noodles, Qin Guang's mindset seemed to have adjusted. After quickly washing the bowl, he said to the small ball, "Let us get to work and try to finish the base vehicle quickly." This was his strength, quickly adjusting his mindset. Without such an ability, as an orphan, he would probably have been not only insecure but also reclusive. The small ball floated behind Qin Guang and, seeing this scene, muttered with satisfaction. As expected of the person chosen by this divine envoy, such an ability to adjust one's mindset is truly rare. Chapter 16. Balancing work and flirting. Qin Guang arrived at the garage and activated the confinement field again, causing the vehicle chassis to float up. However, looking at the floating chassis, Qin Guang did not immediately start working as he suddenly thought of something. He controlled the field to lower the chassis back to the ground, then took out his phone and took several photos from different angles. Seeing this, the small ball floated over with curiosity and then saw Qin Guang open his contacts. Select a group of classmates and click on the profile of a beautiful girl he had added as a friend but never officially chatted with. This person was Lan Mingyu. In the chat box, he chose a picture he had just deemed satisfactory and sent it. "I just saw you looking down, and I was considering how to cheer you up. I didn't expect that as soon as I turned around, you were in the mood to flirt. Making me worry for nothing," the small ball exclaimed upon seeing this scene, but from its tone, it seemed to have a hint of excitement. Qin Guang twitched his forehead but ignored it, quickly typing a message in the chat box. "This is my answer to you." This morning, Lan Mingyu had lent him money without asking anything, so when he was about to leave, he had impulsively said that she would soon know what the money was for. That was why Qin Guang was sending the photo now. Perhaps Lan Mingyu was playing on her phone, not long after Qin Guang sent the message. She replied with an expression of a peach cat staring blankly at a fish jerky. Below that, she also replied with a message. "You borrowed money to do this?" Qin Guang had already thought of a reason for this, quickly typing back, "Yes, there are many apocalyptic discussions online. And I met a client while at the repair shop who wants to create a mobile home for escaping in the apocalypse. A few friends and I took on this job, and I invested 20,000 yuan in my skills, so I'll be able to share 30 of the profits later." Lan Mingyu immediately replied with an expression of admiration. "You can build cars? Wow, so you're already in awe?" The small ball watched with delight and said, "I told you, Qin Guang, this girl must be a great beauty by human standards. If you manage to win her over, with all the high-tech tools this divine envoy has provided you, wouldn't you be the first hero? Don't talk nonsense, that's not the case. If someone lends me money, I have to tell them how I'm using it, right?" Qin Guang hurriedly made an excuse. "That girl is still waiting for your reply." The small ball completely ignored Qin Guang's explanation and urged from the side. Qin Guang could only shift his focus back to his phone. But now that the small ball was watching, he felt embarrassed to say he could build cars. After pondering for a moment, he typed in the chat box, "For making this mobile home, I'm only responsible for the welding and assembly parts." In fact, he wasn't lying. He just didn't mention that these two parts required high-tech tools to complete. That is still impressive. You have such skills now, and if you continue to study, once you graduate, even getting into a well-known automotive company as a technical director would be no problem, Lan Mingyu replied, also attaching a cheer-up emoji. Feeling this concern again, Qin Guang felt warmth in his chest. After chatting a bit more with Lan Mingyu, he paused the conversation under the pretext of needing to work. "Wow, ending the chat after just a couple of lines? That is not how you flirt." The small ball immediately teased. At the same time, it projected a blue light screen, saying, "This is the flirting guide I just gathered online." Cough. Work is important. Qin Guang coughed lightly, somewhat lacking confidence. Though he said that, while activating the confinement field, his eyes couldn't help but glance at the flirting guide on the screen. Although this so-called guide had many unreliable points, one line stuck in Qin Guang's mind. If the girl shows interest in your work, try to reveal more details to increase topics of conversation while showcasing yourself. Of course, this was just a small interlude. Qin Guang quickly immersed himself in his work. The apocalypse was about to arrive, and if he couldn't ensure his own safety, how could he flirt? Cough. How could he protect the other person? Having learned from the morning's experience, Qin Guang worked even more efficiently in the afternoon. One component after another was produced from the molecular assembly machine, then fixed in place by the confinement field under the guidance of the simulation glasses, and finally welded together with an electric welding pen. After becoming proficient in this process, in just an hour, the main frame of the base vehicle's front had already been welded together. Seeing another part completed, Qin Guang took out his phone and snapped a few photos. However, seeing the small ball grinning beside him, he inexplicably felt a sense of guilt. Cough. I should appropriately reveal some work progress so the other party won't be suspicious. Qin Guang forced himself to say, I understand. I understand. The small ball nodded vigorously, but its grinning expression seemed to widen even more. Just as Qin Guang was about to get annoyed, the small ball's expression suddenly turned serious. But just taking pictures of the physical parts isn't enough. You should include some photos of you working and your team members too. Otherwise, if you finish welding the front frame so quickly, the other party will be suspicious. Can you help me edit those? Qin Guang said hesitantly. Of course, no problem. It just costs 5 points, including after-sales service. And considering the early apocalypse, you might need a lot of points, so I support installment payments and deferred payments, the small ball said quickly. Qin Guang felt as if he had fallen into a trap for a moment. However, after thinking it over, he nodded. All right, then please help me process the images. I'll owe you the points. Although he had 100 points left after purchasing the design for the base vehicle, as Xiaoqiu said, points were too necessary for self-improvement in the early days of the apocalypse, so of course, he chose to owe them. All right. Within 3 seconds, Xiaoqiu said. At this moment, Qin Guang also noticed that several images on his phone had completely changed. These images showed him working seriously with a welding machine, as well as directing others to assemble components. These pictures highlighted his personal abilities, as if everyone else was working around him. At the same time, the tools Qin Guang used in the pictures were all modern technology, making everything seem so natural and reasonable. Looking at these pictures, Qin Guang couldn't help but sigh. This 5 points was not wasted. Chapter 17. Not easy to fool. After taking a brief look at the photos, Qin Guang was quite satisfied and sent all the images over, then typed a message. The main frame of the front of the vehicle has been welded. After thinking for a moment, he added a proud emoji with glasses at the end of the message. In no time, Lan Mingyu sent back an amazed emoji, saying how impressive it was. The efficiency is so fast. This is thanks to the strong support from the other team members. Qin Guang replied while glancing at Xiaoqiu. Yes, this is the other member of this team. The two chatted casually for a bit, and Qin Guang began to work again. From then on, every time he completed a set of important components, he would take a photo for Xiaoqiu to process, and then send it to Lan Mingyu. Perhaps Lan Mingyu was bored at home during the summer vacation, or maybe she was genuinely interested in making cars. Later on, she even proactively discussed issues with Qin Guang. Of course, Lan Mingyu did not understand car manufacturing, so their discussions revolved around the layout and decoration of the RV's interior. Finally, at 5 p.m., the main frame of the vehicle compartment was also completed, which was actually more complex than the front of the vehicle, due to the limited space inside the base vehicle. Many parts were movable, unlike other box-style trucks where the rear was just a simple box. Qin Guang took a photo of the completed compartment and sent it, adding a message. The main body is finally completed, and tomorrow we will install the interior components. By the way, I mentioned some of the layout and decoration ideas you suggested for the compartment to the other members, and they all said that such a design is great. Xiaoqiu, who was secretly watching, quickly said, Wait a minute, I never said that. 10 points. Help me modify the layout and decoration in the design drawings. Qin Guang immediately set the terms. Deal. Xiaoqiu agreed readily. At this time, Lan Mingyu also replied, Really? I'm looking forward to seeing what the RV will look like. This is the first time I'm witnessing the entire process of vehicle manufacturing. No problem. In fact, if you like, You can come stay in the RV for a couple of days. Qin Guang almost replied in seconds. On the other side, Lan Mingyu, curled up like a cat on the sofa watching TV, felt her cheeks flush slightly when she saw the message pop up, quickly followed by a bit of embarrassment. Seriously, does he not know what inviting a girl to stay for 2 days means? Lan Mingyu immediately typed a refusal, but just as she was about to send it, her delicate fingers hovered over the send button, then deleted the refusal message. He has been an orphan since childhood, with very few friends, let alone contact with other women. Maybe he really doesn't know what it means. He is just innocently inviting me over, Lan Mingyu murmured softly. However, she seemed to think of something else, and her cheeks flushed again. I won't pay attention to you. An unintentional mistake is still a mistake. Even though she said this, she still sent Qin Guang a message. I'm going to cook. Let us stop chatting. Seeing this message from Lan Mingyu, Qin Guang couldn't help but scratch his head. So is she coming or not? Is it really necessary to ask? Of course, she is not coming. Not being straightforward was just to save face. One should have a bit of self-awareness, Xiao Qiu said with disdain. Qin Guang's face darkened as he glanced at Xiao Qiu. But considering he would need its help tomorrow to continue faking the images, he ultimately said nothing. However, looking at the reply message, Qin Guang couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. He never expected that a goddess like Lan Mingyu would actually cook. As he imagined what Lan Mingyu would look like while cooking, another graceful figure suddenly appeared in his mind. This enchanting figure was the dream lover of all the men in their neighborhood, Dong Li. Moreover, compared to Lan Mingyu, who was just a fantasy goddess, Dong Li, the dream lover, had promised to invite him to dinner tonight. What am I thinking? That is sisterly. Qin Guang rubbed his face. After throwing away the thoughts he shouldn't have, he began to get busy again. He knew that there were still a lot of various scrap materials piled in the yard, and he needed to deal with them quickly. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain when Dong Li came back. Of course, handling these things was quite simple. He just needed to move everything to the feed inlet of the molecular assembly machine, and Xiao Qiu would operate the machine to print the remaining parts of the base vehicle. They had indeed bought some extra materials, which would be separated and extracted into raw materials and then compressed into cubes to save space. So, from then on, Qin Guang only needed to be a pure mover. Fortunately, with the presence of the confinement field, he didn't need much strength to move these things, allowing him to finish this task before Dong Li got off work. Looking at the time, it was almost 6 p.m. Qin Guang tidied up his tools and went into his room to wash up and change clothes. When he came out, he happened to see Dong Li's Cherry driving into the yard. Sisterly, you're back so early today? Qin Guang said in surprise. It was known that Dong Li usually got off work at 6 p.m., and normally she wouldn't return until around 6:20, but now it was only 6:05. However, when she opened the car door and got out, Dong Li seemed to have not heard Qin Guang's words, her beautiful eyes fixed on the carport, her red lips slightly parted, her face filled with disbelief. She never expected such a huge change in the yard in just one day. If it weren't for seeing Qin Guang here, she would have suspected she had entered the wrong house. Seeing Dong Li's reaction, Qin Guang had to greet her again, and only then did she come back to her senses. Oh, didn't I say I would treat you to a big meal today? So I got off work early to buy groceries, Dong Li replied. Then she pointed at the carport and asked, what happened here? Qin Guang had long anticipated that Dong Li would ask this, and immediately recounted the reason he had prepared earlier. Don't worry, we had these modules customized long ago, and we'll be able to assemble them in a maximum of 2 days. Plus, we only work during the day, so we won't cause you any trouble. Finally, Qin Guang pointed to the pile of components just produced by the molecular assembly machine. With these things, it undoubtedly made his explanation more convincing. After hearing this, Dong Li nodded thoughtfully, but being someone who had long been in society, she wasn't as easy to fool as Lan Mingyu. You said you would manufacture this RV, and you invested 20,000 yuan plus technical shares to occupy 30 of the net profit. Is this condition written in the contract? Dong Li inquired. Her eyes filled with concern. If it was just a technical share, even if he was cheated, it would only mean working for free for someone else. But Qin Guang had actually invested 20,000 yuan. If there were any problems, that money would be gone. Hearing Dong Li's question, Qin Guang couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, not knowing how to answer. I wonder if you all feel that the plot is progressing a bit slowly, but I'm writing at my own pace. I want to make the characters in the book as vivid as possible, so I can only spend a bit more ink on them. Of course, in 2 or 3 chapters, we will enter the apocalyptic plot. Chapter 18, The Bond Between Two Women. How? Didn't you really sign a contract? Such matters must be clearly written in black and white. While this RV has not yet been completed, you must insist that they draft a contract. Even if we take a step back, even if it doesn't make a profit, at least require them to insure your capital. When Dong Li saw Qin Guang silent, she immediately said anxiously. She knew very well that this amount of money was definitely not small for Qin Guang. If they didn't get the contract sorted out now, it would be too late once the RV was built. She had heard of many cases where people were cheated in business partnerships. Hearing Dong Li's anxious tone, Qin Guang certainly understood that this was her concern for him. Just as he was at a loss for words, trying to find an excuse to brush it off, his phone suddenly vibrated wildly. Feeling the urgent vibration frequency, Qin Guang found for the first time that the little ball was so cute. He took out his phone and indeed saw a line of text on the screen. Wait a moment. You take a book and put it into the molecular assembler. I will immediately produce a contract for you, quality guaranteed, just 2 points. Don't worry, sisterly. I signed the contract. It's getting dark soon, and the mosquitoes will increase. So let's not stand here talking. You go up first, and I'll bring the contract to show you later. I still need your help to check it. Qin Guang said with a smile. You say, is he deliberately being vague, making me worry for nothing? Dong Li couldn't help but roll her eyes at Qin Guang, while secretly letting out a sigh of relief. That expression, half pouting and half angry, had an indescribable charm that almost made Qin Guang stare. Dong Li seemed to realize her own loss of composure and hurriedly tidied her hair, saying, Then I'll go up first. As she spoke, she took out a large bag of ingredients from the car and then walked up the stairs in her high heels. Qin Guang immediately entered the room, took a book, and stuffed it into the feed opening of the molecular assembler. After the little ball input a series of commands, the machine immediately started working, and soon a stack of contracts appeared. After receiving the contract, he took a look and found that the 2 points he spent were quite worth it. At least he couldn't find any faults with this contract. Holding the document, Qin Guang intended to go upstairs, but at that moment the little ball called out to him, Wait, considering that you have spent so many points here today, I will remind you for free. Don't forget what you promised Dong Li last night. Promised Dong Li? Qin Guang was slightly taken aback, then remembered something. The mutated cockroach at Dong Li's house last night had first gnawed through the ceiling strip before entering the refrigerator to nibble on the food. Qin Guang had promised Dong Li to help her by sealing strips to replace them. But this morning, he first encountered the little ball, then learned about the 2 major cosmic civilizations, and later got busy making the base battle vehicle, so he had indeed forgotten about it. Little ball, you are such a good assistant. Print me a sealing strip for the refrigerator. After saying that, he hurried to find plastic materials, leaving the little ball shouting that it was a divine messenger, not an assistant. Qin Guang had never been lenient with the little ball, but of course, he couldn't ignore its feelings, so in the end, he spent 1 point to resolve the matter, though this point was still owed. With one hand holding the contract and the other hand holding the newly made sealing strip, Qin Guang quickly made his way to the second floor. At this time, Dong Li was already busy in the kitchen, quickly handling various ingredients, including shrimp, crab, pork ribs, roast goose, and various side dishes. Seeing so much food, Qin Guang was quite doubtful about whether the 2 of them could finish it. Sisterly, here's the contract. Please take a look at it for me. I'll go help you replace the refrigerator sealing strip first. Qin Guang said as he placed the contract on the table and went to the refrigerator to replace the sealing strip. When he returned after finishing, he found Dong Li already sitting at the table, seriously reviewing the contract. The contract produced by the little ball was flawless. Even a professional lawyer couldn't find any faults. Moreover, all the necessary signatures and fingerprints were present, and it even included a photocopy of the ID card. I didn't expect you to be so capable, able to take on such a business deal. After reading the contract, Dong Li genuinely felt happy for Qin Guang. The contract clearly stated that the employer purchasing this RV was willing to spend a high price of 520,000. The materials used for their RV were about 320,000, which meant there would be a net profit of 200,000. And Qin Guang could take 30 of the net profit, which meant he could earn a full 60,000 from this deal. Such an amount of money, even for a sales manager like Dong Li, was a considerable sum, and for a student like Qin Guang, he wouldn't have to worry about tuition and living expenses during school anymore. It was just a coincidence. Once I get the money, I will treat you to a nice meal, Qin Guang said with a smile, knowing that he had managed to get past this issue. Next, Qin Guang helped in the kitchen. Both of them knew how to cook, and although there were many dishes to prepare, They finished 4 dishes and a soup in less than an hour. Once the dishes were on the table, Dongli took out a bottle of red wine and filled their glasses. Not knowing if it was due to her troubles or worries, she directly downed a big glass. Seeing Dongli like this, even Qin Guang, no matter how dense he was, could tell something was off. He quietly accompanied Dongli in drinking without saying a word. After half a bottle of red wine was consumed, a rosy hue spread from Dongli's fair neck to her cheeks, clearly indicating that she was already in a half-drunken state. At this moment, she finally opened up, talking about her career, her family, and even mentioning her boss who wanted to take advantage of her. Perhaps it was due to the oppressive month since the virus outbreak. Coupled with nowhere to vent her feelings, as Dongli spoke, 2 lines of tears slipped down her cheeks. Qin Guang could see Dongli's helplessness. Working hard alone while carrying such a heavy family burden, it was unbearable for anyone, let alone a woman. At this moment, Qin Guang really wanted to tell Dongli that in 2 days the apocalypse would come and everything would change. He had the ability to help her out of this predicament. However, the words caught in his throat, as speaking them now would only exacerbate her worries. Unless he dared to reveal the little ball's secret. So he decided to wait until tomorrow when the base battle vehicle was completed to consider how to explain it to her. After dinner, seeing Dongli in a drunken haze, Qin Guang sensibly washed all the dishes and then checked to ensure the windows were closed properly before leaving. That night, Qin Guang did not sleep well because so much had happened, and as the apocalypse approached, he gradually realized that he was not as alone as he had imagined. At least, whether it was Dongli or Lan Mingyu, he couldn't just stand by and watch them turn into zombies. Chapter 19. The base battle vehicle completed. The next day, Qin Guang got up early. He had just finished brushing his teeth and hadn't started making breakfast when there was a knock at the door. Someone knocking on the door early in the morning made Qin Guang feel a bit strange, but he didn't hesitate and immediately went to open the door. "Sisterly, what are you doing here?" Seeing the visitor, Qin Guang couldn't help but ask in surprise. "There are still plenty of leftovers from yesterday, so I made breakfast. I can't finish it alone. Do you want to eat together?" Dongli said, her pretty face inexplicably turning a bit red. "Sure, I won't be polite then." Qin Guang didn't think much and directly nodded in agreement. Following Dongli upstairs, Qin Guang immediately saw the table full of food. In addition to the noodles made from yesterday's leftovers, there were also pancakes and soy milk. He could tell that these things were all made by Dongli herself, and it must have taken her quite a bit of effort to prepare this breakfast. "Sisterly, this is just a breakfast, but you've made it so lavish. Can we even finish it?" Qin Guang couldn't help but smile wryly. If you're going to make a recreational vehicle, it must be very hard work. So of course you need to eat a bit more. And it doesn't matter if you can't finish it. I prepared some takeout boxes so you can pack the leftovers back to the company for lunch, Dongli said with a smile. Hearing this, Qin Guang felt a strange pang of sadness. After all, Dongli was a sales manager. It was one thing not to have expensive jewelry and decorations, but it was another to live so frugally. However, he wisely chose not to say much and instead smiled while having breakfast with Dongli. During the meal, Dongli would also curiously ask about the recreational vehicle, and Qin Guang, well prepared, answered fluently. This made Dongli curious about what the finished vehicle would look like. After all, according to Qin Guang, although it looked like an ordinary box truck from the outside, it was fully equipped with everything needed for living inside. Almost like a mobile home. Just as they were finishing breakfast, Dongli suddenly changed the subject and hesitantly said, "That Qin Guang, about what I said yesterday. Don't take it to heart. Sisterly, I don't remember what you said yesterday, but things will definitely get better, so don't worry," Qin Guang said seriously. Hearing Qin Guang say this, Dongli nodded in satisfaction, though her face still felt a bit hot. Dongli couldn't understand why she had said those words in front of Qin Guang yesterday. She had been out for social occasions before. And even if she had really gotten drunk, she had a strong self-control and wouldn't blurt out anything. But yesterday, in front of Qin Guang, she just couldn't help it. Perhaps both she and Qin Guang were just individuals silently struggling in this city. Or maybe when the other looked at her, there was only concern in his eyes, unlike other men who had a strong possessiveness. Regardless of the reason, it didn't matter after hearing Qin Guang say that. Moreover, perhaps because she had cried yesterday, she felt much better now. After finishing breakfast, the two said their goodbyes, and Dongli drove off to work in her Cherry. As for Qin Guang, he officially started working. Today his workload was quite heavy. After putting on the simulation glasses and activating the confinement field, everything was ready. And Qin Guang first picked up his phone to take a few photos. He chose one with a good angle to send to Lan Mingyu. along with a message, starting work, aiming to finish today. TSK, TSK, TSK. Two women seamlessly connected. The voice of Little Ball sounded, both amazed and mocking. Qin Guang felt an inexplicable sense of guilt, but soon he became a bit frantic. Heaven help me. I really have no thoughts in that regard towards the two women. At least not now. I'm just filled with gratitude. However, Little Ball kept stirring things up, making it seem like he was really pursuing them. Soon a notification sound rang out, and Lan Mingyu replied with an eager expression. Qin Guang sent a picture of "I want to work," put away his phone, and began assembling the base vehicle according to the simulation glasses prompts. Perhaps it was due to the pressure from the apocalypse or sensing Lan Mingyu's anticipation. Qin Guang was particularly motivated to work today. First, he welded the fixed components, then added the movable parts, followed by some control chips, wiring, and built-in living supplies. Since the entire base vehicle was highly automated, there were hundreds of various chips, and the wiring was even more complex. Fortunately, Qin Guang didn't need to understand all this. He just needed to get the chips and place them in the designated spots according to the simulation glasses instructions. As for the complex wiring, it was mostly integrated during production, and Qin Guang just needed to connect these integrated wires at various control ports. Therefore, these seemingly complicated tasks were completed quite quickly, especially with the various high-tech tools provided by Little Ball. In just one morning, the various functional areas inside the vehicle were mostly installed. By the afternoon, it was time for the final touches, mainly some interior linings and decorations within the vehicle. This was the part that Lan Mingyu cared about the most, and she personally guided Qin Guang on how to decorate many areas. As a result, during the installation process in the afternoon, Qin Guang spent almost half the time chatting with Lan Mingyu, which made Little Ball protest repeatedly. Of course, its main complaint was that every time Lan Mingyu proposed a condition, Qin Guang would have it redo the design drawings according to her requirements. And the previously made linings and decorations would also have to be redone. Qin Guang had to spend 10 points as after-sales service to calm Little Ball down, with the points still owed. Ultimately, the finished base vehicle looked no different from an ordinary box truck on the outside, while the interior not only had a sense of technology, but also an elegance of human civilization. Qin Guang took more than a dozen photos inside the vehicle and sent them to Lan Mingyu, typing, "Mission accomplished. My team and I will go out for a test drive first. If everything is fine, I wonder if I could invite designer Lan Mingyu to come for a visit. I'm not really a designer, just offered some suggestions. And I hope this didn't cause trouble for your team." Lan Mingyu replied, adding a shy expression. "Trouble? Of course. It was trouble. If it weren't for you chattering away, we could have finished at least 2 hours earlier." Little Ball immediately jumped out to criticize on behalf of the entire team. However, Qin Guang continued to ignore Little Ball's comments and replied, "It's definitely not a trouble. My team appreciates your suggestions. After all, they only know practicality and don't understand aesthetics." Qin Guang glanced at Little Ball, which was glaring at him from the side, and continued typing to repeat the previous question. "So, would you like to come and see the recreational vehicle you helped design?" This wasn't him being persistent. He intended to use this as an excuse to let Lan Mingyu take refuge at the base vehicle during the initial outbreak of the apocalypse. Chapter 20. The eve of the apocalypse. Sitting in the hall watching TV, Lan Mingyu fell into a dilemma upon seeing Qin Guang's inquiry. To be honest, she really wanted to see the recreational vehicle. Looking at the photos sent by Qin Guang, she felt as if she was personally involved, especially since the final linings and decorations were almost all arranged according to her requests. But in the end, Lan Mingyu glanced at the stairs leading to the second floor, recalling her father's extremely serious expression just now, and decided to give up on that idea. She picked up her phone, pondered for a moment, and typed back, "I want to go too, but I can't these days. Dad just suddenly came back and put me under house arrest. I have to stay home for the next few days." On the other side, Qin Guang, looking at the message that popped up on his phone, fell into deep thought. "Little Ball, do you think the government has discovered something?" Qin Guang suddenly asked. Lan Mingyu was already an adult. Her parents wouldn't give her such a house arrest order without reason. Moreover, the fact that she was able to drive freely yesterday proved that her family wasn't one that imposed strict restrictions. Adding to this was the fact that her father was a high-ranking official in the government, which made Qin Guang think along these lines. It's not surprising. The 9 virus is about to reach maturity, and this process is more evident than in other periods. Although your Earth is only a level 1 cosmic civilization, it has already begun to touch the edge of a level 2 cosmic civilization. It is entirely capable of detecting such changes, Little Ball analyzed seriously. Only matters related to the Tadar civilization can make her so serious. Qin Guang nodded slightly after hearing this, then picked up his phone and typed a reply. When you can come out, I'll take you to see it. I'm going to test drive first. After putting down his phone, Qin Guang no longer thought about Lan Mingyu. Since the other party had been staying at home for the past few days, it should be relatively safe when the apocalypse breaks out. As for what happens next, it depends on how quickly the country responds to the crisis. However, he wasn't worried about this point, as the country likely already had some intelligence, and with Lan Mingyu's father being an official, her safety was much more guaranteed compared to others. Opening the iron gate of the courtyard, Qin Guang sat in the driver's seat of the base combat vehicle, and his mood gradually became a bit excited. Although it wasn't his first time touching the steering wheel, he had only driven other people's cars before. Now, he finally had his own vehicle, a one-of-a-kind base combat vehicle in the world. Taking a deep breath, Qin Guang pressed the start switch, and instantly the dashboard and various auxiliary instruments lit up. Little Ball, I've never driven a car before. Are you sure it's really okay for me to just hit the road? Qin Guang couldn't help but ask. Don't worry, the base combat vehicle is very sturdy. It won't be a problem even if you crash into a wall, Little Ball assured him immediately. Qin Guang's face darkened. Was that what he meant? Seeing Qin Guang's expression, Little Ball awkwardly laughed. Just kidding. Automatic transmission is very easy to drive. As long as you control the gas, brake, and steering wheel well, there won't be much of a problem. If anything goes wrong, I'll take over the control system immediately. After hearing this, Qin Guang felt much more at ease. He then released the handbrake and gently pressed the gas. The nearly 10-ton base combat vehicle began to move forward silently. Yes, it was indeed silent. Considering the energy shortages in the apocalypse, the base combat vehicle's engine was a hybrid electric one, capable of being powered by electricity, diesel, or gasoline. Currently, it was in electric mode, so there was no roar of the engine while moving forward. Under Qin Guang's somewhat nervous control, the base combat vehicle successfully exited his home and drove onto the street. Due to the 9 virus, the streets were quite deserted, which was just right for Qin Guang to practice driving. After driving a few kilometers along the street, he gradually found his rhythm. Just as Little Ball had said, automatic transmission was indeed very easy to drive. He only needed to control the steering wheel, gas, and brake. Plus, Qin Guang's practical skills were already strong, and after getting familiar with the road for half an hour, he was able to drive normally. At this point, he drove straight to the gas station. In the afternoon, while installing the interior, Little Ball had started charging the high-energy battery in the vehicle. Now the high-energy battery was fully charged, and under normal circumstances, driving 1,000 kilometers wouldn't be a problem. However, for sufficient power at critical moments, fuel was still more effective, so it was necessary to get gas. After filling up with 100 liters of diesel and topping off the fuel tank, Qin Guang felt like a child who had just received a beloved toy, driving the base combat vehicle around joyfully. By around 6 p.m., he parked the vehicle 2 streets away from his residence. The reason for parking here instead of driving straight home was to avoid having to explain to Dongli. After all, Dongli was not as easy to deceive as Lan Mingyu, and this could be seen from her direct inquiry about the contract last night. On Lan Mingyu's side, with Little Ball's technical support, pictures could show the other party an efficient team and various advanced instruments and tools, which created a sense of realism. But with Dongli, Qin Guang couldn't use pictures to deceive her anymore. He could say that the main frame of the vehicle had been directly customized and brought back from the manufacturer. But if this RV had only been a frame yesterday and was completely finished today, with Dongli's personality, it would be suspicious. Moreover, Qin Guang didn't want to reveal Little Ball, the artificial intelligence system of the alien civilization, to the public just yet. Little Ball also requested to keep its existence a secret until it had self-preservation capabilities, which led to this decision. Now, parking the vehicle here, after returning home, he could say that he had completed the main welding work, and the vehicle had been sent to the assembly plant for final assembly, which sounded much more realistic. After parking the vehicle by the side of the road, he switched the system to standby mode, allowing Little Ball to remotely control the base combat vehicle. After doing all this, he got out of the car, put Little Ball in his pocket, and began to walk home. Today, he still had one last task to complete, which was to inspect the garbage bins, specifically, the bins containing the corpses of mutated creatures. This was necessary because Little Ball needed to scan a large number of zombie animals to accurately analyze the exact time the 9 virus would mature through big data. By the time Qin Guang walked home, he had already passed by over 30 bins storing mutated creatures with Little Ball, and after scanning nearly 1,000 samples, the specific time for the maturity of the 9 virus was finally calculated. Tomorrow afternoon around 5:30, the 9 virus would fully enter its maturity period, and the apocalypse would break out. Little Ball's voice came through the Bluetooth headset into Qin Guang's ears. Qin Guang nodded slightly. There was still a day until the apocalypse, which felt quite ample for him. The only problem now was that if Dong Li hadn't finished work by 5:30 tomorrow, what kind of excuse should he come up with to get her to return early? Chapter 21. Successfully persuaded. By the time Qin Guang walked home, it was already 6:30. He pushed open the iron gate of the small courtyard and immediately saw Dong Li's cherry. However, Dong Li was also standing by the car, looking conflicted while holding her phone. "Sister Li, why are you standing here? It's almost dark. Be careful of the mutated mosquitoes," Qin Guang quickly reminded her. Others might not know, but Qin Guang was very clear that if one were truly infected with the 9 virus, it was almost like being sentenced to death. Dong Li was startled and almost pressed the call button. She quickly pressed the back button repeatedly until Qin Guang's name disappeared from the contact list, finally letting out a breath of relief. After smoothing her hair, Dong Li forcibly changed the subject and said, "Where's the RV? I finished the welding part, and the remaining work will be completed at the assembly plant since I don't have some tools here." Qin Guang immediately provided the prepared excuse. "Oh, I see." Dong Li didn't seem suspicious, but instead said, "You must be tired from work today. Why don't you come to my place for dinner? I'm going to cook anyway. Making one more portion is no problem." As she spoke, Dong Li slightly tilted her head. She didn't know why, but she felt a bit shy about making eye contact with Qin Guang. "Sure." Qin Guang immediately agreed, as this was a perfect opportunity for him to express the reason he had thought of earlier to get her to leave work early tomorrow. Hearing the answer she wanted, a smile appeared on Dong Li's face as she took out the ingredients from the car and hurried upstairs in her high heels. Qin Guang quickly followed her. Just like last night, he didn't sit idly but entered the kitchen to help out. What puzzled Qin Guang was that Dong Li seemed a bit distracted today, and her words were particularly few. Of course, he found it strange but didn't ask too much. Half an hour later, several dishes were served on the dining table. As they sat down, Qin Guang felt that the timing was right, so he couldn't wait to say, "Sister Li, there's something I want to talk to you about." However, at that moment, Dong Li seemed to be in a daze again, showing no reaction to what Qin Guang said. He could only helplessly call out to her again. Dong Li finally came back to her senses. "What's the matter?" Under the soft light, it was clear that her cheeks had a slight blush, though it was uncertain whether it was due to embarrassment or something else. "This afternoon, the boss who ordered our RV came looking for us again." Qin Guang's first sentence completely captured Dong Li's attention. "What did he come for?" Dong Li frowned and asked, "Is he having second thoughts? But you've already signed the contract. The penalty for breach is quite substantial." "Of course not. On the contrary, he came to give us money. He asked us to work overnight to ensure the RV is handed over to him by noon tomorrow, and for that, he even paid an extra 50,000 yuan for the rush fee." Qin Guang threw out the excuse he had prepared earlier. Dong Li slightly parted her red lips, her face filled with surprise. This was too exaggerated, wasn't he? Just to speed things up by a day or two, he was willing to spend an extra 50,000 yuan. However, she quickly added, "You can't pass up the opportunity to make money. According to the profit sharing, if you pull an all-nighter, you could earn an extra 15,000. I'm a bit envious of you now. I'll prepare some late-night snacks for you. You have to treat me to a couple of big meals later." Ahem. Seeing the topic was drifting off course, Qin Guang quickly cleared his throat and corrected, "Sister Li, don't you think this is strange?" "What is strange about it? We don't understand the world of the rich. I once encountered a client who spent 500,000 yuan to book our entire mall for a day to celebrate his girlfriend's birthday. The reason? It was where they first met," Dong Li said with a sense of emotion. Qin Guang decided not to beat around the bush anymore and said directly, "We find that boss's behavior a bit strange. So we prodded a bit, and eventually, he revealed a secret to us. The reason he is in such a hurry to get the RV made is that he has received reliable information that around 5:30 p.m. tomorrow, the 9 virus will enter its mature phase." The topic of the 9 virus finally shifted Dong Li's attention. Mature phase? What will happen when the virus enters its mature phase? Is this information reliable? Dong Li asked in quick succession. Anything related to the 9 virus is taken seriously by normal people, and Dong Li was no exception. The information is absolutely reliable. He got it from a friend in the relevant department. Otherwise, why would he spend such a large amount to get an RV made? As for what exactly happens when the virus enters its mature phase, his friend in the relevant department wasn't very clear either. However, based on his deductions, once the 9 virus reaches the mature phase, its infection capability will increase again, and it will cause the infected beings to become crazed. Qin Guang didn't divulge everything, but revealed just enough. There are already many apocalyptic discussions online. If Qin Guang directly mentioned zombies, Dongli would likely classify it as such. But by being vague, the credibility actually increases, especially with the RV as backing, making it even more believable. The infection capability will enhance. The current infection capability of the 9 virus is already terrifying, right? Basically, if bitten, one will be infected. As for the infected beings becoming crazed, I feel the mutated cockroaches are already crazy enough. Reflecting on the mutated cockroach from last night, Dong Li said with a hint of lingering fear. Seeing that Dong Li seemed to accept these 2 statements, Qin Guang knew he had succeeded halfway and quickly said, "At first, I thought the same, but after hearing the detailed description from that boss, we realized just how terrifying the virus is once it matures. First, the enhanced infection capability means our body's resistance will weaken. Do you know what that means?" Before Dong Li could answer, Qin Guang spoke with an extremely serious expression. It means that the probability of death after being infected with the 9 virus will greatly increase. Sure enough, upon hearing that the probability of death would increase, Dong Li's face turned slightly pale. However, Qin Guang seemed to give her no time to react and continued. And the scariest part is the second point. Although these mutated animals are crazy and may attack humans, they still retain some of their original habits, like how mutated rats or cockroaches still prefer to hide in dark places. But once the 9 virus enters its mature phase, those completely crazed mutated beings will lose even that habit. Just imagine, when you're walking on the street, suddenly a mutated rat or cockroach rushes over to bite you. How terrifying would that be? In that situation, going out would basically equate to being bitten. That's why that boss came to order the RV. If he lives in it, he can eat, drink, and take care of his needs inside, minimizing the risk of infection. Qin Guang finished stating all the reasons he had prepared in one breath. What should we do? Although Dong Li was trying hard to maintain her calm on the surface, her pale face and slightly trembling voice had completely exposed the fear within her. In stark contrast, Qin Guang felt relieved upon seeing Dong Li's reaction. Things would be easier from here on out. I know the pace has been slow, and this kind of build-up is difficult for me to write as well. But having chosen to write in detail earlier, some things must be clarified. Chapter 22. Outbreak of the Apocalypse in response to Dong Li's question. Qin Guang's answer was simple. If possible, you should take a day off tomorrow and not go to work. Even if you do go, you must return before 5:30 p.m. Don't worry, although these crises sound terrifying, if we prepare food and stay at home, it won't be a big hassle. Moreover, this news came from the relevant department, so the government must have a contingency plan. We just need to wait for rescue here. As long as you can return before the apocalypse breaks out, once you get on the base vehicle, you'll be safe. However, after a moment of silence, Dong Li said, I understand. Tomorrow I'll take a day off and go back home. Back home? Qin Guang instinctively asked. Yes, back to Guanglian City. My mom and sister are at home, and I can't rest easy if I don't go back to accompany them. Dong Li said. Qin Guang fell silent. What could he say? He couldn't possibly tell her not to go back. Perhaps noticing Qin Guang's thoughts, Dong Li comforted him. Don't worry. You said that as long as we prepare food and stay at home without going out, waiting for government rescue will be fine. I'll do as you say. Qin Guang was momentarily speechless. Was he digging a pit for himself? Taking a deep breath, Qin Guang nodded. All right, but you must follow my instructions. Not only should you stay indoors, but when you go back, you should also buy mosquito nets and some steel plates to reinforce the doors and windows. Also, don't neglect small places like drainage pipes. Make sure to secure them. Qin Guang meticulously reminded her of every detail he could think of, and Dong Li was listening seriously. Remember, after 5:30 p.m. tomorrow, no matter what situation you encounter, you must not panic. Follow my instructions, and there will be no problem. Additionally, the day after tomorrow, at the latest the day after that, I should be able to reach Guanglian City to find you. Qin Guang said earnestly. For others, moving in an apocalypse might be nearly impossible, but for Qin Guang, who had the base vehicle, it was a different story. When the base vehicle was completed, the little ball had confidently assured him, with the base vehicle, as long as you don't engage in reckless actions like trying to charge through a horde of zombies, even crossing the Pacific Ocean to go around the United States won't be a problem. Although Qin Guang didn't know how much of that was boasting. At least making a trip to neighboring Guanglian city shouldn't be too difficult. No, that is too dangerous. How will you get over in that environment? Dong Li said anxiously. Qin Guang really wanted to say that he was afraid because he had a base vehicle. But the problem was that this RV had already been sold to that fictional boss. This situation made Qin Guang feel a toothache. He deeply experienced that a lie really requires countless other lies to cover it up. Thoughts raced through his mind, and suddenly, an idea appeared in his heart. He immediately said, "Sisterly, don't worry, I have it all figured out. Since I know there will be this major crisis, how could I not prepare at all? In fact, the reason I came back so late is that I took a tour of the second-hand car market. Tomorrow, after that boss settles the payment, I will be able to buy a van and, with a little reinforcement and renovation, it will be another mobile RV. Once this RV is modified, I will come to find you." After saying this, Qin Guang breathed a sigh of relief while secretly reminding himself that in the future, even if he directly told Dong Li this was a secret, he should not continue lying. It was simply too exhausting to cover up. "Do you have time to modify it?" Dong Li said after hesitating for a moment. She originally wanted Qin Guang not to take risks by coming over, but she realized that she really hoped to have him by her side. "Don't worry, trust me, I won't joke with my own life," Qin Guang assured her. Thus, the matter was settled, and during the meal, Qin Guang did not hesitate to remind her of all the precautions once again. Even after finishing the meal, he wrote these precautions on a sticky note, fearing that Dong Li might forget his advice in a panic when the apocalypse broke out. "Don't worry. Don't be concerned about me. I will do as you instructed," Dong Li said, raising the sticky note in her hand. Seeing this, Qin Guang said no more and turned to go downstairs. Dong Li silently watched Qin Guang leave until his figure disappeared from view before retracting her gaze and closing the door. Looking at the sticky note in her hand, she carefully folded it up and then treasured it in the pocket of her lining. The next morning, Qin Guang was awakened by a knocking sound. When he opened the door, he indeed saw Dong Li. "I'm here to invite you to breakfast," Dong Li said directly this time, without making any excuses. Qin Guang naturally did not refuse. After going up, he found that today's breakfast was even more sumptuous than yesterday's. However, perhaps both of them had something on their minds, so the conversation was less than usual. After finishing breakfast, Dong Li said goodbye to Qin Guang, took the suitcase she had prepared earlier, placed it in the cherry, and left without any hesitation. "Little ball, we should also make our final preparations," Qin Guang said as he watched the cherry leave. At this moment, with no one around, Little Ball floated up from Qin Guang's pocket, saying, "Wonderful, wonderful." "What is so wonderful?" Qin Guang asked, somewhat confused. "I really thought you wouldn't flirt, but your tactic of feigning weakness to lure in is really wonderful," Little Ball exclaimed. "Shut up. Can't you use 4-character idioms?" "No, I'm not flirting," Qin Guang scolded, forcibly stuffing it back into his pocket. Ignoring Little Ball's protests and chattering, Qin Guang locked the door and jogged to the place where the base vehicle was stored. He placed his hand on the door lock, and after scanning his fingerprint, the vehicle was instantly unlocked. Sitting back in the driver's seat, Qin Guang felt an inexplicable sense of security. Today, he had only one task left, which was to prepare supplies. Driving the base vehicle, which resembled a van, he first made a trip to the vegetable market, buying hundreds of pounds of pork, lamb, beef, various vegetables, fruits, and so on. If it were a normal shopping spree like this, it would definitely attract attention, but now with the 9-virus epidemic, most people tried to avoid going out as much as possible. Even when buying vegetables, they would buy enough for several days to stuff into their refrigerators. So although the shop owners felt a bit surprised, they didn't pay too much attention to Qin Guang's behavior. The base vehicle had a nearly 2 cubic meter movable refrigerator, and it wasn't until Qin Guang filled the refrigerator completely that he stopped. The next step was to buy daily necessities. But there wasn't much demand in this regard. He needed to buy some toothbrushes, toothpaste, shower gel, shampoo, and other items. After buying these things, it was only a little past 10 in the morning, so Qin Guang casually asked Little Ball if there was anything else that needed to be bought. However, this question turned out to be a headache because Little Ball threw him a long list of medications. The densely packed list of over 100 types of medications made Qin Guang feel overwhelmed. Forget about the vitamins, but why is this hemorrhoid cream on the list? What do you mean by that? Qin Guang looked at Little Ball with a slightly unfriendly gaze. It means nothing. Buy it or not, just don't regret it later. Little Ball said firmly this time. This left Qin Guang somewhat uncertain, but he really didn't dare to gamble. So he had no choice but to grit his teeth and run from one pharmacy to another, running a total of over 30 pharmacies before he managed to buy all the items on the list. The reason for this was that buying so many medications at once was really a bit exaggerated. On the other hand, some items on the list were not commonly used medications, and general pharmacies really didn't have them. It took him until 3 p.m., spending over 3,000 yuan, to finally buy all these things. Luckily, he had borrowed a bit more money from Lan Minyu. Looking at the text message on his phone, which showed his balance was only over 5,000 yuan, Qin Guang breathed a sigh of relief. Previously, he had borrowed 20,000 yuan from Lan Minyu. And with his 5,000 yuan savings, he had a total of 25,000 yuan. After spending about 15,000 yuan on materials, he originally still had 10,000 yuan left. But now, after this round of supplies, his assets were back to 5,000 yuan. It really is the life of a poor person. Qin Guang sighed, and then he thought for a moment, drove the car to a nearby ATM, and withdrew all the money from his bank card. He didn't know if money would still be usable after the apocalypse. If not, it would be good to keep it as a memento. When he returned to his residence, it was almost 4:30 p.m., and there was only 1 hour left until the 9 virus reached its mature phase. This was just enough time for Qin Guang to complete the last task. After parking the vehicle in the garage to block the outside view, he began to unload all the food from the refrigerator. At this time, Little Ball also took out the molecular assembler from its folding space. Can this really work? Looking at the molecular assembler in front of him, Qin Guang hesitantly asked, "Don't worry. Although this thing is used to make tools, it has been equipped with a cooking module. While it's not as good as those cooking machines produced by Starshine Corporation, it's definitely not much worse than the 5-star chefs here," Little Ball said with some disdain. Qin Guang didn't say much more. Shoving the food into the feed opening, and at Little Ball's request, he also stuffed in 2 pieces of purified aluminum and iron. Soon, Qin Guang discovered that the metal turned into powder when put inside, but the food was neatly divided into pieces as if cut by a knife. A few minutes later, one can after another rolled out of the molecular printer's outlet like a production line. In just half an hour, nearly 2 cubic meters of food were all transformed into cans, which Qin Guang then transported back to the refrigerator in the vehicle. Phew, finally, it's done. Qin Guang couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. The last half hour passed in the blink of an eye. When the clock struck 5:30, the 9 virus around the world gradually entered its mature phase. Future historians would refer to this moment as the beginning of the apocalypse. The Earth officially entered the era of apocalypse. Do not say that I am taking things out of context. In fact, to advance the plot, I wrote an additional 1,000 words. Chapter 23, Crisis Everywhere. Sitting in the driver's seat, Qin Guang looked at the time on the dashboard. It had reached 5:30, and his heart couldn't help but race. He nervously scanned his surroundings, but left and right, he found nothing had changed. "Little Ball, are you sure you didn't get the time wrong?" Qin Guang's eyes were filled with doubt. "What are you thinking?" Little Ball looked at him disdainfully. "The 9 virus maturing isn't the end of the world. You need to learn to observe the subtleties." Qin Guang decided to hold his tongue and continued to observe the surroundings. After holding his breath and focusing for a while, he finally noticed some changes. Mosquitoes. More and more mosquitoes were appearing. Initially, with the mosquito extermination efforts underway, mosquitoes had become rare. On a given day, he would see at most 2 or 3. But now, mosquitoes were flying out from various dark corners, gathering together, and they were all mutated mosquitoes. More importantly, these mutated mosquitoes were unlike any he had seen before. They were larger, with some even comparable in size to ordinary dragonflies. Once these mutated mosquitoes appeared, they immediately attacked any living creatures in sight. Soon, more than 10 mutated mosquitoes gathered on the car window beside the driver's seat, incessantly biting the glass with their mouthparts. What made Qin Guang's scalp tingle was that these mutated mosquitoes had mouthparts with a metallic sheen. When they bit into the glass, they produced a clanging sound, as if metal were striking the glass. It was important to note that he wasn't the only one being attacked by these mutated mosquitoes. Soon, commotion and screams erupted from the houses around the street. Among the screams, Qin Guang faintly heard words like mutated mosquitoes, mutated cockroaches, and mutated rats. Bang! Suddenly, Qin Guang saw the door of the neighboring house burst open, and a man ran out cursing while clutching his bleeding arm. Behind him, a large mutated rat chased after him. Qin Guang noticed that this mutated rat was even bigger than the one he had encountered before. More terrifying was its speed. It quickly caught up to the man with just a few leaps and bit at his heel. The man reacted quickly, kicking out at the mutated rat as it approached. A dull thud echoed, but to Qin Guang's surprise, the man's powerful kick did not send the mutated rat flying. In a split second, the rat's sharp front claws pierced into the man's ankle, anchoring itself and preventing being kicked away. Hiss! Seeing this scene, Qin Guang couldn't help but gasp. The man, in a fit of rage, immediately lifted his other leg and stomped down on the mutated rat's head. After 3 heavy stomps, the rat's head finally tilted to the side, completely dead. However, in that brief moment, he had not only seriously injured his right leg, but the swarming mutated mosquitoes had also bitten him dozens of times, causing visible redness and swelling on his exposed skin. Yet, he ignored everything, took out his car keys to unlock the door, and immediately dove into the car. The car quickly started, crashed through the iron gate, and sped away. Based on Qin Guang's guess, the man must have been bitten by a zombie rat inside the house and was trying to get to the hospital immediately. But upon exiting, he encountered that scene, compounding his injuries. Of course, Qin Guang also understood that whether or not the man made it to the hospital after being bitten, the outcome would be the same. Little ball, that mutated rat, it should be called a zombie rat now. Didn't you say they were small and had already turned into zombies due to the 9 virus? Qin Guang asked, somewhat frightened. After the 9 virus enters its mature phase, they become crazed and bloodthirsty. But why has their physical quality changed so much? This zombie rat was at least 50 more agile than the one he had killed before. If the one he had encountered earlier had been this terrifying, he might not have been able to escape the kitchen and retrieve Little Ball, who was still in a dormant state. Because of the origin crystal, only the fully matured 9 virus can activate the origin crystal completely. Any zombie draws its power from the origin crystal. Once activated, the body's abilities are enhanced. That's quite normal. Besides, this change isn't that significant. Just look at that dog over there, and you'll see what a big change looks like. Little Ball said while projecting a blue light towards the house across from Qin Guang. Following Little Ball's direction, he saw a large yellow dog lying in the yard of the opposite house. Qin Guang was familiar with this yellow dog. He even knew its name was Wangkai. Whenever he returned home, this dog would always wag its tail at him. However, shortly after the outbreak of the 9 virus, he noticed that the dog was in poor spirits, lying on the ground and sleeping all day. At this moment, the yellow dog was still lying on the ground, but its body was twitching from time to time. This twitching was a sign of zombification, and the fact that the surrounding zombie mosquitoes were frantically searching for food yet showed no interest in it proved that it had long been infected with the 9 virus. Because normally, zombies wouldn't attack each other. Little Ball explained, providing Qin Guang with more knowledge. As Qin Guang watched the yellow dog twitch more violently, he noticed that its fangs were growing longer, and its mouth was gradually changing shape. Additionally, the nails on its paws were also growing longer, reaching lengths of up to 10 centimeters, resembling sharp claws. Woof woof woof. It rolled and howled in pain on the ground, its frantic movements making the iron chain binding it rattle. Perhaps due to the dog's pitiful cries, Qin Guang saw a small boy, about 8 or 9 years old, peek his head out from the door of the house across the street. However, at that moment, the yellow dog was nearing complete zombification, its appearance becoming extremely grotesque, and the little boy burst into tears at the sight. His cries immediately caught the attention of the yellow dog, which, in agony, seemed to forget its pain upon seeing the boy, its green eyes fixated on him. In the next moment, it let out a roar and lunged at the little boy. The iron chain around the dog's neck suddenly went taut, and Qin Guang was horrified to see that the chain, nearly the thickness of a finger, snapped with a loud crack after enduring several lunges. However, these struggles jolted the terrified little boy back to reality. He cried for his mother while hurriedly shutting the door. But what happened next shocked Qin Guang even more. The fully mutated zombie dog pounced on the door, raising its front paws and slashing at the thick stainless steel door with its claws, sending sparks flying. Next, the zombie dog used both paws alternately to slice, just as it would when digging in the dirt. Only now, the dirt had transformed into a thick stainless steel door, but the effect was the same. The stainless steel door quickly deformed and cracked, eventually creating a large hole for the zombie dog to pass through and directly into the house. Qin Guang didn't even need to look to know the fate of this family. This left him in silence. In just a few minutes, he had witnessed 2 shocking transformations, yet such events were unfolding globally at this moment. Countless zombie mosquitoes, zombie cockroaches, and zombie rats were causing humanity endless headaches. As for those house cats, dogs, and even humans that have been infected by the 9 virus since the outbreak, but have not mutated due to their slightly larger size, they may cause even greater harm to the unprepared humans around them after transforming into zombies. Qin Guang did not know how many humans would ultimately survive under the constant danger of this viral outbreak. Chapter 24. Zombies. 2 tragedies occurred to the neighbors, and Qin Guang could only watch helplessly. Although he wasn't very familiar with these people, daily encounters with neighbors inevitably built some emotional connection, even if it was just a nod or a greeting. This left Qin Guang in a state of inexplicable sadness for the events that had unfolded. The small ball merely floated silently nearby, showing no intention of intervening. It had emotional analysis capabilities, so it understood all too well how painful it was to watch one's home being destroyed step by step while feeling powerless. However, Qin Guang had to rely on himself to pull through and live even stronger. Bang! The dull sound of a collision pulled Qin Guang back to reality. He looked up to see a person repeatedly slapping the iron gate of the courtyard with his palm. This person had a pale green complexion, with eyelids that almost covered his entire eyeball, and 2 fangs protruding from the corners of his mouth. Of course, the most significant change was in his hands. The fingers were iron black, especially the nails, which were about 5 centimeters long and glistening black. This was the first human zombie Qin Guang had encountered. After observing carefully, he realized he actually recognized this male zombie. He was a resident of this street, who had previously worked as a laborer in a chemical factory, but lost his job shortly after the outbreak of the 9 virus. Just a week ago, Qin Guang had seen him while having breakfast, but he never expected to meet him again in such a manner. Clearly, the man had completely lost his sanity, emitting an unintelligible roar, and his eyes were filled with a desperate hunger for food, with drool dripping from the corners of his mouth. Bang, bang, bang. Each slap was heavy, causing the iron gate of the courtyard to bend. Watching this made Qin Guang's scalp tingle. If such force were to hit him, he would likely suffer broken bones with just one blow. This gave Qin Guang a new understanding of the enhancement capabilities of the 9 virus. His family's iron gate, despite being old and somewhat rusty, was still a metal gate. A normal person attempting such an action would probably end up needing orthopedic treatment even if the gate didn't bend. After more than 10 slaps, the part of the iron gate connected to the concrete finally could not withstand the pressure and broke, collapsing with a loud crash, allowing the zombie to charge straight in. Watching the fierce approach of the zombie made Qin Guang feel inexplicably anxious. Shift gears and step on the gas to crush it. The small ball's voice rang out in time. Qin Guang hurriedly shifted the gear into drive, but before he could step on the gas, the zombie lunged onto the windshield at a sprinting speed. Qin Guang felt as though the base vehicle had been struck by a giant hammer. The nearly 10-ton vehicle even trembled slightly. If an ordinary car had been hit like that, not to mention the windshield, even the frame would likely have been deformed. However, the base vehicle's defense was indeed worthy of the small ball's praise. Despite such a collision, the windshield showed no signs of damage, not even a scratch. This relieved Qin Guang a bit, but the zombie showed no signs of giving up, continuously slamming its palm against the windshield, producing thunderous, dull thuds. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and crush it. The windshield is the weakest point of the base vehicle, and if it keeps hitting the same spot, it could easily break, the small ball urged. Qin Guang gritted his teeth and pressed down on the gas pedal, and the engine roared to life. The terrifying acceleration was comparable to that of a top sports car, and the powerful thrust pushed him back into his seat. However, this feeling lasted only a moment. The next second, with a loud boom, Qin Guang felt himself being thrown forward due to inertia. Fortunately, he had already fastened his seatbelt, which saved him from harm. He quickly looked around and found that the base vehicle had crashed through the surrounding wall, landing in the yard of his neighbor who had fled after being bitten by a zombie rat. The zombie, along with other concrete blocks, was sent flying a short distance. Its chest was completely caved in, and there was a huge wound on its head, with blood gushing from its mouth. It was unlikely to survive. Even though he knew the person had turned into a zombie, seeing the familiar human shape and driving into them still made Qin Guang's hands tremble slightly. He quickly shifted into reverse, backing the base vehicle out through the hole in the wall, feeling somewhat relieved. I know it might be hard for you to adapt at first, but this is the apocalypse. It's either him or you. And from the moment he became a zombie, he was no longer human, but merely a war monster controlled by the Tadar civilization, the small ball spoke again, trying to soothe Qin Guang's emotions as best as it could. I know, Qin Guang took a deep breath, trying to control his still trembling hands as he switched the base vehicle to electric mode and drove out of the yard. Although his movements were slightly slow due to his emotions, the small ball felt reassured. It saw that Qin Guang switched to electric mode, which meant that despite the intense emotions, his mind still maintained rationality and thought. He knew to switch to electric mode to reduce noise while driving, thus lowering the attraction to zombies. However, just as he was about to fully exit the yard, he saw a red Porsche speeding around the corner, almost brushing against the front of his vehicle. This startled Qin Guang, and he quickly slammed on the brakes, unable to help but curse. What the hell? Driving so fast. Are you in a hurry to meet the Grim Reaper? However, before he could finish his complaint, there was a loud crash as the red Porsche slammed into a nearby lamppost. Gulp. Qin Guang swallowed hard, thinking, I didn't break any traffic rules, did I? Although he hadn't learned to drive or understood traffic regulations, this accident clearly shouldn't be his fault. He almost became a victim himself. What are you thinking? Just now. His speed must have reached at least 120 kilometers per hour. It's a miracle he didn't crash into anyone else in such a narrow street. This is better. If he crashes himself, he won't harm others, the small ball said immediately. Let's go check it out, Qin Guang said after some hesitation. Although he didn't think he was responsible for the incident, he was uncertain whether the other person crashed into the lamppost due to swerving to avoid his vehicle. Not checking it out left him feeling uneasy. Qin Guang, I'm serious when I say this. Neither you nor I are saviors. We can only do as much as our abilities allow. Once you become powerful, I won't say anything if you protect an entire city. But right now, if you try to save everyone you see, the two people you truly want to save might lose their lives because of your delays. The small ball said with a serious expression. Seeing someone ask if he would be a savior, there was no need to worry about that. Qin Guang is not a reborn person. It is impossible for him to be decisive right after the apocalypse breaks out. He is a university student with a higher education. Although he wouldn't say he helps old ladies cross the street, at least he abides by the law. Therefore, when the apocalypse breaks out, Qin Guang's mindset will be a constantly changing process. Chapter 25. Sorry, I can't help. Xiao Qiu's words immediately silenced Qin Guang. It was a bit harsh, but he knew what the other person said was correct. Although he wished to save the world like the heroes in movies, right now, if he left the base vehicle, he would be nothing. I understand. After a moment of oppressive silence, Qin Guang nodded. Xiao Qiu was about to tease him when he saw Qin Guang turn the steering wheel and head straight for the red Porsche. Qin Guang, what do you want to do? Xiao Qiu felt a surge of anger. From what it knew about Qin Guang, he shouldn't be that stubborn. Why has he suddenly become so single-minded? Although I know you were right, I just can't ignore it. But don't worry, I won't joke with my life. I just want to confirm if he's dead. If not, I'll call for help, Qin Guang said. Although Xiao Qiu thought this was a waste of time, it didn't say anything considering Qin Guang's emotions. Seeing that Xiao Qiu didn't oppose him, Qin Guang lightly stepped on the gas pedal, speeding up a bit while also surveying the street conditions. Upon inspection, Qin Guang found the situation to be much worse than he had imagined. The apocalypse had only just broken out for a little over 10 minutes, but there were already many zombies wandering the streets. The timing of the zombie outbreak was quite unfavorable. At 5:30, it was rush hour. Looking around, he saw that just on this stretch of street, there were more than 30 zombies. This was still under the condition that people were trying to avoid going out due to the outbreak of the 9 virus. Otherwise, the number would likely be several times higher. At this moment, these zombies were gathering in 2s and 3s in front of some houses, banging on the doors. Clearly, they had detected people inside, which triggered such reactions, just like how Qin Guang was attacked when he was spotted by a zombie. The screams coming from inside the houses undoubtedly intensified the scene, causing the zombies outside to bang even more frantically. From time to time, some zombies would emerge from the houses. These zombies had likely been infected not long ago, and even struggled to walk awkwardly due to their newly changed bodies. However, this situation lasted only a short while. After walking more than 10 meters, these zombies gradually adapted to their stronger bodies. Even those that had been elderly before could run swiftly. This weighed heavily on Qin Guang's heart. The 9 virus was indeed too difficult to deal with. Unarmed civilians were essentially waiting to die in the face of such zombies. He silently pressed the gas pedal to the floor, instantly accelerating from 40 kilometers per hour to over 100 kilometers per hour, speeding past a house. Bang! Bang! The dull sounds of impact rang out continuously as two zombies gathered at the front of the house were directly knocked back more than 20 meters. I can only help this much, Qin Guang silently thought. However, from the rearview mirror, he could see that the two zombies he knocked back over 20 meters, despite having injuries all over and several broken bones, still got up without a care, roaring in his direction before returning to bang on that house's door again. This scene left Qin Guang feeling indifferent, once again realizing his own insignificance, even with the base vehicle. He decided not to think too much and redirected his attention to the red Porsche not far away. At that moment, perhaps due to the loud crash against the lamppost or the blood spilled from the injured person inside the car, 5 zombies were drawn over. One zombie had even started banging on the car door, each hit causing the door to slightly dent, and its sharp nails created sparks as they scraped against the door. Seeing this, Qin Guang immediately accelerated again, the base vehicle racing forward and colliding with the zombie, sending it crashing into a nearby wall. This time, Qin Guang was no longer as nervous as he had been the first time he hit a zombie. He stepped on the brakes at a crucial moment. So although the base vehicle hit the wall, it only created a dent and did not break through it. After all, he wasn't sure if there were people inside the house. If there were, breaking through would mean harming them. After the impact, he immediately shifted into reverse. Pressing the gas pedal to the floor again, the base vehicle burst forth with an acceleration that was entirely disproportionate to its size, quickly retreating and knocking 2 surrounding zombies away. Thus, Qin Guang controlled the base vehicle to crash again and again, spending 3 minutes and nearly 20 collisions to completely eliminate these 5 zombies. This meant that to kill one zombie, he had to crash the vehicle at least 4 times. This demonstrated just how resilient these zombies were. Of course, it was possible to kill them all at once if he crashed into them against a wall, preventing them from flying back. However, Qin Guang was unsure if there were people inside those houses. To avoid harming them, he could only choose to crash multiple times, as it wouldn't take much time. After clearing these zombies, he finally drove the base vehicle next to the driver's seat of the Porsche. Through the car window, Qin Guang could see a young man dressed in avant-garde fashion, especially his silver hair and large earrings, which gave off a non-mainstream vibe. He was sitting somewhat slumped in the driver's seat, with bruises on his forehead and arms, but he was not dead, especially when he saw Qin Guang. A strong desire to survive shone in his eyes. "Quick, save me. Just get me to the nearest hospital, and I'll give you $1 million. As he spoke, a trickle of blood flowed from his mouth, and Qin Guang noticed that the young man's chest was clearly caved in. With each breath, his face contorted in pain, suggesting he had broken ribs and possibly injured his lungs. This situation was extremely dangerous. Without treatment, he probably wouldn't survive long. This immediately put Qin Guang in a dilemma. However, at that moment, Xiao Qiu suddenly spoke up. "There are bloodstains on the front of his car, and there are multiple impact marks." Hearing this, Qin Guang glanced at the front of the car, his pupils narrowing. Considering the high speed at which the other party had been driving, his expression instantly turned cold. Although this didn't necessarily mean the other party had hit a person, it was very likely that, like him, they had only hit zombies. But this was enough for Qin Guang to cast aside his last shred of compassion. "Sorry, I can't help. There are zombies everywhere outside, and I can't get out to save you. But I will call for help for you." "Good luck," Qin Guang said, pulling out his old phone and starting to dial 120. "No, you can't do this. Just tell me how much you want. And hurry up and take me to the hospital," the person inside the car said, seeing that Qin Guang remained indifferent. He threatened, "If anything happens to me, my family will definitely not let you go if they find out you let me die." Qin Guang's gaze turned cold as he put away the phone that was still in dialing mode. "All right, I'll be waiting." He dropped this line and glanced at the few zombies coming towards him not far away. Qin Guang chose not to crash into them, but instead allowed the zombies to come closer. He then turned the base vehicle around and headed towards Lan Mingyu's house from another direction. Chapter 26. 2 Phone calls. Xiao Qiu. "Do you think I shouldn't have gone over just now?" After a silent stretch of road, Qin Guang suddenly spoke up. "That's not entirely true. If you have enough strength, then whether you want to be a hero or a savior, I have no objections. But doing so without strength is foolish. Ultimately, everything comes down to strength. The saying 'the strong are respected' applies even across the universe," Xiao Qiu replied. In fact, it understood that Qin Guang's worldview and values built over the past 20 years couldn't be changed easily. "I get it. Now that the apocalypse has broken out, you should tell me how to use the crystal cores inside the zombies to become stronger," Qin Guang said, feeling an intense desire to become stronger at that moment. However, Before Xiao could respond, Qin Guang's phone suddenly rang. He took out his phone, and the words Lan Mingyu immediately caught his eye. Seeing this, Qin Guang answered without hesitation, "Hello." As soon as he uttered a word, Lan Mingyu's urgent voice came through the phone. "Qin Guang, where are you? Have you been bitten by mutated mosquitoes?" "Don't worry, I haven't been bitten by any mutated mosquitoes. I'm in a very safe place. So you don't need to worry about me," Qin Guang said, feeling warmth in his heart. "That's good. Just remember to stay inside. The 9 virus has mutated. And even some cats, dogs, and humans have turned into monsters. They are particularly sensitive to sound and blood, so you must be careful," Lan Mingyu said urgently. At this moment, Qin Guang heard a stern voice of a middle-aged man on the other end of the line. "Mingyu, hurry up and put on this protective suit. The rescue team will arrive in 10 minutes. Don't dawdle." Qin Guang heard Lan Mingyu say okay, and then her voice came back. But this time with a hint of tears. "Qin Guang, I don't know why things have suddenly turned out like this. But you must remember that the country has a rescue plan. Dad said that the military district started acting 10 minutes ago, so you must hold on until the rescue arrives. If you can't wait, you can head to Chiefing Park in Donga County. I'm sorry, Dad didn't tell me anything before. I didn't know anything. If I had known earlier." Before Lan Mingyu could continue to blame herself, Qin Guang interrupted, "Don't worry. I'm fine, very safe. And don't blame your father. He probably doesn't know much either, and even if he did, he couldn't disclose it to ordinary citizens. Otherwise, if this crisis hadn't happened, the country would have been thrown into chaos first. Now that the military has mobilized, it means the country has a response plan. Hurry and evacuate with your father. Trust me, we'll meet soon." As Qin Guang spoke, he glanced at the car's navigation map. He was only 5 kilometers away from Lan Mingyu. "You promised to stay alive to meet me," Lan Mingyu said immediately. "Okay, I promise." Qin Guang felt a mix of emotions. Perhaps it was her father's urging that made Lan Mingyu hurry to remind Qin Guang a couple of times before hanging up. Lan Mingyu's call served as a reminder for Qin Guang, and he quickly scrolled through his contacts, found Dong Li's number, and dialed it. As soon as the phone started dialing, it was connected immediately, and Dong Li's nervous yet joyful voice came through. "Qin Guang, is that you?" Hearing Dong Li's voice, Qin Guang let out a sigh of relief and quickly asked, "It's me. Sisterly, how are you doing? Have you followed my instructions?" "I'm fine. It was really terrifying just now. Just like you said, those infected by the 9 virus are as crazy as the mutated cockroaches and rats. I saw those insane people through the window. They were monsters, eating people in the street." Dong Li's voice trembled as she spoke. If Qin Guang hadn't warned her in advance, she wouldn't have known what her fate would be. Those are zombies. They have completely lost their minds after being infected by the 9 virus and can no longer be considered human. But you don't need to worry too much. As long as you don't make noise, keep the lights off at night, and stop any bleeding promptly without emitting the scent of blood, they won't be attracted to you. Of course, you need to be more vigilant about those zombie mosquitoes, cockroaches, and rats, as they can enter your home more easily, Qin Guang reassured while advising her. "Okay, don't worry. I've sealed all the gaps in the doors and windows just as you instructed," Dong Li said, gradually calming down as she listened to Qin Guang's voice. "Great. Don't worry. I've prepared the RV and I'm on my way. I should arrive tomorrow. Just stay at home and take care of yourself," Qin Guang instructed. Yesterday, he was uncertain when he could reach Dong Li's home. But now, having truly experienced the defensive capabilities of the base vehicle, he felt confident saying this. He had just crushed so many zombies, even collapsing a wall, yet the base vehicle had no dents, only a bit of paint chipped off. Just be careful. Those zombies are incredibly strong. I just saw someone hiding in a small car, but the zombies smashed it to pieces, Dong Li said worriedly. Nowadays, those small cars are getting worse in quality. Their shells are just tin. My RV, however, is reinforced with steel plates, and it can crash into walls without issue. Right now, I'm on the road, and those zombies can't do anything to me, Qin Guang said with exaggerated confidence, making it sound like bragging. This can't be helped. No one believes the truth, and he also had to set the stage for the appearance of this base vehicle, all because of that damned lie. Okay, stop the nonsense. Drive carefully, avoid those zombies if you can, and don't rush too much. If you can't make it tomorrow, the day after is fine. The food I've prepared is enough to last a week. Safety is the priority, Dong Li said with concern. After chatting a bit more with Dong Li and feeling that her mood had calmed down completely, Qin Guang hung up the phone. Putting his phone away and looking at the zombies searching for food from house to house on the road, Qin Guang's expression turned cold, and he stepped on the gas to crash through them. Avoiding them was not an option, This was all he could do now. But to save time, he could only crash through, and even if he drove the base vehicle at over 100 kilometers per hour, he couldn't directly kill these zombies. Of course, they would suffer broken bones, which would reduce the threat they posed to other residents. Chapter 27: The Reconnaissance Beast. Soon, Qin Guang was driving the base vehicle out of the old neighborhood and onto the main road. However, the situation here did not improve. In fact, it became worse. The streets were littered with car accidents. Moreover, there were even more zombies here, chasing after every moving car. Don't think that cars can outrun zombies. Each zombie ran as fast as athletes. More importantly, there were almost more than 2 accidents every 100 meters here, making it impossible to gain speed. Whenever these cars were caught, the zombies would swarm in, instantly smashing the windshield or car doors, pulling the people inside out to devour them. Those who were caught on the spot didn't even have the chance to turn into zombies, as there was no time for mutation, depending on individual physical conditions. It took anywhere from 5 to 10 minutes from injury to full mutation. The people on this street were practically in hell. They didn't even dare to abandon their cars to escape, even if some among them had superior physical abilities and could outrun these zombies. The ever-present zombie mosquitoes could take their lives. At this moment, not far from Qin Guang, a woman was being dragged out of a small car by a group of zombies, screaming as she was being torn apart. Gritting his teeth, Qin Guang slammed the accelerator and charged over, knocking the group of zombies and the woman away. Watching the woman being thrown high into the air and then falling onto the concrete pavement, lifeless, Qin Guang closed his eyes in sorrow. He could only do so much. Letting her die instantly was better than making her endure the pain of being eaten piece by piece. Little ball, find me a road with fewer vehicles, Qin Guang said hoarsely. There were too many accidents on this main road. Even if he could crash through, he wouldn't be able to speed up. More importantly, he didn't want to continue witnessing such scenes. No problem, Little Ball immediately said, accessing the city's surveillance footage through the network to find a route with fewer vehicles. Quickly mapping out the best path. Looking at the latest route displayed on the car's navigation, Qin Guang turned the steering wheel and drove directly onto the central green belt of the road. After crashing through 3 unknown ornamental trees, he crossed over to the opposite side of the road and then drove into a street. Entering this urban street, the number of vehicles decreased significantly. At least it had been so for the past month since the outbreak. Of course, such streets were generally accompanied by residential areas, so the number of zombies increased sharply. However, this wasn't a problem for Qin Guang. With the powerful engine of the base vehicle, he could crash through them without losing speed, and by doing so, he felt he was doing his part. Bang bang bang. Qin Guang crashed through, quickly covering 3 blocks. He had become somewhat numb to the impact of hitting zombies, and the psychological burden he initially felt had completely vanished. These zombies aren't as scary as you said. After knocking down 3 more zombies, Qin Guang couldn't help but say. Although these zombies had terrifying physiques and were hard to kill, they were like beasts without any brains. They only knew how to wander the streets. If there were no sounds or blood to attract them, they would just spin in place or stand still. Even driving the base vehicle, he could easily knock them down one by one. Once the National Army deployed tanks, these zombies would be harvested in batches. I hope you can still say that tonight. Little Ball replied disdainfully. Qin Guang was puzzled. The reason these zombies attacked humans was that they needed to consume flesh to convert it into energy for evolution. However, the source of energy wasn't necessarily meat. The sun could also serve that purpose. Little Ball began to teach Qin Guang some common knowledge. They can absorb energy from the sun? Qin Guang felt a bit stunned, realizing that zombies and humans were indeed 2 completely different species. To be precise, zombies could absorb most energy rays from the universe. Otherwise, they wouldn't even qualify to become cannon fodder on cosmic battlefields in the future. As long as the sun hadn't set, they could absorb energy, which explained their weak aggression and lazy demeanor. After sunset, their bloodthirsty and frenzied side would emerge. Little Ball glanced at Qin Guang and said. Qin Guang's heart tightened, but he quickly relaxed. No matter how bloodthirsty they were, they couldn't pose a threat to planes or tanks. The faster they charged, the quicker they would likely die. Moreover, they could wait until daytime to counterattack. Qin Guang had a lot of confidence in the power of the national machinery. You can't say you're completely wrong for thinking that. But there's one premise. Can the country's tanks and planes really take off? Little Ball said. What do you mean? Qin Guang's expression turned to one of horror. There was a Tadar civilization reconnaissance beast in space. Aside from monitoring the 9 virus outbreak on Earth, it could also unleash electromagnetic storms. which could be understood as electromagnetic pulses. Even for our Atlantis civilization, this electromagnetic storm posed a certain level of interference, and for a first-level technological civilization like yours, it was a deadly threat, Little Ball explained. Can we shoot it down with missiles? Qin Guang immediately asked. It's invisible, and you don't need to think about shooting it down. It's the eyes of the Tadar civilization. Even if I retrieve the main body and shoot it down, the Tadar civilization would immediately send a combat team to investigate. When the combat team arrives, it won't just be simple surveillance. They will also eliminate all high-end combat forces on Earth. Moreover, don't expect me to call the Atlantis civilization's army over. If we send troops to each other, Earth will just become another battlefield for both sides, and the outcome for human civilization is predictable, Little Ball said with a shrug, feeling quite helpless about the situation. When will it release the electromagnetic storm? Qin Guang asked somewhat dryly. I don't know. Its strike range is global. It will naturally release it when it comes above us. Little Ball replied. Qin Guang silently pressed the accelerator. This electromagnetic storm was like a Damocles sword hanging over his head. If it came down, even if there was a rescue team on Lan Mingyu's side, it would be hard to say whether they could safely evacuate. Chapter 28. Meeting again after passing this street and turning right, he would soon reach Lan Mingyu's house, Little Ball said in place of the navigation voice. Upon hearing this, Qin Guang immediately perked up, even unable to resist pressing the gas pedal, speeding up to over 120 kilometers per hour. Normally, he would never dare to drive this fast. But now the street was devoid of living people. All that remained were zombies, so he had no more concerns. Of course, 120 kilometers per hour didn't mean that was the speed limit for the base vehicle. However, if the speed continued to increase, Qin Guang worried that he wouldn't be able to control it well, risking crashing into nearby houses. The vehicle sped down the street, and just as they were halfway through, he suddenly heard the sound of sirens approaching rapidly. If he had heard such a sound normally, Qin Guang wouldn't have paid much attention, at most stopping out of curiosity to take a look. But hearing the sirens now felt so wonderful. As the sound drew closer, he saw 3 police cars racing towards him almost side by side. However, before these vehicles could get close, he witnessed a strange scene. White smoke was billowing from all 3 police cars. What is that? Qin Guang couldn't help but ask. He didn't expect that just a casual question would prompt Little Ball to provide an answer. That should be some kind of powerful insecticide fog, Little Ball said, controlling the camera on the roof to zoom in, and the scene appeared on the car's navigation screen. Through the screen, Qin Guang could clearly see the zombie mosquitoes on both sides of the street madly charging towards those police cars. However, as soon as these zombie mosquitoes entered the fog's range, they immediately fell to the ground. Additionally, Qin Guang also saw the interior of the police cars. The occupants were not ordinary police officers, but fully armed police. They wore a complete set of combat suits, with fully covered gas masks on their heads, along with gloves and combat boots. It could be said that every part of their bodies was tightly wrapped, effectively resisting the bites of the zombie mosquitoes. Naturally, they were also armed. Each person had an automatic rifle in hand. Qin Guang couldn't tell the specific model, but its power was impressive, capable of killing zombies with a single shot. To know that these 3 police cars had their sirens blaring, almost all the zombies along the way were attracted to them. The armed police in these 3 police cars should be from the same combat team, working together very well, able to achieve near-perfect fire suppression. Dealing with these zombies, who had little intelligence, was quite efficient. Basically, none of the zombies could get within 10 meters of the police cars. Good. Seeing this scene, Qin Guang couldn't help but applaud. As the 3 police cars approached, he also heard, in addition to the sirens, the loudspeakers on the cars continuously repeating a message: all residents stay at home and wait for further rescue. Repeating, all residents stay at home and wait for rescue. Seeing the vehicles coming towards him, Qin Guang parked the base vehicle to the side, allowing them to pass first. However, what he didn't expect was that as they brushed past each other, one of the police cars stopped, and the armed police inside said to him, "You can go straight from here, then turn into Dongle Road, heading to the police substation. This stretch of road has been cleared by us." Qin Guang was just about to thank him, but the police car had already started moving again, catching up with the vehicles ahead to continue clearing zombies. Watching them leave, Qin Guang's mood suddenly became somewhat heavy. He looked through the windshield at the sky. If it weren't for that reconnaissance beast, with the response speed the country had shown, they might have been able to get through this disaster. But now he withdrew his thoughts, no longer thinking about these things, and continued to move forward. Of course, he He didn't turn onto Dongle Road as the armed police had suggested, but continued straight according to the vehicle's navigation, eventually arriving at the road where Lan Mingyu's house was located. He wondered if Lan Mingyu had left. Qin Guang glanced at the time displayed on the vehicle's navigation. It had been exactly 10 minutes since he made the call, and if the rescue team was on time, they should have arrived as well. Bang, bang, bang. Due to his anxiety, Qin Guang's speed unconsciously increased, almost reaching 140 kilometers per hour. Don't be anxious, Lan Mingyu hasn't left, said Xiao Qiu. The camera installed on the base vehicle could clearly capture visuals within a kilometer, and even up to 3 kilometers could show rough outlines as long as there were no obstructions. Hearing Xiao Qiu say this, Qin Guang breathed a sigh of relief and slowed down. Soon, he was not far from Lan Mingyu's home. This area had clearly been cleared, with zombie corpses lying scattered across the road. As he got closer, Qin Guang saw 3 military jeeps parked in front of Lan Mingyu's house. They must have just arrived not long ago, as a squad of armed soldiers was clearing out the zombies that had surrounded them, with gunfire ringing continuously. These soldiers, like the armed police before, were all in full combat gear, but their uniforms were camouflage, allowing Qin Guang to easily distinguish them as soldiers. As he approached, Qin Guang's base vehicle immediately attracted the attention of those soldiers, and he was intercepted when he was still 50 meters away from Lan Mingyu's house. This area is under temporary martial law. If you want to proceed, please detour or wait until we have evacuated, a soldier said as he stepped forward. Hello. I'm here to find Lan Mingyu. She should be one of your protected individuals, Qin Guang replied politely. The soldier listened, pressed the radio hanging on his shoulder, and said something. Then, after receiving instructions, asked Qin Guang, what is your relationship with Lan Mingyu? And why are you looking for her? I'm her classmate, Qin Guang said, but suddenly he hesitated. What could he say? Could he really say he was there to protect Lan Mingyu and take her to the survivor base? If he said that, it would be questioning the soldier's abilities. Just as he was calculating how to respond, the door of the villa belonging to Lan Mingyu opened from the inside, and 3 people dressed in white protective suits walked out, being escorted by 2 soldiers. Although the 3 people in white protective suits were also wearing gas masks, the type was such that the front was made of white plastic, allowing their faces to be seen. Qin Guang immediately spotted Lan Mingyu walking on the left side. Without thinking much, he opened the loudspeaker of the base vehicle and shouted, Lan Mingyu. At that moment, Lan Mingyu had a faint look of sadness on her beautiful face. Upon hearing Qin Guang's voice, she couldn't help but show a look of surprise. But when she turned to look in the direction of the voice, she saw the base vehicle she had seen multiple times in pictures, and a look of disbelief and joy spread across her face as she quickly ran towards Qin Guang. Chapter 29. Evacuation. Together. Seeing Lan Mingyu running over, the soldier who had stopped Qin Guang was somewhat understanding and did not obstruct them. However, he still said to Qin Guang, the situation is urgent. It's best if you finish your conversation within 3 minutes. As he spoke, he raised his automatic rifle and walked towards the back of the base vehicle, where 3 zombies had heard the commotion and were closing in. Qin Guang didn't have time to express his gratitude before Lan Mingyu had already jogged over. Qin Guang, how did you get here? Didn't I just guarantee over the phone that I would come to see you alive? And here I am, Qin Guang said with a smile. Lan Mingyu's face instantly turned red, but she quickly changed the subject. How did you bring this RV here? Hearing this question, although Qin Guang had been mentally prepared, he couldn't help but sigh. Great, time to start weaving another lie. When I tested the vehicle yesterday, I found it had a small issue. I only finished adjusting it this afternoon, but I didn't expect that just as I took it out for a drive, such a thing would happen. So I just drove it over directly. Qin Guang recounted the lie he had prepared earlier. It's good that you were testing it, otherwise staying in the house would be dangerous now, Lan Mingyu said, patting her chest, a look of relief on her face. Wait a moment, let me tell my dad. You can come with us to the survivor base at Chifeng Park. At that moment, Qin Guang also saw the other 2 people in white protective suits walking over. On the left was a stern-looking middle-aged man, and on the right was a dignified lady, clearly Lan Mingyu's parents. Lan Mingyu's mother looked at Qin Guang with curiosity in her eyes, while Lan Mingyu's father, the stern middle-aged man, had an assessing gaze. Dad, this is my classmate Qin Guang, whom I mentioned to you before. Can we take him with us to the survivor base? Lan Mingyu ran up to the middle-aged man, linked her arm with his, and spoke in a coaxing tone. When the middle-aged man heard Qin Guang's name, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. He turned his gaze back to Qin Guang. Hello, Qin Guang. I am Lan Mingyu's father, Lan Wenshe. I have heard Lan Mingyu mention you before. Did you really build this RV? I can't say it like that. During the manufacturing process, I was only responsible for welding and assembling the components, Qin Guang said. Bracing himself, the lie was getting bigger and bigger. Not bad. After a brief silence, Lan Wenshi gave his evaluation. Lan Mingyu was an only child, so the attention she received in this family was understandable. Basically, the day he lent money to Qin Guang, Lan Wenshi had already learned about the situation, and his first reaction was that his daughter had been deceived by someone. Although later Lan Mingyu showed him photos of Qin Guang at work, it still didn't dispel his suspicions. After all, photos are too easy to fabricate. The so-called fabrication doesn't mean that the pictures Qin Guang provided were fake. It just meant that as long as one spent a little money at an auto repair shop, went in to take some photos, and forged the manufacturing process, it wouldn't be too difficult. Even Lan Wenshi had thought of a reason for Qin Guang to do this, which was to make things seem more realistic. So later, as long as he found a suitable reason, saying that funds were tight, he could borrow a large sum of money from his daughter again. The reason he hadn't questioned Lan Mingyu before was firstly because he had been too busy these days, and he simply didn't have time to send someone to investigate Qin Guang. Secondly, it was because Qin Guang did help his daughter fix her car that day, which was quite a big favor, so he decided to wait and see for a few days. Now that Qin Guang had brought the RV in front of him, it undoubtedly proved that his previous suspicions were wrong. Even with his status as a university student, Qin Guang could join such a car production team. And even if he was only responsible for a part of it, it was enough to represent the other party's excellence. Nevertheless, he still felt a bit uncomfortable in his heart, as this was the first time he saw his precious daughter so close to another boy. But discomfort aside, seeing his daughter looking at him eagerly, he could only say, "I'll go talk to that team leader. I should be able to take you along. But once we get to the survivor base, you'll have to rely on yourself." Okay, Qin Guang readily agreed, which conveniently avoided him having to find an excuse. Soon, Lan Wenshi finished talking with the soldier captain, who walked over and said, "Hello, I am Su Haishui, the captain of this rescue team. Secretary Lan has already informed me about you, and it's no problem to take you along." He then asked, "Do you prefer to continue driving this van or ride in our military jeep?" He was a sharp-eyed person and could tell at a glance that the van Qin Guang was driving was definitely not an ordinary one. This was proven by the fact that he managed to arrive here safely, which is why he asked, "Captain Su, I'll stick with this van. Don't worry. I won't hold you back," Qin Guang assured him immediately. Su Haishui nodded, took out a walkie-talkie from his waist, and handed it to Qin Guang. "You can keep this walkie-talkie for now. Just wait for further instructions." Qin Guang looked at the window, confirmed that there were no zombie mosquitoes outside, then slightly opened the window enough for his arm to pass through, took the walkie-talkie, and quickly closed the window. Seeing this, Su Haishui couldn't help but nod. This level of vigilance was indeed high. No wonder he could arrive here with a modified van. After giving Qin Guang the walkie-talkie, he didn't delay any further and immediately began to give commands. The soldiers on guard around quickly boarded the military jeeps. Su Haishui led 3 soldiers in the front military jeep to clear the way. Lan Mingyu's family was arranged in the second military jeep, protected by 2 soldiers. Following that, Qin Guang listened to the commands on the walkie-talkie and drove the base vehicle to the 3rd position. The last military jeep was similarly manned by 4 soldiers to cover the rear. The convoy then proceeded along the predetermined retreat route towards the west of the city. It was only then that Qin Guang learned through the public channel of the walkie-talkie that a whole regiment had arrived at the cultural square in the west of the city and had set up camp there. According to the military's plan, they would gradually advance eastward from the cultural square as the center. The goal was to rescue all residents within 3 days and eliminate all zombies within a week. Listening to this news, Qin Guang could only helplessly sigh in his heart. Chapter 30. Entering the city center. Tat-tat-tat. The sound of guns fitted with silencers rang out softly on this street, with each shot representing a fallen zombie. They had now left Lan Mingyu's house, having traveled 2 whole blocks, and during this journey, Qin Guang had fully realized the strength of this rescue team. These soldiers were likely elite veterans from the army. Each person's shooting skill was top-notch, able to hit moving zombies within 20 meters without missing a shot. It's important to note that this wasn't stationary shooting. The convoy was maintaining a speed of over 40 kilometers per hour, and with the zombies also moving. Hitting every shot accurately was no easy task. As the captain of the rescue team, Su Haishui was undoubtedly the best. He wasn't sitting in the military jeep, but was lying on the roof, having almost taken down all zombies ahead of the convoy. Therefore, the scattered zombies along the way posed no threat to them. The convoy will make a left turn at the next intersection and head straight for the ring road. Su Haishui's voice suddenly came through the walkie-talkie. Qin Guang couldn't help but frown slightly. The ring road almost ran through the east and west of Linhai City. Under normal circumstances, this route would be fine, but now with the zombie tide outbreak and this road passing through the city center, the danger level was too high. After a brief hesitation, he picked up the walkie-talkie, pressed the communication button, and said, "Captain Su, isn't it too dangerous to go straight through the city center? There should be the most zombies there right now." As he spoke, he looked out of the car window at the sky. Given the strength that the rescue team had shown, traveling during the day was certainly not a problem. However, according to the intel provided by Xiao, it was at night that these zombies would truly show their crazed and bloodthirsty side, so whether the rescue team could withstand it was uncertain. "Don't worry. We have plenty of ammunition for this rescue mission, and these zombies will find it difficult to threaten us for now. The ring road is the fastest route. After we drop you off at the cultural square in the west of the city, we have new tasks, so everything needs to be done quickly." Su Haishui's voice came from the walkie-talkie. Qin Guang wanted to say something more, but a private channel interrupted. "Captain Su and the others are professionals. You have to trust them," Lan Wenshi's calm yet authoritative voice sounded. With that, there was nothing more Qin Guang could say. After acknowledging with a sound, he fell silent. It would be hard to convince them of the fact that zombies become more bloodthirsty and crazed at night without mentioning the source of that information. And he had no way to answer that, so he could only remain quiet. Soon, according to plan, they turned onto the ring road. On this main road, car accidents were still a common sight. However, the ring road was designed as a 6-lane, two-way road, and ordinary accidents couldn't completely block the entire road. Even if a large truck were to block the way, they could crash through the guardrails in the middle of the road and continue on the opposite lane. After all, in the apocalypse, no one was managing whether you were driving against traffic. Even if they were completely blocked, with the powerful engine of the military jeep, they could forcefully push aside any small cars in front and keep moving forward. Therefore, under these circumstances, they were still able to maintain a speed of 40 kilometers per hour. Although this couldn't compare to when Qin Guang was acting alone with the base vehicle, it was definitely not slow. This situation continued until they had traveled nearly 5 kilometers, and the convoy had completely entered the city center, finally showing some changes. "Attention! These zombies seem a bit off." Su Haishui's voice came through the walkie-talkie, sounding quite serious. Qin Guang noticed this as well. At first, these zombies were just lazily basking in the sun, giving off a sluggish feeling. And it wasn't until the convoy got within 50 meters of them that they became alert and launched an attack. But now the zombies' alert range has increased from 50 meters to 100 meters, and some of them have started to roar and look around, being able to spot them from 200 to 300 meters away and then charging over madly. This has greatly increased the pressure on the convoy. At first, these zombies could be said to be delivered to them one by one, with only occasional groups of 2 or 3 appearing together, which was relatively easy to deal with. But now, as the alert range of these zombies has expanded, the number of zombies surrounding them will undoubtedly increase, especially those zombies on the sides of the road. Some of which would not have noticed their convoy before, are now all roaring and rushing towards them. This situation has undoubtedly increased the pressure on the convoy. "What is going on, Xiao?" Qin Guang immediately asked. "This phenomenon is quite normal. The sun is about to set, and as the sunlight weakens, it means that the energy these zombies absorb is decreasing, and their desire to hunt will certainly increase. This is just the beginning. When the sun really sets and these zombies start to actively search for food, that will be truly terrifying." At this point, Xiao's voice had a somewhat mischievous tone. "It will be a great opportunity for a hero to save the beauty." Qin Guang directly ignored the latter part of Xiao's words, although he also wished for that. The problem was that he was not one of those movie heroes with the power to destroy everything. Once he left the base vehicle, he was just an ordinary person. Relying solely on the collision capability of the base vehicle could not guarantee that Lan Mingyu would be absolutely safe. Moreover, it wasn't just Lan Mingyu. He didn't want to watch her parents or the soldiers from the rescue team die either. As Qin Guang was contemplating the contingency plan in case of danger, the sporadic gunfire outside gradually became denser. A tense atmosphere began to envelop everyone. A horde of zombies has appeared 1 kilometer ahead, with a total of 118 zombies. And the number is still increasing, Xiao suddenly reminded. Hearing this, Qin Guang immediately picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "Captain Su, there is a horde of over 100 zombies 1 kilometer ahead. I suggest finding another route immediately." with the running speed of these zombies. The firepower of this rescue team could not completely intercept them. If they got too close, the outcome could be imagined. These zombies could smash through reinforced steel doors, and a single blow could at least result in broken bones for the soldiers. Requesting support for recommendation votes. Chapter 31. Gradually mad zombies hearing Qin Guang's warning. Everyone instantly became tense. As the team leader, Su Haishui stood up immediately, took out the binoculars hanging from his waist, and looked towards the distant street. Sure enough, he quickly spotted the horde of zombies wandering towards them. Lin Qi, change the route. Su Haishui shouted into the walkie-talkie, his voice filled with urgency. It was clear that he also realized how dangerous this zombie horde was. Take a right, turn 200 meters ahead. There is a road that will allow us to bypass them. The soldier named Lin Qi responded in less than 10 seconds with the latest route. The convoy quickly turned and soon left the expressway, but they turned into a commercial street instead. The number of zombies here was several times greater than on the expressway. Gunfire became even more concentrated, and there were 2 instances where zombies nearly reached the base vehicle but were shot down just in time. Fortunately, the distance they needed to travel here wasn't too long. After spending more than 10 minutes, they bypassed the previous horde and returned to the expressway. However, even so, everyone found that their situation hadn't improved much. The surrounding zombies were becoming increasingly frenzied. Zombies that had once stood motionless began to move and even run, like predators searching for prey. And their convoy was undoubtedly the most conspicuous target, as at this point, they were the only moving vehicles on this expressway. Qin Guang looked at this scene and then at the setting sun, feeling that it was appropriate to reveal part of the truth. He picked up the walkie-talkie and said, Captain Su, I suspect that the reason these zombies are becoming increasingly mad is related to the approaching night. Although Qin Guang's guess had no evidence, Su Haishui still took it seriously because he also vaguely had the same suspicion. We need to accelerate now, but it will be difficult to clear all the zombies along the way. It's very likely that zombies will get close to the vehicles. The vehicles behind must keep up. Qin Guang, do you have any issues? Su Haishui specifically asked. No problem. Qin Guang replied decisively. Su Haishui said no more, and the convoy's speed quickly increased. As the convoy sped up, just as Su Haishui had said, they couldn't clear all the zombies around them in time. And often they couldn't even ensure that the zombies ahead would be cleared, frequently crashing directly into them. The zombies that weren't cleared in time would attack madly as they approached the military jeep. Their powerful hands would either dent the doors or leave scratches from their sharp claws. Fortunately, the quality of these military jeeps was good enough that even after such attacks, they could continue moving forward. At first, Su Haishui was still worried about Qin Guang, fearing he might make mistakes due to the tension in such a situation. But soon, he realized his worries were completely unnecessary. Even in this situation, Qin Guang remained very calm, even more so than the soldiers under him. As the zombies were about to pounce on the door, Qin Guang showed no intention of dodging, maintaining a steady speed alongside the vehicles ahead, as if he could completely disregard life and death. With Qin Guang driving steadily, this greatly reduced the shooting difficulty for the soldiers, and ultimately, the zombie was shot down when it was just a step away from the door. After just a glance, Su Haishui could no longer pay attention to Qin Guang because the surrounding zombies were becoming increasingly frenzied. As the lead vehicle, the pressure on him was the greatest. Even the windshield had been smashed by a zombie that he couldn't kill in time. Now he dared not stay on the roof and return to the vehicle. Although his car's windshield and one window were broken, relying on the car's frame still provided some defense. However, standing on the roof, these frenzied zombies only needed a leap to get up. He didn't want to engage in close combat with these monsters. Even so, their situation had not improved much because, as the sun set, the zombies were becoming more and more frenzied. Fortunately, the ammunition brought by their rescue team was truly sufficient. When faced with a large number of zombies ahead, they would open fire without hesitation. Although this approach couldn't guarantee a headshot every time, the efficiency of killing still increased significantly. In addition, they also brought a lot of grenades. When more than 10 zombies charged at them, they would throw a grenade without hesitation. Now they could no longer care about the loud explosions of the grenades attracting more zombies. If they didn't leave the city center quickly, they would only end up with dead ends. During this intense battle, Qin Guang several times wanted to rush to the front to clear the way with the base vehicle, but often at such times, the rescue team would unleash terrifying combat power, with the firepower net formed by several automatic rifles enough to shred the zombies in front. In this frantic escape, Everyone spent 15 minutes following the ring road, finally nearing the outskirts of the city center. The surrounding buildings gradually changed from skyscrapers to residential houses, and the zombies blocking their path became fewer. Just as Qin Guang was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the voice of the little ball sounded again. The bridge ahead is blocked, completely blocked. Can't you say something good? Qin Guang felt a toothache. He was now afraid of the little ball speaking, as what it said was never good news. Fine. Next time, I'll wait for good news before I speak. You can handle the scouting work yourself, the little ball said nonchalantly. Cough. That was just a moment of emotional excitement and a slip of the tongue, right? You really can't afford to lose this scouting work, Qin Guang quickly flattered. Of course, this was also true. Although Qin Guang had the authority to control the many cameras on the base vehicle, being able to control them did not mean he could see everything. Especially since this reconnaissance required constant adjustments of the camera's focus, switching between different distances and angles continuously. Then can you add a point for me? The little ball immediately proposed. Okay, I'll owe you one for now. Qin Guang readily agreed. At the same time, he asked the little ball to display the situation ahead on the screen. The large bridge ahead was connected to the ring road, over a kilometer long, spanning the entire coastal river. From the screen, Qin Guang could see a large truck overturned near the middle of the bridge. Perhaps due to the sudden overturn, many vehicles behind it had rear-ended, causing the entire bridge to be nearly blocked. Is there any solution? Qin Guang asked, frowning. There are two solutions. The first option is to take a detour along the river to the Donga Bridge, but that would add nearly 8 kilometers to the journey, with an unknown risk factor. The second option is much simpler. Just smash through. Violence is the true aesthetic. I strongly recommend this, the little ball said with eagerness. Chapter 32. The base vehicle strikes back. Just smash through? Are you sure that won't be a problem? Qin Guang's eyes were filled with doubt. After all, the bridge ahead was filled with cars. Smashing through would require immense power. Of course, no problem. However, while violence is an aesthetic, knowing how to better execute violence is also a skill, the little ball replied, and the screen displayed a 3D diagram of the bridge. In the 3D diagram, all the congested vehicles were clearly marked, and amidst the dense vehicles, a striking red line wove through. What is this red line? Qin Guang asked. It's the route the base vehicle will take during the collision. Although the entire bridge is blocked with vehicles, they are not completely pressed together. By utilizing the gaps between the vehicles, it wouldn't be difficult for the base vehicle to smash a path through. Of course, calculating all this so quickly is something only a divine messenger can do, the little ball added, not forgetting to take credit. Qin Guang nodded in acknowledgement, then picked up the walkie-talkie, pressed the button, and said, Captain Su, there is a new situation ahead. The bridge spanning the coastal river is blocked. Su Haishui, who was in the midst of battling zombies, felt a sudden sinking in his heart. After asking his companions to cover him, he rolled onto the roof of the vehicle and took out binoculars to observe. Indeed, just as Qin Guang said, the bridge ahead was completely blocked, causing Su Haishui's brows to furrow into a shape. If it were just a road blockage, they could take a detour, but the coastal river lay ahead. And to detour, they would have to go to the Dongha Bridge, which was too far. Moreover, if he remembered correctly, there was a commercial street in that direction, significantly increasing the danger compared to going this way. Of course, they had another option. Abandon the vehicle, take weapons, and walk across the bridge. After crossing, they could find a few vehicles to continue. However, he turned to look at the back of the convoy, where a horde of zombies was chasing them. Roughly estimating that there were at least over 100, they had fought their way through, making a lot of noise. If the vehicle speed hadn't increased to shake off most of the zombies, there would likely be far more behind them. But even so, these zombies were not something they could handle. If they walked across the bridge and were caught by this group of zombies, they would truly be in a desperate situation. Their current predicament could be described as being trapped between a wolf in front and a tiger behind, with no way forward or backward. Just then, Qin Guang's voice sounded again. Captain Su, my truck has been specially modified. It can smash through the vehicles blocking the bridge. If you believe me, please follow me. After saying this, without waiting for Su Haishui to respond, Qin Guang took action. Some things speak louder than words. He switched the base vehicle to power mode, turned the steering wheel, drove onto the sidewalk, and pressed the accelerator to the floor. At that moment, the engine roared like a beast, and the base vehicle displayed terrifying acceleration. Instantly, 3 streetlights, 2 motorcycles, and 5 zombies on the sidewalk were sent flying, and the base vehicle surged from 3rd place to 1st. All of this seemed to happen in the blink of an eye. Su Haishui watched as the base vehicle appeared in front of him in an almost savage manner, and his words of rebuttal to Qin Guang got stuck in his throat. At that moment, one thought remained in his mind. Is this really a cargo van? This thought was shared by not only Su Haishui, but almost everyone who witnessed this scene was stunned, especially Lan Mengyu. Her cherry lips formed an O shape, as the violent aesthetics displayed by the base vehicle almost conquered her heart. However, the roar of zombies quickly pulled everyone back to reality. At this moment, Qin Guang's voice echoed through every walkie-talkie. Hurry up and keep up. Su Haishui then realized that after Qin Guang completed the overtaking and reached first place, his speed did not decrease but actually increased. However, the problem was that not far ahead, a car accident had occurred. Faced with this situation, they should slow down and go around. Just as this thought emerged in his mind, there was a loud crash ahead, and he saw a sedan's front end being sent high into the air, the entire car rotating 180 degrees in midair before crashing onto the road upside down. As for the base vehicle that crashed into it, it seemed unharmed, continuing to drive forward, and even amidst such a fierce collision, its speed barely decreased. This is definitely not a cargo van, Su Haishui concluded in his mind, while urging his companions to speed up and catch up. After witnessing the capabilities of the base vehicle, he chose to trust Qin Guang. Moreover, he hadn't forgotten that Qin Guang had come to Lan Mengyu's house alone in this vehicle, and along this route. He often managed to spot dangers earlier than they did, which made him even more convinced that Qin Guang must have confidence to act this way. Next was the performance time of the base vehicle. Qin Guang drove at the front, smashing through all the zombies blocking the way, effectively shouldering the greatest pressure for the team. The rescue team soldiers only needed to handle the zombies coming from the flanks. However, they soon realized that there were actually not many opportunities to shoot, because their convoy was moving too fast, maintaining a speed of over 80 kilometers per hour. At such speed, even though these zombies could run as fast as athletes, they couldn't catch up to them in time to launch a side attack. Su Haishui's attention was almost entirely focused on this cargo van in front of him. Every sound of violent collision from ahead felt like a hammer striking his heart, giving him a sense of trepidation. Even modified vehicles struggle to withstand continuous high-intensity impacts. So he feared that the box truck in front of them might suddenly malfunction during the next collision, jeopardizing their chance of escape. However, his worries did not materialize, and their journey to the bridge was unexpectedly smooth. Now, the only thing left to escape danger was the final step, but it was also the most difficult one. Everyone wanted to know how Qin Guang would crash through the densely packed vehicles on the bridge. Today, the battle vehicle finally made its debut. And this so-called debut was the first time it was recommended. This recommendation was crucial for the new book. There were only so many recommendation spots available. If the performance was poor, the editor would not push it again, and it might even be released without any support. The success of a book is primarily measured by its collections and recommendation votes. So, for those who think this book has potential, please click to collect it. If you could also cast a few recommendation votes, I would be extremely grateful. Chapter 33. Crossing the bridge soon. Everyone followed the base vehicle to the bridge, where they were met with a sea of vehicles, and among them were a few zombies. Of course, there weren't many zombies, but the immediate problem was the congested vehicles in front of them. Initially, they thought Qin Guang would drive the base vehicle through in a reckless manner like before. However, they soon realized their assumption was completely wrong. Upon reaching the congested vehicles, the base vehicle not only did not accelerate to increase its impact force, but instead reduced its speed to below 30 kilometers per hour. The entire convoy, led by the base vehicle, squeezed into the dense mass of vehicles. Indeed, squeeze was the only way to describe it. Because the speed of the base vehicle was quite slow, when it maneuvered between two cars, there was no loud crash. Instead, the rear of the struck vehicle would deform first, and then the vehicle would be forcibly pushed aside, creating a passage. To achieve this, the most important factor was powerful driving force, which was evident from the roaring engine of the base vehicle. The second crucial point was to choose the right angle and target during the impact, pushing the obstructing vehicles aside rather than crashing forward, which would increase resistance. Su Haishui did not know how Qin Guang accomplished this, but he always seemed to choose vehicles that were spaced the farthest apart to crash into. Moreover, their path was not a straight line but a winding road, sometimes even requiring them to drive sideways, and on one occasion, they had to backtrack for a stretch. But overall, they advanced very steadily. After observing for a while, Su Haishui felt relieved and focused on dealing with the zombies that lunged at them from all sides. Logically, with so many vehicles blocking the way, there should have been many humans who had turned into zombies. But in reality, there were only a few scattered zombies on the bridge. He glanced back at the zombies chasing them, since Qin Guang had been leading the convoy in the base vehicle. The speed had increased, creating a significant distance between them and the zombies. At the current speed of clearing the road, if there were no unexpected issues, they would soon leave this stretch of road and completely shake off the zombies. Under the calculations of the artificial intelligence little ball, the route mapped out was naturally without surprises. Furthermore, the quality of the base vehicle was unmatched by Earth technology. After crashing through for a while, aside from Qin Guang feeling slightly dizzy, there were no other problems. After about 5 minutes, they finally maneuvered around the overturned truck and reached the other side. Although there was still some congestion in this direction, it was at least passable. Meanwhile, the zombies pursuing them had just reached the bridge. Qin Guang, I have good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? Just as Qin Guang let out a sigh of relief and heard cheers over the intercom, Little Ball interrupted at an inopportune moment. Qin Guang suddenly felt something was off, but after thinking for a moment, he said, "Let's hear the good news first. I've already heard enough bad news on the way. The good news is, congratulations, you've successfully crossed the congested bridge and escaped the zombies behind." "Stop," Qin Guang interrupted directly. "You don't need to say good news that I already know." "All right." Little Ball displayed a shrugging expression and continued, "Then the bad news is, stop." "I can see for myself," Qin Guang interrupted again. He felt Little Ball's face was too dark. There hadn't been any good news along the way. So this time he decided to check himself. Even though he knew it was likely bad news, perhaps with his own perspective, the danger level could be reduced. While thinking this, he activated the rooftop camera and scanned the road they were about to travel, from near to far. The sun had completely set. Although the streetlights had turned on, it still seemed dim. Fortunately, the cameras on the base vehicle had night vision capabilities, and the images projected on the screen were not much worse than during the day. Soon, Qin Guang noticed a large group of densely packed zombies at the exit of the bridge. Hiss! Qin Guang couldn't help but gasp. The number of zombies was estimated to exceed 300, and more were gathering around that area, continuously increasing the horde's size. Now he finally understood why there had been so few zombies on the bridge earlier. The rest had all run over here. This proves it's not just me being unlucky. Little Ball immediately expressed its dissatisfaction. Its emotional analysis system had established a complete information database for Qin Guang after just a few days of interaction. Therefore, it could accurately guess his inner thoughts through subtle expressions and body language. Moreover, this crisis is not as simple as it appears. The reason these zombies are gathering there must be due to the presence of a mutated zombie. So in terms of bad luck, you're still worse than me. Little Ball added with a jab. At this point, Qin Guang's expression truly darkened. He wanted to grab Little Ball and give it a good squeeze, but considering the situation, he held back and asked, "With the defensive capabilities of the base vehicle, can we charge through?" "If it's just about charging through, that's not a problem. Those ordinary zombies can't break the base vehicle's defense. However, there will likely be trouble if the mutated zombie among the horde is of the aggressive type, as it could pose a threat to the base vehicle. And if the base vehicle gets damaged, repairing it is not an easy task," Little Ball replied. Hearing this, Qin Guang felt reassured. In simple terms, the base vehicle could charge through, but it might sustain some damage, right? Exactly. Little Ball nodded. Although he received a confirmation, Qin Guang still felt heavy-hearted. If he could encounter danger while driving the base vehicle, one could only imagine the risk faced by those following him. Picking up the intercom, Qin Guang carefully considered his words and said, "Everyone, we have not escaped danger. In fact, we are facing an even greater problem. A horde of zombies has appeared at the bridge's exit, numbering over 300 and still increasing. We need to break through as quickly as possible. On Monday, please vote for recommendations." Chapter 34. Charging the zombie horde. This message from Qin Guang instantly silenced the previously relieved group over the intercom. "Are you sure?" Su Haishui's voice came through, and Qin Guang could even hear the bitterness in it. "What I saw with my own eyes, I won't mistake it." Qin Guang gave an answer that left them somewhat desperate. "Do you have any suggestions?" Su Haishui asked. Throughout the journey, Qin Guang's displayed abilities had made it impossible for him to regard the other party as an ordinary civilian. At this moment, he wanted to hear Qin Guang's opinion. And of course, what he wanted to know most was whether the cargo truck could continue to perform wonders. "My suggestion is to charge through as quickly as possible," Qin Guang said, pausing for a moment before asking, "If I take the lead, can you ensure the safety of the flanks?" What is the range of the zombie swarm? Su Haishui did not answer immediately, but inquired instead. Qin Guang glanced at the small ball and immediately got the answer, saying, "The zombie horde has not completely gathered together, but is spread out along the road, roughly within a range of 500 meters. If it's 500 meters, as long as you can maintain a speed of over 60 kilometers per hour, it should be fine," Su Haishui said, feeling a bit relieved and also giving his answer. "Good. But there's one more thing I want to remind you of. It's very abnormal for these zombies to gather without reason. I suspect there are some special entities within the horde, such as particularly powerful zombies, controlling them, like a wolf pack led by an alpha wolf." Qin Guang appropriately revealed some intel about the mutated zombies. "I understand. We'll keep an eye out," Su Haishui replied. The entire operational plan was decided in just a few exchanges between the two. Next, it was Su Haishui, the team leader, arranging everyone's shooting positions to form the most effective firepower blockade. Every soldier in the rescue team was quickly loading ammunition into their firearms, preparing for the upcoming hard battle. Just as the atmosphere became somewhat oppressive, the voice of Lan Wenshe came through the intercom. "Qin Guang, can you let Meng Yu sit in the passenger seat of your cargo truck?" Lan Wenshe was not blind. Throughout the journey, he could see how extraordinary the base vehicle was. Not to mention the fact that despite having numerous scratches from collisions, the vehicle had no dents, which showed how tough it was. Even if it was said to be modified from an armored vehicle, there would definitely be people who believed it. Although Qin Guang was going to act as the vanguard, it was still safer than the military jeep. They had been attacked by zombies several times on the way here, and the danger during the upcoming charge into the horde was evident. That's why he put his pride aside and made this request to Qin Guang. Wow, what an opportunity. The small ball was the first to react, immediately making a face. "Get lost and hide," Qin Guang said, then immediately picked up the intercom to respond, "Of course. No problem." After saying this, he shifted into reverse and backed up to the military jeep where Lan Mengyu was sitting. Forgetting loyalty for lust, the small ball grumbled but flew back to its hiding place to avoid being discovered by others. At this moment, Qin Guang noticed that the vehicle's navigation system had been placed on the center console, and the round groove was perfectly fitted for the small ball. When the small ball landed on it, it looked like a giant control button. However, he only took a glance before turning his gaze back to the military jeep. Lan Mengyu seemed to have said something to her parents, hugged them, and then got out of the car to walk towards the base vehicle. Qin Guang took out a bottle of insecticide, opened the car door slightly, sprayed vigorously, and confirmed that there were no zombie mosquitoes before fully opening the door. Lan Mengyu understood Qin Guang's concerns and immediately got in, shutting the door behind her. "Qin Guang, will my parents be okay?" Lan Mengyu asked. Worry etched on her face as she removed the head cover of her protective suit. "Don't worry, they're fine," Qin Guang immediately reassured her. At that moment, the intercom announced that Su Haishui was ready. Qin Guang, no longer hesitating, signaled Lan Mengyu to fasten her seatbelt, then pressed the accelerator and charged out. The three military jeeps immediately started up, closely following the base vehicle. Not long after, under Qin Guang's lead, they charged towards the gathered zombie horde. Their movement naturally caught the attention of the horde, and at a distance of 100 meters, the zombies launched a countercharge. The sight of over 300 zombies, howling and swinging their claws as they rushed forward, was quite visually striking. At least for Lan Mengyu, sitting in the passenger seat, she had tightly shut her eyes, too afraid to look. Even Qin Guang felt a bit nervous inside, but his hands remained steady on the steering wheel. Bang, bang, bang. The base vehicle quickly crashed into the horde, and instantly, the zombies in front were sent flying, bones breaking and muscles tearing. However, there were simply too many zombies. As soon as the front ones were knocked away, the ones behind rushed in without understanding fear. Under the relentless attacks of these advancing zombies, Qin Guang quickly realized that the base vehicle was sinking into the swarm like it was stuck in a quagmire, its speed rapidly decreasing. Moreover, as the speed dropped, one zombie leaped onto the back of the base vehicle, using its claws to latch onto it tightly. Once there was one, there would soon be a second. And before long, over 10 zombies were clinging to the base vehicle. Even 2 zombies were now sprawled on the windshield. And as the vehicle continued to crash into the horde, more of them kept piling on. This situation was something Qin Guang had never anticipated. He realized that charging into the horde was completely different from colliding with 1 or 2 zombies. It reminded him of a saying, "A multitude of ants can kill an elephant." At this moment, the base vehicle felt a bit like that elephant. The red button on the center console was for an electric attack, which could instantly electrocute any zombies in contact with the base vehicle. But using it once would consume a large amount of power. Currently, the energy could only support 3 attacks, so it had to be used sparingly. Additionally, if the speed dropped below 60 kilometers per hour, I will help you activate the turbocharger. The small ball's voice came through the Bluetooth headset. Hearing this, Qin Guang felt a bit more at ease. He glanced at the military jeeps following closely behind, shooting wildly to the sides, even occasionally tossing out a grenade. And the situation remained relatively optimistic. Qin Guang looked at the increasingly declining speedometer, but did not choose to use the electric attack just yet. He hadn't forgotten that there was still a mutated zombie hidden within the horde. Moreover, he was not fighting alone, so he picked up the intercom. Chapter 35. The assassin Qin Guang said immediately after picking up the intercom, "Captain Su, please give me some fire support to clear the zombies climbing onto the vehicle, or my speed will continue to decrease." In fact, Su Haishui and the others had long noticed Qin Guang's situation and were feeling a sense of dread. If it were their military jeep with so many zombies hanging on, it would have probably been dismantled by now. With the force those zombies could exert with a single strike, it wasn't difficult at all to damage a vehicle. So when they heard Qin Guang's request, they were not surprised at all. Su Haishui squeezed the trigger repeatedly, taking out 3 zombies that were about to get close, then picked up the intercom and said, "In this high-speed situation, we can't guarantee shooting accuracy. There's a high probability of accidentally hitting your cargo truck. It's okay, my cargo truck is bulletproof after modification. Just avoid shooting the same spot continuously, and also try to avoid the windows," Qin Guang replied immediately. Su Haishui listened, his mouth twitching slightly. He really didn't know how Qin Guang managed to convert a cargo truck into an armored vehicle, but now wasn't the time to delve into such matters. He immediately called his companion beside him to open fire, the two of them shooting at the zombies climbing onto the base vehicle from left and right. As one zombie after another fell quickly, Qin Guang felt the speed of the base vehicle increase. Although there were still a steady stream of zombies jumping up, it wasn't easy for them to do so. Most were directly knocked away. Therefore, their jumping speed was far behind Su Haishui and the others' clearance speed. However, Qin Guang didn't let his guard down, as the hidden mutated zombie had yet to reveal itself. He wanted to ask the small ball why it hadn't found the hidden zombie yet, but with Lan Mingyu present, he had to abandon that thought. Moreover, he wasn't anxious at all. With their speed, they had already covered half the distance in this short moment. It would be better if that mutated zombie didn't come out and they could leave safely. However, things often go against one's wishes. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the vehicle's navigation displayed an image captured by a camera at the back of the base vehicle. Qin Guang saw the creature in the image, which could truly be called a monster, its appearance vastly different from that of a human. The surface of the mutated zombie was no longer skin, but scales. These scales were extremely delicate and possessed strong camouflage abilities, blending in with the surrounding environment. If it weren't for the small ball highlighting this humanoid monster in the image, Qin Guang might have almost overlooked it. This should be the reason why the small ball had taken so long to find the opponent. It's worth noting that the base vehicle was equipped with 30 concealed cameras, capable of providing 360-degree coverage without blind spots. As the monster was identified, the small ball's voice also came through the Bluetooth headset, stating that this type of zombie was called an assassin. Its scaled body could simulate any environment, and high-level assassins could almost become invisible. Of course, their attack power was also not to be underestimated, as they could cause damage to the armored vehicle. "Does it have any weaknesses?" Qin Guang asked in a low voice. "You could say its entire body is a weakness. The trouble with these creatures lies in their hiding ability. Their defense is not much stronger than ordinary zombies. If you seize the opportunity, you can knock it dead," the small ball replied. Hearing this, Qin Guang felt reassured. He glanced at the direction of the assassin and immediately took out the walkie-talkie, saying, "Attention. The left rear of the convoy has an unusual zombie. It seems to have some invisibility ability. Be cautious." Su Haishui, upon hearing this, immediately looked towards the left rear of the convoy, but saw nothing unusual. However, he didn't doubt Qin Guang's words, as Qin Guang had always been able to spot danger earlier than anyone else along the way. So he quickly reminded the vehicles at the back to pay close attention to the direction Qin Guang indicated. After being locked onto by the small ball, the assassin remained unaware and continued to follow behind the convoy. After observing, Qin Guang was surprised to find that this mutated zombie, called an assassin, was definitely not as simple as the small ball had described. In addition to its ability to become invisible, Its speed was also extremely terrifying. At this time, their convoy was maintaining a speed of over 60 kilometers per hour, yet the assassin was able to keep up steadily behind them, advancing silently. If the small ball hadn't discovered it in advance, an ordinary person would likely not realize its presence until it was too late, and even with weak defenses, it would pose a threat in a life-or-death situation. Soon, the convoy advanced over 100 meters, with only about 100 meters left to completely break through the horde of zombies. At this moment, the assassin could no longer hold back and swiftly approached the rear of the convoy. Qin Guang immediately pressed the walkie-talkie and shouted loudly, "Be careful. The mutated zombie is coming." The military jeep at the back of the convoy had 2 soldiers specifically watching the rear after Qin Guang's warning. So when Qin Guang shouted for caution, one soldier spotted a blurry shadow quickly approaching them. Without a second thought, the soldier pulled the trigger, and the automatic rifle spat fire, unleashing a barrage of bullets towards the shadow. However, the assassin moved too quickly, dodging the bullets in a few swift movements and closing in next to the military jeep. Its claws, several times larger than an ordinary zombie, struck down towards the soldier through the car door. With a loud screech, the metallic grinding sound rang out, and sparks flew as the door was directly penetrated, the sharp claw piercing into the soldier's abdomen. The soldier let out a muffled groan, his face contorting in pain, but his hands still clutched the automatic rifle, pulling the trigger towards the assassin that was so close. Even if the assassin was fast, at such a close distance, it couldn't completely evade the bullets, and 2 bullets pierced its shoulder and left arm. But in that instant, the assassin quickly withdrew its claw back into the stone trough, dragging the soldier out through the damaged car door, and he was instantly engulfed by the tide of zombies. Ayong! The anguished cries of several soldiers came through the walkie-talkie. Soon, a loud explosion erupted from within the horde of zombies, clearing a path through the mass. According to Qin Guang's estimation, the soldier must have pulled the pins from all his grenades before he died. Watching the entire process unfold on the screen, Qin Guang silently mourned for the soldier in his heart. Though a bit sad, he didn't know the soldier personally, so it didn't affect him much. Seeing everyone still lost in sorrow, he immediately picked up the walkie-talkie to remind them, "Attention, that mutated zombie is still alive despite being injured. So be cautious of its next attack." Chapter 36. Killing upon hearing Qin Guang's reminder. The people in the field had to set aside their grief and focus all their attention on the surrounding zombies. They had all witnessed the terrifying abilities displayed by that mutated zombie, and if they didn't take it seriously, the next time it attacked, it could very well cost another soldier their life. Compared to the others, Qin Guang wasn't too worried. The injured assassin would see a decrease in its capabilities. And more importantly, they were about to break out of the encirclement of the horde, meaning the assassin could only attack once at most. As long as they responded carefully, it would be fine. The previous soldier had already proven that the assassin could only take so many shots. The small ball was still locked onto it. And from the screen, Qin Guang could see that the assassin had 2 bloody wounds on its arm, and the entire limb hung limply. If they could land a few more shots, even without hitting its head, they should be able to incapacitate it. "Qin Guang, can we leave safely?" Lan Mingyu's nervous voice rang out beside him. She had also seen the assassin displayed on the vehicle navigation screen. At first, when they charged into the horde, she had been so scared that she closed her eyes, but now she had finally calmed down. Her pretty face, though pale from fear, was at least able to face everything head-on. "Don't worry, we'll break out of the horde soon," Qin Guang reassured her. At the same time, the screen displayed the latest movements of the assassin, which was actually coming towards the armored vehicle. The assassin seemed to be a bit afraid of the 3 military jeeps that were constantly spitting flames after experiencing the terror of firearms firsthand. So it naturally targeted Qin Guang's seemingly harmless base vehicle. "It seems to have set its sights on us," Lan Mengyu exclaimed. "Great. I was just worried about how to kill it," Qin Guang said, his finger already resting on the red button for the electric attack. From the screen, Qin Guang could clearly see the movements of the assassin, which had now circled to the front of the road, completely hidden behind a relatively tall zombie. Preparing to leap high, Qin Guang shifted his gaze from the screen to the road ahead, where he could faintly see a blurry shadow behind the tall zombie. That shadow seemed to have raised its uninjured right arm, likely ready to strike with full force at the moment of collision. Facing this assassin in person, Qin Guang felt a pang of trepidation, especially since he had just seen it pierce through an entire car door with a single grab. Even though during the vehicle's construction, the little ball had solemnly assured him that the glass used on the base vehicle exceeded the hardness of any bulletproof glass on Earth. He still wasn't sure if the windshield in front of him could withstand this blow. Therefore, Qin Guang decided to take the initiative and press the electric attack button just before the assassin was about to pounce on the windshield. In the next moment, Qin Guang's vision was enveloped by a blue electric light. In fact, it wasn't just his vision. Every part of the base vehicle's surface was covered with countless blue arcs of electricity, forming a 360-degree electric net with no blind spots. Any target that approached within 1 meter of the base vehicle would be struck by the crackling thunder. The discharge attack from the base vehicle lasted a full 3 seconds, leaving a trail of charred zombie corpses in its wake, including that of the assassin. This allowed them to successfully break through the encirclement and escape from the horde. Impressive. Qin Guang looked at the scene displayed in the rearview mirror and discreetly gave a thumbs up towards the little ball. This was his first direct praise for it. The so-called discharge attack from the little ball seemed to him like a thunderstorm net, something he had never seen in reality outside of sci-fi movies. Of course, it wasn't just Qin Guang who was shocked. Su Haishui and the others, who were following the base vehicle and also breaking through the encirclement, were still in a daze, instinctively continuing to move forward with the base vehicle. The sudden scene they had just witnessed was simply terrifying. At that moment, he almost thought the base vehicle was going to explode. If it weren't for the solid heart he had developed during his service on the battlefield, he might have pressed the brakes and fallen behind. Of course, if one had to say who was the most shocked, it was undoubtedly Lan Mingyu. She had watched Qin Guang build this box truck, but now, aside from its appearance, it hardly resembled a box truck at all. It was one thing to have such terrifying defensive capabilities, as the vehicle was originally built to respond to crises. However, the screen on the central control panel had been continuously displaying the movements of that mutated zombie, proving that there were numerous concealed cameras on this vehicle. Moreover, these cameras could not only switch between different views, but also had the ability to continuously lock onto and track targets. Achieving this wasn't simply a matter of installing a few cameras. The truly terrifying part was the processing system. What shocked Lan Mingyu the most was the final electric attack. At that moment, she truly felt surrounded by a sea of thunder. If it were an armored vehicle developed first by the military that could achieve all of this, she wouldn't have been surprised. But the issue was that this vehicle had been created by Qin Guang and his team. This made Lan Mingyu look at Qin Guang with a hint of admiration in her eyes. She really wanted to ask Qin Guang how all of this was accomplished. But ultimately, her emotional intelligence prevented her from doing so. After breaking out of the zombie encirclement, the convoy showed no signs of stopping and continued to move forward. Su Haishui even politely asked Qin Guang over the intercom to continue leading the way. Qin Guang's performance along the way had undoubtedly gained everyone's recognition, and Su Haishui even placed Qin Guang on the same level as him. In fact, when it came to some route choices later, he would actively seek Qin Guang's opinion. It seemed everyone had reached a consensus and surprisingly did not ask any questions about the base vehicle. With Qin Guang's base vehicle leading the way, everything went quite smoothly, and it wasn't long before they completely left the city center area and arrived at the suburbs. Here, the number of zombies began to noticeably decrease. Although they were still frenzied due to the nighttime and could appear in groups, as long as their numbers did not exceed 100, they posed no threat in front of the base vehicle. After the convoy had been advancing without any danger for more than half an hour, they were nearing the western district, where they could faintly hear gunfire in the distance. The military is clearing out this area. Let us hurry over. Su Haishui's voice came through the intercom, sounding relieved. It was clear that the danger level of this operation had exceeded his expectations. It would not be an exaggeration to say they had survived a catastrophe. Chapter 37. Electromagnetic storm. As they progressed, they soon entered the range controlled by the military. Here, soldiers were clearing zombies from street to street, relying on tanks, infantry vehicles, and armored vehicles to push forward. Occasionally, helicopters could be seen hovering above. And in the face of such a steel tide, no matter how frenzied the zombies were, it was of no use. In fact, the more crazily the zombies charged, the faster they died. Tat tat tat. In front of the street where they were advancing, a squad of soldiers was clearing zombies. They worked in perfect harmony, covering each other to sustain continuous fire. Even if the zombies charged madly, they were inevitably picked off one by one. Moreover, there was an infantry vehicle at the back of their formation. The heavy machine gun on that vehicle was no decoration. With that in place, they didn't need to worry even if they encountered a horde of more than 100 zombies. At this time, their convoy had readjusted its position, with Su Haishui leading and Qin Guang returning to third in line. When the two teams met, Su Haishui greeted the other commander, and after understanding the situation, the convoy continued to move forward. Everyone speed up. We are only 3 kilometers away from the cultural square where the military district is located. Once we get there, we will be truly safe, so let us not let our guard down for the last stretch. Su Haishui's voice came through the intercom. Captain Su, Haven T, we already entered the military-controlled area? Asked Lan Wensure. This isn't considered the controlled area. It can only be said that it has been cleared by the military. Furthermore, I just learned from the squad leader that they are only doing a rough clearance for now. There are still zombies hiding in some of the surrounding houses. Most importantly, they have also encountered some special zombies, the kind that Comrade Qin Guang mentioned, the mutated ones. However, those zombies seem to possess a certain level of intelligence, actively hiding upon seeing the military. Therefore, during the next stretch of road, we have a certain probability of encountering those mutated zombies, Su Haishui replied. The crowd, which was originally ready to relax, suddenly became a bit tense. Of course, you don't need to worry too much with our current firepower. As long as we detect the enemy in advance, even if we can't kill them, driving them back shouldn't be a problem, Su Haishui said, adding, Comrade Qin Guang, please pay extra attention to the reconnaissance work. The mutated zombies are not made of steel. Without the assistance of a horde, their threat is limited. However, the premise is that we can spot them first. If we are ambushed, that would be a different story. I will keep an eye on the surroundings. Qin Guang responded, but he felt a sense of vigilance in his heart. It was clear that Su Haishui and the others had noticed something unusual about the base's military vehicle. Otherwise, they wouldn't have assigned such a task to him. Although he felt a bit wary, Qin Guang did not show it. As long as he didn't enter the survivor base, he had the capability to leave at any time with the military vehicle. Of course, this was the worst-case scenario, and judging by Su Haishui's unspoken attitude, the other party had already shown a great deal of goodwill. The convoy advanced quickly and cautiously, and soon they encountered more and more soldiers. The soldiers appearing behind were not primarily engaged in clearing zombies. Instead, they were spraying a white mist. Qin Guang had seen this white spray before when he encountered special police. It was a highly effective insecticide. This spray filled the entire street, and basically, places that had been sprayed were cleared of zombie mosquitoes, zombie cockroaches, and other small creatures. Previously, government agencies found it difficult to eliminate these pests because both mosquitoes and cockroaches are good at hiding. But now, after becoming zombies, while they are certainly terrifying, they have also lost their reason. It is in their biological nature to rush at humans upon sight. When these soldiers put on full protective suits, the behavior of zombie mosquitoes and zombie cockroaches was tantamount to suicide. Watching the military's orderly actions, Qin Guang couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope. As long as humanity unites, even if they can't defeat the Tadar civilization, there is still hope to overcome the virus they released. Ziz. While Qin Guang was thinking about these matters, he suddenly felt a ringing in his ears, and his vision seemed to distort as a strong discomfort spread throughout his body. Fortunately, as a light blue metallic square above his head emitted a soft glow, that intense discomfort instantly vanished. Just as he was about to ask the little ball what was happening, the little ball's voice came through the headset first. The electromagnetic storm is coming. The words electromagnetic storm sounded like a bolt from the blue to Qin Guang. He knew that the very thing he was most worried about had finally arrived. As soon as the little ball said this, the streetlights along the road instantly went out, and the military jeep driven by Su Haishui and the others also turned off at that moment, gliding forward only by inertia. Qin Guang even saw the soldiers spraying insecticide in the distance, all of them covering their ears and collapsing to the ground, as if enduring some kind of torture. I'll stop the military vehicle, otherwise it will attract too much attention. At this moment, the little ball's voice came again from the Bluetooth headset. But Qin Guang had no time to pay attention to what the little ball said because he saw an armed helicopter struggling in the sky, still falling down. Even though he had mentally prepared himself when the little ball mentioned the electromagnetic storm, seeing this scene still sent a chill up his spine. If even such a military weapon with strong anti-interference capability couldn't withstand the electromagnetic storm, civilian equipment would be even worse. Once this electromagnetic storm hits, human civilization might directly regress to the industrial age, and in severe cases, it could even regress to the cold weapon era. If that were to happen, what would they use to fight against those zombies? While Qin Guang was observing these events, he suddenly heard the frenzied roars of zombies coming from some houses around him. As if stimulated by the electromagnetic storm, one by one, The zombies that were originally trapped inside the houses burst out, and he even saw a strangely shaped zombie emerge from a nearby house. Upon seeing the zombie's bizarre form, Qin Guang's pupils contracted slightly. It was evidently another mutated zombie. Chapter 38. Evolvers and Abilities. The suddenly appearing mutated zombie stood at a height of 2 meters, with thighs comparable to the thickness of a human waist. However, the most terrifying aspect was its claws, which were nearly half a meter long, resembling sharp swords. Qin Guang had no doubt about the power of its claws. This was a death claw, a mutated zombie that combined offense and defense, and even among many mutated zombies, it was a core force. The attack power of the death claw was not something an assassin could compare to. Its claws were enough to threaten the military vehicle. So you must not let your guard down, the little ball urged urgently. This made Qin Guang's heart sink slightly. Through the glass window of the military jeep ahead, he could see the soldiers struggling to get up from their seats, but they seemed powerless, unable to even hold their guns steadily. This reminded him of the terrifying sensation he had experienced when the electromagnetic storm first erupted, which was comparable to the most brutal torture. The reason he wasn't affected was that the military vehicle had a device that shielded against electromagnetic storms. Moreover, Qin Guang clearly remembered that the shielding device above his head was not manufactured by a molecular assembly machine, but was pulled out of the little ball's folded space. The technology of this thing was absolutely terrifying. Even if Qin Guang wanted to mass-produce it to aid the military, he wouldn't be able to do so. It was precisely for this reason that the only one who could still fight was him, who was driving the military vehicle. Thinking of this, Qin Guang couldn't help but grip the steering wheel tightly. He still had 2 discharging attacks available. Although the mutated zombie known as the Death Claw was terrifying, he was still quite confident in the military vehicle's discharging attack. However, before Qin Guang could activate the military vehicle to charge forward, his gaze was drawn to the armed helicopter in the sky that was struggling but still falling. The helicopter was actually descending towards their direction. Just as the helicopter's wings were about to touch a nearby 10-story building, the door was opened, and 5 soldiers jumped out swiftly. These soldiers were not wearing the typical army green camouflage, but instead donned bright red combat suits. What astonished him even more was that these soldiers who jumped from the helicopter did not have parachutes as they neared the ground. Metallic braces on their wrists shot out powerful grappling hooks that pierced into the wall of a nearby building. With the lines connected to the grappling hooks taut, they halted their descent just before hitting the ground and landed steadily. This scene made Qin Guang forget his actions. For an ordinary person to dare to do such a stunt, regardless of whether they could perform such a difficult maneuver, even if they could, their arms would probably break from the terrifying force of the fall. Yet these 5 soldiers seemed completely unharmed. After landing, they immediately drew their assault rifles from their backs and opened fire at the Death Claw. The reaction of that dead claw was extremely agile. The moment it was shot, it immediately began to run, and it was quite clever in its irregular movements, dodging the vast majority of bullets. However, the 5 soldiers were skilled marksmen and worked well together, effectively blocking the dead claw's path. What Qin Guang didn't expect was that the dead claw actually endured over 10 shots and charged right in front of the 5 soldiers. This dead claw's defensive power was simply monstrous. Qin Guang felt a chill run down his spine. He saw bullets penetrate the dead claw's flesh, leaving only thumb-sized bullet holes. And even more terrifying was the fact that no blood was flowing out. Isn't that normal? If a machine gun could take it down, then it wouldn't qualify to charge at our fortress cannons, right? Xiao Qiu said disdainfully. At that moment, Qin Guang had no time to argue with Xiao Qiu. He immediately shifted gears, wanting to step on the gas and rush over to see if he could save 1 or 2 soldiers. However, before he could finish that action, he witnessed an even more unbelievable scene. Just as the dead claw was about to charge in front of him, the 5 soldiers not only did not retreat, but instead drew their alloy-long knives and launched a countercharge. Poo. At that moment, the 5 soldiers displayed a charging speed that was no less than that of the dead claw. 2 of them defended against the dead claw's attacks, while the other 3 stabbed their alloy-long knives into the dead claw's body from 3 different directions. The dead claw, whose body barely suffered damage from bullets, was now cut with wounds as long as arms, and a mixture of red and green blood gushed out from its body. Qin Guang was once again dumbfounded. It turned out to be a first-level blood manipulator evolutionist. Your country's execution ability is indeed strong. The apocalypse hasn't even broken out yet, and you've already trained evolutionists. Xiao Qiu couldn't help but exclaim. What does this mean? Is this what you referred to as those superheroes earlier? Qin Guang immediately grasped the key point. Yes, that's right. They are collectively referred to as evolutionists with a total of 9 levels. These are all first-level blood manipulators. On par with that dead claw, Xiao Qiu replied. How did they manage to do that? It said that one needs those crystal cores. The apocalypse has only been going on for less than 2 hours, right? Qin Guang asked. Based on my speculation, they should have used the crystal cores inside those zombie mice. Those zombie mosquitoes, zombie cockroaches, and zombie mice underwent mutations before the apocalypse. And the crystal cores within them were already produced. They just hadn't been activated yet. As long as enough crystal cores are collected from them, about 1 gram, and swallowed, one can successfully become an evolutionist, Xiao Qiu explained. Then why didn't you tell me? Qin Guang said immediately. If it's that simple to become an evolutionist, why go through so much trouble and wait until the apocalypse breaks out to become one? This only increases the difficulty and offers no benefit. Especially since once he leaves the base vehicle, he can do nothing, because the crystal cores in those mutated cockroaches and mice are too small. For example, you would have to hunt down 100 zombie mice just to collect enough for 1 gram of crystal cores to become an evolutionist. Moreover, if you really choose to evolve this way, not only will your potential be limited, but you also won't be able to become a supernatural being, Xiao Qiu replied. What is a supernatural being? Qin Guang quickly inquired. Refers to those who awaken supernatural powers after consuming crystal cores. As long as one consumes more than 10 grams of crystal cores at once, there is a probability of awakening supernatural powers, and the more crystal cores consumed, the higher the probability of awakening them, as well as the strength of the awakened powers. So for you, it's practically impossible to collect that many crystal cores before the apocalypse breaks out, Xiao Qiu explained the reason. The test results are a bit poor, especially with the collection growth, which is almost at the bottom. Fortunately, the recommendation votes are still good, and the editor has given another chance. I hope that those with book lists can add this book to your list so that more people can see it, please. Chapter 39. Arrival at the military camp. After listening to Xiao Qiu's explanation, Qin Guang suddenly felt a desire arise within him, a desire to become a supernatural being. Who wouldn't he want to be strong and not weak? His gaze returned to the battlefield, where the 5 soldiers had completely gained the upper hand, and multiple wounds had appeared on the dead claw. Judging from the soldiers' skilled coordination and combat techniques, they must have been evolutionists for quite some time. This also gave him a new understanding of the state machinery. According to Xiao Qiu, collecting 1 gram of crystal cores requires hunting down 100 zombie mice. In front of Qin Guang were 5 soldiers, and to train them into evolutionists, at least 500 zombie mice would need to be killed. As for extracting crystal cores from zombie cockroaches or other small insects, the required numbers would be even more staggering. And this was just one small team. If all the helicopters were filled with such evolutionist soldiers, collecting crystal cores would be an enormous project. No wonder the health department had sent people daily to remove the corpses of mutated creatures from the trash cans on the streets, aside from research. The main reason was likely those crystal cores inside the corpses. Qin Guang couldn't help but murmur. Xiao Qiu immediately offered another guess. If it were just that, they wouldn't be able to equip so many evolutionists in each helicopter. I suspect your country must have actively bred zombie mice. Aren't there a bunch of lab mice in those labs? They could continuously breed and then infect them to become zombie mice and grow quickly. I forgot to tell you, the 9 virus can make organisms grow rapidly. During the brief exchange between Qin Guang and Xiao Qiu, the battle between the 5 soldiers and the dead claw had already come to an end. These 5 evolutionist soldiers successfully killed the dead claw at the cost of 2 injuries. This once again showcased the power of evolutionists to Qin Guang. After all, this was a dead claw. If it had been an ordinary zombie, with the strength of these 5 soldiers, they could easily have taken it down with 1 blow each. This was evidenced by the massive cracks left on the ground where the alloy-long knives had struck. After killing the dead claw, the 5 soldiers did not linger at all. They didn't even spare a glance towards Qin Guang before immediately heading off to the next location. Because with the outbreak of the electromagnetic storm, there were chaotic places beyond just this one. Only at this moment did Qin Guang have time to pay attention to Su Haishui and the others. However, sitting in the passenger seat, Lan Mingyu reacted even faster than Qin Guang. She quickly picked up the intercom, anxiously asking, "Dad, Mom, are you okay?" However, the intercom only emitted a crackling noise, seemingly without any response. This thing must be broken, Qin Guang reminded. In fact, what he wanted to say was that aside from the intercom in the base vehicle, all the others were broken. But Lan Mingyu seemed to be completely unconcerned about this. Hearing Qin Guang say this, she quickly raised her voice and repeated her previous words loudly. The military jeep in front of the base vehicle was the one Lan Mingyu's parents were in, less than 3 meters away. Even the sound would easily carry through the car windows. I'm fine, just a bit sore, came Lan Wenshi's suppressed voice filled with pain. And Lan Mingyu's mother, Su Lan, after saying she was fine, also asked, Mingyu, is there anything uncomfortable with your body? If so, you must tell me. Once we get to the military district, we'll find a military doctor to help you. Being asked, Lan Mingyu suddenly fell silent, as she had witnessed the painful scene of everyone collapsing just moments ago. Although she felt extremely uncomfortable for a moment just now, it was truly just a moment. If the pain wasn't too intense, she even doubted whether she was imagining it, as it really didn't affect her body at all. The difference between her situation and that of everyone else was too great. With her sharp mind, she glanced at Qin Guang and then at the base vehicle, and an unbelievable thought suddenly popped into her mind. But she merely replied, I'm fine. I usually exercise a lot. My body is better than yours. After saying this, she even winked at Qin Guang, as if to say, I'll keep your secret. Qin Guang returned to smile. On the other side, Su Haishui was also inquiring about the condition of his soldiers. Of course, given the quality of these soldiers, they were much stronger than ordinary people, and there were no issues among them. However, while the soldiers were fine, the vehicles had problems. Captain, some circuits are burned out, but if we replace them, it shouldn't be a big issue, said a soldier skilled in repairs, after opening the engine hood of a military jeep and taking a look. Qin Guang's face immediately showed an expression of disbelief. He quietly asked Xiao Qiu, can these military jeeps really be repaired? It should be possible. You're lucky, or rather. The Tadar civilization underestimated your technology, which is why they sent the lowest grade reconnaissance beast. The electromagnetic storm just released was too weak. It lasted only 10 seconds before ending. These vehicles are not high-precision instruments, so they should be reparable, Xiao Qiu answered. Such a weak electromagnetic storm? Qin Guang looked around at the pitch-black city with no lights and found it hard to accept Xiao Qiu's viewpoint. Of course it's weak. If they had sent a higher-grade reconnaissance beast, the electromagnetic storm it released would have been enough to make these vehicles catch fire on their own or even explode. As for those soldiers, aside from those who have become evolved, I doubt any of them would survive, Xiao Qiu said. Weren't you saying that the electromagnetic storm can be understood as an electromagnetic pulse? Is the power of an electromagnetic pulse that terrifying? And does it also kill people? Qin Guang glanced at Xiao Qiu with a look that suggested, I don't read much, so don't fool me. I did say you could understand the electromagnetic storm as an electromagnetic pulse, but I never said that an electromagnetic storm is equivalent to an electromagnetic pulse. This thing is essentially a high-energy particle attack weapon. Xiao Qiu's disdainful voice came through the Bluetooth headset. Qin Guang was left speechless for a moment, but he quickly had no time to pay attention to Xiao Qiu as Su Haishui approached, asking about the condition of the base vehicle and whether he needed help with repairs. Qin Guang naturally replied that it wasn't necessary and restarted the vehicle, signaling that everything was normal with the base vehicle. Seeing this scene, Su Haishui felt a mix of emotions, including admiration, and didn't know what to say. However, the fact that the base vehicle was functioning properly was undoubtedly good news for them. They had just witnessed the deadly power of the dead claws, which was far beyond what their rescue team could handle. If they encountered such terrifying mutated zombies on the road ahead, they would probably have to rely on the base vehicle driven by Qin Guang to deal with it. Of course, this situation ultimately did not occur. After spending 10 minutes repairing 3 military jeeps, everyone resumed their journey. This time, with the road clear, they reached the cultural square where the army was stationed in just 5 minutes. Chapter 40. Green card. At this moment, the convoy was not far from the cultural square, and they could see the situation inside the square clearly. At the edge of the cultural square, a series of military tents were neatly set up, while in the center of the square were various heavy weapons. Infantry vehicles, armored vehicles, main battle tanks, armed helicopters, and so on were all present. On the outskirts of the cultural square, simple defensive works had also been constructed, with squads of armed soldiers patrolling. Just seeing this scene gave one a sense of security. However, a sense of unease enveloped the military camp, as repairmen were nervously busy around the armed helicopters and main battle tanks. Judging by the serious expressions on their faces, it was clear they were facing significant trouble. Xiao Qiu, Can those armed helicopters and main battle tanks be repaired? Qin Guang asked quietly. No. Xiao Qiu's response was simple and harsh. Why? Didn't those military jeeps get repaired? Qin Guang immediately countered. Who said those military jeeps were fully repaired? Those vehicles can only run. Before Qin Guang could ask further, Xiao Qiu continued. The dashboard, navigation system, and all those communication devices and electronic components on the vehicles must have been completely burned out. However, even without these auxiliary devices, they can still be driven. But those armed helicopters or main battle tanks, without a control system, are basically in a semi-scrap state. The electronic components that were burned out by the electromagnetic storm are completely destroyed and cannot be repaired. They must all be replaced. But even if they did that, it would be useless. Within a day, that reconnaissance beast would definitely fly overhead again, and they would be waiting for a fate of being scrapped, Xiao Qiu said. Qin Guang felt even heavier in his heart. The silver lining was that the firearms in the soldiers' hands had not been affected. As for those vehicles, after being hit by the electromagnetic storm, replacing wires and such was much easier than repairing planes or tanks, and they could still be driven without the dashboard or navigation system. As long as they made good use of these tools, the army still had an overwhelming advantage over the zombies. While Qin Guang was pondering these matters, the convoy had arrived at the checkpoint in front of the square and was stopped by a soldier. After showing their identification, the checkpoint opened immediately, and Su Haishui led the way in. However, this time, Qin Guang did not drive the base vehicle forward but turned to Lan Mingyu and said, I'll just drop you off here. What? You mean you're not going in with us? Lan Mingyu asked anxiously. Yes, I have something very important to do, Qin Guang replied. He didn't know why, but he didn't want to mention Dong Li in front of Lan Mingyu, so he could only give such a vague answer. Will you come back? Lan Mingyu asked nervously. Of course, I should be back in a few days, Qin Guang assured her. Even if he didn't go to that so-called survivor base, he would return to Linhai City, the place where he grew up. During their conversation, Su Haishui and the others noticed that Qin Guang had not driven the car forward and stopped to ask what was going on. After just learning from Qin Guang that he would be leaving, everyone showed surprise on their faces. Are you really not going to the survivor base? With your abilities, I believe you could be of great use, Su Haishui said with a hint of suggestion. It's not that I'm not going, but I'll go after some time. I have something very important to do. Qin Guang reiterated this reason. Then be careful. If you come to our Linhai City's survivor base and need anything, you can find me. As long as it doesn't violate principles, I'll do my best to help you, Su Haishui said. Without Qin Guang's assistance along the way, they might not have been able to get out of the city center. The other members of the rescue team also expressed that they could be contacted if needed. At this moment, even Lan Wensher came over, but unlike the others, he didn't say much. Instead, he directly took out a green card, which resembled an ID card, and handed it to Qin Guang. What is this? Qin Guang opened the car window and held the green card in his hand with curiosity. Near the military camp, the area had been thoroughly sprayed with white insecticide, and even with the windows open, Qin Guang didn't have to worry about being suddenly bitten by zombie mosquitoes. The green card of the survivor base had a map of the base on the back, and after presenting this green card, not only could one freely enter and exit the survivor base, but they could also obtain a living space. Lan Wensher succinctly stated. Qin Guang, who had been holding the green card nonchalantly, paused slightly as he noticed the envious looks from Su Haishui and other soldiers towards the green card in his hand. He couldn't help but swallow hard and asked, Are you saying that this is not just an ID, but also equivalent to a property deed? Heaven knows. As a college student who hadn't even graduated yet, before encountering the small ball, his life's ambition was to buy a car before turning 25, save enough for a down payment to buy a house before turning 30, and marry a virtuous wife. But in just a few days, he not only owned a military vehicle from the base, but also had a house. And he could guess with his rear end that the houses in the survivor base were definitely more expensive than the housing prices in the prime area of the coastal city. This is too precious. Qin Guang couldn't help but exclaim. However, although he said this, he had no intention of returning the housing card. Compared to the lives of my family, this is nothing. I still have this little privilege, Lan Wensher said and waved to his precious daughter, Lan Mingyu, signaling her to get out of the car. No wonder everyone wants to be an official. Qin Guang couldn't help but mutter. Lan Wensher, who was close by, seemed to hear his muttering, and a hint of anger finally appeared on his calm face. What are you thinking? I bought this house with my own money. As a member of the municipal committee, I enjoy the rights of a school-level officer in the base and can prioritize purchasing houses in the base. Qin Guang awkwardly touched his nose, and at that moment, Lan Mingyu's mother, Su Lan, suddenly added, I originally intended to buy this house as a dowry for Mingyu. Mom, what are you talking about? Lan Mingyu's face instantly flushed, and she said somewhat coquettishly. Qin Guang immediately felt more embarrassed, and at that moment, he truly felt that the green card in his hand was somewhat hot. Chapter 41. Difficult demands. Just when Qin Guang was awkwardly at a loss for words, Lan Wenxue spoke up, It's just a house. Is it really that exaggerated? Mingyu, let us go? Saying this, Lan Wenxue pulled Lan Mingyu, who had just gotten out of the military vehicle, into the temporary military camp. The other members of the rescue team bid farewell to Qin Guang and also went in to submit their tasks. However, Lan Mingyu's mother, Su Lan, lagged behind. Auntie, do you have anything else? Qin Guang asked somewhat awkwardly. Mingyu's personality is like mine. She likes capable men. Back in the day, her father was quite handsome. If he wasn't talented, how could I have liked him? I have high hopes for you. I hope to hear news of you shining brightly next time, Su Lan said, looking at Qin Guang with the eyes of an elder assessing a younger one before she followed the group away. After watching everyone leave, it took Qin Guang a while to digest all this information. He rubbed his face, feeling that so much had happened that night. At this time, the small ball floated up after seeing everyone leave and couldn't he help but exclaim, could this be the legendary mother-in-law route? Slap. Qin Guang had endured the small ball for a day, and this time he finally exploded, slapping it back into the groove. If you don't stop talking, no one will think you're mute. If I don't speak, everyone except you will think I'm mute. The small ball swayed and floated up again. Qin Guang was momentarily at a loss for words. All right, let us talk business. How can I become an ability user? Can I just directly swallow enough source crystals to become one? Qin Guang adjusted his mindset and asked. It's not that simple. The small ball replied, elaborating on the matters of evolvers and ability users in detail. As long as you swallow 1 gram of source crystal, the genes in your body will be activated, leading to a beneficial mutation and becoming an evolver. During this process, the more source crystals you consume, the more thoroughly your genes will be activated, and the stronger you will be as an evolver. If you consume more than 10 grams of source crystal, there is a possibility of developing a special ability. And the more source crystals you consume, the greater the chance of developing an ability and the higher its level will be. Consuming over 20 grams of source crystal almost guarantees the emergence of an ability. Originally, upon hearing this, Qin Guang was quite happy because he didn't like probabilistic matters. If he could obtain an ability 100 of the time, that would undoubtedly be the best. However, the small ball's next statements were like a bucket of cold water poured over him. These source crystals cannot just be consumed at will. If you exceed the body's limit, either your genes will collapse and you will die, or you will mutate into a zombie. And there is a high chance you'll become a powerful mutated zombie. So what is my limit for consumption? Qin Guang quickly inquired. Owning a military vehicle, it would be easy for him to obtain source crystals, but if the problem lay with his body, he wouldn't know what to do. With your human constitution, generally speaking, the limit for awakening is 6 grams. If you're healthy and young like you, the limit should reach 7 grams. For those who exercise regularly, they should be able to consume around 8 grams of source crystals. As for reaching 9 grams, only athletes or soldiers who have served for a long time might be able to do that. As for you, doing car repairs counts as a form of physical labor. And since you're relatively young, if you grit your teeth and push through, consuming between 7 to 8 grams of source crystals shouldn't be a problem. The small ball provided an estimate, but it left Qin Guang feeling somewhat despondent. Then you might as well not tell me about being an ability user. According to your reasoning, how many people can actually become ability users? Qin Guang said irritably. Indeed, not many, the small ball nodded. Those special forces in the army might have a few whose physiques can meet the requirement. Of course, there is another situation where the genes in the body are special. In that case, even consuming just 1 gram of source crystal can awaken into an ability user, but that purely depends on luck. After the small ball finished speaking, it enjoyed watching Qin Guang's dejected expression for a while before adding, of course, this is for ordinary people. With this divine messenger's help, wanting to become an ability user is still quite easy. Qin Guang immediately felt a ray of hope, but the next moment he held the small ball in his hand, squeezing it, and saying, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Stop, stop, stop. Do you still want to become an ability user? The small ball exclaimed loudly. Cough. I got a bit too excited and lost control of my emotions. Just tell me what to do. Qin Guang quickly released his grip and said with a smile. Teaching the small ball a lesson could wait until after he became an ability user. There was no rush. After a huff, the small ball said, "Now let us go hunt zombies to obtain source crystals. What is my method to become an ability user?" Qin Guang couldn't help but ask. "Once you obtain the source crystals, you will naturally know," the small ball replied. Qin Guang suppressed the impulse to beat it up and nodded, driving the military vehicle away from the military camp. "How many zombies do we need to hunt?" Qin Guang inquired. "The more, the better. Any excess can be exchanged for points. 1 gram of level 1 source crystal equals 1 point, the small ball said. "Damn, that's so unfair. 1 source crystal can cultivate an evolver, but only exchanges for 1 point, Qin Guang protested immediately. "This is a rule of the Atlantis civilization. All civilizations that cooperate with us follow the same guidelines. It's no use discussing it with me," the small ball shrugged. "How much crystal can be obtained by hunting a zombie that was once human?" Qin Guang immediately asked another key question. 1 gram, the little ball answered. The difficulty of earning points is not small. Qin Guang frowned slightly. The base vehicle is mainly for survival, and hunting zombies can only rely on crashing. The efficiency of such killings is not fast at all. He remembered the exchange list that the little ball had shown him when they first signed the contract, showcasing the technology of the Atlantis civilization. Those single-soldier weapons or powered armor that looked quite powerful ranged from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of points. In that case, even if he truly had the qualifications to purchase them, hunting zombies to accumulate enough points would definitely not be an easy task. However, Qin Guang quickly threw these thoughts aside. He had personally witnessed the strength of those evolved soldiers. If he could become a more powerful psychic than them, then the efficiency of harvesting crystals would surely be higher. Chapter 42. Preparations before the hunt. Of course, before hunting zombies, some preparations were needed. The so-called preparation was just one thing, to recharge the high-energy battery. This way, when encountering mutated zombies again, he could release 3 more discharge attacks. The method of charging was also simple. The engine could directly convert kinetic energy into electrical energy, so all Qin Guang needed to do was replenish a portion of diesel. This street had just been cleared and had no zombies, so he decided to get diesel from here. After driving a short distance, the little ball spoke up. Qin Guang looked at the surroundings and parked the vehicle next to a truck. Unbuckling his seatbelt, he stood up from his seat and pressed a button beside him. The steel plate at the rear side of the driver's seat automatically opened, creating a passage wide enough for one person to pass through. Qin Guang crawled through and arrived at the cargo area of the base vehicle. This cargo area was divided into 2 parts, a living area and an equipment area. These 2 areas looked quite similar since everything was integrated together. For example, the bed, table, and chairs were all folded up when not in use, tightly pressed against the walls of the vehicle, resembling a series of tightly packed metal chunks. When these metal chunks were needed, pressing a button would automatically unfold them into the required shapes. Qin Guang approached the equipment area and glanced at the little ball floating beside him. "The oil extraction tool is here." The little ball immediately understood, and a blue glow appeared on its surface, pointing to a rectangular metal object on Qin Guang's left. The base vehicle was designed with the apocalypse in mind, so it came with many survival tools, and the oil extraction tool was one of them. Qin Guang went to the rectangular metal object, touched the startup button on it, and a light blue screen suddenly appeared on the surface of the metal. The screen displayed 5 vivid icons representing 5 different tools. Qin Guang clicked on the oil extraction tool. The rectangular metal emitted a slight mechanical sound, and then a metal block above opened, bringing up an object the size of a fist connected to plastic hoses. This was the oil extraction tool. Qin Guang picked it up and walked over to the side of the base vehicle, but just as he was about to press the door button, his hand paused. "What's wrong?" the little ball asked. "I think you should make me a set of protective clothing before I go down. Although this place has been cleaned with insecticide spray, it's better to be safe than sorry," Qin Guang said. "But I don't have the design for protective clothing," the little ball exclaimed. "I didn't ask you to use Atlantis civilization technology. Just imitate the combat suits those soldiers wear and make me one," Qin Guang replied. "That can work. But it will cost 10 points, the little ball immediately stated. "That's too expensive. At most 2 points, Qin Guang countered. "What? 2 points? How could something I create only be worth 2 points? The little ball's voice rose an octave. "What you made isn't creation, it's imitation. At most. I'll give you 3 points, Qin Guang said. "Fine." The little ball finally chose to compromise. The little ball's work efficiency was absolutely impressive. In just 1 minute, the imitation design was completed. Then it took out a molecular assembler from the folded space and asked Qin Guang to put in the various required materials. At this moment, Qin Guang couldn't help but be grateful that he had listened to the little ball's advice and bought extra materials as a backup. Otherwise, it would be difficult to find materials now. Qin Guang went to a metal box containing stored materials, took out several types specified by the little ball, and placed them into the feed opening of the molecular assembler. 3 minutes later, a brand new combat suit appeared before Qin Guang. This combat suit was very similar to the ones worn by soldiers, but the army's combat suits were overall military green, while the special forces wore red. The suit made by the little ball was primarily sky blue. Moreover, it was more delicately crafted, especially in some key areas, where a lightweight metal plate was embedded, which Qin Guang estimated to be aluminum alloy. The entire combat suit weighed only about 10 pounds, evenly distributed across the body, making it not heavy at all. After putting it on, Qin Guang felt very comfortable. The whole suit was definitely made based on ergonomic principles and tailored for him, making the 3 points spent truly worth it. With everything ready, Qin Guang took the tool, lightly pressed the button next to the vehicle wall, and a movable panel in the cargo area opened, instantly transforming into a door for passage. Remember to notify me immediately if anything happens, Qin Guang reminded once again before getting out of the vehicle and quickly walking to the truck's fuel tank. He forcibly pried open the panel, twisted off the fuel cap, inserted one end of the oil extraction tool's hose inside, while the other end's round pipe was plugged into the base vehicle's fuel tank, and then pressed the switch on the tool. Immediately, the diesel from the truck began to be continuously extracted into the base vehicle's fuel tank. During this process, Qin Guang did not wait idly. After confirming that the oil extraction tool was functioning properly, he immediately returned to the base vehicle, where he was absolutely safe. At this moment, the little ball also activated the power generation function of the base vehicle, and the engine emitted a low rumbling sound. Qin Guang silently watched. He thought this process would take a while, but unexpectedly, just 3 minutes later, the little ball said, "It's done. It's finished charging?" Qin Guang asked incredulously, as he thought it would take at least half an hour. 3 minutes is already considered slow, and this only charged 1/3 of the energy, allowing for just one discharge attack. If he used up all the energy fighting mutated zombies and needed to recharge, waiting for that time would be very fatal, the little ball said. Hearing this, Qin Guang nodded in agreement and then had the little ball use the camera to check the surroundings again. After confirming safety, he quickly got out of the vehicle and retrieved the oil extraction tool. Now that both the electricity and fuel were full, Qin Guang no longer waited and directly drove away from the military-controlled area. Of course, he did not immediately start hunting zombies, because hunting zombies was easy, but collecting the crystals from their bodies was not so simple. He had to choose a location with few zombies and as open as possible, kill all the zombies nearby, and then extract the crystals from their bodies without being disturbed by other zombies. Chapter 43. Easy hunting finally. Qin Guang drove the base vehicle to the edge of the suburbs and found the desired location. At the edge of a farmland, surrounded by low houses, there were only a dozen wandering zombies. "How is it here?" Qin Guang asked Xiao. "It's fine. It's relatively remote here. Even if we make some noise, we won't attract any zombies for a while, so we will have plenty of time to collect the crystal cores." After carefully observing the surroundings with the camera on the base vehicle, Xiao replied. With Xiao's confirmation, Qin Guang no longer hesitated and switched the base vehicle from silent electric mode to power mode. With the roar of the engine, he circled around the nearby low houses, immediately attracting the attention of the zombies, who all came chasing after the sound. After luring all the zombies over, the base vehicle made a sharp turn and crashed into the zombies. Bang, bang, bang. The roar of the engine and the dull sound of collisions erupted one after another. And in just one round of impacts, 1/3 of the zombies were seriously injured. Then, with Xiao's assistance, Qin Guang executed a high-difficulty drift with the rear of the vehicle, instantly charging back and knocking away all the standing zombies. After going back and forth like this more than 10 times, when Qin Guang started to feel a bit carsick, he finally crushed the last zombie. "All right, let's quickly collect the crystal cores," Xiao said immediately. "Wait a minute, I drove too aggressively just now, and I'm a bit carsick." Qin Guang shook his head and replied, "Don't wait any longer. More zombies will come if we do." Xiao showed no concern for Qin Guang's discomfort. "A few zombies coming over is nothing to be afraid of. They would just give us points," Qin Guang said, somewhat dissatisfied, feeling like Xiao was trying to trick him. What if it's not just a few, but a horde, and one after another? Xiao Qiu sneered. Why is that? Qin Guang was a bit surprised. You'll know soon enough. Xiao Qiu teased. Although Qin Guang was suspicious, he still found Xiao Qiu relatively reliable in such matters. So he didn't dare hesitate and immediately went to the compartment to get his tools. Of course, the tool was very simple, just a sharp alloy dagger. However, before opening the door to go out, he turned to Xiao Qiu and said, Ahem, why don't you come out with me? Why? Xiao Qiu was puzzled, but more cautious. I don't feel safe without you around. And don't you have the ability to discharge electricity? It could be crucial in a critical moment. Qin Guang immediately flattered. Qin Guang's flattery made Xiao Qiu feel a little elated. So since you sincerely invited me, I'll reluctantly agree. Hearing Xiao Qiu's words, Qin Guang was not angry, and after confirming that his protective suit had no issues, he finally opened the car door and stepped out. Watching Xiao Qiu float slowly behind him, Qin Guang confirmed again that his running speed was definitely faster than Xiao Qiu's floating movement. In case of danger, having such a slow-moving target that can discharge electricity to attract fire would improve his safety level. Of course, he would only think about these things in his heart. What should I do? Coming to a zombie that had been hit and was somewhat bloodied, Qin Guang suppressed his urge to vomit and asked, Turn its body over. Xiao Qiu instructed. Qin Guang endured the nausea and did as told. At the back of the head and neck area, stabbing about 2 centimeters deep, he could see a white crystalline substance, which was the crystal core. Xiao Qiu pointed out again, holding the alloy dagger. Qin Guang pressed the tip against the spot Xiao Qiu mentioned, but he found his hand trembling slightly. He was very resistant to all this, especially after turning the zombie over. Aside from the skin color, the rest of it looked no different from a normal person. However, after a few seconds of mental struggle, he gritted his teeth and plunged the dagger down. After a slight sound of piercing flesh, he instantly felt the dagger touch a hard object. A gentle scrape, and blood gushed out immediately, but he also saw the white crystal that Xiao Qiu mentioned at the bottom of the flesh. Qin Guang quickly used the tip of the dagger to pick it out. It was a crystal about the size of a fingernail, reflecting a rainbow of colors under the light emitted by his protective suit, looking dazzling and beautiful. Qin Guang found it hard to imagine that such a beautiful thing could exist inside these disgusting zombies. After looking at it for a while, he stored the crystal core and then moved to the next zombie's body to continue the dissection. Of course, during this process, he didn't forget to remind Xiao Qiu to keep the base vehicle close behind, feeling extremely unsafe if the distance exceeded 5 meters. With prior experience, extracting the crystal core from the second zombie was much quicker than the third, the fourth, until the last zombie's crystal core was successfully retrieved. After roughly counting, there were a total of 13 crystal cores, which made Qin Guang slightly excited because if he could swallow them all, he might become an ability user. However, when he thought that this would only exchange for 13 points, the excitement on his face immediately faded by more than half. All right, let us get out of here. More zombies are coming. Xiao Qiu spoke at this moment. Upon hearing this, Qin Guang jumped onto the base vehicle faster than ever before, just as Xiao Qiu floated only a meter away. Damn, are you kidding me? You didn't take me along. Xiao Qiu said angrily after getting on the base vehicle. Ahem, I was nervous for a moment and forgot. Qin Guang smiled and explained, but in fact, he did it on purpose. However, Xiao Qiu had a suspicious look, as its emotional analysis of Qin Guang made it feel that he seemed to have some ulterior motives. Qin Guang also realized that Xiao Qiu was not so easily fooled. So he immediately shifted the topic. Didn't you say a horde of zombies would come? You can finally tell me why now. At this point, Qin Guang had returned to the driver's seat, and through the images transmitted to the screen by the camera, he could see that there were indeed more than 20 zombies in the distance, roaring and excitedly running toward them. Moreover, behind this group of zombies, it seemed that there were indeed other zombies also moving toward this direction one after another. Rather than wait for me to tell you, why not take a look yourself? Xiao Qiu said as it drove the base vehicle to the side, turned off the engine and the external lights, and then adjusted the car windows to mirror mode, making the interior completely invisible from outside. At this moment, the base vehicle appeared to be a stationary iron lump to the zombies, and even if surrounded by a horde, it would not attract their interest at all. Chapter 44, Physique Enhancement Potion. Watching Xiao Qiu's series of actions, Qin Guang no longer asked anything and began to observe seriously. The zombies ran quickly, and soon they crossed the 1-kilometer range and arrived at Qin Guang's location. The next moment, Qin Guang understood why these zombies were so excited. Their purpose for running over was to reach the bodies of the other zombies on the ground. These more than 20 zombies rushed forward to the zombie bodies, frantically tearing and devouring them. They actually eat their own kind? Qin Guang's eyes were filled with disbelief. What is so strange about that? It's the law of the jungle. Moreover, this phenomenon can be seen in many animals. Mantises, spiders, scorpions, and others will eat their kind, and zombies are no exception. Of course, they wouldn't normally eat their own kind. It only happens in 3 situations. The first is when zombies die, and the virus also calms down, at which point these zombie bodies are no longer seen as kin, but as food by other zombies. The second scenario is that those zombies, unable to find food for a long time and not receiving sunlight to absorb energy, will not quietly wait for death. Instead, they will turn on each other and eat the weaker ones. Additionally, there is one final scenario where mutated zombies, when evolving, require a large amount of energy and will also consume ordinary zombies to provide energy for their evolution. Xiao Qiu once again shared some knowledge with Qin Guang. They don't even spare corpses? Humanity is truly pathetic, Qin Guang said with a hint of self-mockery as he watched the zombies feasting on the bodies. After observing for a while, he withdrew his gaze and said to Xiao Qiu, "Let's go." After saying this, he stepped on the gas and drove away. Although the base's armored vehicle was starting to make some noise, it was impossible for these zombies to catch up given their speed. Once they reached a relatively safe location, Xiao Qiu asked Qin Guang to stop. "What is it?" Qin Guang asked, somewhat puzzled. "Take out the elemental crystals first," Xiao Qiu said. Although Qin Guang was confused, he complied. He then saw a blue glow appear on Xiao Qiu's surface, sweeping over the 13 elemental crystals one by one. Congratulations on obtaining the elemental crystals. This is the first step to becoming strong. A progression gift package has been provided, granting partial level 1 exchange privileges, Xiao Qiu said in an electronic synthesized voice, taking out a beautifully wrapped gift box from its folded space. Phew. All right, the process is complete. You can open the gift now. Xiao Qiu's voice returned to normal. Qin Guang was taken aback by this, but he understood that he needed to complete certain prerequisites, like obtaining elemental crystals, in order to accomplish Xiao Qiu's hidden tasks and gain privileges or benefits. "Do you have any other tasks for me? I mean ones with rewards," Qin Guang asked eagerly. "There is a lifelong task, which is to enhance your strength. The stronger you become, the greater the powers you will obtain," Xiao Qiu replied. "All right." Qin Guang felt neither surprised nor disappointed by this answer. He soon focused on the progression gift package that Xiao Qiu had brought out, reaching for it. However, just as he was about to open it, Qin Guang suddenly paused. He stood up and decided to go to the cargo area first. "What's wrong?" Xiao Qiu asked, somewhat confused. "I think before opening the gift, even if I don't burn incense and bathe, I should at least wash my hands and face to increase the chance of getting good things," Qin Guang said seriously. "No way," Xiao Qiu directly denied. "The mysticism culture in China is profound. It's not that I underestimate you, but you wouldn't understand this," Qin Guang said confidently. "The I Ching and the 8 trigrams, normal people can't comprehend them, let alone an artificial intelligence that only understands logical reasoning. I don't understand mysticism. But the issue is that the contents of each progression gift package are the same. A bottle of potential potion, a bottle of heart protection potion. Even if you burn incense and bathe, you can't get anything more." Xiao Qiu's surface suddenly displayed a cheeky grin. Qin Guang's face darkened immediately. He tore open the progression gift package and indeed saw 2 bottles of potions inside. "Are you kidding me? Why even call it a progression gift package? You could just give me these 2 bottles of potions directly," Qin Guang said irritably. "Perhaps it has more of a ceremonial feel, or maybe it looks more impressive," Xiao Qiu said, shrugging its shoulders, indicating it didn't understand this practice either. However, Qin Guang quickly recalled the second benefit Xiao Qiu had mentioned, obtaining partial level 1 exchange privileges. "By the way, what exactly is the partial level 1 exchange privilege you mentioned earlier?" Qin Guang asked again. "It's not level 1 exchange privileges, but partial level 1 exchange privileges. You need to be clear about that," Xiao Qiu reminded him deliberately. Qin Guang's face twitched with several lines of annoyance. All right. What is this partial level 1 exchange privilege?" "This," Xiao Qiu said, projecting a screen that displayed the exchange list. However, there were clearly several new items added to this exchange list. These items were all potions, but compared to the original potions, the descriptions indicated they were all enhanced versions. Of course, what caught Qin Guang's attention the most was the golden potion at the bottom, named Body Enhancement Potion. The name was simple, but the information in the description was anything but simple. After consuming the body enhancement potion, it will activate the body's potential in various aspects, achieving a rapid enhancement of physique, lasting for 6 hours. Finally, a potion that will make me superhuman, Qin Guang said excitedly. No, it's even more important than what you call becoming superhuman, because this body enhancement potion is to be taken before becoming an evolved being. This potion is your hope of becoming a supernatural being, Xiaoqiu said. Wow. Other than that word, I don't know how else to express my excitement, Qin Guang exclaimed. Then hurry up and make it. After calming his emotions, he said eagerly, deducting 50 points to purchase the body enhancement potion. Xiaoqiu said in an electronic synthesized voice, and then a dazzling blue light erupted from its surface as it instantly connected with a planetary fortress dozens of light years away, transmitting the potion information. All right, purchase complete. Here is the list of required medicines. Go get them. Xiaoqiu projected a list. At this moment, Qin Guang finally understood why Xiaoqiu had him buy so many medicines before the apocalypse broke out. They were all for making these potions. However, when he saw the first item on the list, his face immediately darkened. 1 tube of black jade hemorrhoid ointment. This was definitely intentional. Chapter 45, Consumption. However, even if Xiaoqiu was being deliberate, for the sake of becoming a supernatural being, Qin Guang could only hold his nose and accept it. He walked to the equipment area of the base's armored vehicle and took the required medicines from one of the storage cabinets. He then placed them one by one into the molecular assembly machine. Xiaoqiu then activated it, inputting the formula for making the body enhancement potion. In less than 3 minutes, 3 bottles of golden liquid were produced. Only 3 bottles? Qin Guang held the tiny bottles of potion, each the length of his thumb, and said somewhat dissatisfied. The medicines he had just put in, if weighed, would probably amount to 2 or 3 pounds. According to his calculations, even if he didn't get dozens of bottles, he should have at least a dozen. Hearing this, Xiaoqiu immediately retorted angrily. Do you think all the medicines you put in are useful? 99% of the ingredients inside can't be used to make potions. It's already impressive to produce these 3 bottles. Besides, you can only take a maximum of 3 bottles of this body enhancement potion, otherwise, your body might not be able to handle it and could collapse. Only 3 bottles? Qin Guang held the 3 bottles of golden liquid in his hand, immediately abandoning the idea of going back to the pharmacy to scavenge for more medicines. So how do you use this? Just drink it? Qin Guang asked again. Yes. After drinking it, for the next 6 hours, your body will enter a stage of continuous enhancement. You can drink 1 bottle now to try out the effects. But don't say I didn't warn you. After drinking it, to maximize the potion's effects, you need to keep exercising and training your body. It's already almost 8 p.m. After you drink it, you want to be able to sleep until at least 2 a.m., Xiaoqiu explained. After thinking for a moment, Qin Guang uncorked one of the bottles and then tilted his head back to drink it down in one go. There are too many uncertainties since the apocalypse began, and it's very likely that he could encounter deadly dangers even when he leaves the armored vehicle to collect elemental crystals. Even if he could become a supernatural being an hour earlier, Qin Guang didn't want to wait. He took a sip of the potion and immediately felt a burning sensation in his throat. This fiery feeling continued to spread down his throat until it engulfed his entire body. Soon, Qin Guang felt as if he were burning all over, causing sweat to pour from him, and his face twisted in discomfort. If it weren't for the experiences of the past few days, he would have suspected that the little ball had given him poison. Fortunately, this sensation didn't last long. It began to subside after just a minute, and after another 2 or 3 minutes, it weakened to a level that Qin Guang could tolerate. How does it feel? Is it pleasant? The little ball floated in front of Qin Guang, teasing him. Too bad you're a mechanical creation, otherwise, I'd definitely make you drink a few bottles to experience the taste. Qin Guang gasped for breath and replied, Hey, if you're not dead, get up. It's time for the medicine to take effect. Don't waste a second. You should start exercising now, the little ball said. Although Qin Guang was reluctant, he understood that every bit of enhancement to his physique would bring greater benefits during his awakening. It's important to note that even among ability users, there are differences. The little ball had previously mentioned that the more elemental crystals consumed during awakening, the stronger the awakened ability would be. What should I do? Qin Guang asked as he stood up. Very simple. Do 1,000 push-ups, 1,000 sit-ups, and 1,000 squats. For now, just warm up with those, the little ball casually replied. Are you sure you didn't add an extra 0? Qin Guang glanced sideways at the little ball, his fingers moving rhythmically as if preparing to squeeze the little ball in front of him. Hee, do you think 100 would be effective? And I said this is just a warm-up. Later, you'll also need to run 50 kilometers, of course, on a treadmill. And I'll set the speed variations for you. The little ball continued. This time, Qin Guang was genuinely stunned. Although he usually did manual labor, his nutrition had been lacking, leaving him somewhat weak. He was certain he couldn't even manage 100 push-ups, let alone the others. However, what frustrated him was that despite the little ball's seemingly unreliable demeanor, it never joked about important matters, even with a tone that seemed to invite a punch. Qin Guang knew the little ball was serious. So what could he do? He could only follow the instructions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Qin Guang silently counted for himself. But soon he realized something was off. Normally, after doing 20 push-ups, his arms would start to feel it. After 30, he would feel tired, and after 50, he would be close to his limit. However, now he had done 60, and while he felt the fatigue in his arm muscles, it was quickly overshadowed by that fiery sensation. Clearly, this was the effect of the physique-enhancing potion. If I drank this stuff and participated in the Olympic marathon, could I also win the championship? After completing 100 push-ups and realizing his arms still felt relatively fresh, he couldn't help but exclaim. Think long-term. Once you really gain strength, you can consider participating in the Ability User Conference hosted by our Atlantis civilization. The little ball interjected disdainfully before instructing Qin Guang to switch to sit-ups. Doing 100%. The push-ups, sit-ups, and squats had to be done in rotation, with 10 sets of each. Qin Guang had no objections and proceeded to follow the instructions. After completing 100 push-ups, he not only did not feel tired, but he also sensed that his physique was subtly enhancing. He noticed that his speed in doing push-ups had significantly increased. This continuous feeling of his physique strengthening was quite extraordinary. This situation continued until he completed 5 sets of exercises, and finally, other changes began to occur. Gurgling sounds came from his stomach, and Qin Guang clearly felt an intense hunger, much stronger than usual. All right, eat some food. It's best to choose those high-calorie beef cans, the little ball immediately instructed. Qin Guang realized what was happening and quickly went to the storage room to grab 2 cans of beef. He then pressed a button on a nearby metal block, and with the sound of machinery, the block quickly unfolded, transforming into a microwave. After placing the 2 cans inside, he only waited 30 seconds before they were heated up, and he eagerly dug in. Only after finishing 1 can of beef did the hunger feeling slightly subside. At this point, Qin Guang had the mood to ask, is this a side effect of the physique-enhancing potion? Chapter 46. Magnitude of Enhancement. Hearing Qin Guang's question, the little ball immediately retorted, don't be ridiculous. How could our Atlantis civilization's products have side effects? What you're experiencing is normal. Your physique is rapidly increasing, and how could there be no consumption? Moreover, this consumption will be dozens of times faster than usual. While the little ball was speaking, Qin Guang had already devoured the 2nd can of beef. It's worth noting that the cans made by the little ball contained ample quantities, with 1 can roughly equivalent to an adult's meal. But now, having consumed 2 cans, Qin Guang still felt hungry. There was no choice but to continue eating. And it wasn't until he finished 5 cans of beef that he finally felt full. This consumption is terrifying. Qin Guang couldn't help but exclaim. Hee. This is just the beginning. The little ball replied with a hint of mischief. Before long, Qin Guang experienced what the little ball meant. As just half an hour after resuming exercise, that intense hunger returned. After eating another 5 cans, he finally felt a sense of vitality returning. Fortunately, the food prepared earlier was sufficient. Otherwise, drinking this potion would have meant starving to death. Looking at the 10 empty cans on the ground, Qin Guang said with lingering fear, you won't starve to death. If you faint from hunger, your body's protective mechanism will kick in and stop the enhancement. Do you want to give it a try? The little ball said promptly. Qin Guang completely ignored this comment and, after feeling full, continued his training. For the next few hours, almost every half hour, he had to consume the equivalent of 5 people's meals, and he felt like his body was an insatiable pit. Time quickly passed, and 3 hours later, Qin Guang found himself standing on a large treadmill, which was over 3 times the size of a typical treadmill, allowing him to run freely. However, this was not a good thing for Qin Guang, as it meant that the little ball had higher demands for him. On this treadmill, he was either sprinting or doing speed variations, often at nearly full sprinting speed. Such inhumane training would be unbearable even for professional athletes. Even with the support of the physique-enhancing potion, granting him nearly limitless stamina, he still felt overwhelmed. His stamina might be infinite, but his energy was not. At this moment, Qin Guang felt drowsy, as if he had stayed up all night at an internet CF, mentally exhausted, but his body hadn't experienced much depletion. This was uncomfortable. The mental fatigue constantly urged him to rest, and the little ball couldn't help him with this situation. He could only grit his teeth and persevere. Qin Guang had been an orphan since childhood, relying on himself for everything. This life experience made him more resilient than his peers. Even in this drowsy state, he managed to muster the energy to diligently complete every training session. Finally, as the time approached 2 a.m., the 6-hour effect of the medication had finally passed, and the burning sensation throughout his body vanished at that moment. At this moment, Qin Guang felt the fatigue deep within his body bursting forth all at once. While he was running, he nearly stumbled and fell to the ground. However, after his physical fitness had improved, his reaction speed had also increased significantly, allowing his body to twist at an incredible angle and instantly regain balance. The small ball also began to slow down the treadmill, eventually bringing it to a stop. "Your performance exceeded my expectations," the small ball praised. At this point, Qin Guang was too exhausted to even respond, collapsing onto the ground without the desire to move. "Do you want to know how much your physique has improved?" The small ball inquired softly from the side. This question felt like a magic spell. "Yes." Qin Guang immediately found the strength to speak. "Come over here for a test." The small ball flew to the other side of the wall, controlling a metal ball below it, which quickly expanded and transformed into an upright testing device. Qin Guang struggled to move his body and finally stood on it. "Although your previous physical data was never accurately tested, based on my analysis, it should be around 75. A bottle of physique-enhancing potion can increase your physique by 5 points. And if combined with high-intensity exercise during this process, it can further increase by 12 points. The small ball explained as it activated the device. With a faint sound of electricity, the scanner above began to emit red light, scanning from top to bottom repeatedly. Various data appeared on the screen beside them, displaying indicators from different parts of the body. Among this mountain of data, there was an overall physique score, and Qin Guang stared intently at the continuously rising number. Ultimately, this value stopped at 1457. Seeing this number, Qin Guang couldn't help but excitedly clench his fist. His physique had increased by about 7 points compared to before. Moreover, he still had 2 bottles of physique-enhancing potions left unconsumed. If they all had such an effect, his final physique could reach a terrifying level of 285. This was almost 3 times the human limit. More importantly, exceeding a physique of 20 would guarantee the acquisition of supernatural abilities, which was the most delightful aspect for Qin Guang. Even the small ball was surprised by this data. It was not surprised by the upper limit Qin Guang could reach, but rather by the fact that Qin Guang had utilized this bottle of physique-enhancing potion to increase his physique by 7 points. This had almost fully unleashed the effect of the potion. "Exciting, right?" the small ball suddenly said, looking at the excited Qin Guang. "Of course," Qin Guang replied without hesitation. "If the remaining 2 bottles of physique-enhancing potions also have such effects, your physique could reach around 285, almost approaching the minimum standard line of our Atlantis civilization," the small ball said slowly. However, it emphasized the phrase minimum standard line particularly clearly. Indeed, the excitement on Qin Guang's face was instantly dampened by more than half. "What is the physique of your Atlantis civilization?" Qin Guang originally did not want to engage with the small ball, but he couldn't resist his curiosity and asked. Chapter 47. Physique of 2 Civilizations. Seeing that Qin Guang took the bait, the small ball proudly replied, "For our Atlantis civilization, as long as there are no congenital defects, the physique can reach 30 points. The small ball's first sentence was a heavy blow to Qin Guang. Those who exercise regularly can easily reach 40 points. And to become a soldier, the physique must exceed 50 points. As for the geniuses of our civilization, their initial physique can reach 60 points. How about that? Now you understand the gap between you and those true geniuses, right?" the small ball said somewhat teasingly. Qin Guang immediately fell into silence. Although he had long known that there was a gap between himself and the Atlantis civilization, he did not expect it to be this large. To put it into perspective, if he were to be measured against the standards of the Atlantis civilization, wouldn't he be almost no different from those with disabilities? Although he understood the gap between himself and the true geniuses, he still felt displeased by the small ball's demeanor. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he asked, "What about the Tatal civilization? What is their initial physique like?" As soon as Qin Guang asked this question, he noticed the small ball's teasing expression stiffen. "Let me guess. The gap between your two civilizations must be quite large, perhaps even as significant as the gap between us humans and your civilization. Qin Guang speculated with a hint of malice. He thought the small ball would refuse to answer, but to his surprise, the small ball nodded. In terms of physical fitness, the gap between us and the Tatal civilization is indeed enormous. The weakest among them can exceed 60 points, while those powerful warriors generally have physiques above 90 points, with the top ones even reaching 100 points. After hearing this, Qin Guang felt as if he were getting the results of an exam. The Tatal civilization was like an honor student, while Atlantis civilization, apart from a few exceptional cases, had most of its members failing to meet the standard. As for their human civilization, well, if he had not taken the physique-enhancing potion, his score would still be in single digits. As he pondered this, the small ball's serious voice came again. Do you know what this means? This disparity in initial physique means that after becoming a supernatural being, the people of the Tatal civilization have a more solid foundation, a faster promotion speed, and, more importantly, their awakened supernatural abilities are stronger. The accumulation of these gaps will lead to the fact that, at the same level, we are almost impossible to defeat the warriors of the Tatal civilization. In fact, many excellent warriors among the Tatal civilization can even defeat us by stepping up a level. Although the small ball did not want to reveal its shortcomings, it had to inform Qin Guang of these matters since he would eventually face the Tatal civilization as he grew. How do you compete with such strong Tatal civilization warriors? Qin Guang asked seriously at this point. Mechas, the small ball said. With the assistance of mechas, our strong ones can slightly contend with the warriors of the Tatal civilization. But even so, we can only delay an equally ranked strong opponent for a short time. Achieving a tie is difficult, let alone winning. Therefore, in terms of cutting-edge power, we have always had a significant gap with the Tatal civilization. The small ball paused here and said in a comforting tone, but you don't need to worry too much. We have been catching up in this regard. At the beginning, the physique of our Atlantis people was not much better than yours. But over the past few hundred years of war, we have been optimizing our genes, and now the overall physique of our civilization has improved. If we could have another 1,000 years, our civilization's physique could definitely be optimized to a level comparable to that of the Tatal civilization. Qin Guang nodded noncommittally. But in his heart, he understood that it wouldn't be that simple. The Atlantis civilization was learning from the genetic technologies of the Tatal civilization. Therefore, the Tatal civilization would not sit idly by. They were likely also studying the advanced technologies of the Atlantis civilization. However, he quickly dismissed these thoughts. As they were matters for the leaders of the Atlantis civilization to consider, he needed to focus on his own issues. One last question. Since any random person from your Atlantis civilization has a better initial physique than we humans, why bother to cultivate us, the people of this planet? Even if we grow up, we still wouldn't match the strong ones cultivated by your civilization, right? Qin Guang inquired. This is not necessarily the case. Whether it's our Atlantis civilization or the Tatal civilization, genes have been optimized, and the development path is fixed. It's like a game character whose skill points have been determined. The future can also be predicted. But you are different. You are like a blank slate, and no matter how you evolve in the future, anything is possible. Many strong individuals have emerged from the planets we have assisted. Of course, becoming strong is not easy. For you, the first thing to do is to make up for your foundation, said Xiao. Upon hearing this, Qin Guang's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, can the insufficient foundation really be made up for? Of course, it can be made up for. There are a total of 9 levels for ability users. The first level is blood mobilization, the second level is body refinement, and the third level is body shaping, all of which are meant to lay the foundation. If you put in enough effort in these 3 stages in the early stages and use more resources and time to make up for it, and if you do well enough, your foundation can be comparable to that of the warriors of the Tatal civilization, Xiao said with enthusiasm. Qin Guang, hearing this, initially felt excited, but after a moment of contemplation, he became somewhat doubtful. If that's the case, then why can the warriors of the Tatal civilization suppress you? Cough. The insufficient foundation can be made up for, but the gap between awakened abilities is not so easily bridged, Xiao stammered before revealing the truth. Qin Guang understood and nodded, but he wasn't too disappointed. He was just an ordinary person before, and now that the apocalypse has come, being able to become strong and protect those he wants to protect is enough for him. After resting for a while, Qin Guang asked Xiao to expand the furniture in the living area, and soon the cargo box turned into a small bedroom. He took a shower, had a late-night snack, and then climbed into bed to sleep. It was already 2:30 a.m., and he needed to rest and recover his spirits. Tomorrow morning, he still had to rush to Guanglian City to pick up Dong Li and her family, sleeping on the soft mattress. Even though the occasional sounds of zombies could be heard outside, Qin Guang felt a sense of peace. After reminding Xiao Qiu to pay attention to the surroundings, he quickly fell into a deep sleep. On Monday, please vote for recommendations. Chapter 48. Heading to Guanglian City early the next morning, Qin Guang got up early. The first night after the apocalypse broke out was, for many, a sleepless night, but for Qin Guang, it was no different from usual, and he even slept more comfortably. The base vehicle, though somewhat cramped, was quite functional, and the furniture, such as the bed, table, and chairs, was of very good quality. Far more comfortable than the old antiques at his home. After getting up, he washed his face and brushed his teeth, then started selecting canned food for breakfast. Due to the fact that the food was all canned, there weren't many options for Qin Guang to choose from. In the end, he selected braised chicken rice and a fruit can. When he heated the can in the microwave and opened the lid, the rich aroma of chicken wafted out, enhanced by some chopped green onions and vegetables, instantly whetting Qin Guang's appetite. To be honest, when he ate canned food yesterday, he was in an extreme state of hunger, devouring it without much time to savor it. Now, on his second time eating it, he found that Xiao Qiu had indeed not exaggerated. This braised chicken rice was many times better than what he usually had at fast food restaurants. The chicken was tender and chewy, the rice was glistening. And besides the fragrance of the rice, there was a rich chicken broth mixed in. Taking a bite was simply mouth-watering. If it weren't for the can he was still holding, it would be hard to imagine that this was canned food. It was almost indistinguishable from freshly made. After finishing the braised chicken rice, Qin Guang, still wanting more, opened the other fruit can. This fruit can contain not just one kind of fruit, but a mix of 5 or 6 kinds: mango, strawberry, pineapple, peach, watermelon, etc., all cut into peanut-sized pieces and soaked in a white liquid. Qin Guang took a big spoonful and put it in his mouth, instantly feeling as if he was drinking freshly squeezed juice. Moreover, according to Xiao Qiu's introduction, these fruit cans could be made into cold drinks or fruit ice cream. This breakfast took Qin Guang a full 20 minutes to enjoy, which was absolutely unprecedented for him, who usually finished breakfast in 3 to 4 minutes before rushing off to work. Living in this apocalypse was even more comfortable than usual. Qin Guang patted his full belly and couldn't help but sigh. To maintain this kind of life, he either had to quickly improve his strength or find the rare metals he needed to upgrade the base vehicle. Otherwise, once the zombies reached the second level, his good days would be over. Xiao Qiu immediately poured cold water on him. Qin Guang didn't pay attention to Xiao Qiu. He understood this logic well. As an orphan, he cherished every opportunity to change his fate even more than others. After tidying up the trash, he pressed the recovery button on the wall, and instantly the bed, desk, chair, wardrobe, and other items quickly folded up like a one-click restore, turning into metal boxes fixed beside the vehicle. Doing this prevented cups, utensils, books, and other items in the vehicle from being thrown all over the place due to inertia when the base vehicle entered combat mode. After completing all this and returning to the driver's seat, Qin Guang opened the vehicle's navigation system and checked the map. Xiao Qiu had intelligently outlined 3 routes for Qin Guang. The first route was the shortest. The second route was to take the highway, which should be the fastest way to reach Guanglian City if there was no congestion. The third route aimed to avoid densely populated areas as much as possible to reduce the frequency of encountering mutated zombies, minimizing the danger. After pondering, Qin Guang ultimately chose to take the highway. The most important reason for this choice was, of course, speed. The longer it took, the more likely Dong Li would encounter danger. Another reason was that highways connecting 2 cities undoubtedly served as major transportation routes. He believed the military would not ignore such places. If this assumption was correct, then choosing this road would not only allow him to arrive quickly, but also safely. Driving the base vehicle, Qin Guang followed the navigation and crashed through the zombies. During the day, these zombies reverted to their dazed state. When undisturbed, or when no food appeared before them, they would quietly bask in the sun, absorbing energy from the light to evolve. Under such circumstances, crashing into them was undoubtedly the most enjoyable. After nearly 20 minutes, Qin Guang arrived at the nearest highway entrance. To his surprise, the area had indeed been cleared. At least, as far as he could see, there were no zombies except for some pools of blood on the ground. The vehicles that were originally congested at the highway entrance had all been pushed to the side, and even the toll booth's barriers had been removed, leaving a passage for vehicles to pass. Stepping on the gas, Qin Guang entered the highway, which had also been cleared, at least at every congested spot. A passage had been opened for vehicles. He even saw some newly erected signs that not only pointed the way, but also had a map indicating the nearest survivor base. They really did a thorough job. I just wonder how many people survived last night, Qin Guang thought as he looked at the surrounding vehicles, noting that out of every 10 vehicles, 9 were damaged. This was likely the result of being directly destroyed by the zombies using brute force. Of course, there are no zombies on the highway here, or rather, the original zombies have all been shot dead by the soldiers clearing the road. Even their bodies are nowhere to be seen. According to Qin Guang's deduction, they must have been eaten by the remaining zombie animals, leaving only pools of blood on the ground. If it weren't for the occasional zombie insects startled by the base's armored vehicle jumping out to block the way, he would have had the illusion that the apocalypse would soon be over. This illusion of Qin Guang lasted for half an hour, until he entered the outskirts along the highway, and with a sudden hard brake of the vehicle controlled by the little ball, it finally came to an end. What happened? Qin Guang quickly asked. He knew that if something serious hadn't occurred, the little ball wouldn't have reacted so strongly. However, the little ball did not respond immediately. The display lights in the vehicle turned off one by one. The window glass activated its mirrored mode and soundproofing function, and at that moment, the entire base armored vehicle seemed to enter a state of apparent death. It wasn't until everything was done that the little ball finally spoke. Look at the 1 o'clock direction. Chapter 49. Arrival. Qin Guang looked in the direction the little ball indicated, where there was a dense forest. However, within that forest, some low trees and shrubs were continuously falling down, as if something was advancing and pushing the trees down. Soon, Qin Guang saw what that something was, a large group of snakes. The number of snakes was not too many, just over 100. However, their size was somewhat frightening. According to Qin Guang's estimation, the shortest snake was at least 5 meters long, with a body as thick as an arm. As for the longest one, it definitely exceeded 100 meters, with the snake's head already on the road while the tail was still in the bushes. The widest part of its body even exceeded 2 meters. Qin Guang watched as a car not far away was crushed under the weight of the snake's body, making a crunching sound, until the entire small car was flattened. What shocked him the most was that these giant snakes were not the Amazonian anacondas he had seen on TV, but ordinary snakes that had become so enormous after turning into zombies. Among them, Qin Guang recognized the golden-ringed snake, king cobra, five-step snake, and rattlesnake, among others. He really couldn't understand why these venomous snakes had undergone such a drastic change in size after becoming zombies, but there was no doubt that these were extremely formidable creatures. Moreover, after turning into zombies, their venom had also evolved. The largest king cobra occasionally extended its nearly 2-meter-long tongue, and whatever it touched, whether flowers, trees, the hard concrete road, or cars, was quickly corroded as if it had come into contact with an extremely terrifying strong acid. This scene made Qin Guang, who was sitting in the base armored vehicle, tense up. Even though he knew the vehicle had activated its soundproof mode, he still dared not breathe. It wasn't until this group of snakes passed the highway and disappeared into another forest that he let out a long sigh of relief. Then he looked at the little ball with an unkind expression. Didn't you say that with the base armored vehicle, I could walk sideways through the apocalypse? Why do I still have to act like a coward? Cough. Isn't there exaggerated rhetoric in your textbooks? I'm just borrowing a little, the little ball replied. Moreover, with the intelligence of these zombies, they wouldn't be able to see through the camouflage ability of the base armored vehicle. See, you're still safe, the little ball said confidently. Qin Guang almost choked on those words. I find your skin is getting thicker and thicker. Is this even called camouflage ability? Even ordinary vehicles can achieve such an effect by putting reflective film on the glass. His words were not exaggerated at all. Ordinary zombies had no intelligence. As long as reflective film was applied, they couldn't see the situation inside, and if the vehicle remained still and made no noise, these zombies wouldn't be interested in the iron lump. Hearing Qin Guang's rebuttal, the little ball didn't respond this time, but sent a sheepish expression before restarting the base armored vehicle and moving forward. As for Qin Guang, he didn't dwell on the matter. After all, angering the little ball would not benefit him if the other party decided to go on strike. On the following journey, they no longer encountered zombies like the snake group that could threaten the base armored vehicle. The occasional zombie animals that popped out were either knocked away by the armored vehicle or directly crushed to death. It is worth mentioning that during this process, Qin Guang also encountered a pair of military vehicles, and behind these vehicles were more than 10 small cars filled with people. These were likely the lucky ones who had survived on the highway and successfully awaited military rescue. This rescue team also invited Qin Guang to join, but after politely declining, he accelerated away. They drove on this highway for a full 3 hours before finally entering the area of Guanglian City. After getting off the highway and going through nearly an hour of winding turns, Qin Guang finally arrived at Dong Li's family home, number 108, Wudong Alley, Guangling District, Guanglian City. This was an old urban area with relatively old houses, and Wudong Alley was indeed narrow. Qin Guang could barely squeeze the base armored vehicle in. If two vehicles met, neither would be able to pass. Just as Qin Guang was about to use the loudspeaker to call Dong Li to the window for a conversation, the little ball suddenly spoke. There's no one in the house. What? No one? Qin Guang's voice instantly rose by 8 degrees. Don't be nervous. Look, the house shows no signs of being damaged, and when we just passed by, there were only a few scattered zombies nearby. It should have been cleared by the military. Your Miss Dong likely left with the rescue team, the little ball added. Hearing this, Qin Guang calmed down immediately. And he also noticed the dried bloodstains on the ground and some bullet holes on the walls or floors, all of which undoubtedly proved that the little ball's guess was correct. Little ball, can you confirm whether this house is undamaged in other areas? Qin Guang pondered for a moment and said, What do you want to do? The little ball quickly asked. I'm still a bit uneasy until I'm sure whether Sister Li entered the survivor base. I plan to go into the house to take a look. Sister Li knows I would come, and even if she left, she should have left me clues to tell me where she went, Qin Guang said. Hearing Qin Guang say this, the little ball did not object, but floated to the side of the car window. Then emitted a faint blue light screen to scan the entire house. The scanning was quick, in just 3 seconds. The little ball provided an answer. The house was very intact, and the windows had also been reinforced, so there should be no danger upon entry. Great, Qin Guang said, then left the driver's seat and went to the cargo area to put on the protective suit. After doing all this, he instructed the little ball to drive the base armored vehicle to the door of the house. This Wudong Alley was too narrow. As long as the base armored vehicle was blocked at the door, even if zombies came, they wouldn't be able to bypass the armored vehicle to enter through the front door. However, just as Qin Guang was about to open the side door of the armored vehicle to go out, he seemed to think of something, paused, turned to the little ball, and said, Make me a weapon. This way, if something happens, I won't be completely defenseless. Previously, Qin Guang would never have thought of resisting zombies. But after taking the physical enhancement potion last night, his abilities in all aspects had nearly doubled. His physical condition had now reached 1457, and his physical quality was even better than that of special forces in the military. Although he had no combat training, wearing this battle suit made from small balls, coupled with a weapon, he wouldn't be completely powerless against zombies. Chapter 50. Clue. Hearing Qin Guang's request, the small ball nodded and said, No problem. What kind of weapon do you want? This question immediately caused Qin Guang to feel a bit conflicted. He had dreamed of being a martial artist as a child, so there were many weapons he wanted to use, such as knives, swords, giant axes, long spears, and even tridents. In this apocalyptic environment, he didn't know which weapon would suit him best, so he decided to consider the advice of the small ball, the expert on the apocalypse. Wrench. The small ball threw out 2 words. What? Qin Guang suppressed the impulse to clean his ears, but he still doubted whether he had heard correctly. A wrench. I think it's the most suitable weapon for you. Seeing Qin Guang's expression change, the small ball quickly added, No matter what kind of weapon it is, you have 0 experience with all of them. Instead, it would be better to choose something you are most familiar with and comfortable wielding as a weapon. After hearing this, although Qin Guang's expression was a bit dark, he had to admit that the other party had a point. In the end, he agreed to the small ball's suggestion and decided to make a wrench first to see how it turned out. With the molecular assembly machine available, making these things was quite simple. In less than 2 minutes, a huge wrench appeared before Qin Guang's eyes. This wrench was clearly modified. It could no longer be used for turning screws. Although it still had the shape of a wrench, the head was not only sharp but also pointed, measuring 50 centimeters in length, now resembling a short sword. This was definitely a deadly weapon. Moreover, compared to a short sword, this wrench was quite heavy, making it suitable for both striking and smashing. More importantly, the small ball was right. After swinging the wrench a couple of times, Qin Guang felt it was very comfortable to use. Of course, this was not only because the handle was custom-made to fit the width of his palm, but also because his physical attributes had been significantly enhanced. Otherwise, No maintenance worker would find a wrench weighing close to 30 pounds easy to handle. They would only think it was heavy. With everything ready, Qin Guang did not linger any longer. He opened the door of the vehicle's compartment and stepped outside. Before leaving, he also remembered to grab the small ball to take it with him, as an extra layer of insurance. Qin Guang reached the door of Dong Li's house almost immediately after getting out of the vehicle. He had originally thought about prying the door open, but found that it wasn't locked at all. A gentle push opened it. Upon entering, he found a small hall of just over 10 square meters, but it had a sofa, coffee table, and television, along with some small decorations, giving Qin Guang a warm feeling of a cozy home. However, this did not make him let down his guard. He carefully observed the surroundings. The windows were sealed with steel plates and iron locks, and the materials were all new, clearly purchased by Dong Li upon her return, as he had requested. After confirming that the living room was safe, he gently pushed open a side door, finding the same situation inside, with the windows completely blocked. After checking around and confirming that the first floor was safe, Qin Guang did not bother with the second floor. Instead, his attention turned to the coffee table in the living room. There lay a conspicuous envelope, with elegant handwriting on the front, to Qin Guang, personally opened. He picked up the envelope without any hesitation and returned to the base vehicle, not encountering any unexpected events until the door closed. This made Qin Guang breathe a sigh of relief, but he also felt a tinge of disappointment, as he had originally hoped to showcase his skills. Of course, he thought about it. He wouldn't take unnecessary risks unless absolutely necessary, at least before becoming an ability user and having the ability to protect himself. He planned to stay as much as possible in the base vehicle. Back in the driver's seat, Qin Guang opened the envelope and took out the letter inside. Indeed, as the small ball had guessed, Dong Li had been rescued by the rescue team, and it happened this morning. Guangling District Public Security Bureau. Qin Guang murmured the name of the place Dong Li left for him, then opened the car's navigation system to search for it. It was a 5-kilometer distance, not too far from here. After locating the place, Qin Guang immediately drove the base vehicle along the route planned by the small ball towards the Guangling District Public Security Bureau. As he got closer, the number of zombies wandering the streets decreased, and he occasionally encountered a military police vehicle or military truck rushing by, especially after passing a sentry post. Qin Guang saw some strong civilians quickly transporting supplies out of a supermarket under the command of soldiers. They're even scavenging supplies? Qin Guang frowned at this. His frown was not due to the military scavenging of supplies infringing on the rights of other citizens. After all, it was the apocalypse, and special circumstances required special handling. Rather, it was because the most important thing right now should be saving civilians. Every minute of delay could mean that numerous civilians could be eaten by zombies or become infected and turn into zombies. The fact that the military was diverting some personnel to do this either indicated that the leaders above were prioritizing incorrectly, or that the country was not adequately prepared for this crisis. At least in terms of food, it was so. If it was the first situation, that would be somewhat better, as it was unlikely that every leader would make such a mistake, and it would be easy to correct if discovered. But if it was the second situation, where the country was not adequately prepared, that would be a significant problem. Of course, as he always said, such matters were not for him, a mere commoner, to concern himself with. Driving the base vehicle along the road, the latter part of the journey had no zombies. Moreover, as he advanced, the white insecticide spray became increasingly dense, and even the ever-present zombie mosquitoes were exterminated here. Finally, when they were 300 meters away from the Public Security Bureau, Qin Guang's vehicle was stopped by the soldiers on guard. Survivors needed to get out of the vehicle for a uniform inspection to confirm they were not infected before being allowed to enter. This procedure was necessary, and Qin Guang naturally had no objections, so he got out of the vehicle immediately. However, the soldier on guard looked at Qin Guang with some surprise for a while before asking, "Comrade, which unit are you from? I've never seen this battle suit before." Cough. This protective suit is something I made myself. I'm a military enthusiast, so this shouldn't violate any regulations, right? Qin Guang said somewhat nervously. Not at all. Moreover, this suit looks quite well made. However, our battle suits have real protective functions, even if bitten by zombies. You don't have to worry about the suit being bitten through and causing infection. If you want to wear one, there's a recruitment office inside. You can sign up. The conditions for joining the army are quite relaxed now, and our 35th Mechanized Infantry Division has very favorable terms, the soldier said enthusiastically. Chapter 51. The situation in the military camp Qin Guang didn't expect that just a casual mention of being a military enthusiast would elicit such a warm invitation from the other party. However, he quickly understood that in the apocalyptic environment, military personnel were undoubtedly in short supply. Qin Guang expressed that he would consider it seriously. As for whether he would join the military, he hadn't made up his mind yet. It wasn't that he didn't want to contribute to the country, but rather that joining the army would significantly limit his freedom. If that's the case, it would affect Little Ball's ability to help him improve his strength. After all, Little Ball has clearly stated that in the future, if he wants to make up for his foundation, he will need to spend more time training and practicing than ordinary people. It is obvious which of these two is more important. The soldier did not receive a clear answer, but was not disappointed. He used an infrared thermometer to check Qin Guang's temperature and confirmed that he did not have a fever before allowing him to pass. After being infected with the 9 virus, one would instantly enter a state of high fever, so measuring body temperature is the best method of identification, even saving the need to check for wounds. After entering, first, park your vehicle in the open space over there, and then go to the registration office. The soldier reminded him and then cleared the way. Qin Guang thanked him and drove in, parking the base vehicle in the designated open space. In a place with troops stationed, Qin Guang was not afraid to even get out of the car. Moreover, if anything happened, Little Ball could control the base vehicle to come over immediately. He set the base vehicle to standby mode and, amid Little Ball's protests, stuffed it into his pocket. Lastly, there were the weapons. However, after some thought, Qin Guang gave up the idea of taking the wrench. He got out of the car and headed to the registration office according to the signs. This so-called registration office was actually a temporary structure made from a military tent. When Qin Guang arrived, there were still 5 people in front of him waiting in line. These were the new batch of survivors who had been rescued. When they saw Qin Guang walk in, these survivors respectfully made way for him. At first, Qin Guang was a bit puzzled. But when he noticed these survivors constantly sizing up his combat uniform, he felt a mix of amusement and embarrassment. Ahem. Qin Guang cleared his throat and explained. I'm not a soldier. This is a homemade protective suit. This naturally garnered a lot of surprise. And even a middle-aged man came over to strike up a conversation with Qin Guang, asking if he could make one for him for a price. Qin Guang, of course, politely declined. The man, seeing this, stopped pressing the issue, and with no one disturbing him, Qin Guang took a look around the registration office. Noticing that there were quite a few electronic devices, at least computers were indispensable. He was a bit curious about how the military managed to obtain these instruments after experiencing an electromagnetic storm. Of course, curiosity aside, he understood that these were not things he could ask too many questions about. However, this was definitely a good thing. Although those tanks and planes could not be operated for the time being, having computers that could be used would at least prevent chaos in personnel management. Soon, the 5 people in front finished registering, and it was Qin Guang's turn. The one in charge of registration was a female officer in her 20s with a pretty face. Qin Guang glanced at her shoulder insignia and, based on his half-baked military knowledge, judged that she seemed to be a second lieutenant. This female second lieutenant also curiously sized up Qin Guang's combat uniform. She had heard Qin Guang's conversation with everyone and, after taking a good look, could not help but exclaim, "Your craftsmanship is really good. If this combat uniform were army green, I would mistake you for one of our military comrades." "You're joking, officer." "I wouldn't dare," Qin Guang quickly replied. "This is also a skill. When you get to the survivor base, you can showcase it at the logistics department. If you get a special appointment, at least your basic needs will be taken care of," the female second lieutenant suggested. Then asked Qin Guang to place his thumb on the fingerprint collector in front of him. After Qin Guang entered his fingerprint, the second lieutenant looked at the information displayed on the computer screen and asked, "Are you from Linhai City?" "Yes." "Why did you come to Guanglian City?" The second lieutenant continued to inquire. "To look for someone," Qin Guang answered. "Looking for someone?" The second lieutenant was a bit surprised but didn't ask further. She only needed to confirm that he was not infected and had no criminal record. In this apocalyptic environment, their enemies were zombies. So there was no need for anything like counter-espionage checks. Quickly entering the data on the computer, a green card was soon ejected from the machine beside her. "This is your temporary document. It has your assigned residence and bed number. In a couple of days, after we finish searching the nearby areas, we will head to the Guanglian City base, and at that time, we will give you a long-term document," the second lieutenant said as she handed the card to Qin Guang. Holding the card, Qin Guang noticed that this green card was very similar to the green card that Lan Wensher had given him. However, The temporary document was made of paper and was similar to a business card, while the green card from Lan Wenshe was made of a material similar to an ID card and had a built-in chip. Okay, officer. Could you help me find out which area Dongli is in? I came to Guanglian City specifically to find her. This morning, I went to her house and found she had left, but she left me a letter saying she came here with the rescue team, Qin Guang said politely. The female officer was stunned for a moment after hearing this and muttered, "You really are lucky." Other survivors were trying to hide and wait for rescue, and the rescue teams sent out by their military had to be extremely cautious. Even so, there would still be casualties. But Qin Guang not only roamed around, but also managed to arrive at this temporary camp alive and well, which made it hard for her to describe him other than saying he was lucky. If she didn't have to work, she would really want to ask Qin Guang how he made it through all this. She is in Block 3, just follow the signs to get there, the female second lieutenant said after checking Dong Li's information on the computer. Qin Guang quickly thanked her and then left the registration office, following the signs around to find the block. As he walked, he noticed that this temporary military camp was much smaller than he had imagined, at least smaller than the military camp he had seen at the Cultural Square in Linhai City. Moreover, it wasn't just that the camp was small. There were also few soldiers. Qin Guang had little ball skinned secretly and found that there were even fewer than 300 soldiers in the camp. Even counting the rescue teams out on missions and those at the outposts, there probably wouldn't be many more. This should just be a regiment from the 35th Mechanized Infantry Division. This mechanized infantry division seemed to have dispersed its forces by regiment throughout Guanglian City to achieve the fastest rescue speed. Little Ball finally provided its guess. Chapter 52. Meeting Dong Li again. Upon hearing Little Ball's analysis, Qin Guang suddenly felt enlightened. This explained why the military presence here was so small. Moreover, as he progressed, he had already seen 2 recruitment stations for soldiers. Initially, Qin Guang wasn't very interested in such matters, but when the term evolver reached his ears, it immediately caught his attention. Turning his head, Qin Guang noticed that at these 2 recruitment stations, there were huge bulletin boards, and a staff member was reading out the various benefits of becoming a soldier. One of the benefits was that one could become an evolver for free. Below that was a long list of the advantages of becoming an evolver, including significantly enhancing one's physical strength, becoming a superhuman, and even stating that after becoming an evolver, one would no longer need to worry about being infected by the 9 virus, even if bitten by a zombie, etc. Seeing this announcement, Qin Guang couldn't help but feel surprised, followed by joy. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before all soldiers could become evolvers, and at that time, humanity's situation wouldn't be as passive as it is now. It might even become possible to truly clear zombies from our cities. He recalled last night when the special forces jumped from the armed helicopter and swiftly killed a mutated zombie. If soldiers become that strong, perhaps they won't be able to defeat the zombie snakes they encounter on the highway, but clearing out ordinary zombies that have turned from humans shouldn't be a problem. In that case, humanity wouldn't need to huddle in those so-called survivor bases. I have to admit, whether it was the response before the apocalypse or after, your country has greatly exceeded my expectations, which is why we have the current situation. But if you think you can defeat the Virus 9 unleashed by the Tadar civilization just like this, that would be a bit unrealistic. Let me put it this way. Actually, evolvers aren't as strong as you might think. Once an ordinary person becomes an evolver, their physical condition is probably similar to yours. And the only advantage is that they no longer have to worry about being infected by the Virus 9. As for those special forces you encountered last night, who can easily kill zombies, it's because they have a good foundation. After becoming evolvers, their strength surpasses that of ordinary people. Secondly, they already possess combat skills that allow them to effectively utilize their abilities. Finally, with the enhancement from their set of weapons and equipment, they can be considered late-stage evolvers of the first blood-moving realm. Little Ball spoke up. Although Qin Guang felt a bit disappointed upon hearing this, he was not discouraged. Moreover, hearing Little Ball say that his current physical condition could rival that of a normal early-stage evolver made him a little excited. He even began to look forward to how powerful he would become once he truly awakened and became a superpowered individual. Shaking off those thoughts, Qin Guang did not continue to watch here, but instead followed the sign towards the designated area. However, on the way, he noticed something else. Strange. How many evolvers are there in this camp? I feel like there aren't many. Didn't they say these soldiers could all become evolvers for free? Qin Guang said. It's important to know that evolvers and ordinary people appear different. Qin Guang found it hard to describe specifically, but they give off a feeling of being full of energy, so he could roughly distinguish them. Indeed, not many. According to my rough scan, there should be no more than 50 people. But this is normal. When swallowing origin crystals to become evolvers, it will completely activate their genes, and in such cases, they will fall into a coma that lasts anywhere from 1 hour to 24 hours. Even if the army hunted a large number of zombies last night and obtained many origin crystals, it wouldn't be possible for these soldiers to consume the crystals all at once. They can only take them in batches, otherwise. If they all fall into a coma at the same time, that would be disastrous. Little Ball again provided Qin Guang with some knowledge. After hearing this, Qin Guang nodded in understanding. However, even if they come in batches, in a few days, all the soldiers in the army will become evolvers. Finally, he arrived at the designated area and followed the signs to find Barak number 3. However, when he tried to walk in, he was stopped by a female guard. This is the women's barracks. Men are prohibited from entering. What do you want? The female guard said, giving Qin Guang a scrutinizing look. Sorry, I just arrived and wasn't aware this was the women's barracks. I'm here to find Dongli. I wonder if you could help me call her out. Qin Guang apologized and said respectfully. Seeing Qin Guang's decent attitude, the female guard nodded and then walked into the barracks. Shortly after, Dongli came out. Qin Guang. It's really you. Upon seeing Qin Guang, Dongli was overjoyed, quickly stepping forward with her arms open, seemingly wanting to give Qin Guang a hug. However, as she got closer, her steps halted, and she looked a bit shyly to the side. At this moment, Qin Guang noticed that Dongli was accompanied by a girl about 16 years old. She had a delicate face, wearing a white shirt on top and jeans on the bottom, with a simple ponytail, fully showcasing the youthful vitality of her age. This is my sister, Xiaomi. Dongli introduced. Hello, you must be the Qin Guang my sister keeps talking about. Dong Xiaomi said with a grin. Xiaomi, what nonsense are you talking about? Dongli immediately shot her a glare as a warning. Hee. After you went home yesterday, I don't know how many times you mentioned Qin Guang's name. And even when you fell asleep last night, you were still mumbling it in your dreams. Dong Xiaomi seemed completely unfazed by her older sister's warning, continuing to spill the beans, and even winked at Qin Guang as if to imply something. Watching Dong Li's face gradually turn red, Qin Guang found himself at a loss for words. Fortunately, not knowing how to respond allowed him to change the subject, so after clearing his throat, Qin Guang said, I'm relieved to see you here in the military camp. I wonder what your plans are moving forward? Upon hearing this question, Dong Li's expression immediately turned serious, but she first asked Dong Xiaomi to go back, and then walked alongside Qin Guang to a somewhat less crowded area. Qin Guang, I'm feeling very lost right now. I originally planned to follow the army to the Guanglian city base, where I heard they would assign jobs and open up exchange channels. At that time, we could directly use money to buy something called origin crystals, which supposedly can turn you into an evolver and eliminate the worry of being infected by virus 9. At this point, Dongli paused, brushed her hair behind her ear, and looked directly at Qin Guang as she said, however, since you're here, I'll follow your lead. Chapter 53, Economic System. Looking at Dong Li's intense gaze, Qin Guang inexplicably felt a bit guilty. He cleared his throat, pondered for a moment, and said, My original plan was to take you and your family to the Linhai city base. However, I didn't expect the army here in Guanglian City to act so quickly, since you are here in the military camp and no longer in danger. Whether you choose to return to Linhai City with me is entirely up to you. Qin Guang returned this choice to Dong Li and made it clear that he would go to the Linhai City base. Even if Dong Li followed him, it would just be changing bases. There wouldn't be any essential difference. For me, it doesn't matter which base I'm at. Of course, I would like to go back with you. Dong Li turned her head, blushing as she said, but then asked, However, can you wait a few days? Why? Qin Guang asked curiously. I heard that there is something called origin crystals for sale at the Linhai City base. It is said that consuming 1 gram of origin crystal can turn you into an evolver, bringing about tremendous changes in your body, not only enhancing your physique, but also, more importantly, granting immunity to virus 9. I still have over 50,000 in my card, so when the time comes, if we buy 4 grams of origin crystals and each take 1 gram, we can become evolvers and then return to the Linhai City base, which would be much safer. Dong Li said in a low voice, Where did you hear this information? And you said this thing can be bought with money. Hasn't the economic system collapsed? Qin Guang asked further. The economic system is in a semi-collapsed state. Right now, the vast majority of machines have broken down, including those that handle transactions. So ordinary people cannot complete transfers and transactions. However, I heard that the machines inside the survivor base can still operate normally, allowing for transfers or withdrawals. And you can also purchase various necessary supplies at the military department. Anyway, I believe that as long as the country still exists, then the renminbi will definitely be useful. Dong Li first answered Qin Guang's second question and then said with a hint of pride, as for where this information comes from, don't forget what I do. Your sister Li is a sales manager, and it's easy for me to gather information by familiarizing myself with the people around me. After saying that, she reminded him again, I got this information from a female officer, but it hasn't been publicly announced yet, so don't let it slip out. Qin Guang nodded to indicate he wouldn't speak carelessly and then continued to inquire about some details. As he delved deeper, he learned that the primordial crystal would be sold at a price of 10,000 RMB per gram. This price was something that most families could manage with some effort. If they truly had no money, they could choose to take out a loan for the purchase, which could then be repaid by working at the base. And the loan would even be interest-free. This made Qin Guang feel both surprised, and yet it seemed reasonable. He didn't find it strange that the country would open up the primordial crystal for ordinary people to use. After all, it was impossible to constantly spray insecticides around the base. Thus, it was almost inevitable that everyone would become an evolver. However, he was surprised that the price set for the primordial crystal was indeed quite high, 10,000 RMB per gram. To put it into perspective, a fully equipped combat team could clear zombies at a rapid pace, making this a tremendously profitable venture. However, as Dong Li continued to explain, Qin Guang gradually realized why the survivor base would implement such a policy. According to the intelligence Dong Li had gathered, everyone assigned to the base would have designated jobs. These jobs generally paid between 3,000 to 5,000 RMB per month, and most importantly, they provided free meals and accommodation. Of course, while the food and lodging were free, they certainly weren't of good quality. For instance, while one could eat enough, eating well was unrealistic, limited to plain rice with vegetables. As for the accommodation, it was in dormitories, with 8 people sharing a room of about 10 square meters, with bunk beds. If one wanted to live a good life without working, they could do so, but first, they needed to have money. Moreover, the cost of living was not trivial. Even in a third-tier city like Guanglian, renting a 60 square meter apartment in the base would cost over 50,000 RMB per month. The prices for food and clothing were even more terrifying. Even a bowl of plain rice would cost 50 renminbi. In such circumstances, unless one was a true wealthy person, living in the survivor base would require working hard. Of course, there were also high-income professions, the first of which was joining the military. After joining the army, even a regular soldier would earn 100,000 RMB a month, and if they went out to hunt zombies, that salary could easily multiply by 3 to 5 times. This meant that while the general salary in the base was around 3,000 to 5,000 RMB, if one joined the military, as long as they didn't die, they could earn around 300,000 to 500,000 RMB a month. That was 100 times more than the previous salaries. Additionally, there was another high-income profession, which involved hunting zombies to obtain their primordial crystals, which the base would buy at the price of 10,000 RMB per gram. Doing the math, even if one only hunted 1 zombie a day, they would make 300,000 RMB in a month. If they could hunt 10 zombies a day, that would amount to 3 million renminbi in a month. Upon hearing this, Qin Guang understood. All these policies were designed to encourage more evolvers to hunt zombies. Furthermore, if this trend continued, society would gradually shift towards a respect for the strong system. The stronger one was, the more zombies they could hunt, thus gaining wealth and status. This social system was entirely different from before, yet it was perfectly suited to the apocalypse. After understanding all this, Qin Guang suddenly felt a newfound confidence. If what Dong Li said was true, then it would be easy for him to earn 1 million in a single day if he wanted to. Compared to his previous life, this was almost unimaginable. Thinking of this, Qin Guang said directly, I understand the situation well enough. When you go back, tell your aunt and Xiaomi to get ready. We'll leave this camp soon. Isn't that too rushed? Once we consume the primordial crystal and become evolvers, it will be safer, right? Dong Li couldn't help but say. If she were alone, she would definitely follow Qin Guang without hesitation since he said so. However, she had to consider her family now, so she had to be cautious. Don't worry, I can guarantee safety, and as for the primordial crystals, I have some. Qin Guang said as he pulled out a handful of primordial crystals from the pocket of his combat suit. More than 10 primordial crystals emitted a colorful glow under the sunlight, instantly causing Dong Li to hold her breath. Chapter 54. Sudden Crisis After Coming to Her Senses. Dong Li quietly counted the primordial crystals in Qin Guang's palm and found there were as many as 13. To put it into perspective, this was equivalent to 130,000 RMB. More importantly, this was definitely a rare commodity. If the other survivors in the base knew, selling them for 40,000 to 50,000 RMB each would not be a problem at all. After all, consuming this could provide immunity to the virus and significantly enhance one's physique. In this apocalyptic situation, it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was the most crucial life-saving item. How do you have so many primordial crystals? Dong Li asked as she hurried Qin Guang to put them away, lowering her voice. I hunted them on the way here, Qin Guang replied casually. But Dong Li felt a chill run down her spine. She had seen the horror of those zombies. It was hard to imagine how Qin Guang had defeated so many of those monsters and killed 13 of them. Have you become an evolver? Dong Li couldn't help but ask. That was the only explanation she could think of. Not quite, but close enough. Qin Guang gave a vague answer, and then told Dong Li to go back and prepare for their departure. Seeing Qin Guang had primordial crystals in his hands, Dong Li had no further objections and immediately planned to return to the barracks to call her mother and sister out. However, just as she took a step, a piercing air raid siren suddenly blared. In an apocalyptic situation like this, everyone was on edge, and the sudden sound of the air raid siren instantly caused panic. Dong Li froze in her tracks, fearfully returning to Qin Guang's side. What is happening? Qin Guang did not answer immediately, but patted his pocket, signaling the small ball inside to get to work. Soon, a response came through the Bluetooth headset. It's a zombie bird swarm. Find a place to hide. Qin Guang immediately looked towards the sky and, sure enough, saw a massive flock of birds, dark as a cloud, rapidly approaching in their direction. At that terrifying speed, they would reach here in less than a minute. It's a zombie bird swarm. We need to hide over there, Qin Guang said as he walked towards the nearest barracks. Dong Li quickly followed, and soon the two arrived beside the barracks, where the large door had already been lifted and soldiers were urging outside survivors to enter. The soldiers within the base quickly sprang into action, arranging for everyone to take cover while preparing defenses. Anti-aircraft machine guns were unlocked and aimed at the sky to target the zombie bird swarm. However, the most crucial anti-aircraft artillery was either not equipped in this temporary camp or had been damaged in the electromagnetic storm. In any case, Qin Guang did not see any. More soldiers, armed only with automatic rifles, were desperately looking for cover, preparing for the imminent counterattack. Seeing this scene, Qin Guang felt a sense of foreboding, as he suddenly remembered that there were far too few soldiers here. Just moments ago, the small ball had conducted a rough scan, revealing that there were fewer than 500 soldiers in this military camp, while the approaching zombie bird swarm numbered at least 50,000 to 60,000. Relying on just a few people, without air defense guns or other group attack weapons, will be dangerous next. While Qin Guang was thinking about these things, he had already entered this barracks and quickly arranged for the other incoming survivors to stay in one place and not wander around. Inside the barracks, Qin Guang could not see the situation outside, but the increasingly dense gunfire indicated that the battle was becoming more intense. Creak! Suddenly, a gap was torn in the iron roof of the barracks, and a claw nearly half a meter long reached down from the top. Judging by the curved shape of the claw, it looked somewhat like a bird's claw. This scene made Qin Guang's scalp tingle. If a bird's claw alone was half a meter long, then the whole bird must be over 10 meters in size. Rat-a-tat-tat. Gunfire erupted suddenly, and two soldiers raised their assault rifles and fired madly. The bullets hit the bird claw, only sparking a series of flashes, while the claw seemed to suffer little damage. Fortunately, it didn't appear to be completely unharmed. After a mournful cry, the claw retracted and disappeared. The injured soldiers called for support, stating that the attacking bird zombies were almost 5 times more than in other places, and there was a suspected mutated zombie giant eagle, requesting the deployment of the evolved team. A female second lieutenant at the door fired a round in a frenzy, and while retreating to reload, she loudly spoke into the radio. At this moment, Qin Guang realized that this female second lieutenant was the one who had registered him not long ago. He didn't know why she was here, but judging by her nimble skills, she was actually an evolved one. However, Qin Guang didn't have time to focus on these matters. Listening to the intelligence she relayed, his brows involuntarily furrowed. The attacking bird zombies were over 5 times more than in other places. As he scanned the barracks, he saw many soldiers who had just finished bandaging, and he suddenly understood that the temptation of fresh blood to zombies was much stronger than that for sharks. Thinking of this, he lightly pressed his Bluetooth headset to control the volume and asked, "What is the current situation?" "It's extremely brutal. Although the firepower here is sufficient, there are just too many bird zombies. In less than 3 minutes of gunfire, over 20 soldiers have been casualties. At this rate, even if we can eventually win, the soldiers in this camp will probably be mostly dead. The most troublesome part is that there is a mutated bird zombie here. My suggestion is to retreat, otherwise, you will definitely be in danger," Xiaoqiu said. "Is it safe to retreat?" Qin Guang thought for a moment and asked. "There is some danger, but I can remotely control the base vehicle to come over. Plus, with the combat suit you have on, the danger is not great," Xiaoqiu replied. To be honest, hearing this answer made Qin Guang momentarily tempted to just leave. However, looking at the soldiers still fighting bravely, these people were protecting them, the civilians. Although he didn't need the soldiers' protection, Qin Guang really couldn't bear to watch them die. So, after taking a deep breath, he asked again, "Since you say that, does it mean that the base vehicle is not afraid of the zombie bird swarm and can charge out directly while taking the attack?" "Hey, absolutely," Xiaoqiu said, feeling a bit smug. However, just after saying this, it felt something was off and hurriedly said, "Why are you asking this? Don't tell me you want to cause trouble." Chapter 55. Qin Guang's plan. What do you mean by causing trouble? You just said that if this continues, the soldiers at this base will probably be mostly dead. Can I just watch these soldiers sacrifice themselves? Hurry up and calculate for me. If I use the base vehicle as bait to lure the zombie bird swarm away, what are the chances we can escape? Qin Guang asked seriously. Although he was willing to take action, it didn't mean he was willing to die. To be honest, after more than 20 years of being a commoner, he wasn't that great. That's hard to say. Such a large zombie bird swarm is gathered by that mutated zombie giant eagle. The most troublesome part is that these mutated zombies have a certain level of intelligence. If we can't kill it, and it commands such a large zombie bird swarm to chase us relentlessly, our chances of escape would be only 45. After all, the defense of the base vehicle is not infinite, and the most important issue is the energy problem. Of course, if we can kill that mutated giant eagle, then the success rate of escaping can be as high as 93. Xiaoqiu quickly calculated the escape probabilities. Hearing such probabilities, Qin Guang immediately made a decision. He patted the shoulder of Dong Li next to him, signaled to switch positions, and came to the side of the female second lieutenant. "Hello, we meet again." Qin Guang greeted her. However, the female second lieutenant ignored him completely and quickly loaded bullets into the magazine. Seeing this attitude, Qin Guang wasn't surprised but continued to speak to himself. "You should understand the current situation better than I do. If this continues, even if we win this battle, it will probably be a Pyrrhic victory." Hearing this, the female second lieutenant finally reacted a little, but she just shot Qin Guang a cold glance. She reloaded the magazine and intended to go out to continue fighting those bird zombies. So, to break the current deadlock, there is only one solution: to lure these bird zombies away. As soon as Qin Guang finished his last sentence, the female second lieutenant's footsteps suddenly paused. Not only her, but even several nearby officers instantly turned to look at Qin Guang. "Do you have any plan?" the female second lieutenant finally asked. Qin Guang didn't answer directly, but instead asked in return, "I assume you've also noticed that the bird zombies attacking this barracks are several times more than those attacking other places." To be precise, it should be 85 times. Qin Guang reported the latest data from Xiaoqiu. And then, the female second lieutenant asked, "Well, this is the key. Have you ever thought about why this barracks attracts so many bird zombies?" Qin Guang paused and then pointed to the wounded soldiers inside the barracks, who were bandaged up. "The reason is simple. This is a triage camp, and the attraction of fresh blood to zombies far exceeds that of us humans." After hearing Qin Guang's words, the female second lieutenant's expression changed. "What do you mean? Are you suggesting?" However, before she could finish her sentence, a male officer in his 30s interrupted her. "Lieutenant Zhao, calm down. This young man is just analyzing rationally, and his analysis makes a lot of sense. Making a small sacrifice is better than waiting to die here. Let's assign the task of luring these bird zombies away to our third squad." "Lao Lu, how can you let your third squad take such a spotlight? What about our first squad's reputation? This important task should be entrusted to us," another officer immediately chimed in. The two seemed to be competing for who would take the lead, But in reality, they both knew that this mission was almost certain death. Watching this, Qin Guang felt a bit stunned while secretly admiring their bravery. Ahem. Officers, I think you may have misunderstood my meaning. Ordinary zombies have no intelligence. They only need blood to lure them away. Therefore, using the blood from those blood bags as bait will suffice. There is no need for these injured soldiers to lure the bird zombie swarm. Qin Guang interrupted as he saw the officers about to continue arguing. As soon as he finished speaking, several pairs of eyes lit up, and the officer surnamed Lu was the first to speak. Little brother, that's a great idea. I'll call the Evolver team over right now and lead the way to draw out these bird zombies. He interrupted before another officer could speak, saying, Old Su, you haven't become an Evolver yet, so just stay here obediently. The officer called Old Su opened his mouth, but didn't know how to refute it. If he wasn't an Evolver, rushing out now would truly be a burden to the team. However, Qin Guang spoke up again, saying that if they only relied on their 2 legs, they probably wouldn't be able to lead the bird zombies away for long. Moreover, even military jeeps would be overturned in just a few moves against these bird zombies. As Qin Guang said this, he could already faintly hear the roar of the base's vehicle engines approaching rapidly. So you need a sturdy vehicle. My car should be able to help you, Qin Guang said, pointing outside the tent. At that moment, several people also heard the roar of the engine and looked outside through the tent entrance. What they saw stunned them. A van that shouldn't be in the military camp was racing towards them at a terrifying speed comparable to that of a sports car. This scene was very out of place. If that were all, it would have been fine, but what surprised them even more was that this van, commonly seen on the streets, crashed into every bird zombie blocking its path, sending them flying. It should be noted that these bird zombies had various mutations after their transformation. Some had claws and beaks as sharp as knives, while others had bodies that grew 10-fold or even 100-fold. Yet, whether it was the bird zombies with feathers like steel needles and extremely strong defenses, or those massive bird zombies with wingspans of 4 to 5 meters. In front of this seemingly ordinary van, they were like chicks, knocked away with a single impact. However, they could see that when the van crashed into the mutated beaks or claws of these bird zombies, sparks even erupted. This indicated that the collision was more terrifying than they had imagined. Under everyone's gaze, the van crashed through the dense crowd of bird zombies with an unbeatable momentum and came to a screeching halt at the entrance of the infirmary. Chapter 56. Second Lieutenant Yi Shuang, how about that? My car is good, right? You select someone to throw blood bags to attract the zombie birds, and I'll drive for you. As everyone was still somewhat stunned, Qin Guang spoke up. His words snapped everyone back to reality. But the one who reacted the fastest wasn't the soldiers, but Dong Li, who was beside him. Qin Guang, don't take risks. Just provide the vehicle. Aren't they're these soldiers? Dong Li said nervously. She genuinely felt that Qin Guang had already contributed enough and didn't need to continue risking his life to help. And it wasn't just Dong Li who thought this way. Even several officers felt the same. The officer surnamed Lu said seriously, Little brother, your friend is right. Such risky tasks should be done by us soldiers. Just give us the car keys. If this plan succeeds, the 35th Mechanized Infantry Division owes you a favor. Of course, Qin Guang couldn't agree to this request. The base vehicle was his lifeline for survival in the apocalypse. Take a closer look. There's no one in the driver's seat. This vehicle drove itself here. The vehicle's operating system was programmed by me and is bound to my fingerprint and iris. No one else can drive it. More importantly, as you've seen, its defensive capabilities are impressive. I don't believe staying here is any safer than being in my vehicle. Qin Guang quickly fabricated a reason, realizing that his skills in this area seemed to be becoming more adept. Hearing this, everyone unconsciously turned to look at the driver's seat and, through the car's window, discovered that there truly was no one inside. Although driverless technology isn't particularly rare today, it's even gradually becoming widespread in the U.S. Across the Pacific, this technology is still considered top-tier high-tech, and it would be impossible not to feel shocked. While most people were still in shock, the female second lieutenant had already approached with a box of blood transfusion bags. Let me introduce myself. I'm Yi Shuang, and I will help you draw away these bird zombies. You can take care of driving the vehicle. Second Lieutenant Yi, this is too dangerous. You can't go. If something happens to you, how can we explain it to Commander Yi? The officer surnamed Lu immediately looked shocked and reached out to grab the box from Yi Shuang's hands. However, Yi Shuang was much swifter than Officer Lu. She sidestepped and said seriously, Comrade Lu Weiyang, I am now a soldier, not anyone's daughter. In this situation, We should consider who is most suitable to go instead of not going for some reason. Compared to the 7 crystal cores you swallowed when you awakened, I believe I'm more suited for this task after swallowing 9. After saying this, she didn't wait for Officer Liu to respond and strode forward. One hand holding the box and the other carrying an automatic rifle with a newly replaced magazine towards the base vehicle. This scene undoubtedly made Qin Guang have a much better impression of Second Lieutenant Yishuang. From their conversation, he also learned that the country understood crystal cores more than he had imagined. At least they knew that the more crystal cores one swallowed during awakening, the stronger one would become. This was definitely good news. It should be noted that there are far more capable individuals in the military than among civilians. If these people had only swallowed 1 crystal core during their awakening, it would greatly underutilize their potential. Of course, Qin Guang didn't have too much time to ponder these matters. Watching Yishuang rush out of the tent, he shouted, "Go to the back of the cargo area. It's easier to throw the blood bags there." Yishuang paused slightly, raised her hand to shoot down a few bird zombies that were flying at her, and then turned towards the back of the base vehicle. Seeing that she was following the instructions, Qin Guang breathed a sigh of relief, clenched the small ball in his hand, and rushed out. With the cover of several soldiers' firepower, he swiftly reached the side of the vehicle and dove into the car. Once he was inside the base vehicle, Qin Guang finally let out a long breath. When he had just reassured Dong Li that it was safer in the base vehicle, he wasn't joking. Meanwhile, as Qin Guang got into the vehicle, Yishuang had also reached the back of the base vehicle. She was certainly familiar with this type of van. After shooting down a few bird zombies, she intended to open the cargo door. But when she saw the situation at the back, her hand suddenly stopped because the back of the van was completely seamless. There was no cargo door at all. Just as she was getting annoyed and wanted to rush to the front of the vehicle to ask what was going on, a sudden buzzing sound of electricity came from the back of the cargo area, and then the originally tightly sealed compartment quickly opened. The cargo door didn't just open outward normally. It split in the middle and extended sideways like an elevator. Although Yishuang didn't understand why a cargo door required such a complicated electric mechanism, she no longer had the heart to think about these issues. One hand holding the automatic rifle and the other carrying the box full of blood bags, she leaped up into the vehicle. After she jumped in, the cargo door quickly closed, and to her surprise, it wasn't completely shut. The sliding steel plate at her shoulder to head height hadn't reset. This effectively created a window about 30 centimeters high and half a meter wide, making it quite convenient for her to throw blood bags or use firearms to attack the bird-like zombies outside. Moreover, because the window wasn't very large, those large bird-like zombies couldn't attack her, and as for the smaller ones that could enter through the window, she, as an evolved being, certainly wasn't afraid. In that moment, she felt like she was in a fortress. Additionally, she noticed that the area inside this cargo compartment was empty and very narrow. It was 2 meters wide, which was the normal width of the cargo compartment, but only 1 meter deep, just enough not to hinder her combat. Undoubtedly, this was just a small part of the cargo compartment's rear. Such partition designs were rare, even in military transport vehicles. Furthermore, she found that there were no buttons or operation screens in this cramped space. This meant that even a cargo door was controlled by the central control system of the truck's cab. This seemingly ordinary box truck was frighteningly automated. Just as Yishuang was secretly observing, she suddenly heard a faint mechanical sound. Turning her head, she saw the wall to her right suddenly open, revealing a loudspeaker. And then she heard Qin Guang's voice. "Lieutenant Yishuang, I drove a bit fast after the action started, and there might be some severe bumps. Are you okay over there?" "No problem," Yishuang replied succinctly. Her voice was cool, but quite pleasant to hear. Sitting in the driver's seat, Qin Guang glanced at the vehicle's navigation screen, which displayed surveillance footage of Yishuang. The base war vehicle was Qin Guang's biggest secret. He would never casually expose it to others. He had confirmed with Xiao Qiu that he could modify the layout inside the compartment, which was why he boldly let Yishuang board. Now seeing her expression, although curious about the base war vehicle, she didn't make any outrageous movements, which relieved Qin Guang significantly. "All right, brace yourself," Qin Guang said into the microphone before stepping on the gas, and the base war vehicle shot out instantly. To be honest, Yishuang had not taken Qin Guang's warning too seriously. However, the moment the base war vehicle started, she realized she was wrong. The terrifying acceleration made her slam against the wall of the compartment. Fortunately, being an evolved being, she was agile enough to brace herself with her elbow and stabilize her body. "You can throw the blood bags to lure the bird-like zombies over," Qin Guang's voice came again from the loudspeaker, just as she steadied herself. Yi Shuang didn't say much. She put down her automatic rifle, quickly took out a military dagger from her waist, cut open a blood bag, and threw it out. Although the base war vehicle had only just started, thanks to its terrifying acceleration, it had already moved about 100 meters away from the wounded soldiers' camp. However, at the moment Yi Shuang threw the blood bag, the hundreds of bird-like zombies that had been attacking the wounded soldiers' camp seemed to sense a new prey, instantly turning towards the blood bag flying in the air. This scene left Yi Shuang both surprised and delighted. Great, it's effective. Quickly lure them out of the military camp, she shouted urgently towards the loudspeaker. She noticed that not all of the hundreds of bird-like zombies were targeting the blood bag. Many were directly fixated on her, or rather, on the blood-stained dagger in her hand. When she cut the blood bag with the military dagger, the dagger inevitably got stained with blood, which also became a source of attraction for the bird-like zombie horde. However, Qin Guang's response from the loudspeaker was different. We can't leave just yet. The horde attacking this camp is too large. We need to circle around the entire camp and lure more bird-like zombies away. Yi Shuang was momentarily stunned. In her view, it was already quite remarkable for the two of them to attract the bird-like zombies around the wounded soldiers' camp. Even so, she wasn't sure if they could actually do it. She never expected Qin Guang to be so bold as to set his sights on the entire horde of bird-like zombies in the base. Okay. After regaining her focus, Yi Shuang immediately replied, since Qin Guang dared to do so, why should she hesitate? Then I'll leave the throwing of the blood bags to you. Make sure the distance between each blood bag doesn't exceed 100 meters. Otherwise, if they're too far apart, I'm afraid we won't be able to attract them all. Qin Guang's voice came through the loudspeaker again. All right, Yi Shuang replied once more, feeling a strange sensation in her heart, although she didn't want to admit it. Qin Guang's composure and control over the situation were better than hers, leading her to unknowingly follow his arrangements. Brace yourself, there's a sharp turn ahead. And it might be a bit bumpy, Qin Guang said, his tone surprisingly carrying a hint of fear. Yi Shuang instantly picked up on this hint of fear, but before she could ask anything, she suddenly lost her balance, as if she were about to be thrown out. If she weren't an evolved being, just this moment alone could have caused serious injury, because at that moment, the base war vehicle had completed a very standard and beautiful drift at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. Just as Yi Shuang steadied herself, she guessed what Qin Guang had just done from the scenery flying past the window, feeling a renewed shock. Although she knew this was a modified vehicle, she couldn't deny that no matter how good its performance was, it was still a box truck, not a low center of gravity sports car. Using such a truck to drift at speeds over 100 kilometers per hour, she truly didn't know how Qin Guang managed not to flip it. Of course, Qin Guang himself didn't know this either, because while he gripped the steering wheel tightly, the steering wheel at that moment was merely a handhold for him. The driving authority had long since been handed over to Xiao Qiu. Seeing that they hadn't flipped, Qin Guang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But before he could finish that breath, his heart sank again because this was just the beginning. Just as Yi Shuang had steadied herself and threw out a blood bag, the entire base war vehicle began to jolt violently. She also realized that the base war vehicle wasn't following normal roads at all but was crashing through the military camp. Like now, when it broke through the barriers between two zones and charged straight through. Moreover, what was blocking them wasn't just these barriers. There were also the bird-like zombies continuously diving down from the sky. Although the base war vehicle could crash through them, each impact caused a jolt that shook the vehicle. Additionally, to avoid the tents and hiding spots of soldiers around, the base war vehicle was driving irregularly. At that moment, Yi Shuang truly felt like she was on a roller coaster. At this time, she couldn't help but secretly be grateful that this box truck had such a partition wall, providing her with a narrow space where she could easily reach the wall of the vehicle to brace or relieve herself. Otherwise, she would have likely been thrown around every time the base war vehicle drifted. Now, with the extraordinary physical fitness of the Evolver and the agility developed from years of training, even in such an environment, Yi Shuang was still able to follow Qin Guang's instructions, cutting open a blood bag and throwing it out every 100 meters or so. Seeing on the vehicle's navigation screen that Yi Shuang was not falling behind, Qin Guang let out a quiet sigh of relief. However, when he saw through the split screen that the mutated zombie giant eagle had crossed over the flock of zombie birds behind and was ignoring the blood bags Yi Shuang had thrown, diving directly towards the base vehicle, his previously relaxed expression turned grim again. This was the most troublesome aspect of mutated zombies. They were not only stronger than regular zombies, but also possessed a certain level of intelligence. Little ball. Qin Guang couldn't help but shout, his hand gently resting on the red button for electric attacks. Don't worry, we can dodge. As Little Ball's voice sounded, the base vehicle made another rapid drift, narrowly escaping from the giant eagle's claws, which were several meters long. Through the camera, Qin Guang could see the giant eagle's claws easily sinking into the hard concrete pavement. This made Qin Guang feel a bit of a chill. A typical small car would probably be no more than a toy in front of this mutated giant eagle, which had a wingspan of several meters. And it seemed that this zombie giant eagle had set its sights on them. Failing to grab them, the giant wings flapped, creating a whirlwind as it soared into the air again, chasing after them. Chapter 58. Breaking out of the military camp, Comrade Yishuang. That big guy is locked onto us. The journey ahead will be even bumpier. Can you hold on? Qin Guang said into the microphone. If it's not too long. I should be fine. Yishuang's voice came through, intermittent. Qin Guang could also see from the surveillance that Yishuang was doing her best to maintain her balance, though each sharp turn of the vehicle nearly made her fall. After thinking for a moment, Qin Guang instructed Little Ball to slightly reduce the space on both sides of Yishuang's small area, allowing her to reach out and touch the walls. Thanks. This should help me last longer. Seeing the changes in the vehicle, Yishuang expressed her gratitude and felt even more that this cargo truck was extraordinary. Boom, boom, boom. Almost all the soldiers engaged in fierce combat could see a box truck racing through the base at an incredible and terrifying speed. Anything in front of this box truck, whether fences, vehicles, or zombie birds, was smashed aside without exception. Of course, if it were only this, it wouldn't attract much attention. However, when such a crazy truck was followed by an almost endless swarm of zombie birds, it sent shivers down people's spines. Many soldiers and officers, who were struggling to hold on to the barracks, felt a deep sense of despair as they saw such a large group of zombie birds rushing toward them. Just when they were prepared to make sacrifices and take down as many zombie birds as possible with them, they were astonished to find that the large group of zombie birds was chasing after the speeding truck. Moreover, even the zombie horde that had been surrounding their camp was drawn away by this box truck. This left them feeling a mix of shock and relief. Some quick-thinking officers realized that all of this was likely caused by the box truck, which was meant to draw the zombie birds away from the camp. This assumption was soon confirmed, as more and more zombie birds were led away, allowing the soldiers to gradually focus their energy on observing their surroundings. Now, over half of the area above the camp was nearly devoid of zombie birds. Of course, as these soldiers felt increasingly relieved, Qin Guang, the person directly involved, had a rather pale face, and there was a noticeable red mark on his forehead from hitting the steering wheel. This was because the base vehicle had finally been scratched by the giant eagle's claws. If the truck hadn't been sturdy enough, that blow could have resulted in catastrophic damage. Even so, seeing the damage indicator showing 14 on the display, Qin Guang still felt a pang of heartache. He understood that the base vehicle wasn't as indestructible as Little Ball boasted. At least this mutated zombie could pose a threat to his life. If the zombie giant eagle continued to attack the same spot, the vehicle's defenses could only withstand about 7 or 8 hits. Qin Guang could no longer afford to wait. We've already attracted enough zombie birds. Look around. They're all around us. This will greatly slow our progress. If our speed drops to 80 kilometers per hour, it will be very difficult to dodge the giant eagle's attacks, Little Ball said, its voice slightly urgent. Even it couldn't maintain its calm when the base vehicle sustained damage. Then let's go out. I believe the soldiers in the camp can handle the remaining zombie birds, Qin Guang said after taking a deep breath. He had already drawn away 80 of the zombie birds in the camp. Little Ball immediately made a turn, no longer circling the camp, but driving straight toward the outside. In the back of the base vehicle, Yishuang, who was throwing blood bags, couldn't clearly understand the route the base vehicle was taking like someone in the driver's seat. However, by observing the scenery outside the window, she could infer the direction the vehicle was heading. When she realized that Qin Guang was driving the vehicle towards the outside of the camp, she was startled and urgently said, "You can't charge out this way. Other than a few entrances to the camp, other places are set with minefields." Minefields? Qin Guang immediately turned his gaze to Little Ball. Scanning. Scanning complete. The best route to avoid mines has been planned. There will be 3 landmines detonated on the route, and the degree of damage to the chassis will be between 23 and 27. Should we just charge through? Little Ball inquired. Charge through, Qin Guang ordered without hesitation. He was also afraid that delay would lead to unexpected changes. If that happened, the damage would likely be much more than 27. Understood. Activating turbo boost. The vehicle will continue to accelerate. Please hold on tight, Little Ball reminded. Qin Guang immediately spoke into the microphone. Comrade Yishuang. We will be charging directly through the minefield. There will be intense explosions, so please be prepared. Yishuang did not expect her warning to elicit such a response from Qin Guang. She thought he didn't understand the horror of the minefield at all. Just as she was about to explain, she felt the box truck accelerate once again. This time, the acceleration using turbo boost was more terrifying than ever. And Yishuang fell to the ground again. Looking out the window at the rapidly retreating scenery, Yishuang knew that further persuasion was futile. After throwing out another blood bag, she took a deep breath, trying to adjust her body to its best state to face the upcoming impact. She just hoped that the defensive capabilities of this box truck would continue to be reliable and that they could really break through that minefield. Bang! The base vehicle crashed through the outer fence of the camp. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sounds of 3 explosions rang out. With each explosion, Yishuang could feel the truck being lifted. Especially with the last bang, the rear of the vehicle was almost 3 meters off the ground, and she could feel the intense heat transmitted through the steel plate beneath her feet. However, when it came crashing down, the vehicle still continued to drive forward normally. Undoubtedly, this box truck had once again reshaped her understanding. No matter what, this is definitely worth celebrating. She excitedly performed a backflip, stood up, and continued to throw out blood bags. As long as they persisted a little longer, they would successfully lead the bird zombie horde away from the camp. As for how to safely return, to be honest, Yishuang hadn't really thought about it. One could say that she came out with a mentality of being prepared to die. Chapter 59. Using oneself as bait compared to Yishuang's mentality of being prepared to die. Qin Guang felt his heart bleed as he looked at the screen showing a 25 damage to the chassis. It's worth noting that he had crashed his way from Linghai City to Guanglian City, and the damage to the base vehicle was less than 1. At most just some paint scratches. But now, just a few minutes into the battle, not only was the roof damaged by 14, but the chassis was also damaged by 25, and in addition, 4 tires had varying degrees of damage. The most severely damaged tire had a damage level of 31. However, Qin Guang wasn't too worried about these tires. On one hand, the tires specially made for the small ball were all solid, somewhat similar to those used in shared bicycles, so there was no need to inflate them or worry about blowouts. On the other hand, and most importantly, these tires contained a dense network of heating wires. Each heating wire could precisely control the temperature, allowing the small ball to perform localized heating. Thus, as long as the mixed plastic at the cracked or damaged areas was heated to its melting point, it would naturally fuse together, achieving a self-repairing function. Of course, this self-repairing ability wasn't omnipotent. If the damage was too severe, it couldn't be repaired. However, after the system's self-check, all 4 tires showed that they could self-repair. This was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Once they left that camp, the base vehicle was essentially free to soar high, as the roads outside had been cleared. With the calculation capabilities of the small ball, combined with the performance of the base vehicle, they could shake off the vast majority of the bird zombies. Of course, at this stage, they couldn't do that yet, because they hadn't gotten far enough from the camp. If they shook off the bird zombie horde directly, there was a high chance they would turn around and head back. Therefore, the route planned by the small ball was to advance in a zigzag pattern as much as possible, allowing the main force of the bird zombie horde to keep up without slowing down to wait for them, which could provide an opportunity for the zombie giant eagle. Regardless, it was much easier than being in the camp, because after leaving the camp, there were no bird zombies blocking their way, significantly reducing the chances of an accident. Moreover, with the reduction of vibrations caused by collisions, Yishuang, who was behind throwing blood bags to attract the zombie bird horde, found it much easier. Creak. The base vehicle suddenly made a sharp turn, narrowly avoiding the claws of the zombie giant eagle, while a nearby van was brutally sliced in half by those sharp claws. It seems we still need to find a way to deal with this zombie giant eagle. Otherwise, if it keeps its eyes on us, we might find it hard to escape, Qin Guang said gravely as he looked at the deformed van. The small ball nodded. While they could shake off other bird zombies with the maneuverability of the base vehicle, this mutated zombie giant eagle was faster in the sky than their base vehicle. They had to find a way to deal with it. The base vehicle sped down the road, the chase continued, and thanks to the small ball's powerful computing capabilities, they dodged the zombie giant eagle's attacks time and time again. This situation lasted for a full 5 minutes until Yi Shuang's voice came through the intercom. I'm running low on blood bags here. What should I do? However, despite asking, there was no hint of urgency in her voice. In Yi Shuang's view, they had already done everything they could, and leading the bird zombie horde this far exceeded her expectations. Qin Guang glanced at the surveillance video and saw that the plastic box containing the blood bags was almost empty, with at most 3 or 4 bags left. He didn't respond immediately, but turned his gaze to the small ball. Without needing Qin Guang to ask, the small ball seemed to read his mind and replied, "Although we've traveled quite a distance, we're still moving in a zigzag pattern. The straight line distance from the camp is just a little over 4 kilometers. If we give up on attracting the zombie bird horde now, they will likely scatter, and about 30 of them will return to the camp. This doesn't account for the situation with the zombie giant eagle directing them." 30? Qin Guang frowned slightly. How far do we need to lead them away to be safe? The further, the better. However, as long as we lead them more than 6 kilometers away. Without the guidance of the zombie giant eagle, fewer than 10 bird zombies will likely return, the small ball answered. Thinking it over, Qin Guang spoke into the microphone. "Comrade Yi Shuang, the bird zombies haven't left the camp far enough yet. The further we lead them away, the safer the camp will be. Cut open all the remaining blood bags and smear them on the plastic box." Upon hearing Qin Guang's words, Yi Shuang looked deeply at the camera. She understood his intention. This was clearly about using the vehicle as bait to draw the bird zombie horde away from the camp. This spirit of sacrifice made her feel respectful. So she replied earnestly, "Our 33rd Mechanized Infantry Division will be grateful for your assistance this time, even if you're not a soldier. My comrades will certainly honor you as a martyr. Your family need not worry. They will be taken care of. We will make sure that heroes do not shed tears after shedding blood." Qin Guang. "Comrade Yi Shuang, what are you thinking? I'm not planning to sacrifice myself. Once we lead these bird zombies far enough away, I'll just close the cargo box, and all the scent will be contained." After a moment of complaint, Qin Guang reminded her, "You, on the other hand, need to pay attention to your safety. Doing this will definitely cause the bird zombie horde to rush towards you." Yi Shuang's pretty face turned red. She hadn't expected such a simple thing to slip her mind. She took a deep breath, adjusted her mindset, and realized that Qin Guang's tone earlier didn't seem to regard the bird zombie horde as a serious threat. Perhaps she didn't need to be so prepared for death. Maybe she really could return safely. While thinking, she cut open the blood bags and evenly smeared the contents over the plastic box to attract the attention of the bird zombies. She also smeared some of the blood on herself, clearly using herself as bait. Seeing this scene, Qin Guang didn't say much. He simply raised his head to monitor the circling zombie giant eagle in the sky and occasionally checked the real-time distance to the camp on the vehicle's navigation system. His hand silently returned to the red button for electric attacks. When in the camp, he had been somewhat cautious and didn't dare to use these attack methods recklessly. Otherwise, after surviving this crisis, it would be hard to explain later. But here, there was no problem at all, after being pursued all this way. It was time to teach this zombie giant eagle a lesson. Chapter 60. Serious injury. The chase continued, and during the next stretch of road, Yi Shuang was in more danger than ever before. Although the base vehicle had shielded her from most of the attacks, it didn't mean she was safe. Those larger bird zombies couldn't burst into the base vehicle, but they could still reach in with their beaks or claws. Besides these attacks, some smaller bird zombies could force their way through the window and into the back of the base vehicle. Faced with these crises, the only thing Yi Shuang could rely on was the dagger in her hand. However, from the moment she took on the role of bait, she was already mentally prepared for everything. Moreover, she wasn't without any means of counterattack. As an evolved being, combined with the armored vehicle as a natural shield. Though she occasionally sustained a wound or two, the bird zombies attacking her weren't doing any better. In just 2 or 3 minutes, over a dozen large bird zombies had their beaks severed. As for the smaller bird zombies, they fared even worse. Basically, for every one that entered, one was killed. Someone like Yi Shuang, who had practiced combat since childhood, had combat abilities that were worlds apart from ordinary evolved beings. This situation continued for 3 minutes. And when the information on the screen showed they were over 6 kilometers away from the camp, Qin Guang's gaze instantly sharpened. At that moment, the roles of hunter and prey had completely reversed. "Little ball," Qin Guang shouted. Received. Without needing further instructions, Little Ball knew exactly what to do. Just as Yi Shuang was engaged in a fierce battle with the bird zombies, she suddenly saw the rear door completely sealed, the window disappearing. In the blink of an eye, She went from a life-and-death struggle to an incredibly safe environment. This sudden change left her a bit disoriented. But before she could ask anything, Qin Guang's voice came through the loudspeaker. "Hold on tight. We've lured the bird zombie swarm far enough. It's time to escape." Hearing this, Yishuang plopped down on the vehicle's deck, gasping for breath, and from then on, she could only leave her fate to chance. Once the rear door was confirmed to be completely closed, and Yishuang could no longer see the outside situation, Qin Guang unleashed an electrical attack without any reservations. At that moment, the display screen in the vehicle had blocked out all other information, with all the cameras focused on the giant zombie eagle, showing its distance from the armored vehicle in real time. "It's coming," Little Ball announced. The giant zombie eagle circling in the sky suddenly dove down at that moment, shooting straight towards the armored vehicle like an arrow. As before, when the giant zombie eagle was just 5 meters away from the armored vehicle, it made a sharp turn. At such high speed and such a short distance, the giant zombie eagle couldn't change direction again, allowing the armored vehicle to dodge at critical moments. However, this time was different. Little Ball controlled the armored vehicle to make a left turn, and in that instant, the engine's RPM surged to a new level, causing the vehicle, which had been leaning left, to suddenly veer right. It was like an athlete performing a feint, appearing to go left, but actually going right. The massive vehicle crashing hard to the right. Of course, the feint wasn't the main point. The timing of this feint was simply brilliant. The recent left turn just barely avoided the giant zombie eagle's fierce claw, and now, as it slammed to the right, it caught the giant zombie eagle off guard. At the moment when its old force had just dissipated and its new force had yet to build up. Bang! A dull crash echoed. Although the giant zombie eagle was enormous, the high-speed impact from the armored vehicle caused it to stagger. At this critical moment, relying on his own physique of 1457, Qin Guang gritted his teeth and braced against the violent swaying of the vehicle, and in that fleeting moment, he slammed down on the red electric attack button. Zzz. A massive, thunderous electric net erupted from the surface of the armored vehicle, and the giant zombie eagle, which was right next to it, instantly became the target of this thunderous net. Before Qin Guang's eyes was a scene of blue lightning, and the terrifying electric net lasted for 3 seconds. Although the giant zombie eagle was electrocuted for less than a second due to the high-speed movement of the armored vehicle, the technology of the Atlantis civilization was no joke. Even if this electrical attack was just the most basic form of electric energy attack, the damage released in an instant was not much less than that of ordinary lightning. In the brief moment it was enveloped by the thunderous net, the giant zombie eagle was already severely injured. This was not just Qin Guang's imagination. Little Ball detected the vitality of the giant zombie eagle through the life detector, and it had plummeted from 98 to 53. If it could be subjected to 3 seconds of saturated attack, it could easily take the giant zombie eagle's life. But unfortunately, there were no ifs. Even if Qin Guang wanted Little Ball to turn back immediately for another attack, there was no chance. After taking a hit, the giant zombie eagle sensed the intense life-threatening danger and instantly flapped its wings, soaring back into the sky. This was the difference between mutated zombies and ordinary zombies. Ordinary zombies lacked intelligence and did not fear death, but these mutated zombies, while not as intelligent as humans, were not much different from ordinary animals. They understood the basic instinct to seek benefits and avoid danger. This time, the giant zombie eagle that soared back into the sky did not dive down again, but instead let out a series of high-pitched eagle cries. As the cries echoed far and wide, the bird zombie swarm that had been closely pursuing the armored vehicle suddenly became frenzied, attacking even more fiercely. It seemed scared. It's only controlling the bird zombie swarm to attack, but isn't coming down itself, Little Ball reminded. What can we do about that? Qin Guang asked. Finding a way is your specialty as intelligent beings. I can only provide the most favorable plan in the current situation. Escape. The ordinary bird zombie swarm can't catch up with us, and now the giant zombie eagle is severely injured and can't do anything to us. We'll definitely be able to escape, Little Ball said. Qin Guang frowned slightly and did not immediately order an escape. He was afraid that if they ran away, the giant zombie eagle would unleash its anger on the camp. The ability of mutated zombies to control ordinary zombies was even more terrifying than their own strength. The only thing that gave Qin Guang some relief was that the control mutated zombies had over ordinary zombies was not absolute. It was somewhat similar to how a lion king controls a pride. If interrupted by some external force, this control could be broken, such as attracting the zombies with blood. Even though this control could be resolved, Qin Guang could not just sit back and watch such a large group of bird zombies roam around, especially since there was not just one camp in Guangyang City. After pondering for a moment, he spoke into the communicator beside him. Yi Shuang, how's your marksmanship? Chapter 61. Angering the giant zombie eagle. Although Yi Shuang did not know why Qin Guang asked this, she had already regarded him as a true comrade. So she answered without hesitation, I can hit every shot within 100 meters. Such an answer of hitting every shot made Qin Guang hesitate. Although he was not familiar with the military, he understood that being able to hit every shot at 100 meters was not something an ordinary soldier could achieve. It was likely that she was already in the realm of a sharpshooter. But could this woman really do it? In this high-speed situation, can you really hit every shot? Qin Guang confirmed. He was not looking for exaggeration. He genuinely wanted to understand his teammate better so that he could devise a plan to deal with the giant zombie eagle. No problem. After a brief contemplation, Yi Shuang gave a confident answer. If it were in the past, she would never have dared to say that. Although she had practiced marksmanship since childhood due to her family background, her skills were not something ordinary soldiers could compare to. However, shooting at high speeds was entirely different from stationary shooting. The difficulty level was raised by an order of magnitude. Yet after becoming an evolved being, her physique had strengthened in all aspects, including agility, dynamic tracking ability, and nerve reaction speed, all of which had improved comprehensively. Under this enhancement, even a newly enlisted soldier who has just touched a gun can become a skilled veteran marksman. For someone like her, who is already a sharpshooter, she can reach a level of marksmanship that was previously unattainable by humans. Alright, please shoot at the giant zombie eagle in the sky, aiming for its eyes. Even if you can't hit it, try to provoke it as much as possible. Your goal is to make it attack us, Qin Guang said directly. Now he could only choose to trust Yi Shuang. He wasn't sure if this would work, so after speaking, he turned his gaze to the small ball. I can only say that your method has a probability of success, but I am not sure how high that probability is. You also know emotions. This thing is the hardest to grasp, and it's not you who can give me a few days to conduct modeling and analysis, the small ball said. Qin Guang nodded, said nothing, and figured it was worth a try. If it didn't work, they could think of other ways. In the back of the vehicle, after hearing Qin Guang's request, Yi Shuang, although not understanding why Qin Guang wanted to provoke the terrifying zombie giant eagle, didn't ask much. Qin Guang believed in her, and she believed in Qin Guang. When she planned to ask Qin Guang to help her find a shooting angle, she suddenly noticed that the steel plates above her head were moving apart to form a skylight. From this angle, she could see the giant zombie eagle circling above the base vehicle. This made her feel again the extraordinary nature of this cargo truck. Even Yi Shuang began to wonder if every steel plate in this cargo compartment could move freely. However, she quickly dismissed this idea. If every piece were a movable steel plate, the structure of the cargo box could not be so stable and solid. Yi Shuang naturally didn't know that her guess was the correct answer. After dismissing her thoughts, she immediately raised her automatic rifle, switched it to single-shot mode, and slowly adjusted her stance, aiming the muzzle at the high-flying zombie giant eagle in the sky. Bang! After a simple aim, Yi Shuang pulled the trigger. The next moment, Qin Guang saw through the camera that the right eye of the zombie giant eagle suddenly caved in, and several feathers, as hard as steel, broke and fell, with even a few drops of blood seeping out. Without a doubt, Yi Shuang's first shot had accurately hit the head of the fast-flying zombie giant eagle. And considering how close it was to the eye, it was clear that her marksmanship was not exaggerated in the slightest. Beautiful. Keep going, Yi Feng said into the communicator. As he spoke, Yi Shuang had already pulled the trigger again. The second bullet hit the head of the zombie giant eagle once more, even closer to the right eye. Although it didn't hit the right eye to cause a fatal injury, the bullet from the automatic rifle could still inflict considerable damage on the zombie giant eagle, especially in this case of hitting the head. The zombie giant eagle let out an angry screech. Its flying speed increased, and realizing the danger, it began to fly irregularly, which undoubtedly increased Yi Shuang's difficulty in hitting it. However, under these circumstances, Yi Shuang was still able to hit its head. And even when the zombie giant eagle hit among a dense flock of birds, Yi Shuang's bullets seemed to have eyes, able to pass through the gaps of the other bird zombies and directly hit the zombie giant eagle. After being hit by more than 10 bullets in succession, the zombie giant eagle finally couldn't endure anymore. Enraged, it wanted to pounce down directly and tear the entire base vehicle apart with its sharp claws. However, the previous lightning damage left a deep impression on it, and it hesitated. This hesitation vanished after being hit by a few more bullets. The zombie giant eagle dove down. Here it comes. Seeing this scene, Qin Guang's spirit was instantly lifted, and he placed his hands back on the red button for the electric attack, ready to deliver a fatal blow to the zombie giant eagle at any moment. However, the diving zombie giant eagle was not coming directly at their base vehicle. Instead, it landed several dozen meters away from them. The giant eagle's massive claws easily grabbed a small car weighing several tons, then flew above them and directly threw it down. This scene made Qin Guang somewhat emotional. He hadn't expected the intelligence of this giant eagle to be higher than he imagined, even understanding the tactic of throwing stones to test the waters. But upon second thought, he felt it wasn't so surprising. After all, many animals know to test unknown and dangerous situations first, like monkeys that throw stones or wild fruits to probe their enemies. The actions of the zombie giant eagle in front of him were very similar to those animals, but for ordinary people, such probing was a fatal attack. However, for the base vehicle, it was truly a test. Qin Guang didn't even let the small ball dodge, taking the hit directly to confuse the opponent. Boom. With a loud explosion, the entire base vehicle shook violently, and Yi Shuang, who was behind the vehicle, almost fell to the ground. However, after taking this hit, the base vehicle seemed to be unscathed and continued to move forward. But in reality, when Qin Guang saw the damage report on the screen indicating that the main frame of the vehicle was damaged by 5, he felt like his heart was bleeding. This battle was truly a huge loss. Seeing the zombie giant eagle grab another small car not far away, Qin Guang lamented. However, this time he still had the small ball remain motionless. He still had the capital to endure this attack. Of course, 3 times was enough. If the zombie giant eagle tested 3 times and still didn't come down, he didn't plan to foolishly waste time like this. Boom. Another loud bang sounded. And this time the base vehicle was tilted from the impact. Fortunately, the small ball's driving skills were superb, managing to regain control. At this point, the damage to the main frame of the vehicle had reached 11. The zombie giant eagle in the sky, seeing that its 2 tests had not provoked the terrifying blue electric glow from this iron lump below, tilted its head, carefully examining the base vehicle, seemingly contemplating whether to personally attack. Just then, a bullet infused with Yi Shuang's anger finally hit the eagle eye that was inspecting the base vehicle with precision. Chapter 62. Successful Kill Beautiful. Seeing this shot, Qin Guang excitedly clapped his hands. At the same time, a piercing eagle screech echoed through the nearby area. For any living being, eyes are vulnerable, and the mutated zombie giant eagle was no exception. Yi Shuang's shot accurately hit the giant eagle's eye, causing the eyeball to explode instantly. If it were an ordinary zombie, the bullet would penetrate through the eye and directly kill it. But the defensive power of the zombie giant eagle in front of them was terrifyingly strong. The bullet seemed to get stuck after entering. Qin Guang saw on the monitoring screen that after being hit by the bullet, the zombie giant eagle tilted its head down, its whole body stiffening for a moment before regaining its vitality. However, Qin Guang could clearly see that the movements of the zombie giant eagle had become somewhat sluggish. It was evident that this shot had inflicted massive damage on it. Of course, the small ball also provided more direct data. At this moment, the vitality of the zombie giant eagle had been reduced by 22 from this shot, dropping from 53 to 31. After suffering a heavy blow again, the zombie giant eagle finally lost its last shred of reason. Now, in its remaining eye, there was only raging fury as it dove down directly towards the base vehicle. Seeing this scene, Yi Shuang was the first to react. A slight arc formed at the corner of her mouth. This prey, which had lost its reason and was completely unflinching, was a live target for her. Yi Shuang had absolute confidence that she could blind the other eye of the zombie giant eagle with her next shot. However, before she could pull the trigger, she was somewhat astonished to find that the skylight above her suddenly closed. "Quick, open it. I can shoot the other eye of the zombie giant eagle too," Yi Shuang said anxiously. Such an opportunity was absolutely rare. However, Qin Guang replied with a sentence that left her somewhat dazed. "You have already completed the mission." Creak. The next moment, a sound like metal being cut rang out, and Yi Shuang could feel something firmly gripping the wall of the compartment, with such force that it slightly deformed the compartment. Following that was a series of dense electrical sounds, and all she could hear was the zombie giant eagle emitting another eagle cry. This cry was filled with pain, sorrow, and a sense of weakness. Boom. The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground echoed, and after that, She no longer heard any sound from the zombie giant eagle. The cargo truck was no longer under attack, and all Yishuang could hear was the terrifying roar of the engine. Had the zombie giant eagle died? How did he do it? Questions floated in Yishuang's mind. Finally, the battle had stopped, and the events that had occurred earlier replayed in her mind like a movie. The electrical sound had occurred twice. After the first time, she had keenly observed some charred marks left on the wings of the zombie giant eagle. After that, it seemed to have become fearful of the cargo truck. After the second occurrence of the electrical sound, they no longer encountered attacks or heard any movements from the zombie giant eagle. Was it some kind of electric discharge attack? Yishuang murmured softly. Thinking of this, she also noticed that during the two occurrences of the electrical sound, the barriers had closed again, perhaps to protect her, but looking back now, it was more likely to block her line of sight. It seemed that Qin Guang did not want to expose this attack method. With these thoughts, Yishuang felt her emotions were complicated. Out of sentiment, she wanted to help Qin Guang keep this secret. After all, having gone through life and death together, they could definitely be considered comrades, not to mention that Qin Guang had saved the entire camp. However, her duty as a soldier told her that this matter must be reported. For this reason, Yishuang appeared somewhat silent, even refraining from confirming with Qin Guang whether the zombie giant eagle was really dead. On the other side, Qin Guang had no such worries at all. He was passionately bargaining with Little Ball. 3 points of credits, that's already my bottom line. You still want to exploit me? Little Ball said angrily. Huh? Is that called exploitation? The design blueprint of the base vehicle was purchased with my credits, and now I'm just asking you to split a part of it. Offering you 2 points of credits is already quite generous, Qin Guang replied firmly. But in the end, Qin Guang still spent 3 points of credits to have Little Ball create the design blueprint of the base vehicle he needed. The reason for this was that Little Ball said it was willing to add a secret as a bonus. Qin Guang was naturally pleased with this. As 1 point of credits didn't mean much to him, it was just a piece of crystal. The reason he insisted on bargaining with Little Ball was mainly to prevent it from becoming more demanding in the future, allowing its appetite to grow, which would make it difficult for him later on. After all, Little Ball's abilities were irreplaceable. The design blueprint of the base vehicle you wanted is all inside. And I've also included a stripped-down version of the electric discharge attack, because I suspect the one at the back of the base vehicle has noticed something, Little Ball said. As a disc ejected from a groove in the control panel, Qin Guang took the disc in his hand, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. In fact, when he decided to help the soldiers of the camp, he had already considered the problems that would arise after taking action. The powerful performance of the base vehicle was something that anyone with sense could see at a glance. During the battle, the military personnel wouldn't say anything, but they would definitely inquire afterward, so Qin Guang had prepared from the beginning. The first point of preparation was, of course, to not expose more capabilities of the base vehicle. This is why he had Yishuang go to the back of the vehicle and not let the other party sit in the passenger seat. The base vehicle, whether in terms of defense, speed, or the movable barriers inside, was actually within the realm of Earth's technology. In this situation, if he had Little Ball give him a stripped-down version of the base vehicle blueprint to submit to the military, it would serve as an explanation. If the military were to produce the base vehicle according to this blueprint, then the base vehicle they received would be comparable to an ordinary armored vehicle. Of course, the power system would be more powerful than an armored vehicle, as the engine designed in the disc, although not the original engine of the base vehicle, would still outperform ordinary engines by 2 to 3 generations, even in its stripped-down version. Additionally, there was a stripped-down version of the lightning attack. All of the above could definitely be considered as grassroots black technology. Alright, now you can tell me about the secret you promised, Qin Guang said, placing the disc in his pocket and looking at Little Ball with interest. Chapter 63. Ability Crystal Restoration Update. The secret is that the crystal inside the mutated giant eagle is not an ordinary thing. We call it the ability crystal because it can enhance the power of abilities, if consumed in large quantities. There is even a very low chance that it can elevate your ability level. Little Ball immediately revealed this bonus secret, while it glanced at Qin Guang a couple of times with some guilt, because logically speaking, this wasn't really a secret. It was common knowledge that it was supposed to tell Qin Guang, but since Qin Guang hadn't awakened his ability and hadn't encountered mutated zombies before, it simply hadn't had the opportunity to mention it. Little Ball was relieved that Qin Guang did not question whether the information it provided counted as a secret. In fact, Little Ball didn't know that Qin Guang wouldn't care about such matters at all, even every time Qin Guang bargained with Little Ball. It was to create a subconscious understanding in Little Ball that obtaining crystals from him was not easy. Otherwise, if Little Ball's appetite grew, it would be difficult for him to get it to help him in the future at a low price. It could be said that both Qin Guang and Little Ball had their own thoughts. Overall, Qin Guang felt happy upon hearing this news. He had Little Ball observe the outside situation, confirming that with the death of the zombie giant eagle, the bird-like zombies were gradually dispersing. And then he immediately drove the base vehicle back. Soon, a charred zombie giant eagle appeared in front of Qin Guang. After confirming that his combat suit was fine, Qin Guang took Little Ball and a dagger down from the base vehicle. It actually smells good. I just wonder if it can be eaten. Qin Guang couldn't help but exclaim as he looked at the zombie giant eagle, which resembled a small hill. If it can be eaten, just this one zombie giant eagle could provide food for over 1,000 people for a day. Originally, Qin Guang had just said it casually, but unexpectedly. Little Ball replied seriously, "It can, but it needs special processing." How to process it? Qin Guang immediately became interested. Cut the meat off the giant eagle and put it in the virus purifier for 10 minutes. Once you become a first-level evolved being and your permissions increase, you should be able to purchase blueprints related to this, Little Ball answered. Qin Guang nodded, secretly noting this down. He could foresee that as the apocalypse progressed, there would definitely be a food shortage, and perhaps this could come in handy. Climbing onto the corpse of the zombie giant eagle, Qin Guang picked up a dagger and stabbed it into the back of its neck, then began to cut. It was a miscalculation. Next time he encountered such a large zombie, he should bring an axe. After cutting for a while without finding a crystal, Qin Guang couldn't help but smile bitterly. Fortunately, his strength was not weaker than that of a first-tier early-stage evolver, and since the zombie giant eagle was charred all over from electric shocks, cutting it wasn't too laborious. Even so, it took him a full 5 minutes to extract a crystal. At this moment, Qin Guang also noticed that ordinary crystals were white crystalline bodies, but the one extracted from the mutated giant eagle was colorful, even actively emitting a rainbow glow, more dazzling than any gem. After putting away this special ability crystal, Qin Guang quickly returned to the base vehicle. Thankfully, everything went smoothly. Qin Guang let out a quiet sigh of relief. In fact, the fact that it took so long to collect the ability crystal without any zombies interrupting him was truly good luck. Before you say that, you should take a look at this, the small ball said with a hint of schadenfreude. Immediately, a surveillance image appeared on the vehicle's navigation screen. In the surveillance footage, Yishuang was shouting, "Are you there? Is something wrong?" while banging on the wall of the vehicle, her eyes filled with undisguised anxiety. Qin Guang couldn't help but rub his forehead. He had been so focused on the ability crystal that he completely forgot about Yishuang. And the soundproofing of the base vehicle was so good that he didn't hear the noise she was making outside. "Ahem, Comrade Yishuang, I'm fine. I just got out to collect the crystal and forgot to tell you," Qin Guang said into the microphone, then quickly drove the base vehicle toward the camp. Hearing Qin Guang's response, Yishuang breathed a sigh of relief but couldn't help but grit her teeth in frustration, thinking what a detestable guy he was for not considering that others might worry. If Qin Guang had taken a little longer to return, she probably would have resorted to violently breaking down the door. Of course, what Yishuang didn't know was that if she had really shot, it would have probably made things even more desperate. For the next stretch of the journey, Yishuang was either angry at Qin Guang or lost in thought, remaining relatively silent. Qin Guang was more than happy to enjoy the peace and didn't take the initiative to speak. Thus, the two maintained their silence as the base vehicle sped toward the camp. As they got closer to the camp, Qin Guang saw many rescue teams rushing toward the camp. Clearly, these teams, which had originally been outside rescuing survivors, must have learned about the temporary camp being attacked by a horde of bird zombies through some means and were now hurrying back to provide support. These rescue teams also noticed the base vehicle, curious about who would dare to drive a cargo truck out at such a time. However, despite their curiosity, due to the urgency of the situation, not a single team stopped to ask Qin Guang any questions. When Qin Guang drove the base vehicle within 2 kilometers of the temporary camp, he finally heard gunfire, but it wasn't dense. In fact, it was quite sparse. If nothing unexpected happened, the battle should be nearing its end, perhaps even reaching the cleanup stage. Qin Guang continued along the main road, driving for another 3 minutes before finally seeing the camp. At this point, there were no bird zombies flying in the air above the camp, and the gunfire had also ceased. The crisis had finally passed. However, with the crisis over, the soldiers inside the camp were not idle. Rather, they were even busier. Whether it was rescuing the wounded or rebuilding defensive fortifications, both of which were urgent tasks, especially with the defensive fortifications after experiencing the bird zombie horde. The military had undoubtedly recognized the terrifying nature of these zombies and dared not slack off in the slightest. Soon, Qin Guang drove to a spot 300 meters from the camp, where a temporary guard post had been set up, serving as the first line of defense for the camp. Seeing this guard post, Qin Guang habitually stepped on the brake, slowing down to wait for inspection. However, to his surprise, as soon as the soldiers on duty saw his base vehicle, they immediately opened the barrier blocking the road and all saluted him in unison. Starting today, updates will resume. Chapter 64, Celebration Banquet. Seeing this scene, Qin Guang felt a bit dazed, but he quickly guessed what was going on. It must have spread that he had drawn away the bird zombie horde. While in the vehicle, he returned a military salute to the dedicated soldiers and continued driving toward the camp without stopping. However, not long after he drove out, he saw 2 military jeeps approaching the camp gate, with nearly 10 people getting out of the military vehicles. From the military uniforms and insignias of these individuals, Qin Guang realized that they were all officers. Their ranks varied, ranging from lieutenant to lieutenant colonel. Among this group, Qin Guang recognized 2 people, the same 2 officers who had been trapped with him in the infirmary during the bird zombie attack. If Qin Guang remembered correctly, both of them were squad leaders. One was named Lu Weiliang, and the other was called Old Su. As for his full name, during the zombie attack, the situation was so urgent that no one had the mood to introduce themselves, so Qin Guang was also unaware. Before Qin Guang could get closer, Lu Weiliang and Old Su were waving frantically at him, clearly having come out together with the group of officers to welcome him. This kind of reception made Qin Guang a bit nervous. After all, just a few days ago, he was still a university student who hadn't even graduated. With a mix of nervousness and excitement, Qin Guang drove the base vehicle forward. When he was about 30 meters away from them, he parked the base vehicle by the side of the road and opened the back door. "Comrade Yishuang, we've arrived at the camp," Qin Guang said through the microphone to Yishuang in the back, then got out of the vehicle first. Yishuang, who had been in a daze for some reason, was startled awake when the back door suddenly opened and then heard Qin Guang's words. After waiting for Yishuang to get out of the vehicle, they both headed toward the group of officers together. "Report, Group Leader Yu. When the bird zombie horde attacked, I worked with Comrade Qin Guang to successfully divert the bird zombie horde. The mission has been completed. Please give instructions," Yishuang said as she saluted the officer in charge. Qin Guang had originally planned to follow Yishuang's lead after she spoke. However, since he was not a soldier, he couldn't imitate such a report and could only stand awkwardly to the side, unsure of what to say. I understand. You can return to your tent now." The officer in charge nodded and said, "Group Leader Yi, I made such a significant contribution during this crisis. Shouldn't you award me a commendation medal?" However, Yishuang did not leave. Instead, she stood her ground and retorted. The other officers who had come along pretended not to notice this blatant questioning of their superior. Looking around instead, standing to the side, Qin Guang realized something was off. This was not how a subordinate should speak to a superior. Suddenly, Qin Guang remembered what Officer Lu Weiliang had said when Yishuang wanted to accompany him to divert the bird zombie horde, and he instantly understood. As expected, the following events were not far from his guess. Group Leader Yi reprimanded coldly, "Have you had enough of your nonsense? If you're done, go back, or I'll have the guards take you to confinement." Hearing this, Yishuang pressed her lips together tightly and then walked away without saying a word. "Hiki, Comrade Qin Guang. I apologize for making you laugh. Let me introduce myself. My name is Yihong. Thank you for taking care of my daughter during this operation." Yihong changed his previous attitude toward Yishuang and warmly addressed Qin Guang. "Commander Yihong, the success of this operation is largely thanks to Comrade Yishuang. If it weren't for her excellent marksmanship, we would probably still be running around being chased by the mutated giant eagles." Qin Guang spoke a few fair words for Yishuang. "Is that so? Haha, then I will definitely award her an honorary medal later." "Of course, Comrade Qin Guang. You will also receive one." Yihong initially felt a bit awkward, but quickly laughed heartily. After that, Yihong introduced the officers who had come with him to Qin Guang, including a deputy regiment commander and a company commander. Among them, the lowest-ranking officer was still Lu Weiliang and Old Su, whom he had known before. Through the introductions, Qin Guang also learned that Old Su's full name was Su Desho. "All right, let's not just stand here chatting. Let's go inside. You are the great contributor of our camp, and I specially had the logistics team prepare a celebratory feast for you." Although it was a bit rushed, The dishes are definitely not lacking. After the introductions, Yihong cheerfully invited. You are also busy. Isn't that inappropriate? How about we wait until you finish your work and then have the celebratory feast? Qin Guang suggested after a slight hesitation. After all, standing at the entrance, he could see that the soldiers inside the camp were practically working nonstop. If this large group of officers accompanied him for a celebratory feast right now, it would surely have a bad influence if it got out. Haha, it's fine. You are a hero. We certainly cannot neglect you. However, as you can see, things are indeed a bit busy right now. So let old Lu and old Su accompany you for this celebratory feast. You can be considered half a comrade now, and it's only right to celebrate. Yihong said enthusiastically while leading Qin Guang inside. The other officers also warmly invited him. But Qin Guang couldn't shake the feeling that Lu Weiliang and Su Disha's smile seemed a bit forced, and their gazes towards him appeared somewhat awkward and embarrassed. Unsure of his judgment, Qin Guang reached into his pocket and gently squeezed the small ball. The small ball quickly understood his intention, remotely controlled the camera of the base vehicle, analyzed the expressions of the two, and then informed Qin Guang of its judgment through the Bluetooth headset. There was indeed awkwardness and embarrassment in their emotions. Listening to the report from the small ball in his Bluetooth headset, Qin Guang's mind raced. And he had a vague guess. Without further hesitation, he walked into the camp surrounded by a group of officers. This time entering the camp, Qin Guang experienced what it was like to be the center of attention. Essentially, wherever they walked, the surrounding soldiers would immediately stop their work and salute them. As for the ordinary survivors, they would also pay their respects to the group. Dressed in a sky blue combat uniform, Qin Guang stood out among the group of officers and was frequently scrutinized. Finally, under the guidance of the officers, Qin Guang arrived at a barracks that had not been severely damaged by the bird zombies. Comrade Qin Guang, the celebratory feast has been prepared for you. We have other matters to attend to, so let comrades Lu Weiliang and Su Desho accompany you. When we have free time, I will definitely drink a few cups with you, Comrade Qin Guang, Yihong said with a smile. Qin Guang nodded and walked inside. Indeed, there was a feast laid out in the barracks, and the dishes were quite abundant. Moreover, in addition to the dishes, there were also 3 bottles of liquor on the table, which was quite rare in the alcohol-prohibited military camp. While Qin Guang was contemplating this, Lu Weiliang and Su Desho also followed him in. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Qin Guang, they sat down and opened a bottle of white liquor, drinking it heartily. Qin Guang didn't mind their unusual behavior. He found a spot to sit down and started to eat. He had to admit that the cooking skills of the logistics soldiers were quite impressive. The dishes were not much inferior to those from a restaurant. After gulping down several large cups of white liquor, Lu Weiliang and Su Desho finally put down their cups. They exchanged glances, and finally, Lu Weiliang, with an awkward expression, spoke up. Comrade Qin Guang, I have a somewhat unreasonable request on behalf of the military. 2 updates, please recommend. Chapter 65, Alien Technology, it has indeed arrived. Upon hearing Lu Weiliang's words, Qin Guang inwardly thought he had already guessed what the other party was about to say. Sure enough, Lu Weiliang said somewhat awkwardly, the thing is, we want to thank you for your contribution to the military during the bird zombie attack. Additionally, our division is very interested in the modified box truck you drove, and after the research by the staff, it will greatly aid our division in its upcoming operations. We would like to know if Comrade Qin Guang would be willing to provide us with this technology. To be honest, Lu Weiliang was 100% unwilling to say such things. After all, the other party had just helped them through a crisis. And now to immediately ask for technology seemed inappropriate. Although he understood that in the post-apocalyptic environment, the military had no choice but to prioritize the greater good. A good technology could save thousands of civilians. But understanding or not, he really didn't want to bring this up. However, the painful part was that since they had been in the infirmary together with Qin Guang during the bird zombie attack, and after discussing tactical plans, the commander had designated them to bring this matter up. Orders were orders, and they had no choice but to come. After Lu Weiliang finished speaking, Su Desho quickly added, Comrade Qin Guang, we also know that this request may be a bit of a stretch. But you can rest assured that if you are willing to provide the technology for the modified box truck, our military will definitely offer appropriate compensation. Qin Guang nodded, having long anticipated this scenario. Moreover, the attitude displayed by the military was better than he had expected. At least they were treating him with good food and drink and promised compensation. He no longer hesitated and immediately took out the disc made by the small ball from his pocket and handed it to Lu Weiliang. All the modification data for my box truck is in here. It is my honor to contribute to the country, Qin Guang said with a smile. This stripped-down version of the base vehicle would not affect him in any way, even if the military tried to replicate it. Without a molecular assembler, any base vehicle they produced would be significantly inferior. Therefore, rather than letting this technology gather dust in his hands, it was better to trade it for a favor and some compensation. Furthermore, by establishing a connection with the military, it would make some things much easier in the future. In the fight against the Tadar civilization, relying solely on human civilization is not enough. It is essential to leverage the technology of the Atlantis civilization. But how to transfer alien technology into human hands is a significant issue. So this time, Qin Guang considered it a kind of trial. And the military's reaction would determine his future actions. Lu Weiliang looked at the disc Qin Guang handed him, slightly stunned. In fact, he had been prepared for Qin Guang to yell at him. But he didn't expect that the other party not only agreed immediately, but did so readily. Thank you. Lu Weiliang stood up and deeply bowed to Qin Guang. His gratitude was not for himself, but for the brothers who would survive under this technology in the future. Having seen the modified box truck, he had no doubt that the technology provided by the other party would play a crucial role on the battlefield. Before Qin Guang could speak, Lu Weiliang stood up, instructed Su Desho to take good care of Qin Guang, and quickly left the barracks. 5 minutes later, in the central barracks of this camp, was the location of the staff. The disk that Qin Guang took out had already been plugged into a computer data interface. At this moment, an elderly man, about 60 years old, was sitting in front of the computer, staring intently at the setup blueprint displayed on the screen. Yi Hong stood beside him, unable to understand the blueprint and occasionally glancing at his watch. Old Hai, you've been looking for almost 5 minutes. Can you give me a definite answer? With this blueprint, can we manufacture that modified box truck? Yi Hong couldn't help but ask. The elderly man, referred to as Old Hai, finally shifted his gaze from the screen upon hearing Yi Hong's question. He trembled slightly as he took off his reading glasses, wiped the lenses with a cloth to calm himself down, and after his hands stopped shaking from excitement, he confidently said, yes. But it's not necessary to do it that way. Why? Yi Hong asked humbly. This Old Hai, although his rank indicated he was a major, was the most outstanding engineer in the 35th Mechanized Infantry Division and had participated in several national-level major scientific research projects. Because of this, Old Hai held a special status within the division, and even the division commander spoke to him politely. Because if you follow the blueprint, what you will get is just an armored vehicle with special functions. But if you use the technology in this blueprint to modify the current equipment, it will not only save time and materials, but the results will also be better, Old Hai explained. Oh, what kind of technology is included? Yi Hong immediately became interested. Old Hai put his reading glasses back on, turned to look at the computer screen, and sighed. This design is too complicated. It's not something that can be fully understood in a short time, but I just skimmed through it. And there are at least 4 technologies in it that can greatly benefit our equipment. Before Yi Hong could ask, Old Hai continued. The first technology is the engine in this blueprint. This engine is not only better than the latest generation of vehicle engines we developed, but more importantly, it has strong compatibility. Whether it's an infantry vehicle, armored vehicle, or even a tank, with slight modifications, it should be usable. If we all switch to this engine, the mobility speed can increase by at least 50, and this engine even supports overload operation, allowing the original speed and horsepower to be increased by 100 when overloaded. I highly recommend modifying this engine for the tank. After finishing, Old Hai took a sip from the cup beside him to moisten his throat. To be honest, he usually spoke concisely and clearly, but he couldn't help it when he saw these technologies. Yi Hong's eyes lit up at the mention of the tank, which could be called the king of the land, unmatched in both defense and attack. If it had any shortcomings, it would be its relatively slow speed, at least compared to armored vehicles and infantry vehicles. But if it were equipped with this engine, and the speed could be increased by 100 during overload, it would allow for rapid support and movement on the battlefield. To say the least, having a batch of such tanks could definitely change the situation of the battle to some extent. What are the remaining 3 technologies? Yi Hong asked eagerly, seeing the design on the computer screen as a treasure map. I saw a reader mention giving the base vehicle design to the country, which is naive. I believe that as an author, I should be positive, promote Chinese culture, and spread positive energy. Ahem. To sum it up in one sentence, I don't want to be banned again. Such a plot might deter some readers. But it's better than having the book banned and ending up with nothing. Chapter 66. The Debt of Gratitude Unpaid. The second technology is an automated movable panel. It sounds like we could achieve it ourselves, but in reality, even if we made it, its hardness would far surpass ours. The key to this technology is to perfectly combine two panels as if they were one and be able to open them at any time when needed. If our armored vehicles utilized this technology, it would be a 360-degree mobile fire point with no blind spots. This may not be very useful in modern warfare, but it would be excellent for dealing with zombies, Old Hai said. Yi Hong nodded in agreement, realizing that the heavy weapons they currently had, whether infantry vehicles, armored vehicles, or main battle tanks, would have shooting blind spots when surrounded by hordes of zombies. If they could utilize this technology, all existing problems could be solved. What about the third technology? Yi Hong asked expectantly. The first two technologies had not disappointed him. The third technology is an attack method with a rather imposing name, the Thunder Electric Net. Old Hai chuckled. The Thunder Electric Net, how powerful is it? Yi Hong asked. His interest piqued. Compared to the first two technologies, this attack-type technology undoubtedly attracted him even more. The power is quite good, according to the parameters given in the blueprint. The zombies that appear now would basically die from one shock, and the Thunder Electric Net releases in a 360-degree manner around the vehicle, making it most suitable for use when surrounded by zombies. However, in my opinion, this Thunder Electric Net doesn't have much practical value, Old Hai said, shaking his head. Why? Yi Hong immediately probed. Initially excited by Old Hai's description, the last sentence felt like a bucket of cold water being poured over him. Because the power consumption is too high, 1 cubic meter of high-energy battery can only release the Thunder Electric Net once when fully charged. Moreover, due to the immense power of the Thunder Electric Net, after about 10 uses, the discharge port will be damaged. Installing this on a vehicle is not as good as just bringing an extra box of grenades, Old Hai sighed. Such technology is a massive weapon in the hands of ordinary people, but for the military, which doesn't lack missiles, it becomes somewhat useless. Not necessarily. Yi Hong stroked his chin and said, if we use this for wall defense, it might play a critical role at a crucial moment. Ah, you young people have such active minds. Old Hai clapped his hands in admiration. Yi Hong couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He was nearly 40 years old. However, he didn't mind that and continued to ask, what about the last technology? The last technology is a new type of coating I've never seen before. In my opinion, this new coating is the most important among the 4 technologies, Old Hai said with a hint of excitement. Why? Yi Hong initially didn't pay much attention to the coating technology, but Old Hai's subsequent words immediately captured his attention. Because this coating has excellent anti-interference capabilities when resisting battery pulses. If we use this new coating, it can increase our equipment's anti-interference ability by at least 70. When Old Hai mentioned the number 70, he couldn't keep his voice calm. As for Yi Hong, he instantly stood up. Is this true? At least based on the data provided in the design, it appears to be the case. But whether this coating can be produced still needs to be tested in the laboratory. However, after the electromagnetic pulse yesterday, most vehicles were paralyzed, while Comrade Qin Guang's box truck was still able to operate normally, so it should be true, Old Hai said. Great. If our fighter jets and main battle tanks are coated with this new type of coating, can they withstand electromagnetic pulses? Yi Hong asked another critical question. However, Old Hai shook his head. All the equipment in armed helicopters and fighter jets consists of precision instruments. So it shouldn't be possible unless we can increase their anti-interference capability by 300. However, with the new type of coating used on main battle tanks, armored vehicles, and infantry vehicles, although it cannot guarantee resistance against electromagnetic pulses, at least the extent of damage will be greatly reduced. That's already quite good. Now, you should go to the laboratory immediately and see if this coating can be produced. By the way, how long will it take to repair our communication equipment? Yi Hong suddenly asked. For the communication equipment, it should take about 2 more hours to complete the emergency repairs, Hai Lao replied. Good. After the communication equipment is repaired, immediately transmit this information to the capital military district through an encrypted channel. Once our military equipment is upgraded, our chances of winning this war against the zombies will increase by at least 30%, Yi Hong said excitedly, clenching his fist. Yes, this information is so valuable. We owe a big favor now, Hai Lao added leisurely. Yi Hong, who had just been excited, suddenly stiffened. He didn't like owing favors. Since he had promised to compensate Qin Guang, he would do so according to the technological value provided by the other party. Hai Lao, How much do you think these four technologies would be worth in monetary terms? Yi Hong took a deep breath and asked. Hai Lao first held up 4 fingers, then thought for a moment and raised another one, waving 5 fingers in front of Yi Hong. 50 million? Yi Hong offered a number, feeling a bit of a headache. Hai Lao didn't respond, but looked at Yi Hong with a half smile. In US dollars? Yi Hong added 2 words, bracing himself. At least 5 billion RMB. Hai Lao stated directly without letting Yi Hong guess any further. That's so expensive? Yi Hong was taken aback. 5 billion? How could he possibly compensate the other party? Even if he sold their 35th Mechanized Infantry Division as a package, he wouldn't be able to raise that much money. Hee expensive? If we were to develop it ourselves. Even if the funding were multiplied by 10, it might not be achievable. You must understand that many research projects cannot be completed just by throwing money at them. Otherwise, our country would have already mastered controlled nuclear fusion technology. Anyway, this favor is one you can't repay. But you also don't have to worry. Just report honestly to the state, and there will naturally be someone to help you with compensation, Hai Lao said, pushing up his reading glasses and standing up, carefully pulling out the disc, humming a little tune as he walked away. He still needed to hurry up and produce that new type of coding in the laboratory. Chapter 67. Take what you want. Qin Guang had no idea about Yi Hong's troubles. He was currently drinking with Lu Weiliang and Su Desho. The two were taking turns complimenting Qin Guang, which, to be fair, wasn't entirely flattery, as Qin Guang had indeed done many things that earned their respect. Whether it was stepping up in a crisis, clearly analyzing situations under dire circumstances, and formulating plans based on key points, or finally using his superb driving skills to divert the bird zombie swarm. These were things that, if they were in Qin Guang's position, they wouldn't have been able to do. Moreover, Qin Guang was so young, which made them admire him even more. Comrade Qin Guang, are you planning to join our 35th Mechanized Infantry Division? Given your previous achievements, you might even be promoted to captain directly if you join, Lu Weiliang said with a slurred tongue. It was a rare occasion to drink, and since he was ordered to do so, he naturally wanted to enjoy it. He was already in a semi-drunken state. Not at the moment. To be honest, I came to Guanglian City just to find Sister Li. Now that I've found her, I plan to return to Linhai City, Qin Guang said after clinking glasses with Lu Weiliang. Ah, you're leaving? Lu Weiliang and Su Desho said almost in unison, both showing an undisguised look of surprise. Yes, Linhai City is my hometown, so of course, I have to go back, Qin Guang nodded. He had lived there for over 20 years and had developed feelings for that city. Comrade Qin Guang, can't you reconsider? After this bird zombie attack, if you stay at our Guanglian City base, you will definitely receive preferential treatment, Su Desho chimed in. Sigh, it's hard to leave my homeland. Besides, I know some high-ranking people at the base in Linhai City, so the treatment shouldn't be too bad, Qin Guang said. Seeing that Qin Guang had already said this much, the two didn't press further. Soon, the banquet came to an end. After a celebration dinner, the three had become familiar with each other, and they left the tent, shoulders around each other, a bit swaying. Qin Xiao brother, remember to come back often. Next time you come to the Guanglian City base, I'll treat you to drinks, Lu Weiliang said with a burp. They had already started calling each other brothers. Definitely. Definitely. If you two brothers come to the Linhai City base, feel free to find me, Qin Guang smiled and said. This was all about networking. Who knows? There might be times in the future when he would need their help. After Lu Weiliang and Su Desho left, Qin Guang rubbed his temples to clear his head a bit, and then headed to the barracks where Dong Li was, following his memory. However, just after taking a few steps, he saw a figure in military uniform quickly approaching him. It was Yi Shuang. What are you doing here? Qin Guang asked when he recognized her. What can I come? Yi Shuang was initially in a hurry, but she was displeased upon hearing this. That is not what I meant. I was just wondering if you're not afraid of being punished by your father for running out like this? Qin Guang quickly explained. But in his drunken state, he completely failed to realize he was touching a sensitive nerve. I haven't violated military law, so why should he punish me? And what good does it do to listen to him? Even if I do well, he still sees me as just a kid, Yi Shuang said, her mood dropping as she spoke. From her words, it was clear that she really hoped to gain recognition. You might find it difficult to change your father's views, but you can change others' impressions of you. For instance, during this bird zombie attack, you did very well. When everyone says you're excellent, your father will naturally have to acknowledge your abilities, Qin Guang said. Upon hearing this, Yi Shuang's previously low spirits instantly lifted, her eyes shining brightly. She knew Qin Guang was right. Since she couldn't change her father's perspective, she could change the views of those around him. By the way, what did you come to find me for? Qin Guang, feeling a bit uneasy under her gaze, quickly changed the subject. Ah, I almost forgot the main thing. I heard that my father asked you to hand over the design drawings for the box truck. Is that true? Yi Shuang asked anxiously. Yes. The design drawings are of no use to me, so it's better to exchange them for some benefits, so I gave them to the military. Qin Guang nodded directly. Oh no, you just gave them to them like that? Didn't you make any demands or anything? Yi Shuang said urgently. The compensation from the military shouldn't be bad, right? Qin Guang said. Who knows? Even if you didn't sign a contract with them, you should at least have them write a guarantee or something. Otherwise, what if they just give you some random compensation to brush you off later? No way. Come with me. I'll take you to see my father and sort this out, Yi Shuang said, pulling Qin Guang along toward the central tent of the camp without giving him a chance to refuse. Qin Guang smiled wryly and followed her. He actually felt it was unnecessary, but since Yi Shuang had good intentions, he didn't want to refuse. Besides, he was also eager to know the military's stance sooner rather than later. They quickly arrived at the tent, and Yi Shuang walked straight in. The guard standing at the door only gave Qin Guang a few extra glances but didn't stop them from entering. Comrade Yi Hong, how can you use unscrupulous means to seize the design drawings from Qin Guang? Yi Shuang said as soon as she entered Yi Hong's office, taking the initiative. Yi Hong listened, and the veins on his forehead throbbed. However, he was quite familiar with his daughter's personality. After taking a deep breath to calm his emotions, he slowly said, Why don't you tell me how I've used underhanded means? Yi Shuang was momentarily speechless. After thinking for a moment, she awkwardly changed the subject. When you make the transaction, the compensation should be clearly priced, and don't be ambiguous, just bringing random things to fool people. Hearing this, Yi Hong was both angry and amused. At the same time, he understood why his daughter had come over to make a fuss at this moment. Truly, a daughter grows up too fast. Yi Hong sighed inwardly. He then turned his gaze to Qin Guang, saying, Feel free to ask for any compensation you want. As long as our 35th Mechanized Infantry Division has it, we can provide it to you immediately. Now it was Qin Guang's turn to be stunned. Is he really this easy to talk to? Not only Qin Guang, but even Yi Shuang was a bit taken aback, looking at Yi Hong with a suspicious gaze. Up and down. Can I ask for some hot weapons? Qin Guang thought for a moment and inquired. The attack methods of the base vehicles were too singular. Having hot weapons to complement them would allow for a more composed response in case of danger in the future. Of course, no problem. I can have a guard take you to the armory right now. You can take whatever weapons you want. Even if you want to drive away the only main battle tank in the armory, that's fine, Yi Hong said grandly, waving his hand. Chapter 68, Patent Application Dad. You weren't stimulated by anything, were you? Yi Shuang said cautiously. Yi Hong's grand hand gesture suddenly froze in midair. How long are you going to keep this up? You just doubted whether I was fooling Comrade Qin Guang, and now you're not satisfied with this answer? Yi Shuang playfully stuck out her tongue and then stood aside. Silent, looking like a little girl who had done something wrong. The atmosphere in the room became somewhat awkward, and finally, it was Qin Guang who reacted first, saying, Thank you, Commander Yi. Yi Hong nodded. He was originally quite warm toward Qin Guang, but seeing his daughter stand on the other side, his good mood instantly vanished. So he said no more. Cough. Qin Guang cleared his throat. Thank you, Commander Yi. I'll go choose my weapons now. He didn't want to stay in this atmosphere any longer. Wait a moment. Just as Qin Guang turned around, Yi Hong called out to him, then took out 4 documents from his drawer and placed them in front of Qin Guang, saying, Sign these. What is this? Qin Guang asked, puzzled. These are the patent application documents, Yi Hong explained after a pause. The design you provided contains 4 very important technologies that greatly exceeded our engineers' expectations. Our military will not take advantage of you, so we decided to apply for patents for you. Please fill in your information. If you have an ID, it would be best to provide a copy. If not, that's fine. We can take a photo and leave your fingerprint information at the engineering department later. Not taking advantage of others is Yi Hong's principle, but Qin Guang's documents were too valuable. 5 billion, how could he possibly offer that? However, the words from Hai Lao before leaving reminded him that the benefits from the documents provided by Qin Guang were not just for him alone. So, he immediately contacted the division commander to discuss how to provide compensation. It must be said that experience speaks volumes. The division commander's response was simply to mention the word patent, and all problems were solved. Qin Guang was truly surprised by the scene before him. He originally thought that Yi Hong allowing him to take weapons from the armory was already compensation. He was satisfied with this compensation, as it at least indicated the military's attitude. But now, the other party had presented 4 patents. And it was important to note that although the technology he provided was a modified version, it was still Atlantean civilization technology, which humanity could not surpass in the short term. With these 4 patents, as long as the country still existed, he would be an endless money-making machine. And all these technologies were military-related, so he wouldn't even need to worry about the sales channels. Qin Guang didn't hesitate and immediately picked up a pen to start filling out the information. Deep down, he had already decided that in the future, he could select some of the technologies he obtained from Atlantis, which had a small technological gap from the current ones, to apply for patents. This way, he could make money while accelerating the technological development of human civilization. After all, the Tatar civilization was a Damocles sword hanging over his head. No one knew if this warlike civilization would suddenly send troops to attack Earth one day. If that day ever came, he didn't dare to hope that human civilization could hold out, but at least he wanted to delay until the Atlantean civilization sent troops for assistance. Before long, Qin Guang completed all the documentation and handed it over to Yi Hong. However, at that moment, he asked a crucial question. Commander Yi, don't you need to ask where these technologies for my patent application came from? Qin Guang asked this to test the military's attitude one last time. After all, the matter of the small ball could not be exposed now. If he couldn't get an answer that reassured him, he would have to think of other ways to provide technology to the military in the future. We are already in the apocalypse. Special circumstances require special handling. The country needs technologies that enhance military strength. Those willing to contribute to the country will naturally apply for patents without needing to ask where they came from. Yi Hong said with a smile. In fact, they all had some guesses about how Qin Guang could provide these technologies. Such advanced technology could not have been developed by Qin Guang alone. If he had a team behind him, that was also unlikely. Therefore, the most probable explanation was that he had obtained these materials from some organization or team using certain means. Because of this, he didn't ask further questions to avoid making things awkward. He even ensured that the information Qin Guang needed to fill out for the patent application was solely his personal basic information. As for the invention patent application form, abstract, specification, claims, etc., all the necessary materials would be provided later. He would have someone help Qin Guang complete them. As he said, special circumstances require special handling. As for whether he would sympathize with the organization from which Qin Guang had stolen the materials, Yi Hong could only say, they asked for it. Now that Qin Guang had even produced a modified box truck, it was enough to prove that the organization had long researched this technology. The fact that they hadn't applied for a patent in such a long time made him wonder what they were thinking, but it was likely not for good. Moreover, the things they researched were somewhat related to military industry, which made it even more frustrating. So, after considering all these factors, Yi Hong decided not to ask anything further. Qin Guang, of course, had no idea that Yi Hong had come up with so many thoughts, but he was very satisfied with Yi Hong's response. Especially the line, "We are already in the apocalypse. Special circumstances require special handling." This was an attitude. As long as what you did was beneficial to the country would not ask too much and would let you proceed freely. Thank you for your help, Commander Yi. I'll take my leave now, Qin Guang said. Yi Hong nodded, then said to the guard at the door, Li Kun, take Comrade Qin Guang to the armory and tell the administrator there that Comrade Qin Guang can choose any weapon he wants. He can take as many as he likes. That's too much trouble. Qin Guang genuinely felt embarrassed. After all, Yi Hong had just helped him apply for the patent. You shouldn't feel embarrassed. Since this is the end of the world, combined with the inexplicable electromagnetic pulse, communication across the country is in a semi-paralyzed state. Therefore, your patent fees will only be settled once every 3 months, and you won't be able to get any money in the short term. Consider these weapons as compensation for you, Yi Hong said with a smile. Weapons are truly not lacking for them. When they realized something was wrong with the 9 virus, the country secretly built bases across the country while also transporting a large batch of military supplies. Moreover, military factories nationwide are now operating at full capacity to manufacture weapons, and the second batch of military supplies will soon arrive. Hearing Yi Hong's words, Qin Guang no longer insisted. What he could get was his own, and face was no longer important. When Qin Guang left, Yi Xuan quietly said, I'll go keep an eye on him, and followed him out. Yi Hong, standing in place, felt as if his heart had been stabbed again. The first update is here. I still need to go for an 4-drip later. Whether I can write the chapter tonight depends on my condition. Chapter 69. Selecting weapons soon. Qin Guang was led by a soldier named Li Kun to the armory. It was a very large tent, at least 10 times bigger than a regular tent, filled with weapons. Qin Guang took a rough glance and already had a good idea in his mind. Seeing the other side's ample weapon reserves and Yi Hong's generous offer for him to take whatever he wanted, Qin Guang felt no need to be polite anymore and began to select weapons. However, when it came to firearms, he was completely a novice. He had never had the opportunity to touch a gun before and had only learned some knowledge from movies and television. Fortunately, Yi Shuang had also come along. Before Qin Guang could invite her, she proactively walked over and started introducing various firearms to him. In the end, after Yi Shuang's introduction, Qin Guang chose 3 automatic rifles. Although he couldn't use 3 guns by himself, he wouldn't be alone for long. After all, Dong Li and the others would eventually become evolvers and could help. Giving them a gun might be quite useful at a critical moment. In addition to the 3 automatic rifles, Qin Guang also selected a heavy machine gun and a Barrett sniper rifle. This way, he had both heavy firepower and long-range capabilities. Of course, this was the ideal situation. He didn't know when he would be able to master these weapons. Of course, having firearms meant he needed ammunition, and it would be foolish not to take it. Qin Guang started to move boxes of ammunition, with each box containing 5,000 rounds, which was more than enough. However, he felt embarrassed to take an entire box of sniper rifle ammunition because there was only 1 box in the entire armory. And he didn't know when he would use it all, so he only took 1,000 rounds. Having taken the firearms and ammunition, Qin Guang was not ready to stop because he still needed some weapons with mass destruction capabilities. After pondering for a while, he ultimately decided to take grenades. He had considered whether to take a rocket launcher, but ultimately gave up because choosing that would require him to practice with another weapon. It was better to take grenades. All he needed to know was how to pull the pin and throw them, which was extremely easy to master. Moreover, his strength was not comparable to an ordinary person. Especially after becoming an evolver, he would experience a qualitative enhancement, so any issues with grenade throwing distance could be perfectly compensated for later. Is it okay for me to choose so many weapons? After finalizing everything, Qin Guang asked somewhat shyly. No problem, the soldier named Li Kun said, swallowing his saliva before replying somewhat awkwardly. Of course, what he thought in his heart was another matter. However, when Yi Hong instructed him to bring Qin Guang, he had indeed been told that Qin Guang could take as many weapons as he wanted, so he wouldn't say anything. Next came the procedural matters, such as registration and record keeping, but with Li Kun's help and Yi Shuang present, everything went very smoothly. As for Qin Guang, he took advantage of the time while the other party was going through the procedures to bring over a base vehicle to facilitate the transport of these weapons. 10 minutes later, everything was sorted out. Looking at the firearms and ammunition loaded onto the vehicle, Qin Guang felt a sense of security. You haven't used firearms before, have you? Do you need me to guide you? As long as your aptitude isn't too poor, I guarantee that after a week of learning from me, you'll master shooting. Yi Shuang asked with a smile after seeing Qin Guang load everything onto the vehicle. I also want someone to teach me shooting skills. But I probably will return to Linghai City today, Qin Guang shrugged. Now that Dong Li had been found, the most urgent thing for him was to enhance his strength. However, some things were not convenient to do in the camp, so leaving was necessary. Moreover, the sooner the better. Although only 2 days had passed since the apocalypse broke out, he had already experienced several dangers and realized that even with a base vehicle, safety was not guaranteed. Therefore, enhancing his own strength could not be delayed. Ah, you're leaving? Yi Shuang said anxiously. Why don't you stay? Our 35th Mechanized Infantry Division has great benefits. You've made a great contribution this time. Staying here to develop could mean a bright future. But I prefer to stay in my hometown. Besides, I believe in my abilities. No matter where I go, I can do well, Qin Guang said with a smile. Yi Shuang fell silent instantly. She understood that someone like Qin Guang would surely shine wherever he went. But she also didn't understand why she felt a strong reluctance for Qin Guang to leave. Seeing Yi Shuang suddenly quiet, Qin Guang didn't mind. After greeting her, he drove the base vehicle back to the designated parking area, as only military vehicles were allowed to operate in the military camp. If it were not for the soldier responsible for guarding the vehicles knowing that this van was the one that lured away the bird zombie horde, Qin Guang wouldn't even have been able to drive it here. Yi Shuang watched as the base vehicle slowly drove away, feeling an inexplicable sense of loss in her heart. And she had a feeling that after this separation, it would be difficult for them to meet again. On the other side, Qin Guang was, of course, unaware of Yi Shuang's thoughts. After parking the vehicle and greeting the soldiers there, he walked again toward the number 3 barracks where Dong Li was located. This time, everything went smoothly. Nothing happened on the way. However, when he arrived at the number 3 barracks, Dong Li was actually standing at the door, saving him the trouble of asking a female soldier to notify her. Qin Guang. As soon as she saw Qin Guang, Dong Li immediately ran over. Perhaps having experienced too much today, the current Dong Li had completely lost the restraint of an urban beauty and threw herself into Qin Guang's arms. Dong Li's embrace caught Qin Guang off guard and left him somewhat dazed. Was this still the Dong Li he knew? And was it really okay for them to be like this? Sorry, I just got too excited, she said. It's okay, Qin Guang replied. In his heart, he even added, you can hug me again. I heard you came back earlier, but later I heard you were invited by the military. Is everything okay? Dong Li asked. Of course. Everything's fine. Even if there were issues, they would be good ones. I achieved merit, and the military rewarded me with quite a bit. I have a lot of firearms in my vehicle right now, Qin Guang said with a smile. All right, get ready. We should leave this camp before dark, he added. Dong Li nodded obediently and turned to head back into the barracks. However, as soon as she turned around, she saw her sister Dong Xiaomi peeking out from the entrance of the tent, and her face turned bright red again. Chapter 70. Second-class honor badge. Qin Guang watched Dong Li enter the barracks, thought for a moment, and then went to the engineering department to leave his fingerprint information and facial photo. This way, once all the data was entered into the system, he could simply verify his fingerprint when he went to collect the patent fees. Perhaps due to Yi Hong's prior instructions, the personnel in the engineering department expedited the process for Qin Guang, completing everything in less than 10 minutes. When Qin Guang returned to Dong Li's barracks, she had just come out with Dong Xiaomi and her mother. The group's luggage was minimal, just a travel bag each. Based on Qin Guang's estimation, this was likely due to the rescue team's requirements for carrying supplies while assisting civilians. After all, their primary goal was to save people. If everyone brought several boxes of luggage, they would be transporting very few individuals. Qin Guang, this is Xiaomi. You've met her, so I want to introduce her further. And this is our mother, Bushu am I, Dong Li introduced. Hello, Auntie. My name is Qin Guang. Qin Guang stepped forward politely to greet them. Dong Li has mentioned you several times. Thank you for your reminders that allowed her to prepare ahead of time. Otherwise, during the outbreak, I wouldn't know what to do with just me and Xiaomi, Bushu am I said very politely. She was a middle-aged woman in her 50s, nearly 1.7 meters tall, which is quite tall for a woman. Despite her age, she had well-defined features, still reminiscent of her youthful beauty. It was no surprise that Dong Li and Dong Xiaomi had grown into such beautiful women, likely due to their mother's excellent genes. Qin Guang smiled and was about to exchange pleasantries when Bushu am I spoke again. Xiao Guang, there are some things I need to ask you to feel reassured. I want to know how confident you are in safely bringing us to Lehigh City. Mom, what are you saying? Dong Li quickly interjected, as this was almost equivalent to directly questioning Qin Guang's capabilities. Of course I know. I've lived over 50 years. Even if something happens, I've lived enough. But you and Xiaomi are different. You are still young. If something really happens. Bushu am I's voice choked up at this point. Qin Guang understood her distrust. After all, compared to him, soldiers would certainly bring more peace of mind. After a moment of thought, he spoke up. Auntie, you can see what the world is like now. Even staying here in the camp isn't necessarily safe. I can't guarantee a 100% safe return. But today I worked with the soldiers here to divert the bird zombie horde. So as long as we don't encounter anything more terrifying than that on the way back, we should be fine. Hearing Qin Guang's words, Bushu am I was taken aback. Although she had heard Dong Li mention him helping the military a few times, at the time, Dong Li only briefly mentioned it out of concern. So she had no idea that Qin Guang had accomplished such significant feats. Really? Bushu am I asked instinctively. Meanwhile, Dong Xiaomi looked at Qin Guang with her big, sparkling eyes. There's no need to deceive you. I've earned merit, and the military has rewarded me with quite a bit of firearms and ammunition, making the journey back safer. Qin Guang replied. Thank you. After a brief silence, Bushu am I unexpectedly bowed deeply to Qin Guang. Qin Guang could not accept such a grand gesture. He quickly stepped aside and helped her up. Auntie, you're overwhelming me. Bushu am I just smiled and didn't say anything further. Seeing that he had convinced her, Qin Guang no longer hesitated and immediately led the three of them away. As they were approaching the parking lot, they unexpectedly encountered a soldier named Li Kun. As soon as he saw Qin Guang, He came over immediately. "Comrade Li Kun, is there something you need?" Qin Guang asked. After all, this was a soldier from Yi Hong's side, so he must have something important to discuss. "Didn't you say you were going back to Lehigh City?" "I reported this to Commander Yi, and he asked me to inform you to wait a moment. Our division still owes you an honor badge," Li Kun said respectfully, with a hint of envy in his eyes. Hearing this, the three women following Qin Guang displayed varying degrees of surprise. They didn't understand what the honor badge was, but they could clearly feel the soldiers' respect for Qin Guang. Even Commander Yi, who held the highest position in the camp, was coming to present Qin Guang with a badge. Such treatment was not something just anyone could receive. Qin Guang initially wanted to decline. After all, he thought it was just an honor badge, and there was no need for Commander Yi to come all this way. However, under Li Kun's enthusiastic insistence, he had to wait there. Fortunately, the wait wasn't too long. After about 10 minutes, a military jeep arrived, and Yi Hong, along with several officers, got out of the car. Yi Shuang was also among the crowd. "Comrade Qin Guang, you didn't say a word before leaving. If it weren't for the reports from below, I wouldn't have known." Yi Hong pretended to scold him. "Commander Yi, you're so busy, I didn't want to disturb you," Qin Guang replied with a smile. "All right, I want to keep you. This is for you, a second-class honor badge, the highest level we can issue from our division. It seems like our 35th Mechanized Infantry Division has awarded such a badge in 5 years," Yi Hong said, taking out a small red box, opening it to reveal a beautifully crafted badge inside. The back of the badge has a stamped barcode, already linked to your personal information. This second-class honor badge can be used at any military base across the country. Once presented, you will enjoy benefits and treatment equivalent to that of a battalion commander. Yi Hong added, concerned that Qin Guang might not understand the badge's significance. Upon hearing this, Qin Guang couldn't help but gasp quietly. Initially, he thought an honor badge was merely symbolic. He never expected it would also provide such benefits, and that it would be universally recognized across the country. He immediately cherished it and tucked it away carefully, realizing that this second-class honor badge could potentially solve many problems for him in the future. Seeing that Qin Guang accepted the badge, Yi Hong smiled, then took out a stack of documents. Chapter 71. "RV, what is this?" Qin Guang asked curiously as he looked at the documents Yi Hong had produced. "Weapon-proof documents. The firearms you possess are fine to use here in Guanglian City. But if you want to return to Lehigh City, you'll need to explain the origin of the firearms and ammunition," Yi Hong said, handing the documents to Qin Guang. "Thank you." Qin Guang accepted them, expressing his gratitude. Although it was the apocalypse, with the military around, order still existed. Whether firearms would be opened to ordinary citizens in the future is another matter, but as an ordinary person now, without relevant documentation, it would be necessary to clarify the origins of these weapons if he wanted to enter the base. Qin Guang hadn't expected that Yi Hong would not only be this considerate, but would also prepare everything for him. This made him feel warm inside. "Lastly, the division commander asked me to convey a message to you. Our 35th Mechanized Infantry Division welcomes you back anytime," Yi Hong said, patting Qin Guang on the shoulder. Qin Guang understood that this was a way for them to leave him an option. At that moment, his emotions were complex, and he even contemplated whether to stay, as the soldiers' enthusiasm and concern were far beyond his expectations. However, he ultimately dismissed this thought. "Thank you." Qin Guang felt that his language was extremely lacking, and could only express his gratitude once again in a dry manner. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Do you have paper and a pen?" Yi Hong almost couldn't adapt to Qin Guang's abrupt way of speaking and, after a brief moment of daze, had a soldier pass him the paper and pen. Taking the paper and pen, Qin Guang quickly wrote down a series of numbers. "This is my phone number. If you encounter any trouble, I mean the kind that requires individual combat skills to solve, you can find a way to contact me," Qin Guang said. Upon receiving the paper with Qin Guang's number, Yi Hong couldn't help but show a strange expression, not because he doubted the other's abilities, but rather, "Your phone still works?" After yesterday's electromagnetic pulse, even main battle tanks, which have anti-jamming capabilities, were incapacitated. As for cell phones, which have no protective capabilities at all, they were almost guaranteed to be dead. "Well, of course, it works, just that there's no signal." Qin Guang took out his phone, unlocked the screen, and showed it to Yi Hong. Indeed, everything was normal except for the lack of signal. However, Yi Hong recalled the modified box truck and the new coding provided by Qin Guang, and felt somewhat relieved. "All right, if we encounter a situation where we need your help, I won't hold back." Yi Hong laughed heartily and put away the paper with the phone number. For him, getting the maintenance department to fix a phone was as simple as it gets. As for the signal issue, if necessary, they could set up a temporary communication base at any time. After everything was settled, Yihong insisted on taking Qin Guang to the parking lot. "Auntie, you guys get in the car first." Arriving beside the base vehicle, Qin Guang gently pressed on the side of the cargo wall, which had been intact, and it immediately cracked open, revealing a small door just big enough for one person to pass through. Witnessing this scene, Yihong couldn't help but marvel, and at the same time, gained a deeper understanding of the automated movable partition technology provided by Qin Guang, realizing that this technology seemed applicable in many areas. Meanwhile, Yi Shuang, standing beside her, had a completely different focus. She immediately leaned in to look inside. Although she had been in the base vehicle before, it was only in the small area at the back, and she had long been curious about what the interior was like. As she looked in, her beautiful eyes instantly widened. "Oh my God, this is simply an RV." Not just Yi Shuang, but the others were also a bit dazed. They could see that the interior of the vehicle had a sofa, a coffee table, and the walls had been converted into cabinets, with a flat-screen TV in the center. And there were many books placed around, and over there should be a refrigerator, microwave, and other appliances. The use of space was so reasonable. And while it gave a sense of technology, the decorations and lighting surrounding it made the atmosphere inside feel soft and peaceful. "It's truly incredible." Yihong couldn't help but exclaim at that moment. As for Bu Shuamei, she was too intimidated to get on. After all, she had lived a life of poverty, and felt a natural awe toward such high-end things. Ultimately, it was only after Qin Guang repeatedly persuaded her that she stepped into the vehicle. Dong Xiaomi was the second to get on, and she showed no signs of hesitation, hopping into the vehicle with curiosity in her eyes. As for Dongli, she seemed to think of something, glanced at Qin Guang, and then blushed as she got on. With the three of them inside, the door closed, and the walls of the cargo area transformed into a sealed environment. However, they felt no difficulty in breathing. Instead, a refreshing breeze greeted them. "The air conditioning in this car is really nice," Dong Xiaomi couldn't help but say. However, she looked around but couldn't find where the air conditioning vents were located. "Sit properly and don't touch other people's things." Bu Shuamei sat upright on the sofa as soon as she got in. And seeing Dong Xiaomi constantly surveying the surroundings and even wanting to reach out, she couldn't help but scold her. Although she had little experience, she understood that everything inside was definitely not cheap. And it wasn't just Bu Shuamei who felt this way. Even Dongli felt the same. Not to mention anything else. Just the sofa they were sitting on felt like genuine leather. However, thinking about Qin Guang's background, she felt that everything was incomprehensible. All three had their own thoughts, and the atmosphere in the vehicle suddenly fell silent. On the other side, after Qin Guang closed the cargo door and bid farewell to Yi Hong and the others, he opened the door to the driver's seat, sat down, and started the base vehicle. Soon, the vehicle left the temporary camp, and at that moment, Qin Guang opened the partition between the driver's cabin and the cargo area. The somewhat oppressive atmosphere inside the cargo area was instantly alleviated with the opening of the partition. Especially Dongli, when she saw Qin Guang, her emotions stabilized immediately. "Auntie, just treat this place like your home," Qin Guang said with a smile after observing the situation. "Sisterly, there are cold drinks in the refrigerator. Could you take some out for Auntie and Xiaomi to drink?" Qin Guang said, and at the same time, he pressed a button on the control panel, causing the flat-screen TV in the cabinet to turn on. "You can also consider it as I have stored a large number of songs, movies, variety shows, and novels in here. Choose whatever you like to watch." Chapter 72 Departure. As everyone held cold drinks and watched a previously recorded large concert on the TV, the atmosphere in the vehicle finally relaxed. "Sister, is Qin Ge's family very wealthy? This RV looks so luxurious." Dong Xiaomi whispered to Dongli. "Just drink your drink. Why ask so many questions?" Dongli shot Xiaomi a glance, but for some reason, she didn't reveal the truth. Dongli stood up and walked to the passage between the cargo area and the driver's cabin. When she saw Qin Guang looking over, she pointed to the passenger seat and asked, "Can I sit here?" "Of course." Qin Guang gestured for her to take a seat. Dongli took 2 large steps with her long legs and sat down. As soon as she sat down, she discovered that this seemingly ordinary seat was actually very ergonomic, and it was automatically adjusting its height according to her physique. "Watermelon juice, do you want to drink it?" Dongli didn't mention the various wonders of the vehicle, but instead asked with concern. "Thank you." Qin Guang took it and took a sip. It was sweet and delicious, something made by a molecular assembly machine. and the taste was indeed top-notch. Looking at Qin Guang's focus profile while driving, Dong Li felt a wave of reassurance. Just as she was about to ask Qin Guang what his plans were after returning to Lehigh City, Dong Xiaomi's head popped out from the passage. Wow, the driver's cabin is so advanced too. Just now, Dong Xiaomi had already wandered around the cargo area, but that didn't satisfy her curiosity. So she wanted to come see the driver's cabin. The driver's cabin, equipped with numerous functional buttons and a technological feel, instantly fulfilled her fantasies. Xiaomi. Dong Li shot a glare at Dong Xiaomi. Dong Xiaomi seemed a bit afraid of Dong Li, sticking out her tongue and wanting to retract her head. It's fine. Just looking, Qin Guang said with a smile. In fact, he quite liked Dong Xiaomi's lively personality, especially in the oppressive environment of the apocalypse. Hearing Qin Guang's words, Dong Xiaomi seemed to gain some confidence, sticking out her tongue at Dong Li and continuing to curiously observe. Seeing that Qin Guang had spoken, Dong Li didn't say much. She only opened her mouth because she was afraid her sister's actions would upset Qin Guang, but from Qin Guang's attitude, she seemed to feel relieved. There are zombies ahead. Suddenly, Dong Xiaomi, tilting her little head and looking around, caught sight of the situation ahead and exclaimed. Dong Li looked ahead and saw 3 wandering zombies on the road. Her heart tightened instantly, and she immediately looked at Qin Guang. Upon seeing his calm expression, her nervousness relaxed immediately. It's fine. Just a few zombies. At this moment, Qin Guang also spoke up. As they moved further away from the camp, encountering zombies was inevitable, and there would be more to come. So Qin Guang didn't let Dong Li and the others avoid anything. He drove the base vehicle straight and accelerated towards them. Watching as the zombies drew closer, Dong Xiaomi covered her mouth with her hand, afraid she might scream and disturb Qin Guang. As for Dong Li, though she wasn't as dramatic, her fists were tightly clenched, and it was clear she was extremely tense. Meanwhile, sitting inside the vehicle, Bu Shuomai had a look of panic on her face but sat quietly, knowing that all she could do was not to cause trouble. Roar, roar, roar. As the base vehicle approached, the 3 zombies undoubtedly saw it, roaring and excitedly rushing over. Dong Li felt her heart racing, as if it were about to leap out of her throat, but she still kept her eyes fixed on them. Dong Li knew very well that if she couldn't even bear to look at these monsters, how would she have the courage to face danger in the future? Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive collision sounds rang out as the base vehicle sped through, only slightly shaking a few times during the process. Is that it? Dong Li felt a bit bewildered. When the apocalypse broke out last night, she had hidden at home and saw these monsters through the window. A few of them could intercept a moving car and quickly dismantle its doors and windows. However, those 3 zombies seemed to have been directly knocked away. Qinggu, are those zombies dead? Dong Xiaomi asked at this moment, though her tone revealed more excitement than concern. They won't die. Zombies have too strong a vitality. To kill them, you'd need to crash into them 5 or 6 times. But knocking them away is enough. Clearing out these zombies still depends on the army, Qin Guang replied. Is your vehicle okay? This question came from Dong Li, as this box truck was their guarantee of survival. Don't worry. I've been crashing through from Lehigh City all the way, Qin Guang said confidently with a smile. Soon, the 2 sisters witnessed what Qin Guang had mentioned about crashing through. As they advanced, following the navigation prompts from the little ball, Qin Guang left the main road and entered a street. This street was completely blocked, and looking ahead, there were hundreds of zombies scattered across it. The road is completely blocked, Dong Xiaomi exclaimed. However, Qin Guang seemed completely unconcerned about the road conditions and environment. Directly stepping on the gas and charging forward. Bang, bang, bang. The dull sounds of collisions echoed with the sounds of crashing into zombies. But even more were the sounds of crashing into cars. Sometimes, the base vehicle would even drive directly onto the sidewalk, breaking down fences and light poles. At this moment, the base vehicle transformed into a bulldozer, directly crashing through anything blocking its path. Not to mention Dong Li and Dong Xiaomi, even Bu Shuomai couldn't sit still. She secretly peeked out to observe the situation ahead and was left speechless at the sight. Oh my god, Qinggu, your vehicle is amazing. The first to react was Dong Xiaomi, her face filled with excitement. Upon witnessing this, Bu Shuomai also completely relaxed, no longer doubting Qin Guang's ability to take them to Lehigh City. As for Dong Li, she had never doubted Qin Guang. Now, she was forcing herself to keep her eyes fixed on the zombies rushing at them, constantly adjusting her mindset, hoping to eliminate her fear of zombies as soon as possible. After passing through this block, the next stretch of road became smoother. Due to the strong defensive capability of the base vehicle, it could ignore most of the damage. Therefore, in just over an hour, Qin Guang drove the base vehicle to an open area on the outskirts of Guanglian City. All right, we'll rest here tonight. Qin Guang stood up from his seat and stretched. They had left the base around 3 p.m., and after driving for a while, it was now close to 5 p.m. There were fewer zombies in this suburban area, and it wasn't completely rural, so there wasn't too much to worry about regarding those zombie animals. Additionally, the open view was beneficial for spotting dangers in advance, making it an ideal resting place. Of course, he could have driven the base vehicle straight back to Linhai City. But Qin Guang planned to become an ability user first before heading to the Linhai City base. Chapter 73. Facilities inside the vehicle when Qin Guang and Dong Li returned from the driver's cabin to the cargo area. Bu Shuemai and Dong Xiaomi were curled up asleep on the sofa. It should be noted that after the virus matured and the apocalypse broke out last night, they had been in a state of fear and anxiety, daring not to sleep. After experiencing a series of events during the day, they finally felt safe enough to sleep, thanks to the security provided by the base vehicle. Seeing this, Dong Li wanted to wake her mother and sister, but was stopped by Qin Guang. Let them rest well. You should eat something and then go to sleep as well, Qin Guang said softly. However, both Bu Shuemai and Dong Xiaomi were in a light sleep. As soon as Qin Guang spoke, they sat up from the sofa. Have we reached our destination? Dong Xiaomi asked with a bit of embarrassment. Not quite a destination. We can only say we've arrived at a temporary resting place. Since you're awake, let's eat something together, and then you can rest early. Qin Guang smiled and said, Okay. Dong Xiaomi stood up and looked around, then suddenly asked, Qin Gu, this cargo area shouldn't be so small, right? Is there another place? Qin Guang was a bit surprised, but didn't think much of it. He nodded and said yes. This is the lounge. There's a small gym in the back. And finally, there's a small storage room for food and weapons. As Qin Guang introduced, he pressed a button on the wall, and the cargo area panel opened, revealing 2 compartments behind. These were all planned out by Qin Guang with the little ball before the group boarded the vehicle. After all, a camper van should look like one. Is that all? Dong Xiaomi looked a bit disappointed. Xiaomi, how can you speak like that? Bu Shuemai immediately said unhappily. Do you have something to say? Dong Li seemed to sense something and asked. I want to go to the bathroom, Dong Xiaomi said a bit shyly. Dong Li immediately realized the seriousness of the issue. In this wilderness, where could they find a toilet? Of course, that wasn't the most important issue. The most important thing was that it was the apocalypse now. Leaving this box truck meant facing danger. I'll accompany you to find a place. I need to go too. As long as it's not far, it should be fine, Dong Li gritted her teeth and said. The place Qin Guang chose was quite open, allowing for early detection of dangers, but because it was too open, there was no cover, making such activities a bit awkward. However, at this moment, she couldn't care less. Plus, with only Qin Guang as the man around, she felt much more at ease. Qin Guang, of course, had no idea that Dong Li had so many psychological changes in such a short moment. When the 2 sisters said they wanted to get down, he quickly spoke up. No need, there's a bathroom on the vehicle. As Qin Guang spoke, he gestured for everyone to step back a bit, then pressed a couple of buttons on the wall. Dong Li and the others saw the sofa they had been sitting on start to fold up continuously. At this moment, they were shocked to discover that the soft and comfortable genuine leather sofa was actually hollow inside. The sofa, over 2 meters long, when folded, was less than 30 centimeters. As the sofa folded up, a space opened up, and the wall panel of the car quickly moved and connected, instantly transforming into a 2 cubic meter bathroom. All of this was completed in just over 10 seconds, and everything seemed so magical, full of a sense of technology. The bathroom was right inside, and these 2 buttons were for switching modes, as it served both as a bathroom and a shower room. Pressing the toilet icon would make the toilet appear, and the squat and sit toilets could be adjusted by this button. After use, there would be a 1-button flush, and the toilet would retract back underneath the vehicle. Pressing here would switch to shower room mode. This is the switch for the water heater, left for cold and right for hot. Press this button to dispense shower gel. This is the button for shampoo, this is for conditioner, and this is for toothpaste, which is in this small compartment. I just bought it. Qin Guang introduced while pressing buttons to demonstrate to everyone. The 3 of them were dumbfounded. Bu Shuemei and Dong Xiaomi were speechless. And even Dong Li felt a bit stunned. As a sales manager, she had seen a lot, and while she couldn't afford many things, she had at least encountered them. She didn't know much about RVs in general, but it certainly shouldn't be like this. The multifunctional integrated technology displayed by this bathroom was not something that a modified truck should possess. Even the country's top teams, she doubted, could create it. So, her curiosity about this vehicle grew. However, she only glanced at Qin Guang, but said nothing. After recovering from her shock, Dong Xiaomi immediately showcased her carefree talent, excitedly cheering, and then switched the mode to the bathroom as demonstrated by Qin Guang. But after a moment of thought, she dashed out to grab her backpack. I might as well take a shower too. I feel sticky. Saying this, Dong Xiaomi closed the bathroom door. Qin Guang, of course, was not interested in the matter of a little girl taking a shower. He walked straight to the storage room at the back. However, he noticed that Dong Li followed closely behind. Sisterly, is there something you need? Qin Guang asked with a smile. No, just seeing if there's anything I can help you with. Dong Li shook her head. These Qin goods, see what flavors Annie and Xiaomi like, and help choose one. We can heat it up and eat it directly later. Qin Guang said as he opened the freezer in the storage room. Aren't you curious about the things in this vehicle? Seeing Dong Li bending down seriously selecting Qin goods, Qin Guang suddenly asked. Curious. Dong Li picked up a can of yellow braised chicken rice and said frankly, then why aren't you asking anything? Qin Guang threw out a sharp question, even slightly narrowing his eyes. The base battle vehicle could be said to be his biggest secret before Dong Li and the others boarded the vehicle. He had already prepared a series of responses in his mind to address Dong Li's questions. But now, no matter what the other party saw, they treated it as if nothing had happened, which made Qin Guang feel puzzled and slightly on guard. Dong Li straightened up, her beautiful eyes fixed on Qin Guang, and said slowly, I believe that if you are willing to tell me, you will take the initiative to say it. Don't worry. I know what should be asked and what shouldn't. But I still want to say one thing. I hope you won't deceive me even if you say nothing in the future. Dong Li's tone turned somewhat melancholic when she said the last sentence. This instantly made Qin Guang feel awkward. He understood that Dong Li was referring to the matter of the base battle vehicle. To make everything seem reasonable, he had indeed told one lie after another. Chapter 74 Future Plans. Some things are not that I don't want to say, but Qin Guang wanted to explain a bit more. But he was interrupted by Dong Li. I understand. I'm not the kind of unreasonable woman. Dong Li gave Qin Guang a white glance. As long as you don't deceive me in the future, that's fine. Okay. Qin Guang raised his hands in surrender. After a moment's thought, he softly said, I call this cargo van the base battle vehicle. Dong Li nodded thoughtfully, and then the two tacitly ended the topic. Soon, they picked a pile of canned goods to take back. After inquiring about Dong Li's opinions, Qin Guang took out a few plates. Next, it was Dong Li's turn. After heating the canned goods, she even had the thought to plate the food. When Dong Xiaomi came out after her shower, a fragrant spread of food was already laid out on the table. Wow, it smells so good. Dong Xiaomi's eyes lit up. Usually, at home, she never ate this well. And the food smelled so delicious. Everyone enjoyed the dinner very much, especially in an environment like the apocalypse where they had survived a catastrophe. Everyone understood the value of cherishing what they had. Dong Li and the others had been to temporary military camps. Although their stay was not long, they had a general understanding of military management. In the future, when they enter those bases, while they wouldn't starve to death, the food would definitely not be plentiful. And whether they could eat enough was still an unknown. Qin Guang, what are your plans after arriving at the Linhai City base? During the meal, Dong Li asked. She had wanted to ask this question for a long time, but hadn't had the time before. Bu Xiaomei and Dong Xiaomi also turned their attention to Qin Guang upon hearing this question. Especially Bu Xiaomei. Her eyes were filled with deep concern. She was very clear about her situation. As a middle-aged woman, even in peacetime, it was hard to raise two daughters, let alone in this apocalyptic environment. It could be said that Qin Guang was now the only support for the three of them. Regarding Dong Li's question, Qin Guang had actually thought about it before. If the apocalypse had just begun, he might not have known what to do. But after a trip to Guanglian City and having dealings with the military here, he no longer felt any confusion about the future. Things were different now. In the apocalypse, the most important thing was strength. Only with enough strength could one protect themselves and others. I plan to have you take the tonight and become evolvers. Once you become evolvers, you won't have to worry about being infected by the 9 virus. This time, I helped the 35th Mechanized Infantry Division a lot. And the military gifted me quite a few weapons. With weapons, once you become evolvers, plus this base battle vehicle, we can hunt zombies and obtain from their bodies. Then sell them to the military. This is the short-term plan. As for the specific situation, we will have to wait until we get to the Linhai City base to see if the military has any policies and then formulate the future development direction. If possible, I plan to form a team. Qin Guang expressed his thoughts. The more Dong Li listened, the brighter her beautiful eyes became. The plan Qin Guang proposed might be difficult for others to achieve, but for them, it was not difficult at all, because their starting point was simply too high. First of all, regarding the evolvers, all the crystal cores are prioritized for military supply. It is really difficult for ordinary people to obtain them. Even if they have money to buy, they might have to wait in line. However, she knows that Qin Guang has 13 crystal cores in his possession. Of course, becoming an evolver is just the first step. The next challenge is how to hunt zombies, which is the most dangerous part. They have all seen how terrifying zombies can be. Even an elderly person in their twilight years can possess a physique comparable to the strongest athlete after turning into a zombie. Moreover, zombies are not afraid of injury or pain, and even evolvers without much combat experience would likely struggle to win against them armed with weapons. But they are different. They have guns, and no matter how powerful the zombies are, a bullet to the head will end it. Of course, the most important factor is having this base combat vehicle, which is their greatest safeguard. In case of danger, they can hide inside the vehicle and escape, which gives them countless lives compared to others. After addressing all these issues, the last point is how to sell the crystal cores to the military. However, for Dong Li, the sales manager, this is a source of confidence, especially after interacting with the military in Guanglian City and understanding the military's management system. She is even more assured about this. Soon, Qin Guang and Dong Li began to discuss enthusiastically. During this process, Dong Xiaomi occasionally chimed in. Especially when discussing how to hunt zombies, her little eyes sparkled with excitement. This left Qin Guang speechless. He wasn't sure if the other party was ignorant or just clueless. But no matter what, this emotion is certainly better than fearing zombies. Among them, the only one who seemed a bit worried was Bushume. Though she did not voice any objections despite her worried expression, she might not be able to offer much help. But she absolutely did not want to hold back these kids. Soon, the meal ended, and Dong Li quickly tidied up the bowls and chopsticks with Dong Xiaomi. Then, under their eager gazes, Qin Guang took out all 13 crystal cores from his pocket and placed them on the table. The light refracted through the crystal cores, emitting a colorful glow, dazzling like diamonds. All right, who wants to be the first to become an evolver? Qin Guang asked with a smile. Sister, you go first. Dong Xiaomi, who had been eager to try, suddenly stopped competing at that moment. Dong Li did not immediately agree, but looked at Bushume with some concern and asked, Qin Guang, my mother's health isn't very good. She has diabetes and some heart issues. Can she take the crystal cores to become an evolver? With these two conditions, there are many things she is not allowed to eat in daily life. And with something like crystal cores, which can cause significant changes to the body, she was a bit worried that her mother might not be able to handle it. Dong Li's question instantly cooled the previously lively atmosphere. Even the carefree Dong Xiaomi looked nervously at Qin Guang. Bu Shuame also started to worry. She didn't care about becoming an evolver, but she didn't want to hold back her two daughters. At this moment, it seemed that everyone forgot that Qin Guang was just an ordinary person, neither a doctor nor a researcher from some institution, yet they had an inexplicable trust in him. Chapter 75, 3 bottles of medicine, don't worry. Anyone can use the energy within the crystal cores to undergo transformation and become an evolver. Moreover, after becoming an evolver, their health conditions will greatly improve. Even terminal illnesses like cancer can be cured after reaching the 3rd tier, Qin Guang said with a smile. Really? Dong Xiaomi asked in surprise. What is the 3rd tier? Dong Li then asked the critical question. Of course it's true. As for what the 3rd tier is, let me give you a brief overview of the knowledge about evolvers. Evolvers are divided into many tiers. Those evolvers you saw in the military camp before were all 1st-tier blood-moving evolvers. This tier of evolvers has extremely vigorous vitality. And even an elderly person in their 70s or 80s, after becoming an evolver, will see their physical condition greatly improved, returning to the state of someone in their 30s or 40s. With a strong body and vigorous energy, many minor ailments will disappear, and even chronic diseases like diabetes will see significant relief. Hearing this, the eyes of Dong Li and her daughters lit up with excitement, their joy practically overflowing. Qin Guang understood their feelings and smiled as he continued. Even within the 1st tier of blood-moving evolvers, there are subdivisions: early, middle, late, and peak stages. When one reaches the peak of the 1st tier, they can then break through the 1st tier's bottleneck and become a 2nd-tier organ-refining expert. The 2nd tier, in simple terms, is about refining the organs, By this stage, over 99% of diseases can be cured, including heart disease and diabetes. Of course, if not fully cured, there's no need to worry. As long as you progress further and reach the third tier of body shaping, your body will start to be reshaped at the cellular level. And by that time, any terminal illness can be cured. These are the insights that Xiao Qiu had shared with him. And Qin Guang was happy to pass them on to Dong Li and others. Can we reach the third tier of body shaping? Dong Li immediately asked. As long as there are crystal cores available, anyone can advance to the third tier of body shaping. It just depends on the duration, Qin Guang replied with a smile. According to Xiao Qiu's explanation, the first 3 tiers of evolvers are foundational stages, and breaking through is not particularly difficult, even with poor talent. As long as there are enough crystal cores, one can eventually break through with perseverance. However, that is all there is to it. The first 3 tiers still belong to the realm of human enhancement. But the 4th tier, the essence consolidating realm, is a level beyond human capabilities. And this checkpoint will block countless people. Of course, there is no need to discuss these matters right now. After hearing this, Dong Li finally put down her worries. Though she still had questions, such as how Qin Guang knew this information, but she chose to trust him without asking anything further. This base combat vehicle was her greatest confidence in trusting Qin Guang. The following matters became easier. After a brief discussion among the 3, they ultimately decided that Dong Li would become an evolver first. How do you become an evolver? Do I just swallow these crystal cores? Dong Li pointed to the crystal cores on the table and asked Qin Guang. Qin Guang initially intended to nod, but suddenly remembered something, paused slightly, and said, "Please wait a moment. I'll go to the driver's cabin to check some information." Without waiting for Dong Li to respond, he stood up and went to the driver's cabin, closing the passage between it and the resting area. Although Dong Li was a bit puzzled, she said nothing and quietly waited with her mother and sister. She looked at the crystal cores on the table, which were reflecting a colorful glow, feeling both nervous and expectant. After confirming that the passage between the driver's cabin and the resting area was closed, Qin Guang immediately asked, "Xiao Qiu, can the medicines I collected earlier still produce 6 bottles of body-enhancing potions?" The metallic sphere, which looked like a decorative item embedded in the dashboard, began to float up. Glancing at Qin Guang with some disdain, and said, "What? Planning to give those 3 women the potions?" "Yes." Facing Xiao Qiu, there was nothing to hide. And Qin Guang nodded directly. "Fine. Since the potion formula was bought by you, you can use it however you like. But you don't need to make 6 bottles of body-enhancing potions. 3 bottles will be enough," Xiao Qiu said. "Why?" Qin Guang frowned and asked. He had planned to give Dong Li and her daughters 2 bottles of body-enhancing potions each. According to theory, a person can take 3 bottles of physical enhancement potions. But Qin Guang still kept an eye on it and decided that 2 bottles per person would be enough. If they exercise hard, 1 bottle can enhance about 7 points of physical fitness, and 2 bottles can enhance 14 points. In this case, as long as their physical fitness exceeds 6 points, the total can reach 20 points, which is just enough to meet the standard for awakening special abilities. However, if each person only takes 1 bottle, although their physical fitness will far exceed that of ordinary people, the chances of awakening special abilities will be very low. Because no matter how much their physical fitness is enhanced, it won't matter. During awakening, the number of elemental crystals they consume must not exceed 10. Consuming 10 elemental crystals to awaken is the limit that humans can reach. Using physical enhancement potions can forcibly break this number. But it is highly likely to lead to genetic mutations, either resulting in immediate death or turning into a zombie, said Xiao Qiu. Then why do you want me to desperately enhance my physical fitness? I won't have genetic mutations? Qin Guang frowned and asked. However, he didn't think Xiao Qiu would harm him. No, Xiao Qiu said affirmatively. Do you remember the 2 potions that came out of the advanced gift pack? The heart-protecting potion is designed to prevent such situations from occurring. This means that on Earth, apart from you, no one else would dare to do this. As for the idea of those 2 potions, don't even think about it. They are not from the continent, and even when Atlanteans awaken, not everyone can possess them. Qin Guang remained silent for a while before nodding. All right, then get me 3 bottles of physical enhancement potions. Soon, Qin Guang left the driver's cabin, asking Dong Li and the others to wait a little longer, and then went to the storage room at the back of the vehicle. Xiao Qiu took out the molecular assembler and put in the designated medicine. Before long, 3 bottles of physical enhancement potions were produced. Holding the potions, Qin Guang returned to the lounge. Here are 3 bottles of potions. You all take them first, and then proceed to awaken, Qin Guang said. Dong Li, without saying a word, directly opened the bottle and drank it all down. Dong Xiaomi and Bu Shuamei hesitated for a moment, but after seeing Dong Li's action, they also tilted their heads and drank the potions. This scene made Qin Guang smile even brighter. Dong Li had already demonstrated her trust in him through her actions. To drink such an unknown potion without asking a single question, to be honest, if Qin Guang were in her position, he might not be able to exhibit such unconditional trust. At the very least, he would inquire about what the potion was. Chapter 76. Proceeding to awaken after Dong Li and the others drank the physical enhancement potions, they were about to ask Qin Guang what to do next. But before the words could come out, they felt something was off. The potion they had just consumed seemed to transform into a wave of heat, spreading through their bodies from their throats to their limbs and bones. However, this was just the beginning. Soon they felt as if a fire was burning within them. And while the sensation was quite uncomfortable, they also felt an endless surge of power within their bodies. The combination of comfort and discomfort was hard for them to describe. I feel like there's a fire burning inside my body, Dong Li said after a slight hesitation. Yes, that's a normal phenomenon. The potion I had you drink is a physical enhancement potion. Now that you're feeling this way, it's because the potion is continuously transforming your bodies, Qin Guang explained. Taking elemental crystals to become an evolved one also has its techniques. At the beginning of the awakening, the more elemental crystals you consume, the stronger you will be after becoming an evolved one, and more importantly, it will greatly benefit your future enhancements. Of course, you can't just consume as many elemental crystals as you want. It depends on your body's tolerance. Enhancing your physical fitness is equivalent to increasing the number of elemental crystals you can consume during awakening. Dong Li nodded in gratitude. Even though Qin Guang had only briefly explained, she realized the preciousness of these potions. All right, come over here, Qin Guang said, leading Dong Li to the gym located behind the lounge. The gym inside the base vehicle was not very large, basically allowing only one person to train at a time. But there were quite a few pieces of equipment, and many of them were multifunctional, capable of training every part of the body. However, Qin Guang did not bring Dong Li there to train. Instead, he brought her to a testing device. Come on, stand on it. Let's check your physical fitness first, Qin Guang said, gesturing for her to do so. Dong Li obediently stood on it, and soon the display on the testing device showed a series of numbers, finally stabilizing at a value of 703. However, this value was still fluctuating, slowly changing from 703 to 704. It was evident that the physical enhancement potion was taking effect. Seeing this number, Qin Guang couldn't help but exclaim. It's worth noting that his original value was only around 75, and for Dong Li's physical fitness to reach 7. She must have trained a lot in her daily life. One bottle of the physical enhancement potion could raise at least 5 points of physical fitness, so by the end, Dong Li's physical fitness could reach at least 12. However, Qin Guang did not continue to wait. After rinsing an elemental crystal with clean water, he handed one to Dong Li along with a bottle of water. Just swallow the elemental crystal, just like taking your usual medicine. Dong Li nodded, then took the elemental crystal and swallowed it, also taking a sip of water. As the elemental crystal entered her stomach, she immediately felt the burning sensation intensify. It was as if real flames were burning from the inside out, and this burning sensation was all-encompassing, from her hair down to her marrow, causing her to sweat profusely and even experience slight spasms in her body. Seeing this scene, Dong Xiaomi and Bu Shuamei's expressions instantly turned tense, and they both looked at Qin Guang in unison. This is a normal phenomenon during awakening. Depending on each person's physical fitness, it can last anywhere from 18 hours. Qin Guang said calmly as he looked at the continuously refreshing numbers on the testing device. He had already understood this from Xiaoqiu. Moreover, the higher the physical fitness, the less pain one would endure, provided it did not exceed the human body's limits. As the physical enhancement potion continued to take effect, the pain Dong Li experienced would definitely decrease. If Qin Guang were willing to wait, after 6 hours, when Dong Li had completely absorbed the physical enhancement potion, the pain she would endure would be much less than it was now. However, Qin Guang felt it unnecessary. According to Xiaoqiu, the pain experienced during awakening to become an evolved one serves as a warning, reminding the individual of the difficulties and dangers on the path of evolution. If one cannot endure this level of pain, then there is no need to continue climbing this path of evolution. Because each challenge at a level is a battle against fate, and the pain endured then is not comparable to what is experienced now. Therefore, at this moment, Qin Guang only needed to pay attention to Dong Li's physical condition. Dong Xiaomi and Bu Shuomei looked at Qin Guang's calm face, and their worries slightly diminished. But it was only a slight decrease. In fact, they were still quite worried, especially Bu Shuomei, who wanted to step forward several times to wipe Dong Li's sweat. However, seeing Qin Guang focused on the data on the testing device, she didn't dare to approach, fearing she would disturb him. At this moment, the data on the testing device showed that Dong Li's physical fitness was rapidly increasing, at least 3 to 4 times faster than before. The reason for this was not only because she had swallowed the elemental crystal, but also because the elemental crystal accelerated the absorption of the physical enhancement potion. Originally, it took 6 hours to fully absorb the physique enhancement potion, but now it only takes at most 1 hour to complete the absorption. This is also why Dong Li was awakened immediately without having to wait. Everything was to save time. Soon, 5 minutes passed, and Dong Li may have gradually endured the burning sensation, or perhaps the continuous effects of the physique enhancement potion raised her constitution. So the pain in her body began to weaken, allowing her to observe her surroundings. She saw Qin Guang's focused gaze, as well as the worried expressions of her mother and younger sister. "Mom, little sister, don't worry, I'm fine," Dong Li said, forcing a smile at the corner of her mouth. At the same time, she turned her gaze to Qin Guang. Qin Guang, who was staring at the data, sensed Dong Li's gaze and nodded slightly without her needing to speak, saying, "So far, all data is normal. Your physique is steadily improving, and at this rate, you should complete your transformation in about 2 hours and officially become an evolver." Qin Guang provided an accurate response, which was calculated by the small ball based on the data changes over the past 5 minutes. Completing the awakening in 2 hours and becoming an evolver is quite fast, largely due to the physique enhancement potion. After all, as the physique strengthens, the awakening time will also shorten. Hearing Qin Guang's confident words, both Dong Li, who was awakening, and Dong Xiaomi and Bu Shuomei, who were anxiously waiting nearby, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The subsequent developments unfolded as the small ball predicted. Dong Li's condition was quite stable, and as her body continuously absorbed the physique enhancement potion, the negative states that appeared were still diminishing, making her feel increasingly relaxed. Crystals of origin were continuously delivered to Dong Li's mouth, and as these crystals were digested, the energy contained within surged toward every cell in her body, constantly transforming them, which was a change at the level of life. The most intuitive manifestation of this change was that Dong Li's physique was getting stronger and stronger. This situation continued until Dong Li finished digesting the 9th crystal. By now, she had absorbed all the physique enhancement potion and, theoretically, could consume 12 crystals. However, due to genetic reasons, 10 crystals were the human limit, and now that Dong Li had absorbed 9 crystals, she was already nearing that limit, causing her body's adverse reactions to intensify again. As she sweated profusely, her muscles began to twitch occasionally. Listening to the instructions transmitted through the Bluetooth headset, Qin Guang's expression became serious. If there was any danger in the entire awakening process, it was at this moment when she was nearing her limit. Of course, if the small ball weren't there, Qin Guang would have directly instructed Dong Li to stop consuming the origin crystals, cutting off the danger at that moment. However, with the small ball present, these dangers were controllable. Following the small ball's guidance, Qin Guang pressed a button on the side of the detection device, and instantly, a metal bracket popped out, placing a crystal of origin on top. Soon, the metal bracket retracted, and when it extended again, the crystal was still on top. However, upon closer inspection, one could see fine cutting marks on the crystal. Qin Guang carefully picked it up and placed it in his palm, and the crystal instantly divided into 10 equal parts, scattering out. "Li Jie, your body is about to reach its limit. Next, I will give you the origin crystals bit by bit, but since you are nearing your limit, the pain you endure will intensify. But you don't need to worry. The detection device is continuously monitoring your body's data. If your body can't handle it, I will stop immediately," Qin Guang explained. After Dong Li nodded, indicating she understood, he picked up one of the divided origin crystals and brought it to her lips. This action might seem somewhat intimate, but at that moment, Dong Li felt as if her entire body was on fire, accompanied by intense pain, making it impossible for her to swallow the crystal on her own. So she paid no attention to these details and opened her mouth to swallow the crystal. Next, Qin Guang only gave Dong Li one origin crystal at a time, while the small ball continuously analyzed the changes in Dong Li's body based on the detailed data detected by the device. Dong Li didn't know if it was because of her strong will or her robust physique, but after swallowing the 8th origin crystal, even though her body was unable to stand due to the severe pain and she could only lean on the support of the detection device, her gaze remained resolute. One more origin crystal, and then we can stop. She's at her limit. The small ball's voice came from the Bluetooth headset. Qin Guang nodded slightly, having no doubts about the small ball's judgment. After sending one small piece of the cut crystal into Dong Li's red lips, Qin Guang said, "Li Jie, this is the last origin crystal. The awakening ceremony is nearing its end. Soon, you will feel the benefits of becoming an evolver." Hearing this from Qin Guang, Dong Li originally wanted to show a smile, but a sharp pain hit her, distorting her smile. However, this situation didn't last long. Only about 3 minutes later, the pain and burning sensation in Dong Li's body began to rapidly diminish. This was because she had stopped swallowing origin crystals, and thus the energy was no longer transforming her body, causing all negative feelings to quickly fade away. Soon, 5 minutes passed, and Dong Li no longer felt any pain or burning sensation. However, after enduring such prolonged suffering, she was now weakly slumped over the detection device, unable to stand up. Yet, she had a feeling that something within her body was about to burst forth. This was because the cells could no longer absorb the energy, the transformation had stopped, and they began to feed back on themselves. During this process, blood chi power would emerge. At this moment, Dong Li felt a surge of power within her body, continuously rushing forth. Wherever this power flowed, the sense of weakness in her body was swept away, replaced by a feeling of strength. Once her entire body was washed over by this power, Dong Li, who had originally slumped on the detection device, instantly became full of spirit, as if her entire body was brimming with vitality. This is so amazing. Is this what it means to be an evolver? Dong Li clenched her somewhat delicate fist, feeling an illusion that she could punch through steel plates. What you are feeling is blood chi power. This is the mark of becoming an evolver. And it's also why first-tier evolvers are referred to as blood-moving realm. In this realm, what you need to do is find ways to increase your blood chi power. Of course, physique and blood chi complement each other. Enhancing your physique increases blood chi, and increased blood chi promotes the growth of your physique, Qin Guang explained. Dong Li nodded, somewhat understanding but not fully grasping it. However, she could already feel what blood chi power was. Supported by this power, she felt she could work tirelessly for 3 days and 3 nights without getting tired. "Sister, you really became an evolver. What does it feel like now?" Dong Xiaomi was the first to rush over excitedly, hugging Dong Li's beautiful figure and smilingly asking, "What does it feel like?" "It feels like I've become really strong," Dong Li said while habitually pinching Dong Xiaomi's cheek. "Ouch, that hurts. It hurts so much." Dong Xiaomi immediately dodged to her mother's side, rubbing her face while looking at Dong Li with teary eyes. Dong Li looked at her palm in astonishment. She confirmed that she had just given a gentle pinch, but Dong Xiaomi's fair face was not only red now, it even seemed a bit swollen. "You need to learn to control your strength. Becoming an evolver will significantly boost your physical qualities, such as strength, speed, and reaction time," Qin Guang said. "Of course, you might not feel much from my direct description, but you'll know once you try it yourself." He pointed to the barbell on the equipment rack nearby. This is to supplement yesterday's update. Chapter 78. Huge changes. Dong Li listened and looked in the direction Qin Guang was pointing. When she saw the huge barbell, a look of hesitation immediately appeared on her face. "Can I really lift it?" she said uncertainly. It looked very heavy, and the labeled weight of 100 pounds confirmed her thoughts. The weight of this iron lump was the same as her own body weight, and the old her would never have considered lifting something like this, because she absolutely couldn't. But at this moment, she felt an endless amount of strength after becoming an evolver, so after a slight hesitation, she stepped forward and placed her hands on the bar. Dong Li originally intended to test the weight of the barbell first to have an idea and avoid injuring herself when lifting it later. However, she didn't expect that she could lift the 100-pound barbell directly, and she did it with one hand. Watching from the side, Dong Xiaomi and Bu Shuamei's eyes widened in shock, their mouths agape. This strong contrast made it hard for them to believe. It wasn't just them. Dong Li, lifting the barbell with one hand, also felt a bit dazed. This was a 100-pound barbell. She could lift it with one hand, and it felt, well, a bit easy. Does this mean she could also lift an adult with one hand? Thinking of this, she quickly shook her head, dismissing the thought in her mind, then hurriedly put down the barbell and glanced at Qin Guang with some embarrassment. She was assessing whether her previous action was too violent. Would Qin Guang dislike her for being so rough? When Dong Li saw that Qin Guang still had a smile on his face and showed no signs of surprise or shock, the inexplicable anxiety in her heart eased a little. Wow, sister, you are amazing. Dong Xiaomi rushed over again. However, this time, after giving Dong Li a slight squeeze, she immediately let go, seeming afraid Dong Li would pinch her face again. She went over to the barbell and tried to lift it with both hands. Hey, this thing isn't as heavy as I imagined, Dong Xiaomi said in surprise. Although she didn't lift the barbell, she was able to raise it a little. It's not that the barbell isn't heavy. It's because you've taken the physical enhancement potion and your strength has increased, Qin Guang said with a smile, shaking his head. Dong Li's awakening took 2 hours, which was enough time for Dong Xiaomi to absorb a third of the potion's effects. Although she was still just a minor girl, her strength was definitely not much less than that of an adult man. Oh, I see. Then I need to become an evolver quickly, just like my sister, Dong Xiaomi said with stars in her eyes. She thought Dong Li's action of lifting the dumbbell with one hand was just too cool. All right, you're next to awaken. But we need to collect some crystal cores first, Qin Guang nodded and said. Just now, Dong Li had absorbed 99 crystal cores, and Qin Guang only had 31 left, which was not enough for the next person to awaken. The excitement on Dong Xiaomi's face instantly froze when she heard Qin Guang say this. Not just her. The excitement on Dong Li and Bu Xuanmei's faces also disappeared in an instant. They all knew where crystal cores came from. They had to be extracted from zombies. Although Qin Guang said it lightly, they understood that collecting crystal cores meant dealing with those terrifying zombies. Qin Guang, I'm sorry, I absorbed so many crystal cores. And I don't know what to say, Dong Li said, feeling a deep sense of guilt. There's nothing to be sorry about. As I said, the more crystal cores you absorb during awakening, the stronger you'll be after becoming an evolver. Only by becoming stronger can you hunt zombies more easily in the future, Qin Guang said with a smile. Dong Li absorbed 99 crystal cores during her awakening, increasing her physique by nearly 10 points, plus the 5 points from the enhancement potion, and her own 7 points, meaning her physique reached 22 points right after awakening. This immediately put her ahead of other evolvers. Moreover, Qin Guang knew that this was not just about increasing strength. The first stage of blood transformation was a stage for honing oneself. The better the foundation was polished, the easier it would be to advance later. I will help hunt zombies properly, Dong Li gritted her teeth and said. Don't be nervous, just relax. We have the base vehicle and firearms. Qin Guang smiled, knowing Dong Li's mindset hadn't adjusted yet. After taking her hunting a couple of times, she wouldn't feel this way anymore. Sure enough, when Dong Li heard Qin Guang mention the base vehicle and firearms, her expression relaxed a bit. Qin Guang opened the passage between the gym and the storage room and led Dong Li inside. The storage room was quite narrow, needing to hold food, firearms, and ammunition. But whether it was Qin Guang or Dong Li, seeing the food and firearms always made them feel the most at ease. In the apocalypse, these two items were the greatest guarantee for survival. Qin Guang picked up an automatic rifle and started to explore it. To be honest, it was his first time handling a gun, and he usually didn't have time to pay attention to this kind of knowledge. His understanding of firearms came from movies and TV shows. At that moment, Dong Xiaomi also sneaked in, looking at the automatic rifle in Qin Guang's hands with curiosity. Dingo, it seems you need to turn off the safety to shoot. Where's the safety? Dong Xiaomi asked. I don't know, Qin Guang replied. Dingo, I heard that automatic rifles can be set to single shot and burst modes. How do you adjust it? Dong Xiaomi asked. I don't know, Qin Guang replied. Dingo, why can't I pull out the magazine? Where should I press? Dong Xiaomi inquired. In the end, Dong Xiaomi was chased out by Dong Li, and Qin Guang let out a sigh of relief and began to study the automatic rifle. At that moment, Dong Li carefully noticed the manual beneath the firearm and immediately took it out and handed it to Qin Guang. Qin Guang's eyes lit up as he opened the manual. Skipping through the series of parameters and maintenance instructions, flipping to the structure and usage instructions of the firearm. After studying for a while, he removed the magazine and had Dong Li help him load the bullets one by one, while also filling the spare magazine. He then found a silencer among the firearm accessories and attached it according to the manual, then added a holographic sight. Well, if you don't count firearm maintenance, it's actually quite simple. With everything prepared, the next step was to find zombies for practice. Second update. Chapter 79. The electromagnetic storm is back. Qin Guang. The zombies are especially crazy at night. Is it really okay for us to hunt zombies now? Dong Li asked nervously as she sat in the passenger seat. Watching the city edge draw closer, and listening to the sounds of growls coming from all around. We have the base vehicle to hunt zombies. It doesn't matter whether it's day or night. I know this is your first time hunting zombies, and you might feel a bit nervous. But after trying a few times, you'll get used to it, Qin Guang said with a relaxed tone and a smile. Although only 2 days have passed since the apocalypse began, after experiencing several major crises, Qin Guang can truly remain unfazed when facing ordinary zombies. Well, at least while sitting inside the base vehicle, it is indeed the case. Looking at Qin Guang's confident profile and touching the automatic rifle beside her, Dongli felt her previously tense emotions quickly settle down. At the same time, her thoughts were somewhat scattered. She really didn't expect Qin Guang to hand her an automatic rifle. She knew how important a gun was in this zombie-infested world, yet Qin Guang just gave it to her. Although she also knew that Qin Guang had 3 automatic rifles, this gift was truly precious to her. As she thought about it, a slight blush appeared on Dong Li's fair face. Suddenly, she felt the vehicle slow down. Qin Guang pressed a button on the control panel, and a metallic cube emitting a soft blue glow appeared above them. What's wrong? Seeing Qin Guang's reaction, Dong Li instantly became nervous. The electromagnetic storm is coming again. Qin Guang repeated the little ball's warning, his voice somewhat low. His gaze turned to the distance. He had already experienced the power of the electromagnetic storm last night. And this thing was definitely a blow to the military, not unlike a zombie tide. Thinking of the engineers at the Guolian city camp who were working overtime to repair equipment, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This electromagnetic storm is not just a one-time occurrence. It happens every day, and he could only hope that the military could come up with a good solution. He couldn't help with anything. As for the device above that shields against electromagnetic storms, not to mention he didn't have the blueprints. Even if he did and handed it to the country, it couldn't be made with current technology. Even the industrial-grade molecular assembler in his hands couldn't do it. Unless he could get a military-grade molecular assembler. But that thing is a restricted item even for the Atlantis civilization. Sitting in the passenger seat, Dong Li was momentarily stunned when she heard Qin Guang mention the electromagnetic storm, but she quickly recalled what had happened last night. Staying at home last night. After a terrifying ringing in her ears and the surrounding scenery warping, all electronic devices in the house, including her phone, were completely destroyed. Dong Li certainly understood how terrifying this was for modern society. She originally thought it was just a one-time event last night, but it actually happened again today. Moreover, recalling the news she had gathered in the camp that all communication devices had lost contact, a horrifying thought suddenly appeared in her mind. However, Dong Li quickly forced herself not to dwell on these matters and forcibly shifted her attention to what was in front of her. Looking through the car window, she could vaguely see that the surrounding space seemed to be warping. Even not far down the road, a vehicle turning into a field emitted creaking sounds from its windows, as if it would shatter at any moment. Seeing this scene, Dong Li's body couldn't help but tense up. Remembering the intense pain from last night, she shivered. However, after waiting for a moment, until the warped feeling around them disappeared, her body showed no signs of discomfort. She turned around and looked through the passage at her sister and mother in the lounge, finding them sitting safely on the sofa. Dong Li thoughtfully glanced at the glowing blue cube above her head, her expression revealing a hint of contemplation. However, she didn't ask anything. She had already made up her mind that no matter how bizarre things got in this base vehicle, she wouldn't think about it or ask. But Dong Li soon noticed something was off, and the strange feeling wasn't inside the vehicle, but outside. The roar of zombies from the distant residential building grew louder, and there was a hint of excitement in their voices. Qin Guang, those zombies seem a bit off, Dong Li whispered. They should be affected by the electromagnetic storm. Becoming more frenzied, Qin Guang nodded in response. Zombies can absorb many forms of energy, including electromagnetic storms, and according to the little ball's description, this electromagnetic storm even promotes the evolution of zombies. The electromagnetic storm now appearing might have some impact on the upcoming hunting operation, but for Qin Guang, who had the base vehicle, the impact was minimal. Seeing Qin Guang's expression still calm, Dong Li knew he was aware of the situation, and she felt reassured. Soon, the base vehicle approached the suburban residential buildings along the road. Perhaps due to being in the suburbs, these buildings were not very tall, generally 2 or 3 stories high. And 4-story buildings were rare, most of them rather old. Of course, a more important point was that the spacing between them was relatively large. Unlike in the city where every house seemed to be crammed together, this directly resulted in a small number of residents, meaning there were also not many zombies. Such a place was quite good for Qin Guang. After all, no matter how much he stirred things up, the nearby zombies were limited and posed little fundamental threat to him. Are there zombies ahead? Do you want me to shoot? Dong Li picked up the automatic rifle beside her and took a deep breath before speaking. With a gun in hand and being able to shoot from inside the base vehicle, there was nothing to fear from zombies. No need. Qin Guang shook his head. I don't intend to hunt zombies here. Although it's not difficult to kill them with a gun, collecting crystal cores on the ground here would be risky. Dong Li immediately understood. You mean to lure the zombies here to a relatively safe place and then hunt them all down? That way, we can safely get out to collect the crystal cores. Yes, but I think harvest would be a more appropriate term. Qin Guang joked with a smile, then pressed the gas pedal, heading straight for a few zombies wandering on the road. The third update is here. Please vote for recommendations. Chapter 80. Attracting Zombies. Bang. 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 The sound of continuous collisions rang out as the three zombies that had just rushed forward were instantly knocked away. However, at this time, Qin Guang controlled the vehicle's speed, only going a little over 70 kilometers per hour, so even if the zombies were knocked away, their injuries were not too severe. Of course, even if their injuries weren't serious, they would still be affected, slowing down their movements, which was undoubtedly advantageous for Qin Guang's subsequent actions. Bang, bang, bang. As he crashed through, the zombies' roars and the sounds of impact quickly drew out some zombies from alleys, rushing toward the base vehicle one after another. However, what awaited them was nothing but ruthless crushing. These zombies, after being knocked away, most could quickly get back up and chase after them. Of course, Qin Guang couldn't guarantee that all the zombies would sustain the same level of injury from the collisions, so some zombies easily got back up, while others struggled greatly. Even if they managed to stand, they were limping and clearly unable to keep up with the base vehicle. However, Qin Guang didn't care about those zombies that couldn't keep up. He just needed to attract a group of them. Count how many zombies are chasing us. Seeing that Dong Li was nervously looking around, Qin Guang directly assigned her a task to distract her. Oh, okay. Dong Li immediately forced herself to focus and began counting through the rearview mirror. However, due to the angle, she couldn't see a large number of zombies. Qin Guang, it seems there are people on that building, Dong Li suddenly said while adjusting her viewing angle. Qin Guang glanced in that direction and found a man peering out from the second-floor window of that building. Clearly, he had been drawn out by the sound of the base vehicle. After a brief moment of daze, the man's face lit up with ecstatic joy, and then he turned to leave. When he returned to the window, he was holding a sign that had 3 large uppercase letters written on it in red ink. Looking at the distressing letters asking for help and the anxious expression on the man's face, Dong Li showed a hint of reluctance. Qin Guang, should we help him? We can't help him. Qin Guang shook his head. He observed Dong Li's expression and added, saving people is the army's job. What you should consider is how to survive if you encounter danger again, like when facing a flock of bird zombies, and how to protect your sister and mother. Hearing this, Dong Li's heart suddenly tightened, and she cast an apologetic glance at Qin Guang. Indeed, she couldn't even guarantee her own safety and that of her family. So how could she have the ability to help others? After witnessing the horror of the bird zombie horde that morning, she understood that even with the base vehicle, they were not absolutely safe. Qin Guang, do you think he can survive? Dong Li pondered for a moment, but couldn't help but ask. As long as he doesn't do anything reckless and hides well at home, he should be able to survive. You've seen the efficiency of the Army's rescue. Even though this is the suburbs, the rescue team will reach here in 2 days at most. In such a short time, even if he doesn't have food stored at home, he shouldn't starve. Qin Guang replied. Dong Li nodded, and at that moment, the base vehicle also arrived near the house along the road. Dong Li thought Qin Guang would drive straight past, but unexpectedly, he pressed the microphone button and said, survivors in the vicinity, listen up. The army is coming to rescue you and will arrive here in 2 days, so please wait patiently and do not leave your homes. Qin Guang's voice was transmitted far and wide through the vehicle's loudspeakers, likely reaching survivors in several nearby blocks. I thought you really wouldn't care? Dong Li said, her eyes curving into a smile that she couldn't hide. Qin Guang didn't reply, just shrugged. The base vehicle continued to push through the zombies, driving past and drawing away most of them, leaving behind only those that were injured and unable to move. This undoubtedly provided greater safety for the survivors who remained here and had not been rescued. Driving the base vehicle, Qin Guang made a loop around several nearby blocks along the main road. During the loop, he activated the loudspeaker again and repeated his previous words 3 times so that more survivors could hear. In this process, the little ball discovered 5 more locations with survivors. And it was believed that there were definitely more survivors who had not been found. These people needed hope in adversity. And Qin Guang's words undoubtedly gave them hope for survival. There are over 50 zombies now, Dong Li reported. This was still the case with many injured zombies that couldn't keep up. Otherwise, the number of zombies chasing them would definitely have exceeded 100. All right, let us head back. Qin Guang nodded. From the little ball, he received more accurate information. The number of zombies following them had reached 58. Killing this batch of zombies would be enough for their awakening needs. Soon, driving the base vehicle, Qin Guang began to return along the road. If they wanted to find a safe place to collect crystal cores, the spot they had just stopped at was undoubtedly an excellent choice. Previously, based on the little ball's detection of the area around the base vehicle, they had stayed there for more than 2 hours without encountering a single large zombie. Only some insect-type zombies had appeared, which posed no threat to them at all. Before long, the base vehicle returned to the previously stopped location. During this process, 3 more zombies had fallen behind, leaving only 55 zombies that had followed them here, but that was still enough. Are we starting to hunt zombies now? Dong Li asked as she saw Qin Guang stop the vehicle. Yes, but not here. Let us go to the back. Qin Guang said as he left the driver's seat and walked to the back. Although Dong Li didn't quite understand Qin Guang's intention, she quickly followed him. You two stay here, Qin Guang said to Dong Xiaomei and Bu Xuemei as he passed the lounge. After entering the gym, he immediately closed the passage. In the storage room, Qin Guang put on his combat suit while explaining to Dong Li. If we had fired a gun from the driver's side, the shooting angle would have been restricted by the car window, but here at 1TB. He added, and don't open the passage to the lounge. This is not a military base, and there's insecticide spray here 24/7. Your sister and mother are not evolved. And if zombie mosquitoes come in while we are hunting zombies and bite them, it would be troublesome. Chapter 81. Harvesting zombies. After hearing Qin Guang's explanation, a hint of fear appeared on Dong Li's face. She hadn't thought about the mutated mosquitoes at all. If they really flew in during a battle with zombies, the consequences would be unimaginable. While Dong Li was contemplating these matters, Qin Guang had already put on his combat suit. As for Dong Li, being an evolved, she was not afraid of the 9 virus. Even if she was bitten by mutated mosquitoes, it wouldn't matter. All right, stop daydreaming. It's starting, Qin Guang said and gently pressed against the wall of the vehicle. At this moment, the base vehicle was surrounded by over 50 zombies, all of whom were frantically banging on the vehicle. However, these blows posed little harm to the base vehicle, at least for the short term. As Qin Guang pressed against the wall, a shooting port measuring 1 meter long and 10 centimeters high suddenly opened in the wall, and the zombies that had been banging on the wall immediately reached their arms inside. This sudden scene startled Dong Li, leaving her unsure of what to do. Qin Guang glanced at Dong Li but didn't say anything. He picked up the automatic rifle, switched it to burst mode, and pressed the muzzle directly against the head of one of the zombies, pulling the trigger. Bang! The silencer was quite effective. Only a faint sound was heard, and the zombie that tried to reach and had its head pierced by the bullet and fell straight down. Qin Guang paused briefly to feel the recoil from the automatic rifle before aiming at another zombie. Bang! Just like that, one zombie after another fell to the ground. To be honest, shooting like this posed no difficulty at all. He was practically pressing the muzzle against the zombies' heads, making it impossible to miss. Even the zombies that were further away were no more than 3 meters, allowing Qin Guang, a novice who had just picked up a gun, to achieve an almost perfect shooting record. At this moment, seeing Qin Guang effortlessly shooting down zombies, Dong Li, who had been startled, suddenly felt that these zombies were not so terrifying after all. Taking a deep breath, she walked to another shooting port, raised the automatic rifle, disengaged the safety, switched to burst mode, and followed Qin Guang's example by pressing the muzzle against the zombie's head and pulling the trigger. Bang! A faint gunshot rang out, and then she watched as the grotesque-faced zombie slowly collapsed. At that moment, Dong Li felt a complex mix of emotions: nausea, panic, and a hint of relief. Facing the zombies, it was either you die or I die. At that moment, it felt as if Dong Li had unlocked a mental barrier and finally dared to confront the zombies. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire rang out continuously, as the zombies were quickly shot down by the two. This method of hunting zombies was simply not difficult at all. Moreover, after the zombies died, their bodies would attract more of their kind. So Qin Guang and Dong Li didn't even need to move positions. The corpses on the ground would draw the zombies from the other side of the base vehicle over, allowing them to pick them off one by one. The 55 zombies that had surrounded the base vehicle had all fallen to the ground in less than 3 minutes. Their bodies piled up together, nearly blocking the shooting port. "How are you doing?" After the last zombie was shot, Qin Guang looked at Dong Li and asked with concern. He knew that killing zombies for the first time would likely leave some psychological scars, as he had experienced that himself when he first ran over a zombie with the vehicle yesterday. "I'm fine." Dong Li took a deep breath and forced a smile. Qin Guang observed her face and, confirming that she seemed to be in good spirits, took a dagger out of the equipment box and handed it to her. "Then let's go out together and collect the essence crystals." Dong Li accepted the dagger, nodded, and followed Qin Guang as he opened a door on the side of the vehicle and stepped outside. The process of collecting essence crystals can be a bit bloody. "If you're not used to it, just keep watch for me," Qin Guang said. "I don't want to be a burden to you." Dong Li tightened her grip on the dagger, her tone firm. Qin Guang said nothing, walked over to a pile of zombie corpses, pulled one out, and plunged the dagger into its skull. Instantly, black blood gushed out from the zombie's body. Seeing this, Dong Li felt her stomach churn, almost overwhelming her with nausea. Yet, she forced herself to endure, even keeping her eyes fixed on Qin Guang's actions without blinking. Soon, Qin Guang skillfully cut open the zombie's flesh and found a pristine essence crystal inside. "Why is there such a beautiful thing inside a zombie?" Dong Li murmured to herself, gazing at the crystal that sparkled under the starlight. "Who knows? Maybe it's a case of opposites attracting." Qin Guang shrugged and said, "Do you want to give it a try? Zombies consume their own kind, and these corpses will soon attract other zombies. We need to quickly extract the essence crystals and leave here." Dong Li hadn't expected that these zombies would eat their own kind. No wonder Qin Guang chose such a place to hunt zombies. She quickly crouched down and picked another zombie, mimicking Qin Guang's earlier movements, stabbing the dagger in and starting to search for the essence crystal. However, when she saw the dark blood splatter out, she felt her stomach churn again. If she hadn't bitten her tongue at a critical moment to distract herself with pain, she would have surely vomited. "Do you know why these zombies eat their own kind?" Qin Guang noticed Dong Li's reaction and quickly threw out a question to help her shift her focus. "Why?" Dong Li's attention was indeed diverted. "Doesn't it seem like raising a kind of poison? The strong zombies eat the weak ones, and in the end, the ones that emerge are definitely the strongest." Qin Guang said, "Raising poison? Then who is the master of the poison?" Dong Li followed Qin Guang's line of thought and asked. However, Qin Guang only smiled and did not answer, causing Dong Li to shiver suddenly. If Qin Guang's hypothesis held true, then everything was indeed terrifying. Dong Li forced herself not to think along those lines, and soon she posed another question. Since zombies consume their own kind, do they also fight among themselves like the poison insects, leading to their own destruction? Generally speaking, zombies do not kill each other. Of course, if that day ever comes, it might be because their food source, us, has been eaten up, and they have no choice but to do so, Qin Guang said lightly. But his words sent a chill down Dong Li's spine. After finishing a few zombies and collecting essence crystals, Dong Li gradually adapted, even speeding up her collection. One couldn't deny that Dong Li's character was indeed quite resilient. If it were any other woman, she probably wouldn't even dare to try, let alone adapt so quickly. "Speed up. Other zombies will probably arrive soon," Qin Guang said solemnly. Dong Li nodded and quickened her movements. Soon, 10 minutes had passed, and Qin Guang could faintly hear the distant roars. Clearly, the smell of blood had attracted zombies from afar. "Qin Guang," Dong Li called out nervously. "It's fine. The vehicle is right there. Just retreat back," Qin Guang replied, patting the wall of the vehicle, and a door opened quickly. Seeing the door so close, Dong Li felt a wave of relief wash over her. She focused on collecting the essence crystals from the zombies, trying to block out the external situation. "Your ability to handle pressure is quite good." Qin Guang couldn't help but nod. Many of the things he worried about were not present in Dong Li. He even thought that if a different man were here, he might not perform better than Dong Li. Time passed second by second. Qin Guang's movements became increasingly swift, able to precisely slice open the back of the zombie's skulls and quickly reach in to find the essence crystals. The entire process had gone from over a minute at first to now just over 10 seconds. "Let's go back to the vehicle." When there were only 3 zombies left on the ground, Qin Guang suddenly said, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Dong Li had just cut open a zombie's head and was about to obtain the essence crystal, but upon hearing Qin Guang's words, she immediately abandoned the easily accessible crystal and followed him back to the vehicle without hesitation. Just before the door to the vehicle closed completely, Dong Li caught a glimpse through the crack of a rushing zombie, only about 30 meters away from the base vehicle. At the speed of the zombie, it could reach them in just 2 or 3 seconds. Good thing you noticed in time. Dong Li pressed her hand against her chest, feeling her heart racing. To this, Qin Guang just smiled and remained silent. In such an open area, everything within a 3-kilometer radius was under the absolute surveillance of the small ball. Not to mention such a large zombie approaching, even if countless zombies or mosquitoes flew by them. The small ball could clearly count them using the cameras on the base vehicle. That's insecticide spray. We'll each spray our side, Qin Guang said. Handing a bottle of insecticide spray to Dong Li immediately understood, whether through the recently opened shooting port or by opening the door to go outside. There was a chance mutated mosquitoes could fly in. Of course, they could observe carefully, but given the urgency of the situation, using insecticide spray was undoubtedly quicker and more reliable. Their movements were swift. In just over 10 seconds, the insecticide spray had nearly filled the gym and storage room. Qin Guang waited a moment, and when the small ball reported through his Bluetooth headset that the mutated mosquito that had just flown in was dead, he immediately activated the air circulation system to disperse the smell. After completing all this, he opened the passageway to the lounge. "Sister, Qin Gu, it's great that you two are okay," Dong Xiaomi exclaimed in relief upon seeing the two enter. The tension on Bu Shuamei's face also eased. To be honest, although the two of them were just in the base vehicle, the sounds of zombies banging on the vehicle walls and the gunfire from behind made them feel terrified. When all the noises ceased, but Qin Guang and Dong Li did not come back, their worries escalated to a new level. If it weren't for Qin Guang telling them at the beginning to stay in the lounge and not go out, Dong Xiaomi would probably have been unable to resist and gone to check the situation. Of course, if Dong Xiaomi had really done that, she would have despairingly found that she couldn't even get out of the lounge. "Sister, did you collect the crystal cores?" After confirming that Dong Li was okay, Dong Xiaomi couldn't wait to ask. All she could think about now was how powerful she would be after becoming an evolved being. Dong Li nodded and reached into her pocket, pulling out a handful of crystal cores. There were as many as 18. Seeing so many crystal cores, Dong Xiaomi's eyes immediately lit up. At that moment, Qin Guang also reached into his pocket, and he pulled out an even larger number of crystal cores, 34 in total. Under Dong Xiaomi's astonished and admiring gaze, he walked toward the driver's cabin. The priority now was not to count the loot, but to leave this place quickly. He didn't know how many zombies would be attracted by the pile of zombie bodies outside. If they didn't leave soon, they could easily fall into danger. The engine started, and with a press of the accelerator, the base vehicle sped away. The few zombies that had arrived first watched the base vehicle leave, and, after a moment of hesitation, chose to give up the chase and return to feast on their fallen companions. With the intelligence of these zombies, they would obviously choose the latter over a moving metal lump. Qin Guang didn't drive the base vehicle far. He stopped after traveling about 3 kilometers. At this distance, the small ball could still use its camera to monitor the zombie horde from afar. If the number of zombies attracted was large, this 3-kilometer buffer would allow Qin Guang to easily drive the base vehicle away. But if the number of approaching zombies was small, he wouldn't mind making a return trip for the kill because more crystal cores were always better. "Have we escaped danger?" At this moment, Dong Li arrived at the driver's cabin and asked. She was holding a delicate bag containing the crystal cores she had cleaned. "You check it out," she said. Qin Guang took the bag, glanced inside, and then set it aside. There was no immediate danger. Additionally, based on my observations, the number of zombies coming this way shouldn't be too many. So far, there are only about 30, and even counting the ones that come later, it should only be around 100. You go and fill the magazines with bullets and take another look. If the number of zombies isn't too high and there are no mutated ones, we have no reason to refuse these crystal cores that have come to us. Chapter 83. A return trip. Upon hearing this, Dong Li was momentarily stunned. To be honest, collecting 52 crystal cores was already an enormous haul for her. But she didn't expect Qin Guang to dare to target the subsequent zombies. However, Dong Li didn't say anything. She nodded and went to follow Qin Guang's instructions to load the magazines. TSK. I thought she was just a pretty face. But it turns out she can be quite helpful. The teasing voice of the small ball came through the Bluetooth headset, and its main body, embedded in the workbench, displayed a grinning expression. Qin Guang agreed with the small ball's words. Dong Li's performance indeed exceeded his expectations. But he didn't respond, and instead focused intently on the monitoring screen. He had a rough understanding of the ball's personality if he engaged it in conversation. He didn't know what inappropriate comments it might make. Seeing that Qin Guang ignored it, the small ball wasn't surprised and threw out another question. Who do you think is better as a girlfriend, Dong Li or Lan Mingyu? Upon hearing this question, Qin Guang felt his heart rate spike. But after glancing at the small ball, he still didn't respond. I think only kids make choices. Adults, of course, want both. The small ball's somewhat cheeky voice came again through the Bluetooth headset. Smack. Qin Guang slapped the small ball, saying, "Do what you're supposed to do and stop talking nonsense." Perhaps knowing that continuing to speak might provoke Qin Guang. The small ball stopped and focused on adjusting the vehicle's cameras to monitor the distant zombie horde, synchronizing the footage to the screen. At this point, the number of approaching zombies had exceeded 30. They were all on the ground, happily devouring their companions' bodies. What surprised Qin Guang was that these zombies could eat their companions' bodies without any hesitation. Logically, they should be extremely cold-blooded. However, in the face of living zombies, even if two zombies were competing for the same piece of meat, they showed no intention of fighting. When one side finished eating the meat chunk, the other zombie would continue searching for other food. What a troublesome species. Qin Guang sighed softly. If what Dong Li said was true, that zombies would turn against each other, that would be great. TSK. Are you getting a bit carried away after killing a few zombies? When it comes to zombies, even our Atlantis civilization wouldn't dare to simply describe them as troublesome. At the very least, they should be considered tricky. The small ball's voice rang out again through the Bluetooth headset. However, this time Qin Guang didn't refute it. Instead, he nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, just now, killing zombies was too easy, which gave him the illusion that zombies were easy to deal with. Recalling the mutated zombies he encountered in Linhai City, the giant zombie eagle he killed today, and the zombie snakes on the way to Guanglian City, Qin Guang silently reminded himself never to let his guard down. Soon, 5 minutes passed, and Dong Li returned with 2 cleaned automatic rifles, along with 2 fully loaded spare magazines. The magazines are filled. Are we really going to take action? Dong Li handed the automatic rifle to Qin Guang and asked, "Let us wait a bit longer. The number of zombies gathered is 83. But zombies have a limited sense of smell, and there aren't many nearby. The ones that should come have probably already come. If no mutated zombies appear, we should be able to act," Qin Guang said. Okay. Dong Li had no objections to Qin Guang's arrangement. By the way, you just need to help shoot the zombies. There's no need to go down to collect the crystal cores. Qin Guang thought for a moment and said, "Why?" Dong Li asked, somewhat surprised. Because there are still quite a few zombie insects and some small zombie animals attracted here. There are zombie cockroaches, zombie ants, zombie rats, zombie lizards, and even zombie snakes. I have combat gear. They can't bite through it, so I can ignore them. But if you go down with me, you'll probably suffer," Qin Guang explained. He had no interest in those little things, as guns wouldn't be very effective against them, and due to their size, the crystal cores inside them were pitifully small. "But I still want to go down with you. It would be a good chance to practice," Dong Li said earnestly. Since Dong Li wasn't yet brave enough to engage in close combat with regular zombies, practicing on zombie rats, zombie lizards, or zombie snakes would be quite good. After pondering for a moment, Qin Guang nodded. Dong Li was already an evolved being, and even if she got bitten, she wouldn't be infected by the virus. The two then stopped talking and quietly watched the monitoring footage of the zombie horde. Soon, 10 minutes passed, and a total of 112 zombies were attracted, among which there were 3 mutated dogs that needed to be noted. After confirming that no more zombies would come, at least not in large numbers, Qin Guang drove the base vehicle back quickly. The bodies of the zombies on the ground had already been mostly eaten. If they didn't hurry, these zombies would scatter after finishing their meal. This batch of zombies that had received rich food would greatly accelerate their evolution speed in the coming days. If Qin Guang did nothing, a few of them might quickly rise and even become mutated zombies, thus threatening the safety of the human survivor base. Of course, these were very low probability events, but since he could stop it, Qin Guang didn't mind being an unsung hero. As the base vehicle approached, it quickly attracted the attention of these well-fed zombies. The following events unfolded just like before. The base vehicle was surrounded again, and Qin Guang once more took Dong Li to the back of the vehicle to start killing the encroaching zombies. To be honest, with firearms in hand and the powerful defense of the base vehicle, hunting zombies was incredibly easy. One by one, the zombies fell to the ground, and in just 5 minutes, all 112 zombies were shot dead. The only hiccup during this process was the overwhelming number of mutated mosquitoes gathered here. While they were shooting, many mutated mosquitoes crawled in through the shooting ports. Of course, these were relatively easy to deal with. A bottle of insecticide spray was enough. But 2 mutated rats and a mutated snake also managed to slip inside. Fortunately, Qin Guang was quick and swiftly dealt with them using his dagger. Otherwise, while these creatures might not pose much of a threat to the members inside the vehicle, Qin Guang didn't want to make a mess inside, especially with the blood they sprayed, which would be a hassle to clean up. Chapter 84. Huge gains after killing the zombies outside. Qin Guang closed the shooting ports and then, with Dong Li, sprayed insecticide all over the gym inside and out. This time, a considerable number of mosquitoes had flown in, and Qin Guang didn't dare to be careless. After spraying, the two took out bullets and began loading magazines. Although the magazine capacity of the automatic rifle was 30 rounds. With spare magazines, after killing over 100 zombies, there were hardly any bullets left in their magazines. This was still under the condition that they hadn't missed any shots. Otherwise, with one gun and a spare magazine totaling 60 rounds, it wouldn't have been enough. It took 3 minutes for both of them to fill the magazines. And then they strapped the automatic rifles to their backs and took out their daggers as they exited the base vehicle from the other side. Be careful. Try not to get bitten, Qin Guang instructed. Although Dong Li was no longer afraid of being infected by the 9 virus. The real terror of these animals after becoming zombies was their increasingly powerful bodies. Even a zombie rat, if bitten, might tear off a large chunk of flesh. Dong Li nodded seriously, gripping her dagger tighter. Soon, the two exited the vehicle and circled around to the side of the zombie bodies, but before they could get close, 3 zombie rats charged at them. Compared to their own kind's corpses, these zombie animals preferred fresh blood and flesh, so as soon as Qin Guang and Dong Li appeared, they instantly became the primary targets for attack. With a swipe of his dagger, Qin Guang cut one of the charging zombie rats in half at the waist. After taking a bottle of physical enhancement potion, his speed and reaction ability had nearly doubled compared to before, making it easy to deal with the zombie rats. After killing one, he wasted no time and kicked another zombie rat directly over 50 meters away. The third zombie rat targeted Dong Li. But Qin Guang had no intention of helping her. If she couldn't handle these zombie rats, how would she face other zombies in the future? Dong Li didn't disappoint Qin Guang. She swung her dagger repeatedly. At first, she might not have been familiar with the changes in her body, missing several times. However, as an evolved being with a physique of 22 points, her speed and strength were more than 3 times that of an ordinary person, even faster than Qin Guang. After slightly adjusting her attack rhythm, she directly pinned the zombie rat to the ground with her dagger. Nice. Qin Guang gave her a thumbs up and took a couple of steps forward to focus on collecting the crystal cores. His first target wasn't an ordinary zombie, but the 3 zombie dogs. These zombie dogs were almost double the size of typical dogs, resembling small calves. Their claws and fangs were exceptionally fierce. However, what caught Qin Guang's attention the most were the blood holes on their heads. Normally, with the power of the automatic rifle, a single shot could pierce through a zombie's head, but these zombie dogs only had a blood hole at the front of their forehead, with the bullet not exiting from the back. Qin Guang used his dagger to cut open the head of the zombie dog along the bullet hole. Discovering that the bullet had only penetrated less than 3 centimeters after shattering the skull, likely losing all its kinetic energy after piercing the skull. While this was enough to kill the zombie dog, it also highlighted the fact that the zombie dog's defense was formidable. It was important to note that this was only a first-tier zombie dog. If it evolved into a second tier, would its defense become so terrifying that it could withstand bullets? Qin Guang shook his head, no longer thinking about these things, and began to dissect the body with focus. Meanwhile, Dong Li stood guard nearby, fending off various small zombie animals rushing from all directions. The most numerous were still the zombie mosquitoes, but dealing with them required only a bottle of insecticide spray. Therefore, there weren't many zombies that truly required Dong Li to intervene. After several encounters, Dong Li seemed to be adapting more and more to her current body, and combined with her physique, she could easily crush these small animals. In this way, with Dong Li's help, Qin Guang collected the crystal cores quickly without being disturbed by these zombie animals. However, even so, with only one person, the speed couldn't be too fast. It took nearly 20 minutes to collect all the crystal cores from the 112 zombie bodies. Fortunately, most of the zombies that could come had already been attracted, so after 20 minutes, no other zombies arrived. All right, let's head back, Qin Guang said to Dong Li beside him. At the same time, His gaze fell on her ankle, which had a thumb-sized wound from being bitten by a zombie chameleon during the previous battle. The chameleon had enhanced its camouflage ability after becoming a zombie, and especially in the darkness, Dong Li hadn't noticed it until she was bitten. Fortunately, the attack power of these creatures wasn't too high. It was just a broken skin, not serious enough to cause significant injury. With the recovery ability of an evolved being, applying some ointment would likely have it healed by tomorrow, not affecting her movements. Soon, the two returned to the base vehicle, and when Dong Xiaomi and Bu Shuomei saw the wound on Dong Li's ankle, they were both concerned and worried. However, this time Qin Guang had no intention of offering any words of comfort. He knew that if they were really to fight zombies in the future, these injuries might become the norm, and they could even get worse. To survive in this apocalyptic environment, the first thing to learn was to adapt. Soon, he got the medicine, disinfected Dong Li's leg, applied ointment, and finally put on a specially made extra-large band-aid. You guys go clean up the corpses of those zombie mosquitoes in the gym. I'll drive away from here first, and later find a safe place to let Dong Xiaomi awaken. After giving his instructions, Qin Guang returned to the driver's seat, started the engine, and drove away. As for the zombie corpses left behind, they would become a feast for those zombie mosquitoes, which would likely be devoured within a few hours. Qin Guang did not drive far, stopping about 5 kilometers away. After a night of chaos, it was now 9 p.m., and he still needed to help Dong Xiaomi and Bu Shuomei awaken. By the time he finished, it would probably be early morning. Tonight, he also planned to swallow a bottle of body enhancement potion, so time was quite tight. Chapter 85. Awakening. When Qin Guang returned to the lounge, Dong Li and the others had already cleaned the base vehicle. All the corpses of the zombie mosquitoes had been removed and wrapped in plastic bags placed in the trash can. On the table lay a pile of cleaned elemental crystals, a total of 112 pieces that Qin Guang had just collected from the zombies. Adding the previous 52 pieces and the 3 that were left, he now had a total of 167 elemental crystals. Such a large number of crystals was enough for Qin Guang to use. Xiaomi, it's your turn to awaken and become an evolver, Qin Guang said as he put away the pile of crystals and waved at Dong Xiaomi. Okay. Dong Xiaomi nodded and followed him, but she seemed a bit quieter than usual. What's wrong? Qin Guang immediately sensed something was off and quietly asked Dong Li. However, Dong Li shook her head, saying, she's been like this since she saw the injury on my leg. I don't know the exact reason. Brother Qin, do you mean we will have to live like this from now on? Always fighting with zombies? At this moment, Dong Xiaomi suddenly asked. Her eyes filled with a glimmer of hope. Seeing Dong Xiaomi's expression, Qin Guang could roughly guess her thoughts. He could easily fabricate a comforting answer, but reality was often cruel. Ultimately, Qin Guang sighed lightly and nodded. Yes, we'll have to live like this from now on. Then will my sister still get hurt in the future? Dong Xiaomi's voice trembled slightly. It's not just Dong Li. You, I, and your mother could all get hurt. Or even die, Qin Guang answered with a harsh truth. Dong Li opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but was interrupted by Qin Guang raising his hand. If you don't want to get hurt in the future, and you don't want your family and friends to get hurt, then the only thing you can do is to make yourself stronger, strong enough that no zombie can harm you, strong enough to protect anyone. Otherwise, you might spend your life in sorrow and torment. After delivering this cold statement, Qin Guang entered the gym first. In this apocalypse, no one could escape, even without zombies. The Tadar civilization would not spare them. Being weak was the original sin. So rather than telling a comforting lie, it was better to let Dong Xiaomi face the reality sooner. He waited in the gym for a full 10 minutes before Dong Xiaomi finally entered with the company of Dong Li and Bu Shuomei. Qin Guang noticed that Dong Xiaomi's eyes were slightly red and swollen, clearly indicating she had just cried, but her gaze had become resolute. Seeing this determination, a smile involuntarily appeared on Qin Guang's face. Get ready and step up. He pointed to the testing device. Dong Xiaomi nodded and stepped up. As the device powered on, her physique quickly displayed 65 points. This physique was slightly low, but considering that Dong Xiaomi was only 16 years old and still a minor, it was considered normal. Once you're ready, you can swallow the elemental crystal. This process might be a bit painful, but you have to hold on. The more elemental crystals you swallow, the stronger you'll be after awakening as an evolver, Qin Guang said as he handed her an elemental crystal. Dong Xiaomi nodded, directly tossing the crystal into her mouth and swallowing it. Instantly, sweat began to bead on her forehead, and her skin turned slightly red. Seeing this, Dong Li's expression immediately tensed up. Having just gone through awakening, She knew how painful this process could be. However, she was soon surprised to find that Dong Xiaomi only felt discomfort at the beginning, but quickly regained her calm. Aside from the sweat, she seemed to be handling it quite well, not at all like before when she was in agony and her body was convulsing. This is the effect of the body enhancement potion. Qin Guang seemed to read Dong Li's surprise and explained. Body enhancement potion? Dong Li asked, somewhat confused. Yes. During the awakening process, the better your physique, the less pain you'll suffer. You just swallowed the body enhancement potion and then immediately began awakening. The potion's effects hadn't fully kicked in yet, which is why it was painful at first. However, the elemental crystals will speed up the digestion of the potion, which is why it gradually became easier for you, Qin Guang clarified. Dong Li nodded, somewhat understanding, but still had questions. Then why was I in so much pain at the end? That's because you approached the human body's limits, and that can only be endured through willpower, Qin Guang said. Dong Li's heart tightened again upon hearing this, as she knew that the final part was the most painful, but there was nothing she could do to help. Qin Guang glanced at Dong Li. What he didn't say was that if nothing unexpected happened, the number of elemental crystals Dong Xiaomi could absorb would likely be less than Dong Li's. This had nothing to do with willpower. It was mainly because Dong Li's initial physique was higher than Dong Xiaomi's, so the number of elemental crystals her body could ultimately withstand would naturally be more. The outcome was as Qin Guang had imagined. An hour and a half later, Dong Xiaomi had absorbed 9 elemental crystals and began the final limit sprint. The reaction her body endured was even more intense than Dong Li's. At one point, Qin Guang thought she would give up soon, but unexpectedly, this underage girl managed to grit her teeth and push through to her body's limit. In the end, she absorbed 97 elemental crystals, just 2 fewer than Dong Li. Dong Xiaomi's initial physique was 65 points. The body enhancement potion helped her increase it by 5 points, and after absorbing 97 elemental crystals during awakening, her final physique reached 212 points. After Dong Xiaomi completed her awakening, Qin Guang immediately had Bu Xiume step up to awaken. Bu Xiume had to take medication for years to control her condition, which was clearly reflected in her physique. Her initial physique was only 45 points. This physique was indeed quite poor, but fortunately, she also took the body enhancement potion, increasing her physique to 95 points. The human genetic limit for absorbing elemental crystals was 10, so a physique of 95 points was actually quite close to that limit. In the end, Bu Xiume swallowed 9 yuan crystals, and after awakening, her physical attributes reached 185 points. Such physical attributes exceed the vast majority of people, even comparable to long-trained special forces. It can be said that the physique-enhancing potion once again demonstrated its powerful effects. The 2 chapters are complete, and I request recommendation votes. Additionally, regarding the update schedule, unless there are special circumstances, updates will be released in the evening. Chapter 86, Physique Enhancement again once Bu Xiume successfully awakened as an evolver. The atmosphere in the room instantly elevated several levels, with smiles on both Dong Li and Dong Xiaomi's faces. Especially Dong Xiaomi, perhaps after adjusting for 2 hours, or maybe feeling significantly stronger after becoming an evolver, her personality returned to its previous lively state. She proudly lifted dumbbells while discussing her insights after awakening as an evolver with Bu Xiume. Dong Li watched with a smile, occasionally chiming in, creating a harmonious scene among the 3. Seeing this, Qin Guang felt happy for them, but there was also a hint of melancholy in his eyes. How nice it would be if he weren't an orphan. However, this fleeting melancholy was quickly reined in. Auntie, how do you feel now? Qin Guang asked as he walked over. I feel energetic all over, and my breathing is much smoother. It really feels like I've become decades younger, Bu Xiume said with a beaming smile. Due to her physical condition in the past, she felt like a burden to her 2 daughters, but at this moment, she finally felt somewhat useful. You all should try to adapt to your current bodies tonight. Starting tomorrow, you can swallow yuan crystals and begin your training, Qin Guang said. What is training? Will we become stronger after training? Dong Xiaomi asked excitedly. I mentioned before that the first stage of blood transformation is just the basic level. There are also the second stage of body refining and the third stage of body shaping. If you want to enhance your strength, you need to swallow yuan crystals and use the energy within them to continuously strengthen and transform your bodies. I refer to this process as training, Qin Guang explained. Just as Dong Xiaomi was about to ask more, Qin Guang interrupted. All right, it's already 1 a.m., and it's time to rest. Let's discuss everything tomorrow. Though somewhat reluctant, Dong Xiaomi nodded in agreement upon hearing this. However, Dong Li showed a hint of shyness and panic on her face. Qin Guang, how are we going to sleep tonight? You can sleep in the lounge. That sofa can unfold into a big bed, Qin Guang said. Then went to the lounge to demonstrate how it worked to the three of them. Where will you sleep? Dong Li asked. I can sleep in the gym. There's a folding bed there, Qin Guang replied. Why don't we sleep in the gym, and you can take the lounge? Dong Li suggested after a slight hesitation. Qin Guang, what Xiaoli said is right. It doesn't matter whether we sleep or not, but you must get enough rest. Even the usually quiet Bu Shuime spoke up to advise. Dong Xiaomi also obediently nodded, clearly understanding that this team couldn't do without Qin Guang. Seeing this, Qin Guang felt a warmth in his heart. But he still firmly shook his head. You all just sleep here. The gym is enough for me, and please do not disturb me until 8 a.m. tomorrow. After saying this, he turned and entered the gym, closing the passage behind him. It wasn't that he was being polite, rather, to maximize the effect of the physique-enhancing potion. High-intensity training was needed to complement it, and staying in the gym was undoubtedly the most suitable choice. Seeing Qin Guang's resolute attitude, they no longer said anything but began to tidy up the bedding and prepare to sleep. This was the second night after the outbreak of the apocalypse, and compared to the first night, they slept particularly soundly, no longer feeling the anxiety of being afraid that zombies might break in at any moment and eat them. On the other side, Qin Guang had Little Ball rearrange the gym and storage room together, clearing enough space for training. Additionally, he had Little Ball activate the soundproofing feature, ensuring that any noise from his training wouldn't attract Dong Li and the others' attention. After swallowing a bottle of the potion, Qin Guang began high-intensity training just like the previous night. In fact, today's training intensity was even higher. After all, his physical attributes were now significantly better than last night. And if he wanted to reach the point of exhaustion, increasing the training intensity was necessary. Thus, Qin Guang started training, while also consuming food to replenish his energy. At this moment, he felt a bit envious of Dong Li and the others. After they took the physique-enhancing potion, they quickly began to awaken, and the energy within the yuan crystals easily supported their body's transformation. Unlike him, who felt hungry after just half an hour of training. Fortunately, the stored food was abundant. So this level of consumption was not a big deal. 1 hour, 2 hours, 6 hours. After 6 hours, morning arrived at 7 a.m., and the sky brightened. After hastily swallowing a can of reheated steak, Qin Guang approached the physique testing device with a mixture of nervousness and anticipation, stepping onto it. The results of a night of training would finally be revealed at this moment. As the testing device powered on, a long string of data popped up in less than 3 seconds, and Qin Guang's gaze instantly fell on the first attribute value. In an instant, a look of joy appeared on Qin Guang's face. The physique-enhancing potion did not disappoint him. He had increased his physique by 71 points, raising it from the original 1457 points to 2,167 points. Now, his physique was nearly on par with Dong Li, who had awakened as an evolver. Of course, there was still a difference. Although their physiques were almost equal, Qin Guang was not yet an evolver and did not possess the blood energy power. Therefore, his endurance and recovery speed could not be compared to those of normal evolvers. However, Qin Guang was quite satisfied. After all, he wasn't even an evolver yet. And he could still take another bottle of the physique-enhancing potion. If nothing unexpected happened, his final physique could reach 280 points. Coupled with his awakening and the large amount of yuan crystals he would consume, his physique would surge once again. In terms of physique alone, he would definitely become one of the strongest among humans. If it weren't for the pressure brought by the Tatal civilization, Qin Guang would probably be smiling even in his dreams. It was precisely for this reason that he could maintain a relatively calm mindset regarding his rapidly increasing strength. After confirming his physique, Qin Guang had Little Ball pull out a folding bed, then fell into a deep sleep. There was still an hour until 8 a.m., which for an ordinary person would be insufficient sleep. However, with Qin Guang's current physique, even though 1 hour wouldn't restore him to his optimal state, it would be enough to recover to a satisfactory level. Chapter 87. Training Issues at 8 a.m. Qin Guang woke up on time. After an hour of sleep, he was nearly fully restored. However, only after long hours of training did his muscles still feel a bit sore. But these discomforts were not significant for Qin Guang. With his current physique, even if he ignored his physical state, in 2 or 3 hours, this discomfort would completely disappear. After getting up, he did not immediately go to find Dong Li and the others. Instead, he had Little Ball take out the molecular assembler. He planned to make a set of combat suits for Dong Li, Dong Xiaomi, and Bu Shuimei, one for each. If he had given Dong Li a combat suit last night, she wouldn't have been injured at all. Last night, he couldn't magically produce the combat suits, but now, after a night has passed, saying that he made them overnight is a bit far-fetched, yet at least it's somewhat plausible. When Xiao took out the molecular assembler, Qin Guang tossed in the designated materials, and soon, one combat suit after another was produced. At this moment, he had to be thankful that he had prepared some extra materials when making the base vehicles. They came in handy now. Otherwise, even with such a high-tech gadget as a molecular assembler, he would have been left staring blankly, holding 3 sets of combat suits. Qin Guang opened the passage to the lounge and walked over. Dong Li and the others were already awake, and a variety show was playing on the television. But it was set to mute. The 3 of them were watching with subtitles, occasionally lowering their voices to chat, clearly trying not to disturb Qin Guang's rest. Cough. Next time, it's fine to play the sound. The soundproofing in the cabin is excellent, Qin Guang said with a light cough. You're awake. Why don't you sleep a little longer? Dong Li turned around first, somewhat reproachfully. Dong Xiaomi's gaze immediately fell on the combat suits in his hands. Brother Qin, are these combat suits for us? She asked eagerly, rushing to Qin Guang's side. She had wanted one ever since she saw him wearing it yesterday. Yes. One for each of you, all custom-made for you, Qin Guang said, handing over the 3 sets of combat suits. Dong Xiaomi rummaged through them briefly and immediately took the smallest set, dashing into the bathroom. Soon, she emerged wearing a light blue combat suit, looking somewhat like a soldier. It had to be said, clothing makes the person. Wow, this combat suit fits perfectly and is so comfortable, Dong Xiaomi exclaimed, demonstrating several difficult moves, including high kicks, splits, and handstands, without feeling any restriction from the suit. Dong Li noticed this immediately and couldn't help but glance at Qin Guang. When he said the suits were custom-made for them, she thought it was just a joke, but now it seemed to be true. How did these 3 combat suits get made overnight? Last night, Dong Li accompanied Qin Guang to collect the crystal cores, and she had witnessed firsthand how powerful the suit's defense was. The sharp teeth of the mutated rats could easily crush bones. Yet they left no scratches on the combat suit. Such a combat suit would likely be worn only by special forces soldiers in the army. This level of equipment could be considered a strategic resource. Yet Qin Guang managed to make them overnight, and they were custom-made at that. This left Dong Li with even more speculations about Qin Guang. However, she didn't ask anything and instead took her own combat suit to the bathroom. When Dong Li came out, Qin Guang felt his eyes light up. Previously, when she wore professional attire, she exuded a bright and capable vibe, typical of an urban white-collar worker. But now, dressed in the combat suit, her handsome demeanor, combined with her beautiful face and attractive figure, pushed her into another realm of beauty. Thank you, this combat suit fits very well, Dong Li said, somewhat shyly, bringing Qin Guang back to his senses. After Dong Li and Dong Xiaomi tried on the combat suits, Bu Shuimei refused the one Qin Guang offered her, saying that such a good item would be a waste on her. Qin Guang didn't insist. He hadn't planned for Bu Shuimei to get involved in fighting zombies, so it didn't matter whether she wore the suit or not. After everyone had tried on the suits, they returned to have breakfast together. Compared to other survivors, Qin Guang and his group were undoubtedly very comfortable, without having to worry about safety or food for the time being. After breakfast, Qin Guang took out the crystal cores and distributed 20 pieces to Dong Li and the others, holding the crystal core in her hand. Dong Xiaomi remembered what Qin Guang had said last night, her eyes brightening. Qin Guang, these crystal cores are for us to cultivate, right? Qin Guang nodded, showing no intention of keeping secrets, and directly replied, yes, that's right. The method of cultivation is very simple. Just swallow these crystal cores, and they will continuously release the inner energy to help you strengthen the blood energy within you. Will it hurt to swallow them? Dong Xiaomi asked, looking conflicted as she recalled the pain she endured last night. Hearing this, Qin Guang chuckled, don't worry, it won't. The pain you felt last night was because your body was rapidly absorbing the crystal core during awakening. Now, you are just absorbing normally. This process will be much slower, and your body won't react at all. In fact, as your blood energy increases, you might even feel more comfortable. Dong Xiaomi sighed in relief. And even Dong Li and Bu Shuimei felt the same way. After all, no one wanted to experience that kind of pain again. Regarding the cultivation process, Qin Guang also explained the first stage of the blood transfer realm to the 3 of them. The first stage of the blood transfer realm consists of 4 phases: early, mid, late, and peak. It's simple to break through from the early to mid phase. You just need to absorb enough crystal cores to saturate your blood energy. And you can easily make the breakthrough. Generally, absorbing 20 crystal cores is enough to reach a saturated state. Is there any way to quickly absorb the crystal cores? Dongli asked at this point. If absorbing 20 crystal cores leads to a breakthrough, then the key point for improving strength faster than others would be who could absorb the crystal cores more quickly. Hearing Dong Li's question, Qin Guang nodded and replied, "Yes, the method is simple, exercise. Generally, a person can easily absorb 1 crystal core a day, but with appropriate exercise, you can increase that number to 2. If the exercise duration is long enough, absorbing 3 or 4 crystal cores in a day is not impossible." After a slight pause, Qin Guang continued, "Actually, during the first stage of the blood transfer realm, it's not about who absorbs the crystal cores faster, but who absorbs more." Dongli was somewhat confused, as this seemed contradictory to what Qin Guang had said earlier. Generally, absorbing 20 crystal cores would lead to a saturated state, naturally breaking through to the next stage. But if we can suppress the urge to break through with our willpower while our blood energy is saturated and absorb more crystal cores, our blood energy will be even fuller. Then, when we do break through, the increase in physical quality will be greater. Whether it's the first stage of the blood transfer realm, the second stage of the refining realm, or the third stage of the shaping realm, they are all foundational stages. If one wants to go further on the path of evolution, it's essential to solidify these 3 stages and establish a strong foundation. Qin Guang shared the cultivation insights accumulated by generations of Atlantis civilization over hundreds of years. Dong Li and the others nodded in understanding, though it didn't matter if they fully grasped it. Since Qin Guang said so, they just needed to follow his lead. Soon, all 3 swallowed the crystal cores, and they indeed felt the cores slowly releasing energy. Under the nourishment of this energy, they felt their spirits becoming more invigorated. As for whether their blood energy was also increasing, it was difficult for them to detect since they had just awakened. After Qin Guang distributed the crystal cores to everyone, he went in the driver's seat, started the base vehicle, and drove towards Linhai City. Since he had not yet become a superhuman, Qin Guang did not plan to head to the Linhai City base today. However, that didn't mean he could take it easy today. There were 3 things that needed to be accomplished. The first was to practice marksmanship, specifically using firearms to shoot targets at a distance, rather than just pointing the gun at a zombie's head and firing like he did yesterday. The second thing was to find time to repair the base vehicle. Although the vehicle's defenses were still strong against ordinary zombies, if they encountered mutated zombies, previous damages could become weaknesses. The third and most important task was to consume the 3rd vial of physical enhancement serum to maximize his physical condition before awakening. Thinking about these matters, Qin Guang's driving speed did not slow down at all, and he quickly approached Linhai City along the main road. Instead of taking the highway, he chose to take the provincial road. Although these roads had not been cleared by the military, they posed no problem for the base vehicle. Moreover, the highway exit for Linhai City was in the urban area, but Qin Guang needed a place in the suburbs with fewer zombies to practice marksmanship and repair the vehicle. After 2 hours of driving, he arrived at the suburbs of Linhai City and stopped at a location near a residential area. Looking at the zombies wandering on the road in pairs, Qin Guang said, "Let's choose this place as our shooting practice area." Hearing this, Dong Xiaomi was the most excited because she could finally get her hands on an automatic rifle. "Qin Guang, how do we shoot the zombies? Do we need to get out of the car?" Dong Xiaomi, holding the automatic rifle, felt a bit anxious after her initial excitement. Although Qin Guang's repeated slaughter of zombies had reduced her fear, it was impossible for her to face them calmly. "No need, let's stay in the car for now." After a moment of thought, Qin Guang replied. Although Dong Li and Dong Xiaomi were already evolved beings, Qin Guang decided to be cautious, especially worrying that Dong Xiaomi might panic at a critical moment. Saying this, he opened the window of the base vehicle so that he and Dong Li could lean out to shoot. Although this position was a bit awkward and limited their shooting angles, they could drive away immediately if danger arose. "What about me?" Dong Xiaomi pouted, looking unhappy since she had no shooting position. "You can shoot through the sunroof," Qin Guang said while quickly operating the control panel. The steel plate above them opened up, creating a sunroof just big enough for Dong Xiaomi to fit through. "Brother Qin, you're the best." Dong Xiaomi immediately beamed, her smile brightening up. After arranging their shooting positions, Qin Guang did not act immediately, but began searching for targets. He needed to consider not only practicing marksmanship, but also the subsequent collection of crystal cores. The base vehicle moved slowly, and Qin Guang finally fixed his gaze on 3 zombies in an open area. By this time, it was almost 10 a.m., and the sun was high in the sky. In August, for ordinary people, being exposed to the sun for 5 minutes in this environment would be unbearable. However, for zombies, this scorching sun was the best supplement, allowing them to continuously convert sunlight into energy to strengthen themselves. At this moment, the zombies had their defenses down and were least aggressive, being oblivious to their surroundings. I'll shoot first and kill 1 zombie, then you can act. The corpse will attract more zombies, so you 1T lack targets for practicing marksmanship. But be careful not to let yourselves be seen by the zombies. It would be bad if they fixate on you, Qin Guang instructed. This was also why he chose such a location. It was spacious enough to attract other zombies with the corpse, eliminating the need to search for them one by one, and making the collection of crystal cores more convenient afterward. Chapter 89. Rapid Progress. Dong Li and Dong Xiaomi had no objections to Qin Guang's arrangement and nodded in understanding. Qin Guang took a deep breath, leaned out of the window, aimed his gun, and his movements were very standard, with both hands holding the gun steady, showing no signs of trembling. After a brief moment of aiming, he decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot rang out, but due to the silencer, the sound was not loud. However, none of the 3 zombies were hit by the shot. Qin Guang had aimed at the closest zombie, but the bullet landed 3 meters away, kicking up a layer of dirt. The 3 zombies were startled by the sound, but merely glanced at the bullet pit and continued to bask in the sun as if nothing had happened. This scene made Qin Guang feel a bit embarrassed, but Dong Li and Dong Xiaomi did not say anything, not even showing any surprise. If they had shot, the bullets would have gone who knows where. After regaining his composure, Qin Guang quickly adjusted his emotions and aimed again. Compared to ordinary people, he had a significant advantage. With his current physical condition, his vision, coordination, and reflexes were far superior to those of regular humans. These factors were crucial for practicing marksmanship, giving him a much higher starting point than ordinary people, especially since he had the help of the little ball. Although the little ball didn't understand shooting, it had downloaded a wealth of information from the internet before the apocalypse, including shooting techniques. Of course, there were inaccuracies in the online data, and it was not comprehensive. But as an AI, the little ball could summarize and analyze this information, developing an effective training plan. Listening to the little ball's guidance through his Bluetooth earpiece, Qin Guang made slight adjustments to the gun, feeling the wind speed and predicting the zombie's movements in his mind. Bang! About 5 seconds later, he pulled the trigger again, and this time the bullet nearly grazed the target. Though he still missed, it energized Qin Guang. He aimed again, and this time it felt right, within 3 seconds. He pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet left the chamber. Thud! This time, the bullet struck the zombie's chest, and in an instant, the hit zombie's chest was mangled, causing it to fall to the ground due to inertia, letting out a sharp howl of pain as it staggered and tried to get back up. If an ordinary person is hit by a bullet in the chest, they would likely die instantly, but these zombies have their brains as the vital target. Even if Qin Guang shattered its heart, as long as these zombies are not completely dead and receive plenty of sunlight to replenish energy, they can slowly recover to their original state. The 2 companions of this zombie nearby seemed a bit surprised at this scene, but more so confused. They both roared at their injured companion but made no further movements. Bang! When the severely injured zombie staggered to its feet, Qin Guang pulled the trigger once more. With his own abilities, combined with the guidance from the little ball, and his summary and experience from every shot, his progress was nothing short of terrifying. This 4th shot accurately hit the zombie's head. Instantly, the zombie stopped howling and fell straight down. When this zombie's body died, the virus inside it would cease to function, and the unique aura it originally had would disappear. The most direct manifestation of this was that the 2 zombies beside it immediately treated the dead zombie as a lifeless object and instantly crouched down to feast. All right, each of you pick a target and start shooting. Qin Guang turned to Dong Li and Dong Xiaomi and said, Okay. Both Dong Li and Dong Xiaomi nodded. Dong Li was calm, while Dong Xiaomi was excited yet a bit tense. However, regardless of their emotions, it did not affect their actions. Soon the 2 sisters quickly settled on their respective targets, raised their guns, and began shooting. Like Qin Guang, it was their first attempt at long-distance shooting. And the bullets flew who knows where, especially Dong Xiaomi, who exclaimed in surprise. It turned out she did not expect the recoil of the firearm to be so strong, and her automatic rifle nearly slipped from her hands. However, being an evolved individual, her reflexes were much quicker than ordinary people. and she quickly tightened her grip on the gun again. As for whether she would be injured by the recoil, there was no need to worry. As an evolved individual, her resistance to impact was quite strong. Soon, both sisters adjusted their mindset and continued to aim and shoot, while Qin Guang also began to guide them, teaching them shooting techniques while constantly correcting some of their mistakes. Of course, while he could manage to explain shooting techniques, pointing out their shooting errors was a bit beyond him. He only managed to do so with the help of the little ball. Fortunately, both of them were evolved individuals with excellent body control, and once they calmed down, they could see progress with almost every shot. Ultimately, with the help of Qin Guang and the little ball, Dong Li hit a zombie with her 8th shot, while Dong Xiaomi only managed to hit her target with her 11th shot. Of course, hitting the zombie with a bullet did not mean it was over. It was crucial to hit them in the head for it to be fatal. Finally, Dong Li managed to send a bullet into the zombie's head with her 15th shot, while Dong Xiaomi took until her 25th shot to achieve this. Seeing this scene, Dong Xiaomi's little face looked a bit dejected. She had fired most of the bullets and had only killed one zombie, which was not what she wanted, especially after witnessing the efficiency with which Qin Guang and Dong Li hunted zombies last night. She felt even more frustrated. You've done really well. Marksmanship is honed with practice. So just keep at it, and your shooting will improve. We have plenty of bullets, and the zombies will increase later. So don't worry about not having a place to practice. Just go ahead and shoot, Qin Guang said, noticing Dong Xiaomi's expression and smiling. He was quite satisfied with Dong Xiaomi. Initially, he had not expected Dong Li's family to be of much help. However, Dong Li's performance last night surprised him, and today, Dong Xiaomi dared to shoot zombies. With some training, the two sisters would definitely become valuable helpers in the future. I've received notice that the book will be available tomorrow. So far, this book has 185 collections on Qidian and 314 on Chuangshi. I'd say it's commonly referred to as a flop. And it flopped right into the sewer. After it's released, I will stabilize at 2 updates because there's a full attendance prize. All bosses, please come subscribe tomorrow. Book Friend Group, 221780511. Chapter 90, Repairing the War Vehicle, Request for Subscription. After comforting Dong Xiaomi a bit, zombies began to approach from a distance. However, compared to the night, these zombies moved much more sluggishly in the daytime. With the sun replenishing their energy, their need for food decreased significantly, making them less frenzied. The zombies are coming. Feel free to shoot. But you need to wait until the zombies reach the designated spot before you start shooting. Try to gather their bodies together for easier collection of elemental crystals later, Qin Guang instructed, then raised his gun to start shooting. As he also needed a lot of practice, Dong Li and Dong Xiaomi raised their automatic rifles as well, starting to look for zombies to shoot. Bang bang bang. The gunfire was continuous, and these zombies, drawn in from the edge of the city, barely had time to crouch down and enjoy their meal before being taken down with a single shot to the head. Throughout the practice that followed, the difference among the three was evident. After half an hour of practice, Qin Guang was able to hit the zombie's head with 2 out of every 3 shots, and the one that missed only strayed slightly. Moreover, his accuracy was increasing at a terrifying rate. On the other hand, Dong Li needed 3 or 4 shots to hit a zombie's head, while Dong Xiaomi required 7 or 8 shots. Nevertheless, regardless of the numbers, their progress was considerable compared to the beginning. By this time, there were already over 50 zombie corpses piled up on the ground. But the number of incoming zombies had gradually decreased, and the time intervals between them had increased. It seems there aren't many zombies left. Let's prepare to collect the elemental crystals, Qin Guang said after having the little ball scan the situation in the distance. After thinking for a moment, Dong Li said, Qin Guang, let us handle the collection of elemental crystals. We can't have you doing everything yourself. After listening, Qin Guang pondered briefly and nodded. The group waited for about another 20 minutes, during which more than 10 zombies approached, all of which were taken down one by one. But no new zombies came after that. In total, they had dealt with 65 zombies, significantly fewer than last night. However, Qin Guang did not find this strange. During the day, the zombie senses were greatly weakened, so it was normal for fewer to be attracted. He no longer hesitated and drove the base war vehicle over to the pile of zombie corpses. During this process, Dong Li and Dong Xiaomi discussed, and both decided to go down to collect the elemental crystals together. To be honest, in peaceful times, Dong Li would never let her sister come into contact with corpses. But in the apocalypse, she understood that if her sister wanted to survive well, she needed to learn these skills, as they might have to face it in the future. Qin Guang initially thought it would just be the two sisters going down, but unexpectedly, after hearing this news, Bu Shuimei also requested to go down to collect the elemental crystals. According to her, while she might not be able to learn to shoot zombies, she could still handle the simple task of collecting elemental crystals. Qin Guang had no objections to this, and even took out the customized combat suit he had prepared for her. This time, Bu Shuimei did not refuse. Instead, she quickly put it on and followed her two daughters down from the base war vehicle. Dong Li personally guided her mother and younger sister on how to use a dagger to cut open the zombie's body and collect the crystal cores inside. Dong Xiaomi was quite resistant to this behavior, especially when she saw the black blood flowing from the zombie's body, causing her to frown. However, she was dexterous and managed to suppress her disgust, learning quickly. After collecting 5 crystal cores, she shifted her attention to the zombie mice that came to scavenge the bodies, and then began to fight them. Qin Guang smiled at this scene and said nothing. After all, Dong Xiaomi was only 16 years old and still a minor, so he couldn't be too harsh in his expectations. However, he was somewhat surprised by Bu Shuimei's performance. Although her speed in learning to collect crystal cores was slow, her rate of improvement was astonishing, especially later on. She was able to easily find the right angle with the dagger and quickly cut open the zombie's body to collect the crystal cores inside. The speed of collecting the crystal cores was surprisingly not much slower than Qin Guang's. "Auntie, I didn't expect you to have such a skill. Your technique is quite comparable to mine," Qin Guang exclaimed through the car window. At first, it might feel a bit uncomfortable, but later on, cutting these bodies feels quite similar to cutting pork. Once you find that feeling, it becomes quick work, Bu Shuimei said with a smile. Hearing this, Qin Guang couldn't help but show a look of realization on his face. Indeed, as long as one got over that mental hurdle, dissecting a zombie's body wasn't too much different from dissecting an ordinary animal's body. Moreover, since Bu Shuimei was now an evolved being, her strength was considerable, making the dissection even more effortless. The 65 crystal cores were quickly collected, and after obtaining them, Qin Guang did not linger any longer. He immediately drove the base vehicle away, knowing that the zombie bodies would be dealt with by the zombie insects. After leaving, Qin Guang made a circle around the outskirts and soon found another good hunting ground about 7 kilometers away. What happened next was similar to the previous situation. He first shot a zombie, using it as bait to continuously lure in other zombies for target practice. An hour later, nearly 70 zombie bodies lay on the ground, followed by the collection of crystal cores. In just one morning, Qin Guang's collection of crystal cores increased by over 130. After finishing the hunt for these zombies, Qin Guang did not drive the base vehicle far away, but instead found an open area nearby to stop. After all, the zombies in this area had already been attracted by the bodies, making it quite safe for the time being. Additionally, Dong Li and Dong Xiaomi practiced their shooting skills for over an hour, showing significant improvement again, especially Dong Li, who had a 70 confidence in shooting zombies within 100 meters and almost 100 accuracy within 50 meters. As for Dong Xiaomi, although her chance of hitting a headshot was less than 30, her accuracy when shooting at the body was quite high. It could be said that both of them, with guns in hand, had developed considerable combat capabilities, enough to handle protection duties. In this situation, Qin Guang no longer hesitated and instructed the two to keep watch near the base vehicle while he took out tools and began to repair the base vehicle. Chapter 91. Awakening tonight. The main damage to the base vehicle was in 2 places, one on the roof and the other on the chassis. Other parts of the vehicle had some minor damages, but those were just insignificant scratches that did not affect the defensive capabilities of the base vehicle. So Qin Guang did not plan to repair them. Qin Guang jumped onto the roof, where there was a very noticeable scratch, about 2 meters long and nearly 7 millimeters deep. The steel plates on both sides of the scratch were somewhat warped, indicating the immense force endured during the attack. This was the damage caused by the claws of the zombie giant eagle. If the steel plates on the roof of the base vehicle had not been thick enough, the roof would have likely been split open. Normally, if a vehicle's roof had such a scratch, repairing it would be extremely troublesome. Even with sufficient manpower and equipment, it would take at least 4 to 5 hours to fix. But for Qin Guang, who had high-tech tools, this was a simple task. He opened the toolbox, put on the simulation glasses, and took out the welding pen. Turning it on, the tip of the welding pen immediately emitted a blue glow. When this blue light fell on the scratch on the roof, the metal on both sides of the scratch began to melt and gradually fuse together. At that moment, Qin Guang took out a welding rod, which was not a traditional welding rod, but a metal rod made of high-quality steel. The steel on this rod was the same as that used in the base vehicle, placing it under the blue glow emitted by the welding pen. The steel on the rod began to melt and was then used to repair the scratch. All of this was not difficult, especially since Qin Guang was wearing simulation glasses. The small ball would simulate the process in real time and sync it to the glasses, allowing him to follow the steps accordingly. Little ball. The base vehicle's defense is still lacking. Look, even a mutated bird zombie can make such a large scratch, Qin Guang said earnestly. Only a muffled sound came from the Bluetooth headset, indicating that the little ball was not responding. Seeing the other party feigning ignorance, Qin Guang directly pointed it out. Didn't you say that with this base vehicle, I could walk all over the place in the early apocalypse? That I could even cross the Pacific Ocean and go to America without issue? Now, I'm just going from Linhai City to Guanglian City, and look at this mess. If I really went to America as you said, I'd probably be left with nothing but a wheel. Don't you think it's time to upgrade the base vehicle's defense? Qin Guang said sarcastically. He remembered the little ball mentioning that the base vehicle could be modified and upgraded, and during their time together, he had figured out some of the ball's personality traits. This ball was quite prideful, and by challenging it, he might be able to pry an answer out of it. Cough. What I said was based on general circumstances. But I didn't expect you to have such bad luck and encounter such a powerful mutated bird zombie. The little ball stammered, trying to justify itself. However, it was indeed a bit embarrassed, as the boastful words had been spoken, and the damage to the base vehicle was a fact. After a pause, it finally spoke the truth. Upgrading the defense isn't something I can just say. It requires you to have the proper permissions. Once you become an ability user, the permissions will be granted, and then you can exchange for the corresponding technology to modify the base vehicle. Upon hearing this, Qin Guang nodded in realization and then focused on his work without further comment. 8 minutes later, the scratch was repaired. Although it looked a bit ugly, like a scar left on the roof, the defensive capability had been fully restored. With the roof repaired, it was time to work on the chassis. However, with Dong Li and her sister present, Qin Guang couldn't directly use high-tech methods like the confinement field. He could only crawl under the vehicle to carry out repairs. Repairing the chassis was more challenging than fixing the roof, but Qin Guang had a basic understanding of repairs, and with the assistance of the simulation glasses, everything was manageable. Half an hour later, the base vehicle was fully repaired, and Qin Guang finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. His greatest fear was encountering mutated zombies or other mutated animals during this process, as Dong Li and Dong Xiaomi would not be able to handle that. Fortunately, the zombies' activity range during the day isn't large, and since the zombies in this area have been cleared out, in this half hour, only 2 rats, 1 zombie centipede, and 3 zombie cockroaches passed by. These little creatures were all pinned to the ground by Dong Xiaomi with her dagger. All set, let's get in the car. Qin Guang greeted the two, Dong Li and Dong Xiaomi, who had been vigilantly observing their surroundings. Finally let out a quiet sigh of relief and quickly got into the car. It was already noon at 12 o'clock, and after a busy morning, Qin Guang certainly wouldn't treat himself poorly. He had Dong Li bring nearly 10 cans over, heated them up, and set them on plates, creating a sumptuous meal. Brother Qin, are we going to continue hunting zombies in the afternoon? Dong Xiaomi asked excitedly while eating. After a morning of hunting, she was no longer afraid of zombies. On the contrary, she was very much looking forward to it. In the apocalypse, cleaning up zombies was everyone's responsibility and could contribute to the country. More importantly, she learned from Dong Li that a yuan crystal was worth a whopping 10,000 RMB. Now, when Dong Xiaomi looked at the yuan crystals, her eyes sparkled just like when she looked at money. No problem, but we need to find a good location, otherwise, even if we kill the zombies, we won't be able to collect yuan crystals, Qin Guang said after thinking for a moment. After all, they were still too few in number to hunt zombies and quickly collect yuan crystals like the military. They could only wait until everything was safe before going down to collect. Of course, if Dong Li and Dong Xiaomi's shooting skills improved and they could kill zombies with one shot, they could consider venturing deeper into the city to hunt zombies. After lunch, everyone rested for a while, and Qin Guang drove the base vehicle along the edge of the city to continue searching for a good hunting spot. That afternoon, Qin Guang found 3 hunting locations, yielding huge rewards, collecting between 5,000 and 80 yuan crystals each time. Just like that, today, Qin Guang collected over 300 yuan crystals, which would amount to 3 million if converted to cash. At 4:30 p.m., Qin Guang found a place with relatively fewer zombies and stopped to prepare for a break. The reason for this was that he planned to take the third bottle of physical enhancement potion early and push his physical condition to the limit. If everything went smoothly, he would be able to swallow the yuan crystals tonight and awaken as an evolver. Chapter 92. Distribution of rewards at 5 p.m. Everyone gathered to eat. With a pile of cleaned yuan crystals stacked nearby, Dong Xiaomi could hardly take a bite without glancing at the yuan crystals, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Showing no interest in the movie playing on TV. Brother Qin, are we going to practice our shooting again tomorrow and hunt zombies? Dong Xiaomi asked. Now, this little money lover was definitely the most proactive among the four in hunting zombies. Qin Guang smiled and nodded directly. Practicing shooting was essential. In the early stages of the apocalypse, firearms were definitely their most effective means of killing. Moreover, the progress everyone made in shooting today greatly exceeded his expectations. By the end of the day, he could almost achieve a perfect hit rate within 100 meters, of course, referring to the zombies during the day. After all, zombies during the day and night were completely different creatures. At night, without the sun to recharge them, zombies would frantically search for food, and their speed would nearly double in such conditions. However, even so, Qin Guang felt he had an 80 to 90% chance of achieving a headshot. As for Dong Li and Dong Xiaomi, they also made significant progress throughout the day. Dong Li could hit a zombie's head with a 90% success rate within 100 meters, and even Dong Xiaomi had raised her confidence to above 70%. This was the tremendous advantage of evolvers, incomparable to ordinary people. According to Qin Guang's estimation, with another couple of days of practice, even Dong Xiaomi could achieve 100% accuracy within 100 meters. By then, these two sisters would definitely be reliable assistants. Thinking of this, Qin Guang glanced at Dong Xiaomi's money-loving gaze and said with a smile, "You all put in a lot of effort hunting zombies today. Each of you can take 10 yuan crystals." "Really?" Dong Xiaomi immediately asked. "Of course it's true." Qin Guang nodded seriously. "Wow, Brother Qin, you are the best," Dong Xiaomi exclaimed, almost bouncing up with excitement. However, at this moment, Dong Li spoke up. "No, if each person gets 10, that means you'd have to give out 30 yuan crystals in total, which is just too much. If it weren't for the firearms you provided and the base vehicle for protection, we might not have even been able to kill a few zombies in a day." Dong Li was quite clear about her own capabilities. She believed that if Qin Guang provided such conditions, he could easily recruit a few evolvers who would likely perform just as well as they did. "But in my view, the value you've shown absolutely warrants these 10 yuan crystals," Qin Guang replied with a smile. Dong Li and Dong Xiaomi were both nurtured with physical enhancement potions, and in terms of potential, they were even higher than special forces in the military. If he relied solely on their gratitude to keep them working for him, it might not be a problem for a year or so, but over time, that gratitude would gradually diminish. Therefore, binding them with benefits was undoubtedly the best approach. Moreover, it was just Dong Li and Dong Xiaomi. Even if Bushuemei received these 10 yuan crystals, it would be entirely reasonable. Bushuemei had become increasingly skilled in collecting yuan crystals, and her speed was even surpassing his now. Without the help of this mother-daughter trio, his harvest today would have been reduced by more than half. Dong Li was a very clever woman, seeing Qin Guang so insistent. She pondered for a moment before vaguely guessing Qin Guang's thoughts. After organizing her words, she said, "Qin Guang, you mentioned before that you want to organize your own team, right?" "Yes." Qin Guang nodded. He had indeed said that before. "In that case, you can consider us as members of the team. It's fine to reward us after missions, but the rewards can't be too much. Just take 10% of the total earnings and distribute it according to merit. I don't know how large the team you plan to organize will be, but if you bring more people in, you will need to spend money on food, accommodation, equipment, wages, and other miscellaneous matters, and those expenses will add up significantly. Just imagine, if you organize a team of over 100 people, how much would it cost just for meals alone at current prices? So rewards can be given, but they must be reasonable," Dong Li said. Qin Guang was taken aback. To be honest, he hadn't thought that far ahead, but there was no denying that Dong Li's analysis was correct. Moreover, he recognized Dong Li's greater role. If he really wanted to build a team in the future, he would definitely need management talents like her. "All right, in that case, I will follow what you said and give 10% of the daily earnings as rewards to you from now on." Qin Guang finally nodded in agreement. Everyone enjoyed the meal, and after dinner, Qin Guang went straight to the gym, asking Dong Li and the others not to disturb him. He first locked the passage, then had Xiao Qiu rearrange the gym and storage room, making it spacious. Finally, he took out a bottle of physical enhancement potion and drank it in one go. What followed was a continuous 6-hour high-intensity training session. To be honest, Qin Guang already felt that the equipment in the training room was somewhat inadequate. Overall, it was just too light. His physical condition had far surpassed that of an average person. Holding these devices felt like an adult playing with children's toys. Fortunately, he had the small ball with him. When he felt that the equipment was not suitable, he took out the molecular assembly machine to recycle these items and reassemble new ones. By dawn, the 6 hours of high-intensity training finally ended, and Qin Guang nervously approached the testing device and stood on it. 3 seconds later, the test results came out. His physical condition had improved from 2167 points to 2,835 points, an increase of 68 points. Although the increase was slightly less than expected, he had still reached the target of 28 points, which made Qin Guang quite satisfied. "Can I start awakening now?" Qin Guang asked eagerly. After such intense training to improve his physical condition, this moment of awakening was precisely what he had been waiting for. Unlike others, with his current physique, he could awaken his superpower with 100% certainty. The superpower would be his most crucial combat means in the future. To be honest, he felt more anxious than excited. This was because superpowers could vary in strength. A powerful superpower could easily allow one to fight beyond their level. Furthermore, the awakening of superpowers was not only related to physical condition, but also greatly influenced by one's genes, making it somewhat like a lottery, which was the source of Qin Guang's anxiety. Chapter 93. Starting the awakening. Upon hearing Qin Guang's question, the small ball floated in the air, scanned his condition, and said, "You just underwent a long period of training. First, take a rest and adjust your state to its best before proceeding with the awakening. This awakening directly concerns your future. There can be no careless mistakes." The small ball's tone was unusually serious at this moment. "Okay." Qin Guang nodded decisively. Although he was anxious to awaken as soon as possible, he understood that the small ball knew better than he did. He needed to be patient for anything beneficial to himself. After replenishing his energy with some food, he followed the small ball's instructions and took a short nap. However, lying on the foldable bed, it was not easy to fall asleep immediately due to his anxious mood. But these were minor issues. The small ball extended thin wires from its surface, releasing weak currents throughout Qin Guang's body, alleviating his muscle fatigue while emitting hypnotic electric signals. Soon, Qin Guang fell into a deep sleep. 2 hours later, when he was awakened, he felt refreshed and his physical condition had returned to its best. "Can we start?" Qin Guang took a deep breath, forcing himself to suppress his eagerness, and asked in a low voice. "Yes, you can take out the 2 potions from the advancement gift pack," the small ball replied. Upon hearing the words advancement gift pack, Qin Guang couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He really wanted to complain about this. Since the contents of this gift pack were fixed as 2 potions, why not just say that he was rewarded with 2 potions directly? It made it sound so mysterious, making him think it was a matter of luck. However, despite these thoughts, he didn't slow down his actions and quickly took out the 2 potions from a hidden compartment. There was 1 red and 1 green potion. The red one was a potential potion, and the green one was a heart-protecting potion. These 2 potions were Qin Guang's greatest confidence for this awakening. Because of them, he could break through the genetic limits of humanity and close the gap with the Atlanteans as much as possible. "How do I use these potions? Do I just drink them?" Qin Guang asked. "First, drink the green heart-protecting potion. After waiting for 10 minutes for the effects to take full effect, you can proceed with the awakening. For the next 5 hours, you don't need to worry about genetic collapse. As for the red potential potion, take it when you can no longer withstand the pain. It can temporarily increase your physical condition by another level within an hour, approximately 510 points. The exact increase will depend on your tolerance." The small ball explained the effects of the 2 potions in detail. Qin Guang was taken aback at first. Then his eyes revealed a fiery look, especially at the red potential potion. He didn't expect it to temporarily increase his physical condition, and the increase was so significant. If under the best conditions, he could increase his physical condition by 10 points. That would bring his total to 3,847 points. This physique would already be comparable to that of the Atlanteans. Moreover, it wasn't just a matter of physical condition. The more elemental crystals he swallowed during the awakening, the stronger his awakened superpower would be. Perhaps swallowing those extra 10 elemental crystals would allow his awakened superpower to improve by a small level. Taking a deep breath, Qin Guang calmed his excitement and followed the small ball's instructions to take out the green heart-protecting potion and swallowed it. Immediately, a cool sensation flowed down his throat, quickly spreading to all his limbs. At this moment, Qin Guang felt as if every cell in his body was cheering with joy. Looking at his watch, Qin Guang waited quietly. As soon as the 10 minutes passed, he picked up an elemental crystal placed beside him and swallowed it whole. As soon as the elemental crystal entered, Qin Guang felt as if it transformed into a ball of flame, burning and sending waves of warmth throughout his body. Where the warmth flowed, he could clearly feel his body undergoing a transformation. This feeling was also present when he swallowed the physical enhancement potion, but it was far less intense than now. Qin Guang closed his eyes, quietly sensing the changes within himself. The ball of flame in his lower abdomen continued to burn, and his entire body felt hot, caused by the waves of warmth rushing to his limbs. Sweat began to bead on his forehead, but apart from feeling hot, there were no other adverse reactions. This was all due to his strong physical condition. Soon, Qin Guang sensed that the heat radiating from the elemental crystal in his lower abdomen was rapidly diminishing, indicating that the energy within the crystal was almost fully absorbed. This absorption speed was nearly 3 times faster than that of Dong Li and others. However, Qin Guang thought about it and found it unsurprising given his current physical condition. He quickly swallowed the second elemental crystal, then the third and fourth. An hour later, he had swallowed a total of 20 elemental crystals. At this point, Qin Guang could feel that his body was filled with a certain energy. This was undoubtedly elemental energy. As this elemental energy gradually filled him, absorbing further elemental crystals became increasingly difficult. Time continued to pass, and soon he had absorbed 25 elemental crystals. By this time, Qin Guang could feel a faint sense of pain in his body. However, having seen Dong Li and Dong Xiaomi awaken, he knew that this feeling was probably just the beginning. 25, 26, 27. As the number of swallowed elemental crystals approached its limit, sweat had completely soaked through Qin Guang's clothes, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. At this moment, he gritted his teeth, enduring the waves of intense pain and the feeling of extreme fullness coming from his body. Qin Guang could now understand why Dong Li and Dong Xiaomi had suffered so much when they reached their limits. According to theoretical values, he could now swallow up to 2,874 elemental crystals. But feeling the pain that came after swallowing 27 essence crystals, he was unsure if he could hold on until the end. Just as he picked up the 28th essence crystal, the small ball beside him spoke up. Wait, you can't swallow the potential potion yet. Qin Guang looked puzzled, as he hadn't reached his limit yet. However, since the small ball had spoken, he didn't hesitate, picked up the potential potion that was placed aside, and uncorked it, then drank it down directly. As the red liquid entered his mouth, he immediately felt his body heat up, as if all the blood in his body was burning. But with this burning sensation, the pain in his body was quickly fading away. Qin Guang knew very well that this was because his physique had temporarily increased. But ultimately, how many essence crystals he could absorb still depended on himself.